That was fun. A sickly young man named Breeze was forsaken by fate, only discovering the fun of live streaming in the last month of his life. However, he suddenly woke up in an unfamiliar room and heard a voice. It was a system. Greatest streamer system has been installed. Quest, get 5 followers. Reward, streamer profile banner. Breeze had been given a chance and transmigrated as Max Charles in a world where streaming has become a favorite job due to the advancement of virtual reality technology. He worked hard to finish the quest given by the system. However, the viewers were always the same no matter what or where the world was. They were unhinged. Whoa, triple kill. Can he get a rampage? Go rampage. I want to be Breeze. I envy Breeze. I want to be Breeze. I envy Breeze. Let him cook, guys. Let him cook. Follow Breeze's journey to become the greatest streamer in the world. Chapter 1, Transmigrated. Thank you for the donation, Kaiser Dog. Wow. Thank you for 500 diamonds, Sir Alpha. I do love the game. It is really fun. Let's get to the last round before ending the stream. In the dimly lit room, the young man sat poised in front of his computer, a tangle of wires connecting him to curious contraptions of medical equipment. A wide grin stretched across his face, and, ignoring the whirring of the machine, he pressed start. His eyes twinkled with excitement as he continued the game. The computer screen before him flickered to life as the black loading screen disappeared and the game booted. Its bright display was the only source of light besides the yellow ambience of the lamp. With every keystroke and mouse click, he navigated through the game. Each kill invited the chat of his streaming application to explode in cheers. Whoa, triple kill. Can he get a rampage? Go rampage. Ha ha, I think that's impossible. At that moment, a beeping sound rang in the headphones he wore. An alert popped up on the second monitor. Crazy Rich has started a mission. Stream mission, 10,000 diamonds if you get a rampage. But I will try. He accepted the mission. Ha 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 ha, he got fired up. Of course, it's 10,000 diamonds. The chat became more active with the mission given by the viewers. His concentration immediately peaked as he delved deeper into the game. The images on the screen morphed and swirled. Each scene showed his character killing his enemy's soldiers one by one. Time seemed to blur as he continued to play and stream, the machine silently ensuring his well-being as he lost himself in the game. With each kill and each chat that appeared, his happiness radiated. In this extraordinary moment, he felt alive. This is fun. Even if his viewers only hit around 500, they were here to watch him play. There was nothing to stop him in the game, and streaming was the only way he could talk to other people out there. What made him regret was, thanks for today. I want to continue, but I need to go right now. That he did not have enough time to enjoy it. Good job. That rampage was satisfying. You're the best, Breeze. See you tomorrow. Seeing the chat, the young man's hand froze before he clicked the end stream. See you tomorrow. He repeated the word in his mind, and his smile disappeared. Yeah, he said in a weak voice but still tried his best to make it clear. See you tomorrow, guys. With that, he clicked the end stream as the chat was filled with. The viewers didn't understand why he suddenly changed his tone like that. Anyway, the stream had ended successfully. His 10th and last stream. Damn, a frustrated, cracked voice escaped his lips as he leaned back in his chair. This chair connected to various wires was the only thing that kept him alive. Why did this happen to me? Why did I not discover streaming faster? What? Bam! He slammed his hand against the table. It shook wildly, dropping the monitor above it with a loud crash. Blood dripped out from his palm, but he felt no pain. His perception of pain had gone since 3 years ago, when he was in a terrible car incident that forced him to retire from the parkour world. The young man broke down in tears as he sobbed loudly. He didn't care about anything. Not after he lost something he just loved lately. 10 times. I can only do it that much. The young man's euphoria abruptly shattered, leaving behind a void of despair. His cheerful countenance earlier contorted into a mask of frustration and sadness as he faced the crushing reality that his life was seemingly about to end. Earlier this day, a few hours before he started his last stream, his personal doctor delivered the sad news. The medical equipment wouldn't be able to support him anymore. It had reached its limit. Nothing in the current era could save him. His fingers trembled under the weight of his helplessness. He longed to reach for the keyboard, immersing himself in the virtual realm again, and speak to his viewers. But alas, his body refused to cooperate. Fuck, his dream had shattered. And the new dream he found a month ago was also broken by reality. He thought he could achieve it from the embrace of medical equipment. But no. In this moment of despair, the young man heard the sound of the door opening. A doctor wearing white clothes and a mask entered his room with a sad look. The atmosphere of sadness clung heavily in the room. "I am truly sorry." The doctor apologized and bowed deeply. A sense of helplessness could also be felt in his cracked voice. "We tried our..." "Hey, doc. I had fun." Before the doctor even finished the sentence, the young man cut him off. A smile reappeared on his face, which put a bitter expression on the doctor's face as he tried to hold it in. "I was satisfied with the last month of my life. If I can describe it with words, then it would be that I felt free for the first time in the last 3 years," he said in a cheerful voice. But the doctor knew very well that he had just cried from his red eyes. "So thank you for allowing me to play games and stream, Doc. I hope I can enjoy it in my next life. Maybe the breeze will bring me some hope." "Ha ha. You're welcome." That was what the doctor could only say. He watched the young man lean back to his chair, which turned into a bed. His breath became shorter and shorter before he finally let out the last breath with a sad smile. The doctor looked at his watch and noted the time of death in his notebook. April 2nd, 2021. The cause of death: destroyed lungs and heart. Patient name: Breeze. He muttered in a heavy tone as he put down his notebook. "I hope your wish comes true." April 2nd, 2045. A handsome young man suddenly jolted up and raised his body inside a one-bedroom apartment. He gasped for air desperately as if he had forgotten how to breathe. He had cold sweat pouring out his body as he managed to catch his breath. Huff, huff. This. He looked around and saw himself in an unfamiliar room. It was brightly lit, with greenery around the wall and a strange capsule bigger than his bed at the corner of the room. What is this? He wondered, still confused about what happened. Is this what heaven looks like? Trying to ensure this wasn't just a dream after falling asleep, he pinched his cheek. Pain attacked him, and he grunted loudly. At that moment, he froze, and his eyes widened. No way. He could feel pain again, after not being able to for a few years. And the fact he didn't wake up and everything looked different from before could only mean one thing. This wasn't a dream. Greatest streamer system has been installed. What? And it seemed like he wasn't quite sane as he began hallucinating. Chapter 2, It's Real. A few days had passed. Breeze, now known as Max Charles, got used to his new situation and learned a few things. First of all, he was indeed transmigrated. He knew this from the fragmented memories of the body he currently had. This world was similar to where he came from, but was more advanced in terms of technology. Everything from school, meetings, and working exceptions were now done in a virtual world called Lobby. With more people using virtual reality as part of their daily lives, healthcare was also focused in that area. Many doctors and scientists successfully created a nutritional supplement that could sustain people for a day straight without food, but it was ill-advised to rely on it because it couldn't truly replace real food. Secondly, it seemed like he was a 19-year-old orphan who had lived on welfare until now. His savings were only enough to last him 3 months, but after that, he wouldn't have anything unless he found a job. The memories he got helped a lot to know about his situation. Max Charles loved games, and the capsule in his room was apparently a virtual reality device that people always used at this age. But he couldn't afford a game due to his lack of money. Even the cheapest VR game with bad graphics costs more than $150. That amount of money could allow him to live for a few days. He chose to spend his money on his daily life rather than play the game himself because he knew his situation. So he only watched streamers play the game instead of actually playing it. And the third thing, streaming had become a favorite job alongside the fast development of virtual reality. It became the main source of entertainment, providing various themes from real-life streaming to game streaming, and even some movie-level storytelling. In fact, many streamers were more famous than celebrities in this era. Some with attractive appearances also worked as a model for fashion brands, and some signed ad deals with various companies. After settling and getting used to his current situation, Max was interested in one thing: streaming. In his past life, he enjoyed it to the point he wanted to do it again in his next life. It seemed like God, or whatever it was, granted his wish. Should I do it again? No, can I do it? He stood up, caressing the VR capsule beside his bed. It will be different from the past, but I want to do it again. Unlike a game streaming using a computer, he would need to control his character directly this time, as the game would be in a full-dive virtual reality, which would be hard for him, who had no experience in it even with his new memories from Max Charles. During the 3 days, he got used to his body, tried the capsule, and entered lobby to watch other streamers. They were just like the streamers in his past life, but it looked harder as they would need to read the chat in the middle of a game while moving their body. For example, a streamer read the donation while sword fighting with another person. That kind of thing was exciting for the viewers, but hard for the inexperienced streamer. Some didn't read the chat at that kind of tense moment, but most successful streamers did. After thinking for a while, Max shook his head and slapped his cheeks. What am I thinking? I just need to enjoy it. I can definitely do it while searching for a job if it doesn't work out. Streaming is fun, and I just need to enjoy it. Besides, Max looked at the floating window in front of him. Greatest streamer system. A system to create the greatest streamer of all time. Quest. Start stream. As the first step to becoming the top streamer, make a streaming account and start a live stream at a streaming website of your choice. Reward. 1 latest offline game installed in your lobby. Deadline 1 day. Failure to complete the quest will result in the system being uninstalled. I am not dreaming. He sighed and swiped his hand. The blue window disappeared with that. It was something he found out in the last 3 days. It suddenly appeared when he first regained consciousness, surprising him. Not only that, it suddenly gave him a quest that didn't have much context. How could it give him a reward? Was it real, or was it just his imagination? Anyway, the quest was in line with what he wanted to do. If this system's reward were real, he would get a free offline game he could use as his first streaming content. Max opened the VR capsule with hope. His heart beat faster out of excitement and nervousness as he saw the cover lifted slowly with a whirring sound. It reminded him of his medical equipment, so he was pretty hesitant when he tried it the first time. However, it was actually pretty different. He climbed in and made himself comfortable in the chair. The interior of the capsule was similar to a sci-fi mecha cockpit with some small screen displaying his vital signs. He wore the helmet that read his brainwave, and the capsule closed by itself. Entering lobby. A mechanical voice rang in his ears. Let's do it. The scenery around him changed as he dived into the virtual world. An expanse of rolling grass plains stretched out as far as the eye could see. A gentle breeze caused them to sway. Everyone's lobby was different. Max's lobby was just a simple grass plain with a hill in the distance and a simple chair under a sole tree. He loved it, especially the gentle breeze that hit his face. With futuristic technology, humans' 5 senses could be replicated near perfection even in this virtual world. That was why people loved it. Now, sitting on the chair, he looked at a hologram screen spread in front of him. Punch's streaming website was opened on the screen, and the home menu was filled with various streamers. Max ignored them for now and went to the account. He created one by himself using his capsule ID, which was connected to his personal account. When pressing the Create button, a window that asked him to write his name popped up. He hesitated a little before filling it with Breeze, using the virtual keyboard. That name is what made me love streaming, so there is no way I will use another name. He pressed the OK button after deciding. Then another choice popped up, asking whether he made the streamer or viewer account. This time, he didn't hesitate to choose the streamer account, set up the donation account, and finalized his registration. A notification popped up with a cheerful sound. Your account has been successfully set up. Please fill in your additional information. At the same time, he also heard a notification from inside his head, and a smaller blue window popped up in front of him. Quest is completed. Please choose your reward. It's real. Chapter 3. First game. Please choose your choice among the 3 offline games below. 1. Knight's Journey. 2. Mercenary Quest. 3. Conrad's Defense. Max stared at the smaller blue screen in wonder. This was a virtual world, not a real one. He didn't expect the system to be able to show him the blue window in this place. I guess because the virtual world is connected to my brain, the system is also able to enter. There was another problem. How would the system install those games for him? He wasn't a stranger to those names. The previous owner of the body, Max, had extensive knowledge about games. Each of them cost $500 due to how good their graphics were. Not to mention, They were among the latest release batch, thus explaining their cost. It was said they were games that were similar to reality more than the others, even the fighting system and the fact there was no magic in each of them. In other words, they were reality games that relied more on a player's skill than the game's help and were wildly popular for use in a challenge. Not only that, it also had a big community even when it was just released a month ago. That was why they are perfect to be used in my debut streaming. Max was confident in his skill. He had tested himself in the lobby and knew he could move even better than his past life before he got into an incident. Because the game is hard, it's normal to fail. But if I manage to clear the game on my first try, I can use that to boost my popularity, just like what I did before. He decided to just choose from those three as the system seemed to be real. There was nothing wrong with trying. If the game wasn't installed after choosing one from the system reward, he could just stick to his original plan to work for a few months before starting streaming. Now, let's see. The three games had similar reality genres, but the gameplay was different. Knight's Journey was as its name implied. The game was about a knight's journey from his home kingdom to the edge of the world to retire. There were some fights with a weapon of his choice, a really typical adventure genre. Checking the Punch game list, there were a total of 550,000 viewers currently watching people playing this game. A big number in his past life, but not big enough in this world. A popular game would have more than a total of 3 million viewers, and the hottest game could reach more than 5 million viewers on its release date. The second game, Mercenary Quest, was a bit more open world than the first game. It focused on the players taking a quest as a mercenary and finishing it while following the provided storyline. Just like Knight's Journey, it had no magic at all. Currently, there were more than 503,000 total viewers for this game. Then, the last game, Conrad's Defense. It was a bit different from the other two, as the story revolved around the city called Conrad, which was attacked by a foreign force. In short, it was a city defense game against waves of enemies. Among the three, this game only had 207,000 total viewers on Punch streaming service. The reason was simple. No one has ever finished the 10th wave of this game. This game was once called the ultimate challenge that had never been broken. Some streamers still tried to finish it, but many variety game streamers had long since given up on finishing this game. I only have 3 choices, huh? And all of them are pretty hard games. Max held his chin and leaned against the chair. A breeze passed by, rustling his short, dark hair. Which game would gain more traction if he did something impossible? All 3 games were challenging, but one was more difficult than the other 2 due to its gameplay. Based on that interest, let's take Knight's Journey, Max said as he pressed the number 1 in the floating window. That one was the best choice. Not only did this game have the most viewers at the moment, but it also showcased the player's skill with cold weapons and strategy to reach the end. Knight's Journey is selected. Installing the game in the player's capsule. Almost at the same time that he chose the Knight's Journey, a notification from the system came. Following that, the mechanical voice of the VR capsule's assistant rang in the lobby. A new game is being installed. Installation complete. Your game is ready. The large screen that opened up the Punch site changed into something else. On a screen, a knight with full plate armor was walking through a forest with a sword strapped to his waist. He looked gallant and charismatic. And on top of the screen was the title Knight Journey written on it. This was the Knight's Journey game launcher. The game was successfully installed into Max's VR capsule. "Whoa!" he exclaimed loudly, both in surprise and happiness. It actually got installed. His surprise was cut short with another voice that rang in his head. New quest. Quest. First follower. Obviously, a streamer needs viewers. Let's get your first 5 followers on the streaming site. A small step for streamers, a big step for the future. Progress, 0/5. Reward, profile banner. Deadline, 3 days. Failure to complete the quest will result in the system being uninstalled. A new quest had been generated. The reward was unexpectedly something related to his empty streaming account. I see. So the reward isn't always a game, but something that's related to streaming. Max concluded, nodding in understanding. Having a profile banner is good. It can make my profile look more professional. As someone who couldn't design anything but a doodle and had no money to hire someone, the reward was certainly something that could be considered good for him, especially since it was free and was only a bonus reward for his goal. His profile was his only source of promotion besides his stream. He only hoped that this banner would turn out great. Anyway, 5 followers, huh? I better not think about it and just focus on streaming. He controlled the screen and prepared to stream. What he did was simple, connecting his Punch account to the game and preparing the title. First Night's Journey gameplay. First-time noob tries a godly challenging game. That should be enough to get some people's attention. They usually love to mock noobs and laugh at them. After everything was prepared, Max didn't waste his time and booted his game. His vision turned black, and he was greeted with Night's Journey loading screen. Chapter 4, First Stream. A white flash burst, and his vision changed. Clang, crash, arc, loud sounds of metal met with the others, and screams filled with pain echoed in the surroundings. What? Max looked confused. His ears rang from the loud sounds that suddenly attacked him. What was it? The world around him looked real. Many people were fighting using swords, spears, and bows in the distance. Wake up, Knight. Move. Don't lose your mind at a place like this. A middle-aged knight shouted near his ears, causing him to be surprised. The game has started? Max had finally realized it as his mind began working again. The graphic looked similar to the real world. That was why he froze for a few seconds. Horses went back and forth. Screams echoed once again, and a sound of metal clashing echoed all over the place. This was a battlefield. Is this war? He wondered. It felt real. He couldn't see much due to the smoke rising and dust kicked by a lot of knights running around to beat their enemies. Get up. Pick your weapon, or you won't survive. The knight from earlier pulled him up from the trench and pointed at a pile of weapons on the side. At that moment, the world froze still, and a blue window popped up in front of him. Tutorial. Pick a weapon of your choice. 4. Weapons lit up with a blue light as the surroundings turned black and white. Facing the strange phenomenon, Max actually calmed down instead of panicking. He sighed in relief and muttered, "Phew, this is truly just a VR game." Ding. Fresh blood. His account was just made a few minutes ago. No way. You're right. Suddenly, another window beside the game announcement popped up at the corner of his sight. It surprised Max and caused him to flinch slightly. He quickly glanced and noticed it was a chat window. I have a viewer already, he thought, not expecting him to get a viewer this fast. In fact, there was a number at the corner of the chat window. 4 viewers. Whoa, this is a great start. Max couldn't believe it. In just a few minutes, he got 4 viewers. This was the power of a clickbait title that gave the chance for trolls to make fun of a noob. Those 4 viewers baited by his title were important, especially that person who sent a chat. He used this chance to test something. Test, hello? Can you hear my voice? Ha, we have a real newbie here. Voice test, really? So you can hear me. That's good. Max smiled at the floating camera above the pile of weapons. He set the camera in a third POV right now to let the viewer see his character. After making sure it pointed at him, he looked at the pile of weapons and held his chin. Which one should I choose? There was a sword, a spear, an axe, and a pair of bow and arrow. Hey, player was only allowed to choose one of them in the tutorial, and they were just crude weapons. Max had to admit he felt conflicted. Never in his life did he hold a weapon, but at the same time, he was also excited. No man in the world didn't like weapons. He had seen many streamers choose a sword as their weapon. It was easy to use, and some people had trained in sword techniques in real life. However, that wouldn't make him unique. Let's choose this one. I have decided. He approached the pile and took the weapon of his choice. Really? This newbie has guts. He has guts, I said. I bet he will die in the tutorial. 3 times, minimum. I said he would change his weapon soon. Because of his choice, the 4 viewers he had began to mock him. What he chose was the most unusual weapon, only used by some people. What's wrong? An axe is a good weapon, no? Yes, he chose an axe. A knight who used an axe was never heard of before. Yeah, it's good lol. That weapon is the best. IMG equals lol. Yeah, that's a good weapon. The chat played along. They weren't here to watch a good player, but a funny newbie streamer. So Max's choice amused them. Great. Max wasn't discouraged at all. Instead, he was happy with their reaction. What's left is for me to finish the tutorial with a flying color. Axe selected. The game announcement rang again after he decided to use the axe and returned to where he was before. I see you have chosen your weapon. Now let's DP duck. Max didn't even spend a second after hearing the older knight's words. He immediately rolled on the ground. using his old knowledge of parkour, and evaded a flying arrow. He was lucky. Due to his reaction, he managed to dodge the surprise attack. However, thud, he's dead. The tutorial knight's fate wasn't good enough. Another arrow coming from the same direction pierced through his head, killing him immediately. Wow, that newbie is lucky. I thought he would die from the silent arrow. TSK. I was wrong. Ha ha ha, he looks so flustered. Chat was moving rather fast, and Max noticed that some new viewers had joined his stream. He now had around 9 viewers watching him, expecting him to be bad at the game. He wanted to talk to them, but there was no time. The game couldn't be paused unless he was in a cut scene. The knight near him was killed one by one, leaving only him. An army of barbarians appeared in the distance, holding various crude weapons in their hands. At that moment, clap, 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 a knight on a horse charged in by himself while holding a silver sword from the distance. His figure looked so gallant, and there was a name above his head. Knight Captain Hutch. He noticed Max lying near the trench and shouted, "Follow me, soldier." Ooh, Hutch appeared. That damn handsome knight. I want to punch his face. Even his voice is so good. Agreed. I hate him, but I love him. Newbie, what are you doing? Follow that person. Ah. Max was too stupefied by the sudden death of the knight in front of him and forgot that he was still in a tutorial stage. The knight captain's shout and chat nagging saved him and snapped him out of his thoughts. Another game mission appeared in his vision. Tutorial. Help Knight Captain Hutch and eliminate the barbarian army. Chapter 5, Success. It seemed like the fighting tutorial had started. Max immediately focused and told himself that he was still streaming. His goal was to impress his few viewers who came to mock a noob to promote him in Knight Journey's community forum. Raising his axe, he began to run to Knight Captain Hutch in the distance. A person was able to block 6 barbarians by himself. Help me, soldier. I won't be able to hold them any longer. We can't let them invade the village. Leave it to me. Infected by the Knight Captain's vigor, Max unconsciously answered him with a loud shout. His hand gripped the axe tightly. Due to the heavy weight of his weapon, his movement was slightly restricted, but he moved skillfully through the muddy red ground from blood. He's fast. Is that possible for someone who uses an axe? Damn, he's good. The chat went wild after watching Max's movement. The years of training in parkour paid off. Although he couldn't move for 3 years due to his injury, he still had the basics and knew how to move with a little effort, even while holding something heavy. Jumping high in full armor, Max surprised all the barbarians and even the knight captain. He landed in front of 2 guardians and swung the axe horizontally. Swoosh. The axe mowed down the unarmored barbarians, slicing their bodies in half. Holy shit. The newbie is merciless. Damn. Their guts are spilling. Did he not turn off the gore content? Blood. Give us blood. Muri. The viewers were excited. They had never thought that a newbie who had just made his streaming account the same day would be able to play this well. Whoa. Max was also surprised. He planned to scare the barbarian, but he was actually able to jump higher than ever and even swung the heavy axe easily. My body is so light. I can move however I please. A grin crept into his face. The newbie is excited. Lol. Look at his grin. Don't lower your guard, soldier. Knight Captain Hutch warned Max as he killed a barbarian by piercing his heart. Only 3 were left. One of them was running toward Max while brandishing a similar axe. He didn't panic. This was a game, and a game was supposed to be fun and not scary. Come on. He roared in excitement as he moved. 2 axes met each other, creating a spark in the air. A loud clash rang from the collision, and they were both locked in a settlement. However, this was a virtual reality game. Thud. Max kicked the barbarian in the groin, and his enemy slumped in pain. Using this chance, he brought the axe down and killed his enemy in 1 hit. Next, with a bloody axe in his hand, he raised his head to lock at his next target. Soldier, calm yourself a little. Leave the rest to me. The knight captain moved forward with his horse and began to combat the remaining 2 barbarians alone. I wonder who is the barbarian among them. A knight with an axe is a barbarian. Happy face, I am disappointed. I wanted to hear Hutch curse at him, but he actually asked him to stay calm. Who is that guy? I don't know that Hutch. What the? Can a newbie move like that? I thought this was a noob stream. How can he not die at all in the tutorial? Huh? Isn't a tutorial supposed to be easy? Max asked the chat as he watched Knight Captain Hutch mow down the enemy. Even if he had heard about the game and its difficulty, he thought that the tutorial was supposed to be easy, so he didn't think much about it and charged at his enemy. This is a realistic game, so even the tutorial feels like a real war. You can die in a tutorial. Didn't you see the arrow that killed the tutorial knight? Many newbies from that arrow. He didn't die, though? Disappointing. As Max read the chat and chuckled lightly, proud of his skill, Knight Captain Hutch had killed one of the barbarians while still horse riding. Thank you for the information, Rabbit Cat. He appreciated the viewers for giving him such useful information. But it was too late. If he had known about that earlier, he would have died and made a funny moment. What a shame, but I was able to show my skill off thanks to that. Thud. The last barbarian panicked as he saw his comrade fall. With a last shout, he ignored Hutch and chose an enemy that stood behind an absent-minded Max. It was a last resort attack. Nothing was coordinated, and it took Hutch off guard. When he was about to turn around and chase after the barbarian, the horse refused to cooperate and neighed loudly. Woah! Be careful, soldier. Max raised his head from the chat and saw a barbarian approaching him while wielding two swords. Caught off guard, he just raised his axe to defend against the attack. Finally, first death? He surely won't be able to block those two death swords. One of the viewers exclaimed, expecting the newbie streamer to finally die. They got excited seeing the last barbarian, often called two death swords, coming for him. Clang. A sound louder than any ever rang when the first sword struck Max's axe. At least I will bring you to the grave. The barbarian shouted and raised his left hand, sending another attack with his second sword. Die. Die? D. The chat exploded, imitating the barbarian's howl. A total of 10 viewers immediately sent the same message. However, not today. Max suddenly jumped, front flipping. He pulled back his axe and used the spinning momentum to deliver an attack to the back of the barbarian's head. It split nicely, lodging on the bald head as he landed on the bloody ground. WTF. Hey, is that possible? He wears full plate armor. Looking that VR uses a brainwave to move, and some gymnastics athletes can indeed do such a thing in virtual reality. So I believe that's possible. But still, that's amazing. The flexibility. Pog. Max froze in place. He read the chat with a surprised expression. First of all, he only planned to jump high enough to dodge the incoming axe. And it was a desperate situation, so he didn't think much about it, and just moved. To think he would be jumping higher than a person's height was surprising for him. Thankfully, he responded quickly and front-flipped while attacking his enemy. It worked, and Max was happy about it. Whoa, he muttered in amazement. I front-flipped over his head. He exclaimed. Damn, just damn. It seems like he didn't know he could do that either. Oh 7, good job, soldier. It seems like you will be knighted soon. Oh right, he will be knighted soon. Kakik, this will be a fun sight. Knighted, Max muttered as he didn't understand what the viewer meant. From a distance, Knight Captain Hutch approached him with his horse. The white fur and the rider's armor were covered in red. There was a little dent here and there, a sign of a battle. Soldier, he called out to Max in a cold voice as he jumped from his horse and walked toward him. It's here? Knighted scene. Kaya, I am so excited. The knight's journey seemed like a peaceful game, but it was actually filled with fights. Until retirement. And the job of making a player realize that fell to the knight captain. Many players who had played this game called this knighted. And usually, it involved crushing a player's spirit by cursing at them. But, well done. That was a good fight, soldier. No, can you tell me what your name is? I think you're worthy to be called a sir. Hutch actually praised Max and asked his name. Insert your game nickname. At that moment, Max was a bit confused as he was prepared for the worst and stared at the new notification while the chat exploded. What the? This bastard. He wasn't as nice to me for the first time. I got slapped twice. Good for you. I got punched 3 times. Looking at the viewer's reaction, Max knew this was the best time to announce his name. Breeze. Breeze has been chosen as the player's name. Sir Breeze. Hutch nodded in approval. Let's return together. The game froze once again, and Max's character moved by itself. It was a cutscene that signified the end of the tutorial. Almost an hour had passed since the stream started. The previous 4 viewers grew to 10, then to 17 as more and more people got curious before Max decided to end his first stream early. Those people began to remember this newbie's name. A certain viewer decided to post a clip in the community forum because it was a strange event that had never happened in Knight's Journey before. The title in the community forum was eye-catching, viral. The Demon Knight Captain compliments a newbie. Chapter 6, Gaining Traction. Knight's Journey Community Forum, aka Knighted, had many active users and was located in a community lobby. Most players would join this lobby to talk about Knight's Journey. They fell in love with the game itself and wanted to do whatever they could to find Easter eggs. And the reliable source to find that was the community lobby. That was why the users often talked about various things and would always get excited when someone posted new things in the new thread that they could bring up on the main screen. However, as a month had passed since the game was released, the new things posted in the forum were getting less and less. Nothing new was posted for a few days already, and people would only talk about the walkthrough and the best way to reach the ending in person. That was why when a user called Freaking Noob posted a thread with an eye-catching title like Viral, the Demon Knight Captain praised a newbie, those bored people immediately swarmed the post. On top of the post, the user puts a description. As usual, I went hunting for noob and first-time streamers to have a good laugh at their funny reaction when playing Knight's Journey for the first time. But damn, I found a really good noob, and Hutch even asked his name. Be careful, he didn't turn off the gore content. Attach video.mp4. Under that description, a video was attached. It was a clip when Max jumped higher than a barbarian's head and killed him after front flipping. Following that, Max was approached by Hutch and was praised. The Knight Captain also asked his name and addressed him politely like a proper knight, not as a small fry. Is that really a newbie? I doubt it is a newbie. His movement in the video is like a pro. Here is the link of his stream. Attach link. Don't lie to us, thread starter. You must have edited that video or recorded your friend who has already played Knight's Journey for a month. Even so, it's still impressive. He's a real newbie. I also watched his stream earlier, like Freaking Noob, and was surprised. Here is the screenshot of his streaming account. Attached image.jpg. For real? If the screenshot is accurate, then he made his streaming account today. I just saw his channel. Damn, his reaction definitely belonged to a newbie. This is probably also the first game he played. For real, I also checked. Hutch praised someone. I need to watch it. Is the slap I thought was a script actually personal? That damn Knight Captain. Once I finish my third run, I will slap him back. 12 times. LOL, this guy must have been slapped 12 times in just 3 runs. You were lucky. I was punched 6 times. Oh, this becomes personal, then. I will also kick him 3 times for my next run. This is new. Are there actually still many things we don't know about Knight's Journey? I need to make a video about this. I will be the one that gets praised next. Damn it. I wanted to see the cut scene, but he ended the stream early. Maybe he got tired? It's his first stream, after all. Breeze is it. I will keep it in mind and follow his punch account. I also want to see what happens next. The new thread was filled with people instantly. Some doubted the streamer called Breeze was an absolute newbie, while the latter comments were mostly about interest in Knight Captain Hutch, a strict NPC, praising a player in the tutorial. Some players were excited about the possibility that Max opened by getting a new scene from Knight Captain Hutch. In one corner of the lobby, which looked like a knight training ground from a medieval era, Max sat while swiping his hand to close the screen. A grin crept into his face as he looked around the surroundings. People's avatars that looked like knights talked excitedly about the new thread. It worked. Max's move of ending his stream early was risky. He was just getting good traction, and his viewers loved the way he surprised them. Not to mention, he unlocked a scene that was never seen before in Knight's Journey, and many people got curious about the next cutscene after getting that strange event. However, that worry was unfounded. It actually made people more interested in him and followed his streaming account. As a result, quest is completed excellently. Your profile banner has been put up. An extra reward has been added. About Me has been completely set up. He completed the system's quest in less than 2 hours after he ended the stream. The profile banner was put nicely on his streaming profile, featuring his name and an interesting design that introduced what he did. Variety streamers, mostly playing games. The system also put up his goal in the profile, setting it to 500 followers. It showed 14/500, filling the sword icon slightly. There were also links that connected to his social media, which he didn't know existed. He just needed to add some content in the future when he was ready. It was as if he had a personal manager that helped him to set his channel up like those streamers signing with an agency. So the reward written is not actually fixed. It can give me an extra if I finish it way faster than the deadline or better than what the system wanted me to do. This time was easy because he only needed to get 5 followers. Following someone in Punch was free. The viewers just needed to press the follow button, which would give them a pop-up notification once their followed streamers started their live stream. That brought him to the next problem. Quest. Can I eat from donations? Obviously, a streamer needs money. Let's get your first donation milestone before the end of Knight's journey. Progress. 0.50ths, 000 diamonds, or 0/1, $000. Reward. 1x B grade nutritional supplement. Deadline. 5th livestream, 0/5. Failure to complete the quest will result in the system being uninstalled. 50k diamonds, or $1,000. Can I achieve this much in 5 live streams? The nutritional supplement reward was really great. It was also a B grade, the 3rd best among 5 grades out there, starting from S to D. And there was something that changed slightly in the deadline. Does this mean I need to finish the game in my 5th stream? Or do I just need to reach the goal? It was vague, but that was what Max understood from this new deadline. I can just try my best. Knight's Journey is a short game, so it maybe won't be strange if I finish one run in my 5th stream. For now, let's log out and eat. Reading the new quest makes me hungry. With that, Max hit the log out button, and his character, which resembled his real self, disappeared from the community lobby. Chapter 7. Breaking the Barrier. Inside his room, the VR capsule opened, and Max climbed out. His body was slightly covered in sweat, even though the capsule had a cooling function. While it wasn't good enough because it was the worst capsule out there, it should be enough to keep him from sweating a lot. Max was drenched because his concentration was high, and he did a rather advanced movement in the game. I guess this is why I feel rather tired and hungry, huh? I can't play too long without the nutritional supplement. I would be too tired, and my performance would worsen. He pulled his collar, looking down at his drenched clothes. It felt uncomfortable, so he removed it and put it in an automatic washing machine in the bathroom. The future is so convenient, he commented with a smile as he put on a fresh shirt. To be honest, calling it the future might not be entirely correct. Max wasn't sure whether he was in the future or a different world, as he didn't really like history and couldn't differentiate what happened in the past through literature and records. The names of the countries in the world were also slightly different from what he remembered. Even the country he stayed in was called the United Nations, and it was located in where North America was in his original memories. Anyway, the most important thing was that he had been given a second chance at life and was really hungry. Picking up his jacket, he pulled the hood up and left the room. It was locked automatically and could only be opened with his biometrics. Then he walked down the hallway and left the slightly run-down apartment through the elevator. Max's apartment complex wasn't exactly the best. He could only stay there thanks to the government support. Actually, he also wanted to move to a better place, mainly for safety reasons. But that was enough. He was happy enough with the blessing of walking and living again. With a smile, he walked away from the location, through a rather dirty alleyway to the main street of Lime City, where some restaurants were located. The feeling of moving his feet in real life felt great, especially since he headed to have a meal. It was a real meal and not a hospital meal. That was why he bothered to go to a restaurant where he could order food from a drone delivery. It became one of Max's joys besides streaming. Maybe I should make a mukbang streaming in the future. It would be great if some restaurant sponsored me to advertise their place. Before long, he had arrived at a small restaurant with a few guests inside. This place sold spicy noodles, something he began to like after trying it in the past 3 days. Not only was it cheap, but it also had a big serving and was delicious. Welcome. A cheerful voice from the waitress greeted him as soon as he entered. She was an energetic girl with short brown hair. This girl was Nina, and according to Max's fragmented memory, they had known each other for quite some time and were the same age, reaching 19 just a few months ago. She had helped him in the past many times, mainly by giving discounts and something similar when he had no money to buy anything to eat. In short, Max was indebted to this kind girl. Upon seeing Max entering, her expression brightened immediately. "Ah, Max, are you here to eat again?" she asked, approaching him with light steps and a bright smile. Yes, he answered, nodding at her. He sat on the nearby chair and looked at her. The usual, please. Got it, she chirped after getting the order. With a sweep of her hand, a hologram screen appeared in front of Max with the bill for his order. He casually raised his hand and tapped his watch against the screen, paying for his orders. Thank you for your patronage. She cooed. Just wait for a minute, all right? I will bring it soon. Nina turned around and left after she closed the hologram screen. What happened earlier was thanks to the smartwatch. At this current age, everyone used it to do everything, from paying for groceries to browsing the internet. It's so convenient, he thought once again before falling into silence. Still, it's rare that many people visit this place. It's usually empty, with only me eating. Is it because of the construction nearby? They look like workers. Well, it's good for Nina and the business. Max didn't think too much about it and chose to relax. He planned to return and continue streaming after resting until 6 p.m. There were still 5 hours until then, and he would use that time to find information about Knight's journey. He didn't want to be blind anymore about the game in his second live stream, and at least wanted to make another clip that satisfied his viewers. His current knowledge wasn't enough. They will expect me to do something great again this time. From what I experienced earlier, I will probably get tired again after 2 or 3 hours. Without the supplement, that's my limit to live stream and playing with my full performance before my body gets heavier. Max clenched his fist into a ball. His body was healthy but weak. It didn't get enough training or nutrients needed. From his fragmented memory, Max knew that the previous owner of the body didn't like exercising. He preferred to hole up in his room and watch a live stream through his VR capsule. That was why it couldn't really handle the game when he truly needed it. I need to exercise. Even if I love streaming, my health is more important than that. Thanks for waiting. Max's thoughts were stopped as he heard Nina's voice. She put a large amount of noodles with red broth on the table. Isn't it more than the usual? He asked the girl, looking at her curiously. We're doing pretty well today. So the chef is in a good mood and accidentally makes more than he was supposed to. Also, I can't eat a spicy noodle, so do us a favor and eat it. We can't waste food. Max knew that it was just an excuse. They always had new excuses whenever he came, as they knew he only had enough money to survive for a few months if he didn't get a job. He was grateful and smiled at Nina. Thank you. He eat a lot. I will go now. Other customers need me. Nina strode away and helped the other customers with their orders. Max only smiled softly before he looked at his meal. Thanks for the food. He gobbled it down in one go due to how delicious it was. After he was done eating, he returned to his apartment and did what he had planned while exercising lightly, such as doing push-ups, sit-ups, and squats, as he sourced the internet. The information about Knight's journey was easy to find, and he could expect what kind of mission he would get next. However, as this game's story depended on a player's choice, Max also couldn't rely on the internet's information alone. With his progress so far, he could also be entering a hidden route because he had triggered a different event that hadn't been seen before. When the digital clock reached 6 p.m., Max stopped his research and entered his capsule. Let's start, Max muttered as he entered his lobby, the grass plain without anything. He immediately loaded the game and started the stream in Punch. Live stream start. The game booted at the same time the notification appeared before him. His vision changed once again into a medieval city where he walked down the road with Knight Captain Hutch riding a horse in front of him. Max was surprised, not because of how realistic and beautiful the medieval city was, but because of the number that was written under the chat window. Viewers, 386. He broke the 300 viewers barrier in his second stream. Oh, he's here. Finally, I am curious about the cutscene. Cutscene where? Breeze, is it? Let's see whether you're a real newbie or a smurf. Kind Hutch. I want to breed him. Why are you gay? Is the cutscene going to be different now? The chat was moving even faster than the time he got a rampage in his last livestream in his previous life. Max's jaws dropped as he shouted in his mind. For real? Chapter 8, Last Tutorial. Max knew that he would have increased viewers if he streamed, thanks to the thread posted in the Knighted Lobby community forum. But 300 viewers were more than he had expected. I thought I would only get 50 or 70 curious viewers at most. His jaw dropped in surprise. But the stream had started, and he couldn't look stupid even when the game world was still paused. The cutscene hadn't started yet. A window to play it hovered in front of him, with the words "play" glowed a blue light. There was one thing he needed to do before greeting his viewers. Hello. Max waved his hand cheerfully at the floating camera. Hi, Breeze. Yahoo, we are back. Show us the cutscene. Is it different from the normal one? Damn, just start the cutscene already. Some viewers complained about the cutscene, but that was normal. Their curiosity about the cutscene after Hutch praised him was at an all-time high. Ha 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 ha. Wait a little bit. Welcome back to those watching from the start. This time, I turned the gore content off. Sorry for what happened earlier. He laughed to brush off any sign of nervousness. No worries. It's an honest mistake. I don't mind. Thank God. I don't want to see guts spilled. You learned, newbie. Ha 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 yeah. His laughter turned dry. Let's not wait any longer and continue Knight's journey from where we left off earlier. Let's go. Show us the cutscene. Now. Max nodded at the chat and pressed play. Instantly, the world moved. Once again, and he couldn't move his character. I am moving by myself. Max exclaimed loudly. Ha ha ha, it's a cutscene. Of course, you won't be able to move freely. So far, it's similar to a normal one. Yeah, they're just walking toward the knight's barack. But don't you think Hutch and the horse look a bit fresh? Fresh? Do you mean unscratched? Yeah, they definitely are. Even when he knew that he wouldn't be able to move freely during a cutscene, experiencing it himself was slightly different from his expectations. It felt strange. It's as if my body isn't mine and many ropes restrain me. I won't be able to get used to this feeling. Max's character moved slowly, following Hutch, who was leading him on a horse. His axe was slung over his shoulder. Some viewers already noticed a slight difference between a normal cutscene and this one, which was Hutch's condition. In a normal cutscene, Hutch and the horse would be riddled with wounds because the players were always too late killing the barbarians. But Max was able to kill two in a short time and even dealt with the last one without help. They moved through the city with no hurry. Everyone had already guessed that they would just move toward the night barack. Midway, Max's vision was distorted and the scenery changed. He was in a stable, watching Hutch pet his white horse. What? Stable? Aren't they supposed to be in a barack? My trauma of getting bonked when I can't control my body. It's different. The cutscene is different. Oh, this is what we're here for. Clippers. Don't forget to clip this. This is a new route. On it. As expected, the viewers' reaction came. They were excited as the cutscene was different from a normal one. Sir Breeze, our duty as a knight is simple: to protect the populace of Ratsack City. Hutch began speaking as he continued to pet the horse. Hearing the city's name almost made Max laugh, but he kept it to himself. I understand that, sir, and I shall protect it with my life. Max answered intuitively. Somehow, he was able to speak, and he just blurted out the best response he could think of in this situation. Hutch nodded, satisfied with his answer. That's commendable, he said. I have recognized you as a brave knight who is not afraid even in front of the barbarians. However, I believe our colleague won't accept that. That's why I have a mission for you to prove that you're worthy. Yes, sir. Please give me the mission, Max answered once again, putting up a salute that he had often seen in a video. You don't need to make any gesture, Breeze. The AI won't detect it. LOL, he saluted. He got a mission already? Where's the tutorial? This is still the tutorial, idiot. Breeze has no knight armor yet. He's still wearing a soldier's full plate armor. I see. Kick. He didn't get kicked. This is unfair. I want to see him get slapped. Or rather, slap Hutch for me. Please. The new viewers still complained about not getting kicked or such. They were expecting Hutch to be strict, just like the normal route. But those who came to find a new route of the game reacted differently. New missions? There is no Woah Knight. Where's the fighting tutorial? Fool. This would be his tutorial. His skill is recognized by Hutch already, unlike you peasants. So he won't need the fighting tutorial. So no butt kicking? Max read the chat calmly and thought, Woah Knight? What is that? While he was curious about it, he needed to stop the chat before it went awry. Don't fight, guys. Let's see what the mission is about. He calmly stated as he waited for Hutch to give him the mission. It didn't work, but at least no one made a provoking chat anymore. The viewers were too excited to calm down, and a row of text was sent in a matter of a second. The knight captain approached him and raised his sword. Max was startled by the sudden movement, but it didn't seem he wanted to attack him. Instead, He held the sword straight in front of him and declared, "We have received information about the remaining barbarian army in the west, near the mountainous area. Scout and report back to me. We need to know how many barbarians are left before advancing to deal with them." As soon as Hutch finished speaking, a game notification popped in front of him. Last tutorial. Scout for the barbarian army in the west of Ratsack City. They are hiding around Rakurna Mountains. At that time, Max's vision changed. He could see a glowing light in the distance, specifically in the west. Is that the quest's objective? He guessed. "I will do my best, sir." "Good. I am counting on you, Sir Breeze." Once again, the chat exploded with text. Scouting? Is there a mission like this? The west of Ratsack City in the Rakurna Mountains. Kakik, Rat Corner. A fitting place for the barbarians' remaining army. How exciting. So there is a mission like this in the tutorial? I am not looking forward to what happens when he finishes this and enters the main story. So this mission is also different from what you guys did. Max asked the chat as he walked away from the stable to the west. "Yeah, we fought Hollow Knight. That guy was annoying. He kicked my butt." "You really love getting kicked." "Although he also kicked my butt." Is that so?" "My condolences, guys." Max looked at the camera with an apologetic face and put his hands together. "This guy? Don't be happy with just a tutorial. There are many times but will get kicked in the future. Or slapped. Or both. Hurrah. WL, let's just finish this mission first." The mission said it's the last tutorial, so I guess I will enter the main story soon. Because the viewers got unhinged and wanted him to suffer, he ignored them for now and went to the quest location, shown by a glowing light in the distance. It's time for the mission. Hell yeah. Forget scouting, just kill them all. Chapter 9, My Axe Crave for Blood. 1. Max's vision changed once again once he passed through a thin layer of light at the entrance of the stable area. He had expected this to happen, so he wasn't that surprised. He appeared at the top of a mountain, behind a cover of a bush. The sky was already dark. Night had arrived. It was the perfect time for a scouting mission. The ground was uneven, and he almost tripped when he took a step forward. Thankfully, Max was able to stop tripping and regain his footing by holding the tree near him. "I guess I am in the Rakurna Mountain now," he muttered as he looked around the surrounding area. Max was standing on a rather steep slope facing an animal trail and forest. He was now wearing a dark cloak instead of full plate armor. His axe was still slung over his back in an easy-to-reach manner. There were signs of light from torches in the distance, moving around held by two people. Beyond the forest was an opening in the wall, looking similar to a cave entrance. Max was able to see barbarians guarding the entrance through the trees. 2 barbarians guarding the entrance, huh? Can I count this as completing the quest already? Are you joking? There should be mission progress. Check your quest tab. There must be new information. Knight's Journey won't be called a challenging game if it's that easy. Screw reconnaissance. If they died, the mission would finish nonetheless. Blood. I crave blood. My axe wants blood. I can't. I need blood. The viewers provided some useful information, while some were crazy for blood. I see. Let me see the mission progress. Following the viewer's information, he opened the mission page, and a blue window appeared in front of him. Last tutorial. Scout for the barbarian army in the west of Ratsack City. They are hiding around Rakurna Mountains. Progress. 2/ Barbarians found. Indeed, there was a new progress bar. Max couldn't see how many barbarians there were due to the progress having, instead of a real number. But he knew that he needed to find all of them to finish the mission. Also, some of the viewers had a good idea to kill them all. Is it possible to kill them, though? It should be. Are we going to see blood? Behead them. Chill, guys. I don't want to get a warning from Punch. Max needed to stop them from saying blood too much. He was worried that a warning from Punch would be issued for him. Also, while he agreed with the chat, he didn't want to complicate this mission and would like to progress to the main story because he couldn't play for too long due to his current condition. So he explained it to his viewers. I don't think we will see blood. This is a reconnaissance mission, after all. So I should. Axe Lover has started a mission. Stream mission. Kill all the barbarians instead of hiding around. Reward, 5,000 diamonds. Kill them all. Let's go. There will be no blood because I turned off gore content. So let's do this. Those barbarians are dead. Ha ha ha. Before Max finished his explanation of the mission, someone interrupted him with a stream mission and he immediately changed his sentence as he accepted the mission in less than a second. This changed his plan. The donation was more important than advancing the story. It was money. The power of money. Damn. Good job. LOL. He changed his attitude so quickly. No one can refuse money. Money for blood. Blood for money. Who would refuse such a juicy mission? There was no difference between finding all barbarians and killing all of them. What Max should do was swing his axe to kill them instead of counting them with his finger. He just needed to find them all and kill them. The viewers got excited with him as he moved down the slope and entered the forest. It's blood time, baby. Axe. Axe. Swing the axe. Kill them all. Axe. 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 Swing the axe. Leave no one alive. My axe wants barbarians' blood. They began to chant axe until a bell sound interrupted and a glowing chat appeared. Ding. Lovely Otter has donated 200 diamonds. The first different mission, and he's already looking for the kill. Take these diamonds and kill them all. Max stopped inside the forest from the sudden notification and smiled widely. Thank you for 200 diamonds, Lovely Otter. I will do my best to kill them all. He advanced through the forest stealthily, lowering his stance as much as he could so the people guarding the entrance wouldn't see him. Thankfully, he made no noise and could approach them silently because he didn't wear metallic armor. He hid behind the bush while looking around once more. There is only one entrance, and 2 barbarians guard it. Their weapons seem to be the sword on their waist. That will be good to use inside this small cave, but that will be boring. I guess I will stay with my axe for now. The entrance of the cave was only around 2 to 3 meters wide. It also had a ragged edge, meaning the wall wasn't smooth and could be climbed. There was probably another entrance from above the cliff or something, but Max's time was limited, and it wasn't worth the effort. So his choice was simple. Just storm from the front and kill everyone trying to stop him. Max grabbed his axe and prepared himself. The barbarians were lowering their guard, thinking that tonight would be peaceful like the other nights. They didn't even guard the entrance seriously as they yawned. Leaves swayed gently, and the sound of bugs resounded in the area. The flame of the torch was the only illumination in the dark night, and both guards were bored because they were left for duty while their friends were playing inside the hideout. They just wanted the night to pass sooner so they could sleep. That was why. Thud. When an axe flew and got embedded in one of the barbarians' heads, the other one couldn't react properly. He only stood there, looking at his friend's corpse with widened eyes. Ah, SSH. Don't make a noise. Before the barbarian could speak, Max was already in front of him and grabbed his sword, unsheathing it, and slit his throat in one fluid movement. Understanding the game's mechanics, Max could utilize all his specializations, including running from 0 to top speed in less than a second. Covering 3 meters distance was nothing for him. After killing both guards, Max picked up his axe again and grinned. He casually strode inside the cave while the chat exploded. Holy shit, axe throw. Headshot. Woohoo. That's the blood we want to see. Damn, he's so good. Breeze. His movement makes no noise, like a breeze. Some viewers watched him from the nighted lobby. They joined a new thread created when Breeze started streaming earlier, and it was filled with many curious people who came from the clickbaity title. Breeze's live stream nights journey new route. He's killing the barbarians in a breeze. Attach link. This guy is a real newbie, right? That movement. He's able to move quietly and throw the axe with precision. Come and see. He's a badass. Attach video.mp4. Look at this. He got a new mission and came to decimate the barbarians. Whoa. Does he throw his weapon? And it landed on the barbarian's head. I need to watch him. I will see whether it's real or not. His punch. Link is above. He's currently live streaming. This thread attracted many people who were curious about the title. They all watched the attached video and were surprised. As a result, many curious viewers came to his live stream, only to see more absurd things Breeze did in the night's journey. Chapter 10. My Axe Crave for Blood. 2. The interior of the cave was dark. The only source of illumination was weak candles lining against the wall. Even then, it still couldn't help much due to the terrain and rugged wall that covered some corners. Barely able to see in the dark, Max walked carefully, hugging the wall before turning on the corner. Even if he planned to storm in from the front, it would be bad if many barbarians surrounded him at once. Max also couldn't turn around and leave to report to Hutch anymore. Not after killing the two guards who could alert the barbarians inside if they checked. The cave is longer than I thought, he muttered to himself. But as the VR capsule caught every movement and voice, no matter how small it was, the viewers were able to hear him. It's long-lowing and dark. Someone, turn the light on. Ha ha ha, there is no electricity here. Max laughed at the chat as he kept walking. He passed through a smaller entrance and found a light. Oh, look at this. The light is turned on. Somehow, the viewer's words came true. The area around the corner was bright, and Max was able to hear some laughter from that direction. He carefully peeked and found a large room. From what he could see, there were at least 10 barbarians, and one of them looked stronger than the others. He had a large body and held 2 axes, laughing as he showed off his juggling skill. The others were drinking booze straight from the bottle, laughing merrily without any care of the world. A stench of booze hit his nostrils, causing him to frown slightly. Unable to bear the smell, Max retracted his head and pinched his nose. The smell of alcohol. It's so bad I almost puked. He growled in a low voice. But at least I found how many of them there are. Having a plan in his mind, he moved a bit away from the large room as he smirked. His eyes flashed a dangerous glint as he picked up the candle on the wall. There are at least 10 people. Even if you're a good player, it will be hard to take care of them. Blood. Kill them all. Let him cook, guys. Let him cook. I am curious about what he will do. Candle? What can he do with that? Stay calm, guys. I do have a plan in mind. Max spoke to his viewer as he returned to the large room. He pulled down his hood and hid his face. I promise there will be blood. Woah. Blood. 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 My right arm is aching. I need blood. The viewers really got excited with the promise of blood. Max did his best to make them stay interested for a long time. But it can't hold on like this. I should show them my real specialty. It wouldn't be good for me in the long run if they only sought violence. Max wasn't a Knight's Journey streamer, but a variety streamer. Not only games, he planned to make an IRL stream when he got the equipment ready. So, he needed to show his viewers what he was truly good at. And what he was most confident with was the movement he trained as someone who dabbled in parkour in the past. He was confident in using the terrain to his advantage. 1 versus 10, and I only have a crude axe. The large room has many obstacles, which I can use. This is the perfect time to show what I am capable of. Holding a candle in his left hand and a crude axe in his right, Max entered the large room confidently. Holy shit, no plan? This guy is nuts. Indeed, it was strange from the viewer's perspective. In fact, more barbarians should be hidden as the notification hadn't notified Max of the mission's completion yet. It's safe to assume there are 2 or 3 more barbarians hidden in that door. Max looked at the wooden door at the end of the large hall as he strode forward casually. The barbarians noticed him and stopped laughing. Huh? Who are you? What the fuck are those 2 doing? One of the barbarians spoke harshly, followed by the largest guy. Is this guy one of us? I can't see him. Swoosh. An axe was embedded deeply in the biggest guy's head before he finished speaking, killing him instantly. No blood gushed out because Max turned off the gore content, something that the viewers appreciated. The barbarians instantly realized the man who had just entered the large room was an enemy and drew their weapon, throwing the alcohol bottle on the ground and spilling the remaining liquid inside. You are dead. A grin crept into Max's face as he ran forward and threw the candle. Idiot, he thought. The candle flew in an arch before hitting the puddle of alcohol on the ground. A combination of fire and alcohol. It didn't take a genius to figure out what would happen when the 2 met. Fire burst and spread at a fast speed, covering the large room almost immediately. Whoosh! Black clouds of smoke rose, filling the area and disturbing one's sight. Being here for too long would be bad, as the oxygen would get thinner and thinned. Max needed to end this soon unless he wanted to die from the lack of oxygen. What? Fire! Put that off, idiot! The 9 barbarians panicked, running away to the corner where it was safe. He's cooking them. Damn, he literally cooked those barbarians. What did I say? Let him cook. Don't you understand that alcohol can burn easily? Max commented casually as he took a sword from the ground and ran to the side of the room. Due to the game mechanics, the players were able to use everything in the area, including the enemy's weapons. The choice Max made in the beginning only affected his gameplay in the future and the choice of a weapon he would get in the main story. Other than that, There was no limit to how to play Knight's Journey. Max ran toward the barbarians. They were surprised by the fire. Some were burnt because alcohol spilled on their bodies. None of them died yet, however, and they were still dangerous. And when he reached the fiery pit, Max suddenly jumped and ran on the slightly smooth wall, throwing the sword in his hand. Fuck. Cheating. That's cheating. Wall run. He's wall running. Pog pog pog. Breeze has turned this hard fight into a breeze. The chat immediately burst into excitement as a row of texts ran. The wall run made them crazy. How the fuck? Is that humanly possible? The wall is almost smooth, unlike the outside. This guy's nuts. Max kept his concentration in dealing with the barbarians and had no time to read them yet. One barbarian got killed by the sword piercing his heart. The others began angrily running toward Max, brandishing their swords and axes. 8 more. He counted and jumped away to the other side of the fire. It should be doable. Chapter 11. My axe crave for blood. 3. Max landed beside the large barbarian's body. He took the corpse's 2 axes tightly in his hands and faced the incoming barbarian with a courageous smile. There was no need to be afraid in a game. My axes crave for blood. He ran toward the incoming barbarian's army even faster than before. Due to the room condition, there were many obstacles that hindered them. That created a perfect barricade he could use to fight them one by one. Kill him. Murder him. Chop him. They roared in anger as Max came toward them. Lowering his stance, Max first dealt with the 2 barbarians in front. His axes easily cut them through in half. The quality of the new axes he got was better than the last. Sweet. He grinned. It seemed obvious that he would lose. But everyone's expectation was turned when Max easily dodged the incoming attack. He jumped, swinging his axe. Another barbarian died with that, and he used the corpse to propel himself to the side. It's like watching a movie. This guy's movement is crazy. Once again, he's a newbie, though it didn't appear like that. He's a newbie who only played Knight's Journey today. Max didn't stop there. Using the wall as if it were the ground, he pounced toward the other barbarian and beheaded him. His movement was fluid, like water, and his feet were moving in a blur. No attacks reached him as he moved, even more versatile than a monkey. One swing from the axe was the only thing needed to deal with each barbarian. Their large, bulky body couldn't move as fast as Max's lean but flexible one. Not to mention, they weren't really trained or ever fought in a terrain covered in fire and against a person who could do wall run. Stop moving around like a monkey. Swoosh. Max felt like he heard something he didn't like, so he instinctively threw an axe toward the barbarian's direction and beheaded him. Only 4 barbarians were left, and they realized that they were fighting a monster in human skin. Attack him at once. One of them commanded, and the others followed suit. This time, they used a tactic and came from different directions rather than rushing toward him like before. For a barbarian, it's surprising they used such a tactic. They are only barbarians in name. I think they just imitate the knights. Rather than that, explain how you can run on the wall. Yeah, wall running is cheating. Reading the viewer's reaction, Max couldn't help but laugh. Haha, haven't you guys heard this phrase before? There is nothing unfair in love and war. He gripped the axe tightly in his right hand as he grabbed on a hanging rope with his left hand. Using it, he jumped into the air as the barbarians swung their weapons. Clash. Crash. Arf. My hands. The barbarians who had never worked together before hit each other, leaving deep wounds in each other's bodies. What Max needed to do was to finish them off. He let the gravity pull him down and spun his body with his hand stretched out, swinging the axe. 360 spin axe swing. He jokingly exclaimed as he beheaded the 4 remaining barbarians at once. Thud thud. Their bodies fell one by one as Max landed. What a show-off. 360 spin axe swing. This guy is showing off. Breeze. Tutorial. We deserve a tutorial. Damn bastard. Not only a wall run, but 362. Admin. It's this guy? He's cheating. Max smiled at the viewer's reaction. Hey, I am. Not cheating. He defended himself. Anyway, where's my new weapon? Anyone see it? He looked around the fire-filled room. It was hard to see because the smoke had accumulated too much. It's there, near the largest guy body. On your right. Thankfully, the viewers were able to see it from the camera and remembered where he threw it. Looking at the direction pointed by the viewer, He finally found what he was looking for and took it. "There you are, my second axe," he commented. "Now I need to get out of this place." The remaining barbarians should have died from the smoke or run out soon. "Yeah, right. So you won't try to find them?" Spoken like a true knight. Not that I know how a true knight speaks, lol. "There is no need to find them. Let the rats die in this racker cave." Max slung one axe over his shoulder and secured another one on his waist. Afterward, he traced back his way to the exit. He had heard a loud banging from the wooden door behind him, but chose to ignore it and let it burn. The other exit didn't exist like what he initially expected, after all. Everyone who wanted to leave must go the same path as him. Besides, last tutorial. Scout for the barbarian army in the west of Ratsack City. They are hiding around Rakarna Mountains. Progress: 12 out of 12 barbarians found. The mission was finished. It seemed like finding a corpse, and hearing the voice of the locked barbarian also counted as finding them. "We did it," Max said with a big smile as he stepped out of the cave, pumping his fist to the hovering camera. That was easy. What an absurd way to finish it. Corpses are barbarians. Found is found. There was nothing wrong with his way. Blood. I am satisfied. New axes. How scary. Rather, teach us how to do wall run. New reactions sprung one after another. Mostly, they asked about how he could do a wall run and talked about how well he fought. Max liked the reaction and the lack of the word blood in the chat. Reading the chat was fun, but something caught Max's attention as he planned to return to the night barack. It was the stream notification that he had finished the mission and could take the reward. He claimed the reward by clicking the hovering button, and the stream notification popped up. Mission completed. 5,000 diamonds have been donated. "Oh, thank you for the 5,000 diamonds. I really appreciate it." Max's tone was filled with happiness as the stream mission was completed. "Look at this guy. He's happier getting money instead of completing the quest without a scratch." The fact that he was happier from this made me mad. But he's so good. Maddening has donated 300 diamonds. Breeze. How did you do the wall run? Tell us. Chapter 12. Have you heard of Breeze? 1. Oh, 300 diamonds. Thank you for maddening. As for the wall run, Max paused for a second and looked around. He wanted to find a good wall to show how he did the wall run. And finally found one. Without wasting anything or even preparing, Max began to run toward the wall and jumped. His right foot landed on the wall first. Then, he began running as if he were on the ground and jumped after approximately 10 meters. Huh. He landed safely and looked at the camera with a smile. Just like that. That doesn't explain anything. Show us how to do it. With instruction. That's troubling. Max scratched his cheek as his smile turned wry. I don't know how to explain it. It just came naturally to me. It wasn't like he didn't want to explain it to his viewers, but he didn't know how to. Running on the wall or moving around obstacles was a skill Max obtained after training rigorously. It was already planted in his mind, and he remembered how to do it. Because VR used his brainwave to move his character, moving like that became easier. If this were the real world, even Max wasn't sure whether he could do a wall run like that, at least not with his current body's condition. I already feel a little bit tired. Did I push myself too much in the battle? He thought as he felt his body become heavier. It's best to end the stream right now. It's been like an hour? I will do the main story tomorrow. Deciding that it was time to stop, he bid farewell to his viewers and promised he would return for the main story tomorrow at the same time, 6 p.m. Just as usual, because Max stopped at an exciting place. Everyone complained and wanted him to continue. They wanted to see the next cutscene when he reported the mission to Hutch. But Max, already tired, didn't hear them and planned to end the stream anyway. He was confident they would talk about this and clipped what he did. There were many surprising elements he did. After all, the chat also reacted well. Continuing would probably be a bad idea. See you tomorrow. I will stream at the same time again. Welp, it's frustrating, but we can't complain. He's a newbie. It's already amazing he can play and stream for so long with that kind of movement. See you tomorrow, Breeze. Rest well. We will be waiting for you. Make some tutorials in the future. See you. Max smiled and pressed the end button. Stream ended. The VR capsule in Max's room opened, and he climbed out. He only live-streamed for an hour, but his body was covered in sweat. Even so, he had a satisfied smile on his face. It was mainly because of his quest's progress. Quest. Can I eat from donation? Obviously, a streamer needs money. Let's get your first donation milestone before the end of Knight's journey. Progress: 500/50 000 diamonds, or 110/1 $000. Reward: 1x B grade nutritional supplement. Deadline: 5th livestream, January 5th. Failure to complete the quest will result in the system being uninstalled. Hiya. I got $110 in my second stream. I guess I am quite talented at this stuff. He squealed, pulling his collar to wipe the sweat dripping from his forehead before taking them off. This achievement was indeed something to be happy about, especially since this was his first day of live streaming. Not many people could get a donation on their first day. There were many factors, such as skills and luck. Fortunately, Max had the skill and was somehow lucky by unlocking a new route. That was why his viewers soared fast. His first stream had that much of an impact. But I can't stop right now. It's still 7 p.m., huh? I guess I will do some exercise to increase my stamina and durability to handle longer time in the capsule. Taka was one of the people working on the marketing team at Biozone Entertainment, one of the 3 biggest game distributors in the world that recently released Knight's Journey. His black hair was swept back, and he wore his dark suit like a professional office worker. Currently, he was in a bind. At first, the company had estimated Knight's Journey to be a successful game that would garner attention from casual players and streamers. It succeeded wonderfully, but was still lower than the company had expected. The rating was good, and there were positive reviews. But they found one problem. The total viewers in a streaming platform, the biggest place to promote the game, didn't even reach their minimum target. Streaming platforms, especially the most popular one, Punch, became an important factor in marketing offline games without any esports event. The company didn't expect the game to gain popularity, with more than 5 million viewers in peak, like the popular online game they released half a year ago called Blood Knight. However, they were still expecting Knight's Journey to have at least 1 million peak viewers on the Punch streaming platform to further boost their sales. And the responsibility to think about how to boost sales fell onto the marketing team. As the marketing team leader for Knight's Journey, Taka already had an idea of how to garner popularity and reach the 1 million peak viewers. That was to create an event utilizing the co-op function of the game. The event was simple. 3 top Knight's Journey streamers will teach 3 new Knight's Journey streamers how to play and finish the game as fast as possible. In other words, it was a speedrun event. I found all the veteran streamers, but no interesting new streamers exist. All of them are boring or just straight up copying their seniors. And there is only a week left to submit the names. Taka obviously visited the community forum through his smartwatch to find what he was searching for. This place was the best place to find information. And he made the correct choice. Many new posts popped up in the forum when he opened it. They were mostly about Breeze's livestream from earlier, a new streamer that got a new route in Knight's Journey. That itself wasn't amazing for Taka, but he got interested in the attached clips from the livestream. Breeze made a crazy move. Who is this Breeze? Wall run in. Knight's Journey. 360 with an axe is possible. Someone just did it in Knight's Journey. Taka began to wonder what was with those people. Who was this Breeze they talked about? They had never been this excited before, not after the first week of the game release. Because the titles sounded exaggerated, Taka decided to click and watch one of the videos. The clip he chose was mostly about Breeze storming inside the cave alone instead of only scouting. So far, it was normal. But the clip suddenly cut off, and another scene played. In the video, Breeze suddenly jumped and did a crazy wall run. If that wasn't enough, he killed all barbarians easily and ended the fight with 360 spin with an axe, killing 4 barbarians in one swing. When Taka saw what Breeze had done, his jaw dropped and his hand trembled. He was certain about it. He finally found one. Chapter 13. Have you heard of Breeze? 2. This is. Taka shouted loudly as he stood up, knocking the chair he sat on back a few meters. A wide smile crept into his face as he saw the last clip of Breeze execute a 360 axe spin. This is it. This will make the event exciting. No one cares about new streamers. They had no name, and their skill was questionable. Of course, some viewers in the Knight's Journey official Punch account might get interested in those newbies, but their presence would probably be ignored throughout the event as an extra. Everyone would expect senior streamers with acknowledged skills to dominate the game even without the newbies' help. Imagine when the viewers were expecting a new streamer who only started and created his account a week before the event ran on the wall and made out-of-the-world movement. The streaming event would probably explode, and many people would leave comments talking about Knight's journey. Who is this guy? Taka began to work and operated the hologram screen, trying to find the new streamers and his information. What he found out further baffled him. Today was the streamer's first day, and from his reaction, Taka knew Breeze also hadn't played a game before. In fact, the linked punch in his game account only showed 2 hours of gameplay of Knight's journey, and there was no list of other games. This guy was a real deal. Taka saw hope for the event to succeed with a bang. I need to contact him as soon as possible. That way, he can finish at least one run and get used to the game before the event. There is no way he will refuse an offer from Biozone Entertainment. In the morning, Max opened the curtain in his room, using his smartwatch before sitting on his cheap bed. He had finished all his routine, including a newly added morning exercise. He did this to make his skinny and weak body fit, so he could play VR longer. To start the day, he planned to check the community forum or do some research before he grabbed breakfast. However, an email stopped him from doing all that and made him wonder. Biozone Entertainment. Isn't that the company that distributes the Knight's journey? He muttered, having a bad feeling about the email. For one, he didn't get his game from the right source, and actually from a system. He was worried that the game distributor would catch on and ban his account. I hope that's not the case. It was just a day since he started his streaming career. Max couldn't afford to get banned for an unknown reason because that would ruin the reputation he built yesterday and literally cut off his career before it even blew up. With a trembling finger from thinking of the worst possible outcome, he opened the email and read it carefully. The first sentence was actually polite, saying, "Dear Mr. Breeze." This alleviated Max's worry slightly. There was no need for the company to be polite to an offender. At most, they would type the email headline banned information or just a plain warning. Max read the email carefully, trying not to miss even a single word. It wasn't a welcome message. When he opened this email, he realized it was directed personally at his Punch account, not his game account. It meant Biozone Entertainment sent an email to Breeze, the streamer, and not his game account. As he read down the sentence, his jaw dropped in surprise as his hands trembled. He had a hard time scrolling down the floating screen. When he reached the end, he gulped and muttered, "Is this real?" The content of the email was about an invitation to a program that Biozone Entertainment, more specifically Knight's Journey, planned to hold. A confidentiality instruction inside the email warned him not to spread it before they announced it. It was a sudden program streamed on Knight's Journey's official channel, and the content was about speedrunning. Actually, Max was suspicious about the invitation, but he didn't find anything at fault with the email. They also asked him to contact them back as quickly as possible with his answer because they wanted to discuss the details in person to avoid information leaks. Max's suspicion wasn't without any base. He was skeptical that a new streamer like him, who had just streamed for a day, would get a big company's attention. So he surfed the internet and found Knight's Journey's official website. He became pretty sure the email was legit because the official email address matched the one that sent him the invitation. Then, is this a dream? Nah, it can't be. Am I just that lucky? For some reason, it was too good to be true, so he reread it. The date of the program was next week, just 2 days after his supposed 5th or maybe 4th stream. It wasn't just his imagination. There was even a link that he could click to give his reply. Even if he didn't want to connect both, he needed to admit that the system seemed to prepare everything for him. Does the system know this, so it limits the deadline using the number of streams instead of days? Getting 50,000 diamonds wasn't as easy as it sounded. He was lucky yesterday because there was someone who got interested in the Knight's Journey mission and gave him a stream mission worth 5,000 diamonds. But he couldn't rely on them. He might not be able to finish the system's quest if he just got 200 or 500 diamonds worth of donations each time he streamed. Speedrun between 3 skilled and newbie streamers teams. Max somehow understood the real goal of this program. It was to make Knight's Journey look exciting. Pro streamers, who had already proven their skill, would need to carry the 3 newbies and go as fast as they could. He could already guess that both streamers needed to be alive to make the speedrun count as finished. It would create a challenge for the skilled streamer and some funny moments for the newbie. But why me? Did they see the forum posts? What he showed in his stream was far from newbie, although he could be counted as one seeing the gaming hours that he purposely didn't hide in his About Me menu. But after thinking it through, he somehow understood why the management invited him. I see. I became a surprise element, huh? Max nodded. His lips curled up as he pressed the link attached to the email. Then, let's accept it. This is a big chance I can't miss. Without a doubt, this could propel his progress as a streamer. Only a fool would not accept this invitation. The reply from the company came fast, just a few seconds after Max sent his reply. It came with an invitation, complete with the Sky Rail ticket, for him to visit Biozone Entertainment's headquarters in New Eden City as soon as possible to discuss further details. Chapter 14, Knight's Journey Program, 1. The meeting with Biozone Entertainment was scheduled for 9 a.m. There were 2 hours left to reach New Eden City and arrive at Biozone Entertainment's headquarters to meet the person responsible for giving Max the details about the event program. Normally, it was impossible, even with a modern car, to reach New Eden City, which was located 2 cities away from Lime City, in under 2 hours. However, the story was different with Sky Rail. As its name suggested, it was a train that used a rail built in the sky between the buildings for easier access to other cities. The train used electricity and could reach more than 500 kilometers per hour at full speed. And because the ticket Max got was for a VIP Sky Rail that didn't stop at any station and went straight for the station located near Biozone Entertainment's headquarters, it didn't even take 2 hours to reach his destination. Is this New Eden City? Max muttered as he walked downstairs from the floating station. He wore his best clothes, a white shirt and a tidy blue jacket with matching white and blue pants. Unfortunately, as an orphan who had just graduated from high school, Max had no suit or a formal suit. He just picked the best outfit he had that looked presentable. Well, I am a streamer and not a businessman, though I hope they won't get offended by my outfit. More importantly, he raised his head and smiled wryly. I didn't arrive at the wrong place, right? The building in front of him stood tall, its sleek silhouette soaring into the sky. Its exterior was shimmering glass with a touch of futuristic features glistening against the sunlight. Atop the skyscraper, proudly adorning its uppermost reaches, the Biozone Entertainment logo, a red bird around a green globe, gleamed. Max didn't arrive at the wrong building. The one in front of him was Biozone Entertainment's headquarters. Max looked at his smartwatch, which showed 8:40 a.m. There were still 20 minutes before the appointment. At first, he planned to show up on time. If he showed up faster than scheduled, it would show his sincerity and show them that he was desperate for this deal. That would get him a smaller cut in negotiation. He also couldn't arrive late because they might think he looked down on them. But that was now impossible because Sky Rail had a pretty strict departure and arrival schedule. Well, let's just show up first. I am still a newbie, after all. Showing my sincerity to Biozone Entertainment wouldn't really hurt me, as I only want that exposure from the program. The monetary contract they offer will only be a bonus. A big, fat bonus. Max walked toward the building with confidence. He had prepared the invitation email as proof of his identity. If he needed to, he could open it any time. The entrance door opened automatically when he got close. When he entered, he was greeted by a vast lobby with many places to relax. He looked around for a little moment before approaching the receptionist's desk. In the email, he was instructed to contact the receptionist so she could call the person responsible for the invitation. Excuse me, Max called out to the beautiful receptionist behind the desk. She was wearing a neat suit and had an attractive appearance, with her dark hair tied into a bun. Yes, how can I help you? The receptionist asked with a professional smile, charming, and she had a soft voice. Not used to many girls in his life, due to his condition, Max got slightly fluttered for a second. But he calmed himself soon and coughed into his palm. I am here to meet Mr. Taka. I have got an invitation to discuss a program at 9 o'clock. My name is Breeze. He introduced himself calmly, trying to appear as professional as possible by using his streaming name instead of the real one. But that might be too much, seeing the receptionist trying to hold back a giggle. She pretended to look at the screen before her and hid it with a smile. I have confirmed your appointment, Mr. Breeze. Please wait near that area. The receptionist lady pointed at the CAF connected to the lobby. You can order a drink first. Of course, it's free. Mr. Taka will meet you soon. Thank you. Max smiled at the receptionist and went to the CAF. Everything is free, huh? he thought as he arrived at the machine to take his order. Before coming here, he had no breakfast because he needed to catch on the Sky Rail. And because the drink in this CAF was free, Max planned to use this chance to fill his stomach. Unfortunately, there was no hard meal, which disappointed him slightly. This hot chocolate with oats seems to be filling. I can probably eat this for breakfast and go by without food until evening. He thought as he decided on his order and went to a corner with comfy seats. The cheap thinking he gained after transmigrating made him smile just by thinking about free food. It didn't take 3 minutes before what Max ordered was brought to him by a waiter, a steaming hot chocolate with oats floating inside. He didn't know whether it was because he was hungry or never had anything good before, but the smell had him salivating. Max smiled at his choice. This cup of wonderful chocolate would definitely fill his stomach in the morning. But before he could even take a sip, a middle-aged man with glasses approached him. "Are you Mr. Breeze, by any chance?" The man asked with a friendly tone as he stretched his hand. Max stood up and nodded, taking the handshake. He hid his disappointment for not being able to try the hot chocolate before meeting him with a friendly smile. "That's correct, I am Breeze. And you're Mr. Taka, I assume?" "Ha ha ha ha, yes." Mr. Taka laughed and released Max's hand. He sat on the chair across from him and gestured, "Let's sit and talk about the invitation. I believe you have read about the plan, yes?" Max sat down and nodded once again. "I have. I believe I am chosen as a candidate for one of the 3 newbie streamers." The email only mentioned the plan and that Biozone Entertainment had planned to make the event. No formal contract or anything in the email said that Breeze would be chosen as one of the lucky streamers to join the program. In other words, Max was here as a candidate and should understand his place. Mr. Taka was happy that Max understood that. He nodded twice before opening a screen above the table. "Indeed, Mr. Breeze." His grin widened after knowing that the streamer in front of him was young, but not stupid. He chose the correct person. "Let's discuss the program and the deal, shall we?" "Of course. I am thrilled to discuss this program with you, Mr. Taka." Max replied politely with a meaningful smile that hid his intention. Chapter 15, Knight's Journey Program, 2. First of all, thank you for coming on such short notice. Let me explain what this program is for. Mr. Taka started and operated his smartwatch, changing the screen hovering on the table. The blue screen showed an image with an explanation on the side. The program, we called it Speedrun Hell. 3 veterans with 3 newbies. Not the best name, I know, but it gives context and makes the viewers curious. Ha, that's what's important in this business. Max laughed. Together with Mr. Taka, he agreed that the name sounded so kitsch and bad, but he also agreed that it gave enough context while invoking the viewer's curiosity. I can think of a better name, but I should just agree with him. The negotiation had started, and Max knew Mr. Taka wanted to see his reaction to the title and the program. For now, he should just listen and not interrupt him until the explanation was finished. The program is simple. We have already invited 3 veteran streamers who have proved their skills and are in the top 10 of Knight's Journey speedrun. Mr. Taka started. He pushed his glasses up and had a serious expression. Unlike the normal story, the speedrun only includes defeating a barbarian army and taking over a fort. There are many speedruns categories, but we chose the hardest and the one that took the shortest time. Currently, the duo's world record is 48 minutes, 32 seconds. Ah, you just played, right? Do you understand what I talked about? I understand, Mr. Taka. Indeed, I just played a game yesterday, but I have watched many streamers before. Max scratched his cheek and smiled sheepishly. Ha, I only managed to save enough money to buy one. And yet you played wonderfully. Mr. Taka praised with an honest smile. Because you understand, let's skip this and go to the main issue. We don't hope to create a new world record, but we want to show how exciting Knight's Journey is. This is why we planned this program. As a player, I believe you see the charm of the game, right? Indeed. It's a good game, and I enjoyed playing it so far. The realism of the game is captivating me. Right? That's what we want to show the viewers. Mr. Take exclaimed excitedly. So, Mr. Breeze, as I already explained the goal of our program, let's talk about the contract. As the representative of Biozone Entertainment's marketing team, I invite you to join this program. After saying so, Mr. Taka swiped his hand, and the screen changed once again. This time, it showed a white background with text and the word contract written boldly on the top. The screen moved closer to Max as Mr. Taka controlled its movement with his hand. please read the contract first. Of course, you can't say this to anyone else. I also didn't mention the other streamer's name in the contract until the announcement to keep this confidential. Max nodded at Mr. Taka and carefully read the contract. What was written was what he could do and couldn't. It was pretty simple, seeing it was only a contract for a one-time appearance instead of a long-term contract with the company. I will be given a $1,500 minimum guarantee for my appearance and a free game released by BioZone Entertainment. Bonus will be given if the target of 1 million total peak viewers in Punch is reached. He carefully read it, so he didn't miss even a single word. This contract would be a turning point in his career, whether he would stay normal and grind from the start, or he would get a head start from other new streamers, which popped up one after another, hoping to reach the top. But if something in the contract could ruin his reputation from the start, he could also end his career here. That was why he needed to be careful. Fortunately, there was nothing like a hidden trap written in small letters or something like that. The bonus isn't written here. But point 5 is interesting. My name will be posted on the Knight's Journey official page in the announcement 3 days before the event, and my Punch account link will also be posted in the description. After reading the contract, Max continued to read what he was forbidden to do. I am just forbidden from talking about it or disclosing the program until BioZone Entertainment makes an official announcement. I need to finish the Knight's Journey once before the program to get used to it. I can probably do that. Max was satisfied with the condition. The free game from BioZone was something he liked, as he did not have enough money to spend, and he couldn't just rely on the system. But he didn't accept it immediately since there was one confusing point. Excuse me, Mr. Taka, but what's this bonus written in point 4? Oh, that. My apologies. It seems that I have sent a non-revised version. Mr. Taka laughed dryly, noticing his mistake. Time was valuable, and after watching the entire VODs of Breeze's streams last night, Mr. Taka decided to change the contract slightly. He hadn't had enough sleep and became careless. How embarrassing. He thought as he put up the revised version. Max read it once more. There was nothing changed about the monetary and free game points, but the points for about bonus had changed slightly. If the peak viewers for Knight's Journey managed to pass 1 million a week after the program, BioZone Entertainment will invite the winner of the program into the BioZone monthly segment. The appearance fee and contract will be discussed on a later day. His jaw dropped. The winner would be invited to the BioZone monthly segment. This was a great honor and chance for all streamers in the world. The monthly segment usually talked about games and BioZone Entertainment's affiliated streamers with the most growth in an interview manner. Sometimes, the interviewer also invited the guests to show off their skills in VR. Compared to the program in Max's past life, this monthly segment was more like a monthly game show that was popular among gamers or enthusiasts. Max was interested in this because this monthly segment always had more than 500K viewers on PunchTube, a video streaming platform. It was great publicity. No, it was the best publicity that a newbie could hope for. Even if there was a veteran streamer with him that would become a headlight, Max didn't mind that. As long as he could make his name remembered and create a lasting impression on the viewers, that would be a win for him. I need to win in the program, he thought, as his grin widened. I can't waste my chance to show off and spread my name. He raised his head and said, I accept the offer, Mr. Taka. I am looking forward to working with you. Me too, Mr. Breeze. Mr. Taka smiled and shook hands with Max. Let me call our company lawyer to finalize the contract. Chapter 16, Knight's Journey Program, 3. What happened after that was smooth sailing. Both parties were satisfied with the condition and signed the contract after Max gave his identity information to Mr. Taka. The marketing team leader was surprised when he found out Max was only 19 years old. He didn't believe the upcoming streamer who could do a wall run and such a crazy movement was a young boy. Max's behavior also didn't reflect his age. He was just sound too mature. After signing the deal, Mr. Taka gave Max another SkyRail ticket to use to return home and $100 to get some meal as he pitted his condition a little. Max accepted it without hesitation. Money was money, and he would appreciate every bit of it. He knew his body condition well and looked really malnourished because he couldn't afford any supplement. The previous body owner also saved his money and survived with the bare minimum. He wouldn't do that anymore, as he needed to eat to gain the strength and stamina needed to use the VR capsule longer without affecting his performance. And so, after everything was done, Max enjoyed his chocolate with oats, which had already turned out cold, and returned home by sky rail. Mr. Taka also returned to the 50th floor, where his office was. He was in a good mood and sat in his seat while humming. I just need to get 2 more newbie streamers. I will just pick those who had less than 50 hours playtime and only streamed for a month at most, he murmured, bringing up the Punch website. But as he just did that, ding, someone had sent him an email. Not anyone could and dared to email Mr. Taka, as his position was by no means low. He also limited his email to important business. So, whatever email with the notification was definitely from someone important to him or to the company. Who is it? He muttered curiously as he opened the email. When he saw the sender of the email, Mr. Taka couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Stone Sword. Why did he email me so suddenly? Stone Sword, often called SS, was one of the veteran streamers who joined the Knight's Journey event. He was good at games, mainly about medieval fantasy or realistic medieval offline games. Just as his name implied, he was crazy with a sword and was pretty good with it. At the same time, he was the current world record holder for both solo and duo Capture the Fort, or known as Fort Siege, speedrun in Knight's Journey. Mr. Taka hummed as he opened the email and read it. When he arrived in the middle of the email, his lips curled up into a smile, and it only widened as he finished the email. Interesting. This will work. With skilled hand movement, Mr. Taka replied to the email politely. Being a marketing team of an offline game was hard, especially on the weekend like today when all employees other than himself were on a break. Still, Mr. Taka enjoyed his job because of an interesting moment and the satisfaction that came from the success. 1 million peak viewers won't be a dream with this. It's certain, he exclaimed as he sent his reply. That was tiring. Max sprawled over his bed and exhaled a tired sigh. A satisfied smile appeared on his face as he suddenly laughed loudly. Ha! That was real, right? No matter how he thought about it, he still couldn't believe that it was real. He just made a deal on his second day of streaming. I am really lucky. No, luck isn't enough to explain it. Does karma exist? If so, then thank you, God. Max jumped from his bed and began to dance. Due to the small amount of room left, he could only move left and right, but that was enough. He was just so happy that he found hope to survive from streaming. In his past life, he was really unlucky. No, calling it unlucky was an understatement. If getting his dreams screwed by a car accident and dying at a young age was called unlucky, then all people in the world were lucky. What Max experienced should be called a miracle instead of just luck. A celebration was needed to follow this success. Coincidentally, his stomach was rumbling, making a sound similar to a dog growling. He was famished. The chocolate with oats from earlier didn't really help fill his stomach as much, it seemed. Max stopped dancing and looked at the time. It was around 1 p.m., a perfect time to have lunch. Let's order something good from Nina Restaurant, Max said, wearing his sneakers once again, and left the house. I will also tell her that I got a job so she and the chef won't worry too much about me. They were really kind and helped me a lot, after all. I can't rely too much upon their kindness. He exited his apartment and went to the main street, still with a dumb smile on his face. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the restaurant with more people than yesterday. The business was also booming, but Nina still greeted him when she saw him coming. Welcome, Max. Are you here for lunch? Yeah. Max nodded at her and walked toward his usual seat in the quiet corner. Nina approached him with a smile. The other customers had already started eating and didn't need to be attended for a while. So, are you going with the usual spicy noodles? No. Max shook his head and grinned, causing Nina to tilt her head in confusion. I will have a serving of spicy noodles with pork belly. But I got a job. Before Nina could finish her sentence, which was probably about saying the pork belly was more expensive than the normal noodles, Max cut her off with a silly grin. Really? Nina squealed in excitement. That's great news, Max. Yes, this job will pay me well, and I will be able to get something better. I appreciate all your help from before, Nina. Thank you. I will surely repay you in the future when I am successful. What are you saying? You don't need to do that. The kind waitress smiled wide and patted him on the shoulders. I will tell the chef about your order. It will be $15. But because it's celebratory, I will cut it down to $10. Just don't tell anyone. She winked at him and opened the payment screen. Ha ha ha. Max chuckled, feeling a bit guilty for her kindness. I can pay in full, you know. Just put your smartwatch against the screen. If I said it's celebratory, then it's celebratory. My dad. I meant the chef will get mad at me if I don't do this. Do you want me to get scolded, Max? Okay. Thank you. Without any other choice. Max paid only $10, and Nina nodded in satisfaction. He was put in an unfavorable position, so he had no choice but to do it. Excessive kindness can be overbearing. He sighed as he saw the waitress walk to the kitchen. Well, I won't go back with my words. I will definitely repay their kindness in the future. At this moment, and for a few days, he should focus on growing his channel and getting more audience. Finishing the night's journey was also his priority to fulfill the contract he just signed, so he had to work hard. I will live stream until my body can't move today. I will use this chance to test my limit. Chapter 17. Main Story, Knight's Lament. 1. Max was curious why Mr. Taka targeted 1 million peak viewers in Punch, so he researched it after returning from Nina's restaurant. Just a simple research by typing 1 million viewers Punch in the search bar gave him a satisfying result. So the game will be put on the Punch's homepage in the new Hot Games section for at least a week if it manages to reach 1 million peak viewers. He muttered as he read the information from the internet. Millions of people would be directed to it every time they opened the Punch website before finding their favorite streamers. So, it was the best place to put promotions or ads. The information in the news website Max read also mentioned the growth of games that were once on Punch's homepage. According to the graph, there was at least a 50% increment in the purchase, and some good games would have more than a 100% increment. This week-long promotion was worth the money spent to invite 6 streamers and hold the event. The other way to appear on Punch's homepage was for a streamer to have more than 100k viewers or a game with more than 2 million total viewers at the time. Of course, they had different sections titled Recommended Streamers and Recommended Games separately. That's why they created this event and set their targets so specifically. I thought they just wanted to break a milestone, but I should have known a big company wouldn't do something like that program without a clear goal. Max now clearly understood Biozone Entertainment's goal and thought the reward and the bonus he got from the contract were actually smaller than he should have received. But that reward wasn't his goal from the start. That was just an extra, as he mentioned before. Knight's Journey Punch channel only live streamed for 2 times, when the game was announced and when it was released. But both live streams got more than 80k viewers. This time, the viewers wouldn't only come from Knight's Journey Punch channel, but from all streamers combined. That meant the viewers would be more than what it achieved in the past. The program can easily reach 100k viewers at the peak. Hiya, it's the best. Naturally, Max hadn't forgotten his system's quest yet and had no plan to abandon it. The reward from the system was too good, and it would help him in a longer term than any other contract. At least, he believed it to be so. It's already 5:50 p.m. He muttered as he looked at the clock at the edge of the screen. I guess I will stream right now. Opening his VR capsule, Max climbed inside and activated it. Just as usual, he first appeared in his lobby and started the stream inside. He hadn't changed his first login configuration yet, and it was better this way as he could also start the stream from his lobby. This time, Max decided to change the stream title to a new one. Stream title, Knight's Journey, Main Story New Route. Hashtag Knight_Journey, hashtag chat, hashtag new route, hashtag kij_route. He even added some tags after the title, imitating some successful streamers in his past life. He didn't know if it would be effective. No one in Punch used this kind of trick for whatever reason, but there was nothing wrong with trying as it didn't breach the rules. The tags were added to make his stream easier to find when someone was using the search tab. This process was known as search engine optimization, or SEO for short, something he learned in his past life. After everything was ready, Max opened the Knight's Journey game. Let's do this. Livestream start. The scenery around him changed. His vision turned around and twisted before it returned to the familiar forest in the evening, right outside the cave used by barbarians as a base. At the corner of his vision, Max saw the chat window pop up as the viewer counts increased almost immediately. Viewers, 189. It was lower than yesterday. Some curious viewers have left. He thought, well, this kind of thing is normal. I shouldn't be discouraged. Having up and down moments in streaming wasn't considered strange. Even top streamers usually had peak and low moments where they broke their milestones or reached the lowest number of viewers ever. The fact that half of yesterday's viewers still stayed to watch Max was something good. Hi. Max greeted his viewers excitedly as he smiled at the camera. The chat poured in almost immediately. Each greeted him back in different manners. Hi, Breeze. Yo, it finally started. Will we enter the main story now? Breeze. Do the wall run again. Hello? Good evening. Some familiar names from day one, and even those who donated to him before also greeted him. So Max decided to answer them. Yes, Axe Lover. We will continue the main story today. Also, I can't do a wall run as I please, maddening. If there is a chance, I will definitely do it. And Freaking Noob, good evening for you too. By mentioning each name, the viewers would feel as if they belonged to a community, thus happy by being on the live stream. Two-way communications were the charm of the live stream. I will also try to stream longer now. I want to finish at least 2 or 3 main story missions. That's today's goal. Oh, this will be fun. 2 or 3 missions, huh? So, around 4 hours? It's still a bit faster than the other streamers who stream for at least 6 hours a day, but I will stay for Breeze. He must have got a reason. You're finally become a proper streamer. I am proud of you, Breeze. Thank you all. But let's not waste any time and continue. I wonder if there is another cutscene. Max walked toward the forest, and his vision suddenly distorted. Once again, he was teleported by the game as a way to cut things short. It would take too much time if players needed to walk from one place to another in an offline game like this. He appeared in what seemed to be an office room with some armor and badges decorating the corners and walls. Sunlight bore through the window, illuminating all corners and casting a shadow on Max's face. At the end of the room was a desk made from oak wood. Knight Captain Hutch was sitting behind it with a sharp gaze that bore into Max's soul. Another cutscene had played. Sir Breeze, you said there are 12 barbarians hiding in Raccoon Mountain, and you said you already cut them off. Yes, sir. I have annihilated them all in the shadow of night. Max's character answered immediately with a clear voice. I see. Hutch nodded at him. Report the details. As ordered, Max's character began to recount the details of his mission. It was just a long conversation, so the world seemed to be played in a fast-forward, and Max could move using a half-transparent character that just appeared out of nowhere. It seems to be taking a while. He commented and sighed. I agree. Damn, this is so interesting. What would happen if Breeze just scouts instead of killing them all? So the choice matters too in this case. Can you touch Hutch, Breeze? Slap him. Slap Hutch. Max muttered, caressing his chin. That would be interesting. Many people had a grudge against the Knight Captain for his behavior. They wanted to slap, kick, or punch Hutch back for the treatment they got in tutorials. And Max was actually also interested in Hutch's reaction. A grin crept into his face as he began to walk in his half-transparent state, approaching Hutch. Look, this motherlicker. He's walking toward him. Will he do it? Will he do it? Slap him. Slap him. Punch him. Punch him. The chat got excited as Breeze stopped in front of Hutch. He raised his hand high, and when he reached the highest point, he brought his hand down and slapped Hutch. Slap. A shrill, loud sound echoed in the room, and everything went to a stop immediately. Chapter 18. Main story, Knight's Lament 2. He did it. He fucking did it. That sounds. It reminds me of my newbie days, but it came from Hutch's cheek. Ding. Hutch Sucks has donated 500 diamonds. Good job. I am satisfied. Ding. Knight Captain Fans has donated 500 diamonds. That sound reverberated in my soul. 2 donations popped up with countless chats. Some viewers also posted the clip immediately, as no one had ever slapped Hutch before. Meanwhile, Max was confused. The world suddenly stopped as soon as he slapped Hutch, and it rewinded at a fast speed, faster than before. What happened? Following that, red error messages popped up infinitely, filling his visions almost immediately. Everything turned red, including Max's character, Hutch, and the room. It happened instantly and caused Max to panic. The karma. Damn. The game got an error because he slapped Hutch. No one can touch Hutch. What happened? Is Hutch invincible confirmed? A few seconds had passed since the error messages popped up. It disappeared one by one, and the room and situation from earlier returned. Sir Breeze, you said there are 12 barbarians hiding in Raccoon Mountain, and you said you already cut them off. This is Max looked around and couldn't believe what had happened. Yes, sir. I have annihilated them all in the shadow of night. The cutscene was actually replayed from the start as if nothing was wrong. The dialogue, the movement, nothing was perfectly played, just like before. It's replayed. Max raised his voice loudly. Lesson learned. Hutch can rewind time. This MF is so OP. Thanks for your sacrifice, Breeze. We will remember you. Ding. Axe Lover has donated 500 diamonds. Thanks for slapping him. My revenge. It's not for naught. I will remember you. Lol. This axe guy was slapped for sure. Oh. Thanks for the 500 diamonds. Hutch sucks. Knight Captain fans, and Axe Lover. I am not dead yet, but I am happy that you remember me. The cutscene played normally afterward. There was no other error, and it flowed to where it was before. Knight Captain Hutch suddenly stood up from his seat, approached Breeze, and patted his shoulder with a smile. I know you can do it. You're more skilled than I thought. I think I can bring you to that place, Sir Breeze. That place, Captain? Breeze raised his eyebrows curiously. Yes, the front line. This will probably be your first and last fight as a knight. Do you want to accept this difficult mission? I can't guarantee your life, but I trust your ability. Just as Hutch finished his sentence, his point of view changed back to his character, and a mission window popped up. Last tutorial completed. A new mission is generated. Knight's Lament. The barbarians' army has attacked the Rami kingdom. Head to the front line and push back the enemies. Front line. Yes, Sir Breeze. I trust you to accompany me. Even I have a hard time dealing with 12 barbarians by myself. But you've proved yourself to be capable. So I will recommend you for this mission. Don't worry, we will have time to prepare. Wasn't the story progressing too fast? WTF? Frontline? First main story mission? Even the chat fell into confusion. The mission of fighting on the front line should have come later after a few smaller missions. Is the new route actually just a skip for speedrunners? It wasn't wrong for the players and the viewers to think that way. But so far, everything was different from the normal gameplay. Max also didn't know the details, but he accepted the mission nonetheless. The game wouldn't progress if he just stayed still without doing anything. Let's try this, guys. A month later, a blue window appeared before his vision was distorted. Before Max knew it, he was already in a different place. This time, he was behind an army of knights, numbered in the hundreds, in a clearing of a forest that transitioned into a vast plain in the distance. Knight's Journey was a pretty realistic game with movement similar to the real world. That meant there was no magic or something. Similar. The battle was purely done with cold weapons and bows and arrows. Listen, people. That was why cavalry was important. In fact, Max was on a horse, wielding 2 axes behind his back, wearing silver knight armor, which looked nicer than the full-plate armor he wore before. We will fight and push back the barbarians trying to attack our country. A knight wearing similar armor with a red cape without a helmet, showing his majestic brown mustache, was in front of the hundreds of cavalry, radiating charisma enough to make people want to follow him. Knight Captain Hutch was on his white horse beside that person, radiating a confidence and charisma that didn't fall low. And the chat recognized that person beside the ever-famous Hutch. Huh, Knight. What the? Surprise, MF. He's the commander. This new route is wild. Huh, a knight becomes a commander of the front line. Where's the lady? Where is the lady knight? No, my sexy knight lady. The Ha knight that everyone hated so much for kicking them in tutorials had become a commander, replacing the real commander who should have been leading the mission in the front line with Hutch. This storyline had turned strange with many differences from a normal one. However, that wasn't too important for Max. There is nothing that changes. Nothing had changed for what he should do. The mission stayed clear and the same. Besides, this was his first run, so any change didn't affect him at all. Is that Ha knight strong? Max decided to use this time that the Ha knight spent to have a speech to communicate with his viewers. At his question, the chat exploded with answers. 1 word, he's a bastard. 2 words, he loved but. 3 words, I want to kick his ass. Guys, those are not 1, 2, or 3 words. But I agree. I want to kick his ass too. So you guys agree to kick his ass? Max smiled wryly at the chat's answers. This Ha knight was hated more than Hutch. Well, the chat didn't hate Hutch, but only wanted to get back at him. But this time, their hate was really apparent. Ding. Freaking noob has started a mission. Stream mission. Kick Ha knight's ass. Reward. 3,000 diamonds. Someone even started a mission for him, and it was a familiar name. However, it didn't end at that. Axe Lover has increased the mission reward to 5,000 diamonds. 24 has increased the mission reward to 6,500 diamonds. Ding. Shoneblood 61 has started a mission. Stream mission. Kill Knight. Reward, 1,000 diamonds. Wait a minute. There are too many notifications. Stop it. He began to panic as the notifications poured in. This wasn't what he expected to happen. Chapter 19, Battle Against Barbarians Army 1. The windows popped up in front of Max one by one. It filled his vision, just like the error messages earlier. Still, they were all money. His smile widened after he saw the end result of pooling in. The mission reward. Curious about why the chat moved so fast and how many viewers donated, he checked his viewers count again. Viewers, 426. Holy, it increased so much. Did someone already post the clip of me slapping Hutch in the forum? That was the only reason why he had that many viewers. He decided to focus and looked at the last notification in front of him. Currently, Max had 2 missions from the viewers. Mission 1. Stream mission. Kick Knight's ass. Reward, 9,000 diamonds. Mission 2. Stream mission. Kill Knight. Reward, 1,500 diamonds. The first mission was out of the viewer's hate, while the second probably had his family killed by the Knight. I will accept the mission to kick Knights, but I don't think I will be able to do the second one, so I will have to refuse it. While it was a shame he needed to refuse 1,000 diamonds, killing Knight at this moment would probably lead the mission to failure. Max couldn't really afford that as his playtime was limited, and he needed to finish the game before next week's program. It can't be helped. We should be satisfied with Breeze kicking his ass. This is the only time I saw Knight outside the tutorial, so I will take a kicking. Thankfully, they weren't that disappointed with his choice and were understanding. Max nodded in satisfaction and listened to the knight's explanation for the battle. Hutch was the one who explained the strategy. The cavalry would be split into 2 groups, one under Knight and the rest under Hutch, to launch a sneak attack from the side. Max was given a choice, and he immediately chose to stay under Knight for a frontal assault. Hutch somehow nodded at him in recognition before turning around and leading around 50 knights on horse away. I am glad to have knights with a lot of courage who are willing to protect the Rami kingdom. Knight exclaimed loudly, unsheathing his sword and raising it. Follow me, knights. We will stop the barbarians here. The knights shouted loudly as they began to march into the plain, where the barbarians' army was spotted. Max watched the army march forward. Their horses kicked the dust into the air. Yes, he only watched. The reason was simple. He was left behind because his horse refused to move. Why did he stay still? He skipped the Knight Barak tutorial. He probably doesn't know how to make the horse move. Is Breeze actually a klutz? The viewers were correct. Shit, how do I make him move? Without any tutorial or experience of riding a horse, Max was clueless on how to control it. Riding a horse wasn't something simple, it seemed. Even when he pulled the rein or kicked it, the horse didn't budge and only neighed loudly. Screw it. I don't need you. Stupid horse. Having enough of it, Max jumped off the horse and chose to run. Run. Haraha. This guy is nuts. The others are on the horse and are far away already. How can you catch up to them? You guys shut up. You don't know Breeze. His name might sound gentle, but he runs like a gust of wind. No, he's even faster than that. While running upward the hill, where the rest of the knights went, Max read the chat and chuckled. Indeed, they didn't know him yet. I am testing my limit now. Might as well try to run with all my might. Max straightened his body and began to run at full speed. Indeed, it was still slower than riding a horse, but faster than average players, thanks to his technique. His lips tugged up as he felt the wind hitting his face. It felt nice. What a nostalgic feeling. In the past, before he got into an accident, he would always feel the wind from the top of a building or a tower after climbing it. The feeling with what he had right now was similar, although not exactly the same. That was why Max was happy feeling the freedom in this game more than ever. Although the clanging of steel resounded loudly in the distance as the battle started, the adrenaline pumping in his blood still excited him. Let's kick Knight's ass. Max declared loudly as he gripped his axes tightly with both hands. Let's kick him. With as much strength as you could muster. Guys, did you forget the game mission? The chat agreed with Max, and they got excited. The flame of hatred they hid inside was burning brilliantly. Push them back. Ha-on Knight screamed loudly, commanding the cavalry. The horses neighed loudly as they passed the barbarians' army. With just a glance, there were more than 100 barbarians. They were enough to take over a small city and kill all the citizens inside. And it should only be the advance party. The tactic the knights used was a hit and run. No barbarian had a horse, so their movement was slower than the knight. Always moving was the key. Some unfortunate barbarians had already fallen to this tactic, invoking the anger from the rest of them. They looked like they would skin and cook knights from the Rami kingdom alive. So, what about Max, who charged into the barbarians' army without a horse? Simple. He became their hate target. There is one knight without a horse. Kill him. Use him as a hostage. I will skin him alive. Various hostile words and curses were thrown at Max as a group of barbarians rushed toward him. Even so, Max wasn't afraid. He ignored the shout from the Ha-on Knight and charged fearlessly toward the angry barbarians. Blood, blood, blood. We will see a massacre. Do it. Kill them all and kick Ha-on Knight's ass. No one doubted him. Max's skill and control over his movement were top tier, even though he was still a pretty unknown streamer. Dealing with 5 barbarians in front of him should be easy. The others were busy with the knights who returned to flank from the side, something he appreciated. How many barbarians can I kill? Max licked his lips in excitement as he jumped higher than ever. It easily reached 2.5 meters, and he landed in the middle of the barbarians. He grinned. Max spun and cut the 5 barbarians in two using his right foot as a pivot. Red liquid spurted out as their bodies fell with a loud thud, drenching his armor. Then, he finished his sentence. Take a guess. There it is. It comes. The 360 axe spin. Damn it. He's too good. Be careful behind you. Reading the comment, Max quickly turned around and saw a sword flying toward him at a fast speed and precision. Clang. Fortunately, he raised his axes at the perfect time and parried the flying sword. Tisk. A barbarian clicked his tongue. He was the only one wearing a helmet with 2 horns among them. And, at first glance, he was easily taller than 2 meters. That's the leader, no? Max asked the chat. Yeah, that's the mid-boss. Trouser the thrower. Be careful, Breeze. That one is stronger than all barbarians. I died 5 times against him. Perfect. He's taller than me. Instead of getting scared, Max was actually getting excited. This was the first boss he would fight. And this boss was perfect for him to test his limit. I will show you guys something new. Chapter 20, Battle Against Barbarians Army 2. The knights surrounded the barbarians' army. Ha managed to find a hole in their defense, thanks to Max's suicide attack earlier. They didn't let it go and rounded up the barbarians at once. Meanwhile, on the foot of a hill a bit away from them, Max had started his battle against the boss, Trouser the Thrower. Stop moving around. With a flick of fingers, Truce threw knives toward Max. They were fast and precise. Max swiftly dodged the projectile, his body moving like a wind. He twisted his body and arched his back. The knives only hit the air, embedding themselves into the ground. In response, Max threw one of his axes toward Trouser. It spun in midair with an amazing speed and flew straight toward the barbarian. Clang! A loud sound echoed as the axe hit Trouser's shield, creating a deep bend and injuring the barbarian. Blood trickled down his left arm, which was numb from the impact. Ugh! What power! Pained grunts escaped Trouser's lips as he prepared to throw another batch of knives. However, when he raised his head, Max was already gone. Where is he? Trouser looked around, gripping 3 knives between his fingers. Behind you. With a powerful swing of his axe, Max aimed at Trouser's arm, bringing his weapon up with all his might. However, clang! Trouser managed to block the attack with his bend shield. They collided and created a spark. And before Max could bring his axe back, the barbarian grabbed the hilt with his hand. A grin crept into the barbarian boss' face. I got you. He brought his other hand, which gripped 3 knives down, aiming at Max's unprotected face. Without hesitation, Max abandoned his only weapon and jumped away. He managed to dodge the swift attack in a hairbreadth and exhaled in relief. That was close. I underestimated him too much. True. Trouser isn't a boss you can defeat by yourself. It's a goddamn raid boss. This guy is a menace. Run, Breeze. You won't be able to kill him. The chat became anxious and gave out tips when they saw Max struggling against Trouser. In the normal playthrough, players would attack the leading barbarian's army together with the other knights. They would reduce their numbers slowly before battling the boss, Trouser, together with the others. Even so, the boss would always manage to defeat at least more than 10 knights before it went down. That was how strong Trouser the Thrower was as a boss. You've done well injuring his arm alone. Damn guy soloing Trouser and is alive for so long. Even Stone Sword can't solo Trouser. I want to be Breeze. I envy Breeze. I want to be Breeze. I envy Breeze. The name Stone Sword was familiar to Max. He read it when he researched Knight's Journey. If I am not wrong, that's the name of one of the best Knight's Journey players? I think he's also a streamer. It was an everyday occurrence that a viewer compared two streamers with good skills against each other. The fact they did so in the chat meant they had recognized Max, or rather Breeze, to have a similar skill level as the Stone Sword. Also, if I defeat Trouser alone, won't that be the greatest proof of my skill? I can leech off his popularity and make a viral clip. What are you dozing off for in the middle of battle? Trouser roared loudly and snapped Max out of his thoughts. An axe was spinning toward him, even faster than when he threw it earlier. Shit. He quickly leaped to the side, dodging the axe. Because it was done in a slight panic, his movement and balance weren't that great, and he tripped, causing him to roll on the ground a few times. Even a professional could fail. Max knew those words but failed to apply them because he was focused on the chat. I am careless. He thought as he stood up. Come on. Move like before, you slippery guy. Trouser didn't give him any chance to rest. He threw the knives in his hand toward Max. Following that, he fished 6 knives and threw them rapidly, each blade aimed with uncanny precision. Max looked at the knives with wide eyes. Blocking them was impossible. His armor could probably take some hits, but it would definitely hurt and injure him. Within a second, his brain thought of an outcome. There was only one choice. His eyes followed the knive's trajectory, and he jumped to the left, dodging the first 3. He grabbed an axe thrown by Trouser from the ground and deflected the remaining knives. Luckily, it was close, and he had time to spare. Stop moving, you eel. The barbarian boss actually shouted once again and threw knives in rapid succession. Max wondered whether the boss was an idiot or not. You told me to move earlier, idiot. Trouser is an idiot. Indeed. Can't agree more. But that idiot can solo you blindfolded. Can't agree more. The chat reacted to the situation differently, but they mostly agreed that Trouser was strong. On the other hand, Max had found an opening. From what he observed from the start, Trouser had never moved from where he stood when he was throwing. This was this boss' weakness. A wide grin crept onto Max's face as he rushed forward, dodging the knives swiftly and smoothly. Chat, are you ready? I will show you something new. Oh, finally. What will you do? What will you do? Is it an air run? Impossible. Axe 360 again. Gonna live him with that move. It's not Axe 360, Max responded to the chat while jumping around. The fury of knives hadn't stopped yet, and the battle behind him still raged. The knights still needed some time before defeating all the barbarians. Before that happened, Max planned to defeat Trouser alone without any help. That viral clip. I won't let the knights ruin it. Powered with a desire to create a viral clip, the first time soloing Trouser, Max increased his speed further. He parried some with his axe and twisted his body to avoid others, narrowly escaping the deadly dance of blades. Oh, you're approaching me, Trouser growled loudly, throwing his shield away. Come. Knowing his knives were useless, the barbarian boss took 2 kukris from his back and rushed toward Max. His large figure looked like a train. Each of his steps shook the ground and left behind a deep footprint. Compared to Max, he was twice as big and probably also twice as strong. However, he's slow and he can't react fast. His reaction earlier was just from his instinct. That was what Max wanted to exploit. When they got close to each other, he executed his plan. With a powerful leap, Max soared into the air, executing a midair spin that left the viewers in awe. As he descended, his axe also swung down with him. In a breathtaking moment, Trouser was unable to respond, and Max executed a perfect attack, cleaving the barbarian boss in half through the skull. Swoosh. Crash. Unable to bear the burden, the axe cracked into pieces as Max landed behind Trouser's body. The battlefield and the chat fell silent for a moment as everyone registered the stunning maneuver. Then, with energies that could be felt even through texts, the chat erupted into cheers, celebrating Max's remarkable victory. Woah! Damn! What did? He just did a will spin. He freaking split trouser in half. Breeze wheel. Scary. Is this man truly not cheating? More than that, he soloed trouser the thrower. He freaking won. Solo trouser. Indeed. Max's midair forward spin wasn't only surprising, but it was a move that also broke the first time. He became the first player that soloed trouser the thrower, a boss that needed a squadron to defeat. Today, a history had been made. Woah! Everyone would remember Breeze whether they liked it or not. I did it. Chapter 21, Rounding Up Enemy. Moonlover41 has donated 200 diamonds. Beautiful has donated 300 diamonds. I was here. Maddening has donated 500 diamonds. Crazy. Breeze is crazy. I was here. I want to become Breeze's student. Take me in. Axe Lover has donated 1,000 diamonds. Take my money. The donations and chat poured in without stopping. It was how great Max's achievement of soloing trouser was. The viewers were excited and amazed. Some viewers also posted clips and new threads immediately in the community forum. Some curious people joined the live stream, pumping up the viewers to pass the 400 mark. Thank you for the donations. Moonlover41, thank you for the 200. Beautiful, thank you for the 300. And Maidening and Axe Lover. I really appreciate all your support. Max recited the names one by one, thanking the viewers who gave him donations. Axe Lover and Maddening weren't unfamiliar names. In fact, Max remembered Axe Lover as he gave him his first stream mission, and Maddening had donated to him before. In the end, the donations for today alone, including what he got before, reached 4,700 diamonds. Crazy. He still couldn't believe it even when he saw the notification in the corner of his vision. However, Max couldn't stop there yet. There was still another mission. Now let's kick Woah Knight's ass. Let's go. The barbarians are panicking now that Trouser is dead. It's your chance. Use this riot to kick him. That's the plan. Just as the chat mentioned. After Max killed Trouser, the barbarians' army looked shaken, and the knights managed to push them, causing them to spread. His mission wouldn't end before the battle wrapped up. So Max still had a few minutes left to sneak behind Woah Knight and kick his, but to finish the stream mission. He used this chance to take his remaining axe first before going toward Woah Knight. While running toward Woah Knight, Max opened the mission to see the progress. Knight's Lament. The barbarians' army has attacked the Rami Kingdom. Head to the front line and push back the enemies with Knight Captain Hutch. Progress. 1-1 Trouser killed. 43 out of 125 barbarians killed. More than 80 barbarians were still left. They tried their best to run instead of confronting the knights. Chase after them. Don't let them run. Woah Knight gave out orders as he stopped his horse and jumped down. Chasing the crazy barbarians on the horse in huge numbers could cause friendly fire. Catch some of them. We need information about their main army. Especially since the knights wanted to catch some prisoners for information, it would be hard to do so from horseback. So, some knights also jumped down the horse and started to tie the barbarians. The commander, Woah, turned around and smiled widely when he saw Max approaching. Knight spread his arms and hugged Max. You did a good job. Max couldn't react when he heard him speak. The commander laughed loudly as he hit Max's back and backed away. There it is, No matter how many times I heard it, his laugh is irritating. The chat filled the chat immediately, imitating the commander. They gave Max some context as to why the current commander was called Woah Knight and not Butt-Kicking Knight or something. To think you killed Trouser by yourself? I will recommend you to get a medal when we return. Thank you. Max answered, still confused by the strange laugh. That's a laugh? So Woah isn't his name, but it's how he laughed. While the commander praised Max exaggeratedly, making him feel awkward and unable to kick him in the butt, the other knights rounded up the barbarians and tied some of them. At that moment, the barbarians who resisted the knights fought in many directions, using their swords, axes, and even bows. One barbarian stood on top of the empty hill where there were no knights around. He aimed his bow toward Woah Knight's back with no one realizing. No one but Max. Die. Pang. The barbarian released the string, and the arrow flew straight at a fast speed, splitting the wind. Max's brain worked at an incredible speed as he saw the arrow going toward him. Time seemed to slow down slightly as he decided what to do. Evading the arrow was easy, but Ha Knight would get hit in the back. He didn't seem to notice the incoming arrow. No matter what, if Max wanted to finish the game perfectly, he needed to help Ha Knight. Also, isn't this the perfect time? He finally had a reason to kick Ha Knight's butt. Without hesitation, Max quickly ducked and stretched his leg. It was fast, and the wind split. A bone-cracking sound rang loudly when his metal boot hit Ha soft, but that wasn't covered in armor. Crack! Ag! A painful yell resounded as the commander was sent flying to the side. He rolled around the ground before stopping himself and glared at Max. What the heck are you do? Zoop! Ha's shout was interrupted by an arrow embedded in the ground beside Max. He stopped and turned around, looking at the archer that the nearby knight stopped. Commander, are you okay? One of the knights shouted worriedly. Realization washed over Ha Knight as he slowly turned to Max, who stood up with a complex expression. His anger was gone. Did you just save me? The commander asked. My apologies. I don't know how to do it gently. It's an urgent situation. Max answered while bowing his head. His expression couldn't be seen. And no, the commander shook his head in guilt. I should be the one apologizing. If you didn't blow me away, that arrow would lodge in my head. You have saved my life. Thank you. He patted Max on the shoulder. You should rest, Sir Breeze. Leave the rest to me and the other knights. Good work. With that, Ha Knight walked away to his horse and jumped up. He groaned in pain while rubbing his butt, but a satisfied smile was on his face. Meanwhile, Max kept his head down low before walking away from the battlefield. His expression looked weird, as he had tried his best not to laugh loudly from the notification from both the streaming platform and the game. Mission completed. 9,000 diamonds have been donated. Chapter 22, Curious Streamer. The Knighted Lobby was filled with many people on weekend nights, as people didn't need to work and wanted to have fun. It boasted considerable traffic with users and streamers. Random posts kept appearing on the forum, usually featuring big streamers who managed to gain achievement, tips and tricks, and someone who found a new route. A big-time streamer with an average of 20k viewers, Flexi, tried to find some information about tips and tricks to win the program he was invited to by the Knight's Journeys marketing team. He wanted to find Stonesword's video on the forum and learn from it. Not only that, but he also wanted to create an ideal plan to clear the stage as fast as he could with a newbie who was potentially not that good at the game. However, everyone on the forum constantly mentioned the same user today. Who was this Breeze? The top to the fifth post mentioned the same name, but with a different title. Look at my butt. Ha Knight got kicked on the butt by Breeze. Slapping Hutch. Breeze causing the system error lol. Front spin and split in half. First managed to solo trouser the thrower Breeze. No one can doubt Breeze's skill. Breeze's wall run and analysis. Flexi caressed his chin in wonder. He opened the thread, and saying that he was surprised to the point he jumped from the bench wasn't an overstatement. This guy is nuts. The first video Flexi watched was the wall run and 360-axe spin. He was impressed by the movement and the fact he could pull such moves, not just one, but many times. That meant Breeze didn't pull it out of luck, but due to his skill. Flexi proceeded to the other threads and watched all the videos. He couldn't help but grin when he saw Breeze slap Hutch and kick Ha Knight. Good job. Just like everyone else, he was also a victim to those people. So he was pretty satisfied when he watched someone else manage to exact the victim's revenge against those two knights. At the end of the thread, the link to Breeze's link was attached. Flexi found it and curiously clicked on it, bringing him to Punch's website. Oh, he's live streaming now. Flexi crossed his legs and rested his chin on his hand, smiling softly. He was interested in how Breeze played live and how many viewers he got. Damn, 500 viewers? He exclaimed in surprise. And this is his second day streaming? This guy has crazy growth. He's even faster than me in newbie days. It only drove Flexi's curiosity even further, so he decided to seriously give the stream a go. At this moment, Breeze had gotten a new quest, the next one after Knight's Lament, called Knight's Retirement. After defeating the advance party, he charged with the other knights toward the main barbarian's army. However, something strange happened. Why does he ride with another knight? Flexi muttered as he saw Breeze standing on a horse behind another knight. Every player would get a horse when they reached this part. Even if this was a new route, Flexi knew that having a horse was a default, as there was a horse riding tutorial at the start. Unless Breeze couldn't ride a horse. But there was no way someone who finished Knight's Lament and soloed Trouser couldn't ride a horse, right? Curious, he decided to bring up a virtual keyboard and started to type in chat. Why does he stand on a horse like that? Lolo, look at him. LOL. This dude is posing on a horse. The chat was moving so fast that his text just got buried with the others. Flexi frowned and scratched his hair. Damn, he didn't know that getting attention in newbie chat was so hard. The only way to get the attention would be sending a donation, but Flexi thought spending money for such a silly and obvious question wasn't worth it. Let's move on. This guy is good at getting the viewers' attention. If he becomes big, I will definitely hear about him again. As a streamer, Flexi thought that doing something new would definitely interest people. No one had ever done wall run, 360 axe spin, soloing Trouser, and standing on a galloping horse. So he was impressed by this newbie. But that wasn't Flexi's goal visiting the Knighted lobby today, so he closed the stream when Breeze jumped toward the middle of the Barbarians' army alone. He closed the Punch website and moved to the community forum while thinking, is there any chance he also got invited to the program? If that was the case, then the program would be interesting. I will know about it in 4 days. If I am not wrong, Biozone Entertainment will announce the participants that day. I will ask Lisa later. A smile appeared on his character's face under his helmet. Stone Sword's participation was already predictable. Flexi also had someone else in mind. However, the 3 newbies that would participate in this program weren't that predictable, as he didn't quite understand how the marketing team would pick them. What Flexi did know, however, was it would be interesting if a wild card appeared from those newbies and stole the spotlight from the veteran streamers. That would be fun. And so, Flexi returned to his speedruns research. Meanwhile, Max was currently in the middle of chaos, surrounded by Barbarian's army in the second main story he got. Brandishing his rare axe in his right hand and a crude one in his left, he roared loudly. Come, Barbarians. Give me your blood. 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 Our axes crave blood. Hi-ha. Let him again, guys. He's planning to massacre them all. Max was really motivated. The reason was clear. It was because he got another mission from his viewers. Bloodsucker has started a mission. Stream mission. Kill every barbarian in the army. Reward, 100 diamonds per kill. 5 minutes had passed since he got this mission and advanced toward the barbarian's army. And currently, Breeze's kill count had reached 12. This was Max's chance to fill the system quest's progress. He still needed more than 30k diamonds to finish it and get the B-grade nutritional supplement he badly needed. Let me suck all those blood until you have none. I will kill at least 100. No, 200 barbarians today. Please stop. Ha. This guy is crying. Rest in peace, money. Only money can make Breeze get this motivated. We will remember you, Bloodsucker. I want to be Breeze. Happy face, dream on. Happy face, I will. Chapter 23, Throwing Frenzy. Come at me. Max shouted loudly and rushed toward the nearby barbarians with a feral grin. He just needed to be careful and kill them slowly. No need to rush. There were more than 500 barbarians in the main army, while there were only around 400 to 450 knights after the last battle. Even when combined with the army led by Hutch that flanked from behind, dealing with the barbarians' army wouldn't be that fast. However, we will help you, Sir Breeze. The knights joined the battle and began to push the barbarians' army. They were the only reason why Max wouldn't be able to defeat them all. Swoosh. His axe beheaded 3 people at once in one swing. He was no longer surrounded and had time to breathe. I said I will kill 200, but that doesn't seem to be possible. He thought, breathing heavily. It was harder than he thought, and his movement began to be affected by fatigue. I can probably kill 50 more, and then I won't be unable to move like normal. Am I truly this weak? As he thought that, Max ran toward the crowd of the barbarians in the distance. His goal in his stream had been achieved. It had been an hour and a half since he started, and he had fought without rest. His brain and body had reached the limit. There! Shouting, Max attacked the barbarian, killing him swiftly. Swoosh! Oh! Another barbarian came to his left. It wasn't unnoticed. With a swift movement, Max used his leg as a pivot and killed the rushing barbarian. As they wore no armor and were only topless, killing them was easy. Double kill. On your right. A loud sound echoed. A barbarian with a huge body killed the knight beside Max and came to him. Ant. Crush. The barbarian was holding a large club, bigger than Max's body. He raised it and brought it down with a surprising speed. Looking at the incoming attack, Max calmly leaped to the left. Boom. The large club was embedded into the ground, kicking the dust above. The power behind the swing was no joke. A large indentation was left on the hard dirt. That was dangerous, Max commented as he stood up. He spent no time getting angry and ran toward the giant, throwing the crude axe toward his head, and with a powerful leap, he landed on the large club. Then, as the axe hit the giant's eye and drew blood from him, Max leaped once again and delivered a strong horizontal swing with his rare axe. Even so, he only managed to cut half of the barbarian's neck. Thankfully, that was enough to kill him. Grr. With the last pained groan, the giant fell to the ground and drew its last breath. Max walked toward his head and pulled the crude axe he had thrown earlier. Whoa! Sir Breeze has killed the giant barbarian. Damn! This guy pulled something ridiculous and made it look easy. Teach me, Breeze. Teach me. We really need his movement tutorial. Breeze is on a different level. The knights erupted in cheers, and the chat also got excited. Meanwhile, Max felt almost totally exhausted. He just killed a total of 29 barbarians, but the battle from earlier just took a big chunk of his energy, causing him to draw heavy breaths. But he was a streamer. His job was to make interesting content. What was interesting about him was his confidence and the fact he could pull off something impossible as if it were normal for him. Also, he was already famous as a shameless streamer. So he smiled at the camera while wiping his forehead. Huff. That was hard. That should count as 5 kills, hey? Lol. Agreed. We will count that as 5 kills. So he has 33 kills? Sounds good. Spare me. That's 3,300 diamonds from my pocket. But for Breeze, we will count that as 5 kills. LOL, your fault for making that mission. That giant is 10 times stronger than a normal barbarian, so let's count it as 10. That's right. No one seemed to mind. Not even Bloodsucker, the mission starter, and some were actually proposed to make it 10 kills. That showed how strong the giant really was, and Max was able to kill him while making it look like he didn't make any effort. Good, he thought. 5 kills is enough for someone like him, guys. That wasn't hard at all. Max smiled confidently and jumped off the giant barbarian's body. Anyway, I will continue the massacre. Hutch will come soon, and I want to kill 100 more before that. He admits that it's a massacre. Scary. Breeze is scary. I don't know that I will be scared by Breeze. Yeah? More blood. Rushing forward, Max used a throwing approach to conserve his energy and reduce the burden in his mind. While streaming was fun and important, his health was still the most important for him. He wouldn't push himself to the brink. Only this time would he test his limit. As he ran around the battlefield, killing some barbarians in his way, he gathered some weapons and threw them in one place. He had formulated the fastest way to kill a lot of enemies in a short time. And now, his preparation was done. That should be enough. After killing 5 more barbarians and throwing dozens of weapons in the same spot, Max stopped and began to walk back. Huh? What is he doing? Is he tired? Breeze can't get tired, idiot. Just like before, he must be planning something. He threw many weapons earlier, but none of them hit. Kill counts, 38. Anybody stop him? My pocket. As I said before, you sucks blood, Breeze sucks your money. The viewers were confused, but none of them questioned Max. They fought among themselves in the chat, and at that moment, he needed to step in and change the topic. Look at this, guys, he said as he stopped in the place where he threw the weapons earlier. How many weapons do you think are here? Swords, short spears, axes, daggers, and even arrows embedded on the ground. Max picked up the nearby sword and put his rare axe on his back. What do you think will happen if I throw them all? Oh no, this guy is cooking. Let him cook again. Killing them will be a breeze for Breeze. Told you. Just a glance, I see more than 50 weapons there. Bloodsucker's money is doomed. No, throw them all. 1 shot, 1 kill. The death wail from Bloodsucker made Max laugh evilly. The viewers had already guessed what his plan was. Indeed, throwing weapons from far away would be the fastest way to kill unprotected barbarians. There was a chance he would miss, but that was better than running around. The battlefield. Ready? Shoot. Max put on a throwing stance and, with full power, shot the sword toward the barbarian he saw in the distance. The sword flew between knights before lodging right between his eyes. Bullseye. Max cheered and took another weapon. This time, it was an axe, and he brought his hand back before throwing it without much preparation. The axe made an arch mid-air and landed on a barbarian's neck. It was an unreal sight, but it happened. Everything was calculated, and he was already used to this strength that brushed past his human limit inside the game. All right, Max exclaimed, massaging his shoulder while moving his arm around. His grin widened as he was ready to throw another weapon. Let's go for another kill. I can hear the clanking of the diamonds in my ears. Damn. Just damn. R.I.P. Bloodsucker's money. He will get 100 kills with that. For real. No. Stoop. One cling away until he goes bankrupt. Chapter 24. Analyzing World Record Run. Huff. It's finally over. Max breathed heavily as he looked at the notification in front of him. Knight's retirement mission completed. After throwing weapons for more than 20 minutes, Hutch finally arrived with the army from behind. When he was out of weapons earlier, the knights unexpectedly gathered the scattered weapons for him, making the chat speechless for a few seconds. Not only that, but the knights also protected him and let him throw weapons in peace under. Knight's order. The commander was holding his arse because it was still hurt from Max's kick earlier. He also flashed a confident smile at him. In the end, he defeated most barbarians and killed 164 barbarians by himself, according to the chat. As a result, mission completed. 16,400 diamonds have been donated. Max gained more than 15k diamonds at once. No. Haraha. That scream sounds beautiful. TSK, only 164. Breeze should be able to get 200 kills if those knights don't interfere. Right? Still, isn't he finishing the quest too fast? Right? Indeed. The main battle usually lasted for 3 hours before Hutch finally flanked from behind. Some good players who managed to get Hutch's acknowledgement managed to make it faster to 2 hours, but there had never been a time when the battle lasted under an hour like this. But Max achieved it. Exhausted, he slumped on the ground and laughed. Thank you for the 16k diamonds, Bloodsucker. Max's gratitude was real and without any greed. He finally had a chance to finish his second quest, just as he planned. The finish could be seen. More than half of his goal had already been achieved. You're welcome, Breeze. That was a good fight, Bloodsucker. I like your content, so take my money, Bloodsucker. Take more. Why did you stop at 164? Bloodsucker. Hey, I didn't say any of that. Lol. This guy is bullyable. We won't ever forget you, Bloodsucker. I'm not dead. Yet. Everyone in the chat had a good laugh and moment. At that moment, Hutch and Knight commanded the others to round the barbarian's army up. The cutscene had played, and Max's character suddenly stood up and joined them to kill the remaining enemies. No one was spared, as they had taken prisoners from before. Just as usual, Max was in a half-transparent state in this cutscene. He had a hard time moving his body. I am at my limit. Just 15k more diamonds. It's a shame, but I will stop here. The viewers were curious about what happened next. The cutscene was the same, only Knight replacing the Lady Knight that led the army in the normal route. However, they knew that the next mission Max received would probably be different, and they were looking forward to it. So this was the best time to stop, as their curiosity was still at its peak, and he had shown enough of his skill. We have finished 2 chapters, guys. I am a bit tired now, so I will have some rest. Again, it's only 2.5 hours. He said he would do 2 or 3 missions before and has kept his promise. Let him rest. After pulling many ridiculous movements like that, I understand that Breeze is tired. Rest well. Rest well. I will weep in the corner. You made me recharge my diamonds 4 days faster. See you tomorrow, Breeze. Yeah, see you tomorrow, chat. I will stream at 6 p.m. like usual. With that, Max ended the stream. Stream ended. This time he didn't immediately go out of his capsule, but entered his lobby instead. From what he had experienced before, staying in the lobby wouldn't take much toll from his brain or body as long as he didn't move around too much. Max sat on the chair in the middle of the grass plain. His lustrous black hair was brushed against the breeze, and a smile decorated his face as he opened Knight's Journey community forum. The articles about him were posted. The newest one was about a compilation of his clips and the strange things he did in the game. Unexpectedly, the one who posted it was freaking Noob, someone who created the first thread about him. He helps me a lot. I am glad he's staying, even though he loves laughing at newbies. Anyway, Max was happy he still got a lot of attention. In fact, he noticed that he had broken 500 viewers when he finished Knight's retirement mission. His channel's followers had also grown to 114/500. This growth isn't normal, isn't it? There was no need to research the other newbie streamers to understand that he was doing too well for someone who only started streaming yesterday. Even when the human population had passed 10 billion, and people watched streamers more than in Max's past life, this kind of growth was still impressive. Is this because of the system that I am doing pretty well? I still can't believe this is all due to my luck. Until now, the offer Max received from Biozone Entertainment still didn't feel real. But that was, without a doubt, not a dream, and he needed to work hard to get that bonus. With my current progress, I might finish the game in 2 days. The route I got skipped some missions due to me doing pretty well. What's left is the journey of the main character and meeting the heroine. I wonder which one I will get on this route. Or will this be the true ending without any heroine? Nothing was known, as Max was a pioneer of this new route. So, he only guessed based on the other routes that people in the forum already found. Anyway, let's focus. Max didn't visit the forum just to see his viewers' reactions to his previous streams. Indeed, it was satisfying, but he also planned to find a video of this duo Fortress speedrun that became the main event in the program in a week. Fortunately, such videos could be found easily. What Max chose was the world record run. But when he saw the name of who had gotten the run, he couldn't help but stop for a while. Stone Sword. The chat also mentioned him earlier. So he's the current world record holder for the duo run? His partner is Lily Pixel? Is she a streamer? I don't recognize her name. Not recognizing a streamer's name was normal. Not everyone knew each other, and more than 100,000 streamers in Punch alone were trying to go by. But whoever this Lily Pixel was, she must have had an impressive skill to be able to get a world record with Stone Sword. Let's watch the run for now. I will note down anything that I can use for the program. And with that, Max began analyzing the run and even forgot the time. Chapter 25, Invitation. Without realizing it, 2 hours had already passed since Max analyzed the world record run video. He was so engrossed in it that he only noted a few parts of the video. Of course, he didn't just analyze the world record run, but also the second and third fastest. They were all different, including the enemy's spawn, but the strategies they used were similar. The goal of the run is to take over a fort by killing the barbarian's leader and occupy the highest point for a few minutes. And the most efficient strategy is to split up, as only one person was needed to stay on top. The breeze hit Max's face softly, blowing his hair as he watched the video again. His hand was on his chin, thinking deeply. Max was a competitive person by birth. He would spare no effort to win as long as there was a competition. Even if there was no bonus for winning, he definitely would always aim for the win. The reason was simple. It's fun to win. After watching different videos of the run, Max realized something important. He narrowed his eyes and paused Stone Sword's video in the middle of the run. His smile tugged up into a smile that slowly formed a wide grin. Why did no one go through this path before? Max asked himself, but noticed a problem shortly after he resumed the video. Oh, I see. He wanted to try it immediately, but he had no friend to run the duo with him. So, all he could do was note what he just found. At that moment, a notification window popped up right in front of his face, startling him. Ding. Wah. He almost jumped out of his chair out of surprise. Who is it? He growled in irritation as he was interrupted so suddenly. Max looked at the notification and saw the name Nina written on it, with the call written above and the accept and refuse buttons under her name. I should have guessed. He sighed, calming himself down. Then, he pressed the accept button, and Nina's cute face popped on the screen together with another small notification. Video call started. On the screen, Max was able to see Nina clearly. She wore a headband to keep her hair and a white jacket with fluffy fur around the hood. Looking at the background, she seemed to be in her bedroom. Ah, hello there. She greeted cheerfully while waving at the screen. Hello, Nina. Max greeted back with a smile as he relaxed his posture. It's rare for you to call me this late. Do you need something or help? Ah, no. Nina looked quite flustered as she shook her head rapidly. I was just wondering, are you fine with your job? You know, my dad looked happy, but was also worried that you got scammed when I told him you got a job. I am also worried. That's why I called. I know. Max chuckled at her rather cute reason. Thank you for worrying, but I am fine. It pays well, and the job isn't as hard as you think. Of course, it's a virtual job, so you also don't need to worry about my safety. I see. Nina smiled, looking relieved. Well, that's all I wanted to ask. My dad said to come tomorrow morning to test a new menu. He said there are many customers lately, so he wants to make new variations and needs a regular customer's opinion. That's all, bye. The window disappeared as soon as she said that. Max heaved a sigh and smiled. Both of them can't be honest. I told them I was fine, but they still wanted to help me. Max knew that testing a new menu was just an excuse the chef used to invite him for free breakfast. Nina also collaborated on that, which had happened more than 3 times with new excuses each time. Their kindness knew no bounds, and they especially liked Max for some reason. Tomorrow morning, huh? Max stood up from the chair and logged out of the VR capsule. Obviously, Max had no reason to refuse Nina and the chef's kindness. Even if he had gotten many donations, they would only be able to be withdrawn twice a month. It was still too early to get the pay, as it was still early in the April, so he was happy when Nina invited him last night. Besides, the chef would sulk and get angry if Max didn't come. It happened once, and he didn't want to repeat facing a sulking man again. That was a bad experience. Hello. Max greeted respectfully as he entered the half-opened restaurant. He arrived before it was open, as he was here for tasting and not as a customer. Come in, Max. We are in the kitchen. Nina's voice was booming from inside, but her figure couldn't be seen. A sizzling sound followed suit with a sweet and tantalizing aroma. When the smell entered his nostril, Max couldn't help but gulp. He could imagine how delicious the food would be from the smell alone, and his appetite was roused immediately. At this moment, he could feel hunger, and his stomach grumbled in response. Grr. He was embarrassed. Damn, it smells delicious. Having received permission, Max went into the kitchen following the smell. It was just the room behind the curtain. And there, he found Nina wearing an apron and a man with impressive muscle in a chef outfit putting 3 plates filled with green noodles on a tray. He was the chef and Nina's father, Rush. You're here. The man nodded at Max. Eat while it's still hot. We will also try it with you. Just give your opinion later. You can sit here, Max. Nina set up a small chair beside her. Rush had long since been seated on her left and took one bowl for himself. Scratching his cheek out of guilt and gratitude, Max smiled at Nina. Thank you. You're welcome, Nina answered, putting a bowl filled with strangely green noodles and red broth before Max. It's Dad's new creation, spicy spinach noodles. I don't know why he suddenly makes this, but it should be delicious. She smiled wryly as she glanced at Rush. It's healthy, Rush said calmly. And no talking at the table. Let's eat. Yes, yes. Nina sat down quietly and ate her own bowl, following her dad. Watching them, Max smiled softly and ate his noodles too. His mind was still hovering over the fact that he had no friends other than Nina, so he couldn't even practice the run even if he wanted to. That could add a surprise element, but the stake was too high for him not to practice anything. At that moment, his eyes widened slightly, and he looked to his left. I have a friend, he thought, slurping the noodle loudly. Both Nina and Rush looked at him in wonder. Max usually ate slowly and carefully. Never did he slurp loudly like that. Is it too spicy? Nina asked worriedly. Or did the noodle not to your liking? I told Dad many times that spinach noodles and spicy broth aren't a good combination. But it tastes great. Rush chirped in defense, turning to Max, and it's healthy. Do you really not like it? Max shook his head in denial. No, it tastes great, chef. I just remembered something. He turned to Nina, who looked at him worriedly. Nina, do you play a game? A game? Nina asked curiously, tilting her head. I like games and playing some. But why suddenly? Perfect. He smiled brightly. Say, can you help me with something? Chapter 26, Jim. She doesn't agree, huh? Or rather, she can't because she has to study and can't really play action games. Max sighed in disappointment as he walked through the city. With Nina not playing with him, he needed to find a friend if he wanted to try the run before the program was announced in 3 days. However, He couldn't think of anything and definitely couldn't force her to play with him if she didn't want to. So, he went to the market to get some ingredients for lunch and dinner for the next week. As a former tracer and athlete, he often prepared his meals himself. He couldn't do so for the past 6 days because he was still getting used to this world. And now that he had everything on track and could make money from streaming, he thought he could begin to focus on his health again. That hopefully would make him able to stream longer. Just 10 minutes of improvement would be a massive help for him. The market was located in one big building 2 km from Max's apartment. There were many cheap public transportation available around the city, but he chose to walk to build up his stamina. I am really weak and skinny. He lamented at his body's condition. But it won't be for too long. A few months, or maybe even only a month is needed if I have that supplement. However, I also need to exercise, so I need to find an affordable gym too. While the former was out of his current budget, the latter was fortunately easy to find. With people finding out one's body condition could affect how many hours people could spend gaming, they began to look out for their health. Gyms began to pop up one after another. There was even one in each block. At some parts of Lime City, 2 gyms stood side by side and were still full of people training. While thinking so, Max had arrived in the market. He already knew what to get, so he just asked the employee where they were located and got it done quickly in under 10 minutes. Shopping should be done fast. I don't understand people who never planned what to buy first and then took hours to shop. He thought as he paid for all the ingredients he bought. Because he prepared for a week, the total came to $240, which was higher than he initially thought. He thought it would cost similar to his past life, but it seemed like vegetables in this world were more expensive due to the demands from people. I need to fix my sense of money. Now, all the donations I got didn't seem to be that much. I am saved with the apartment given by the government. I would be homeless without it. And Max called out the system window as he waited for the street light to turn green and cross the road. It popped up in front of him, showing his current progress. Quest. Can I eat from donation? Obviously, a streamer needs money. Let's get your first donation milestone before the end of night's journey. Progress. 35, 600/50, 000 diamonds, or 712/1, $000. Reward. 1xB grade nutritional supplement. Deadline. 5th livestream, February 5th. Failure to complete the quest will result in the system being uninstalled. A smile appeared on his face. The donation was nice. He already got $712 in his 3rd stream. Just a little bit more, and he would get that B-grade nutritional supplement. When he checked the market earlier, he found a D-grade nutritional supplement, and it cost $1,000 a bottle. No other grades were sold in the market, but Max heard about their price before. The C-grade was said to be twice as expensive as the D-grade, and the B-grade was thrice the C-grade. That meant that one bottle he would get from the system cost $6,000. The system is really generous. The light had turned green, but Max didn't cross immediately. He looked left and right first, making sure that no vehicles were flying past, and only then did he cross. There was still a bit of trauma when crossing the road, thanks to the accident in his past life. But that didn't stop him from going out, as he loved the city situation and liked to take a walk. Before long, Max arrived at his apartment and put all the ingredients he bought in the fridge. Then he sat on his bed, bringing up the hologram screen of his smartwatch, and began to find a gym where he could sign up for morning training. Of course, because of his limited money, only around $2,700 now, he planned to choose a good place with an affordable price. And even if he had money, he definitely wouldn't squander it away. Just by typing affordable gym, many options sprung out on the screen and created a list. The price listed was also all reasonable, seeing that there was apparently an inflation in both vegetables and gym. But still, $500 a month to become a member is a bit much. I will skip that one. This one is $400 a month. Seems rather good, and it's also close. It was still more expensive than in his past life. Exercising alone was also an option, but gyms around this era got advanced equipment that could allow one to gain more with less effort. This equipment was expensive, thus leading to the increase of the monthly membership. There was also a trainer for the members who would help them exercising. Max needed that trainer because he might be outdated with the training menu and the current diet type. Max scrolled down to find the perfect gym and found an interesting one among the lists. A VR room? He pressed the details and read what this VR room was about. The description said that for someone who aimed to game and increase their movement in VR by making the synchronization of their brain and the machine as high as possible, this gym would help them. Also, the members were free to use the VR capsule in the gym to play together. It was like an internet CAF, but free for the gym's members. However, Max wasn't focused on that. Play together. The connection between the VR capsules in the gym was through a local server. That means all capsules were connected, and one didn't need to add friends to use the co-op function. With so many people in the gym, some of them would definitely play a rather famous title like Knight's Journey. If he invited them to play the co-op Fort Siege together, there was a chance they would accept it. This is perfect for friendless people like me. When he checked the price, it was also within a reasonable range of $450 and $600 with a trainer. The place was also clean and vast. It was just a bit far, 3 kilometers away from his home. Let's visit this place and sign up immediately. Then I will start the gym tomorrow if that's possible. Max was excited about this gym, and he was actually also curious about his synchronization rate with the VR capsule. So, after deciding, Max spent no time thinking about it twice and exited his apartment once again, running with a smile on his face. Chapter 27, Surprised Flexi. Galaxy Gym. Located in Lime City, one of the big cities in the United Nations, it was a big gym with many branches with its main and first main location in New Eden City. Many people liked this gym because it was affordable, comfortable, and had complete equipment. But if only those were their sell points, then this gym wouldn't be able to survive or have more than 100 branches. No, the main selling point of this gym was the VR room and the synchronization test. Many people who loved VR, especially gamers and streamers, would join this gym. They also sponsored many streamers, thus getting more people interested in it. Because they sponsored many streamers, some of them actually live-streamed inside the gym to promote it. An in-real-life live stream wasn't strange at all at this age, and those who did that sometimes were bodybuilding streamers. However, today, a variety streamer visited the Galaxy Gym in Lime City due to his contract. He needed to do an IRL stream of his workout inside the gym and the VR room to his viewers. It's packed to the brim. Look at this. Even with this many people, there is still free equipment that we can use. That streamer was talking to a drone, more specifically to the camera connected to the drone. He had bright orange hair and an energetic personality that could infect other people with his spirit. This guy was Flexi. And inside, he regretted taking the Galaxy Gym sponsorship. I just want to stay at home. Why should I exercise at the gym when I have full equipment in my home? This is strange. I don't like it. Yes, Flexi hated being outside. His manager, Lisa, needed to force him by threatening him. Even now, she stood a bit away, controlling the drone and shooting Flexi's face perfectly. A scary smile was plastered on her beautiful face. Damn it. But there is a VR room here, at least. I will finish my workout quickly and show it. Trying that co-op with the newbies here might also help me get used to the program. Flexi put on an energetic smile and raised his voice. Let's start with jogging. It will only be 3 kilometers, and then we will move to another workout. Preparation and warming up are important. Don't forget that. Saying so, he hopped on the treadmill and began his workout while talking to his 14,610 viewers. It was a bit lower than usual, but it was understandable as it was still 9 a.m. Not to mention, it was Monday. People were still working at this time. However, he didn't care. He only half-assed this stream anyway. His real stream was tonight, from 8 p.m. until morning. This was why he hated going out in the morning, because he was still sleepy from his stream last night. I just want to go home and sleep. He whined in his mind as he kept up his cheerful expression and began to lift weight. Flexi's workout only lasted for 30 minutes. At that moment, many people entered and exited the gym. When he finished, his body and tank top were drenched in sweat. Even if it was a 30-minute workout, it was optimized to build his muscle and brain activity, thus further helping him to stay online in VR with fast movement for longer. That's my workout. How is it? Are you guys inspired? Flexi asked his viewers as he wiped his body with a towel given by Lisa. After this, we will check the VR room. I somehow want to play Knight's Journey co-op here. Huh? I wonder if this gym has a game. With a big smile of being freed from the workout, Flexi went to the VR room located on the other side of the gym. The drone and Lisa followed him. Unlike the gym area, where loud noises filled the room, the VR area was quiet. Many latest generation VR capsules were lined up against the wall, divided by partitions. Colorful lights decorated the ceiling, giving the room a bright but quiet atmosphere. Chill. We can't talk loudly. Here. Even if the people inside the capsule can't hear us, that will break this silence. So, I will pause the stream until I am inside my lobby. See you guys again. Enjoy this upbeat music while waiting. The camera in the drone was deactivated after that, and Lisa changed the live streaming screen into a waiting animation. Having a manager to control the stream made everything easier for the streamers. It was her duty to make sure it ran smoothly. She smiled softly and turned off the hologram screen from her smartwatch. That was wonderful, Flexi. Now we just need to return to the studio and continue our stream there. Yeah, what should I do? I suddenly want to play here and get some practice. Flexi scratched the back of his head. Look, there are many newbies here, right? And I noticed some capsules have Knight's Journey game booting up. Maybe some of them are willing to play co-op with me? Of course, I will go anonymous. Is it to prepare for that? Lisa asked, pushing up her glasses. Her sharp blue eyes flashed a strange glint as she considered the pros and cons of this decision. After a while, she nodded in understanding. I guess there is nothing wrong with it. This will be good content, as your stream has also focused on Knight's Journey lately. Besides, I am happy you are willing to work hard to promote this place, as you should be. Ha ha ha. I worked hard. So I will connect to my stream account inside. Flexi entered the nearest empty capsule and quickly entered his lobby. The login program was entered automatically by scanning his biometrics. It was a fast process that everyone didn't need to worry about, and when he entered, he appeared in the Knighted lobby. It was where he logged out last time. Let's set it quickly and continue the stream. Flexi thought as he quickly set his stream and changed the screen. As he did so, he started Knight's Journey and chose the co-op and not the story mode this time. He was surprised when an invitation appeared on his face just as he entered. Not only that, the invitation was for the Fort Siege. Lucky, the stream had also started, so he decided to take this opportunity. Hello, I am back. It seems that there is someone who played Knight's Journey here. Let's join them and do a co-op. Flexi accepted the invitation, and he appeared in a large field. Beside him was a knight character with a boring design similar to his. That character had 2 axes behind his back, a strange choice of weapon, and kept his nickname anonymous. There is finally someone accepting my invitation. People refused my invitation after seeing I only played Knight's Journey for around 8 hours. The character chirped in. I am counting on you, bro. Hearing the inviter's words, Flexi couldn't help but smile. He seemed like an energetic person who could help his content. Not only that, the other party seemed to be a newbie. People who were invited through the local server could see the inviter's information if they clicked the profile. However, Flexi didn't do that because he knew that people who played in here usually weren't that good anyway. But to think the other person was a newbie, this was perfect for his goal of training for the program. So, he shook the player's hand and laughed. Ha, let's have fun. Both of them started the co-op afterward. In the middle of the run, Flexi couldn't believe what he saw and froze, resulting in him getting killed by a barbarian. His chat laughed at him, but he ignored them due to surprise. What the heck is that newbie's movement? Is something like that even possible? Chapter 28, Mistake or Opportunity. 1. Max was satisfied. After trying the gym for the day, he returned to his apartment and took a shower. They allowed one to have a day trial, so he didn't need to spend any money for membership and actually gained access even to the VR room, which was unexpected. The gym was better than he initially thought, although he could only play co-op once because no one wanted to play with a newbie. But that was enough. His goal was already achieved. My planned path is actually possible. I will be able to cut 1 or maybe even 2 minutes of the run with that. Also, I will probably subscribe to their membership as I quite like the place. Turning off the water, Max wiped his body with a towel while sighing. It was just too hard to look at his ribs sticking out. I need to eat more, he thought as he got dressed. It was now 5 p.m., just an hour before his stream schedule. He only tried the VR room for an hour earlier and wasn't exhausted even when he exercised afterward. His body had gained more stamina slightly in these 5 days since his transmigration. That was good progress, considering Max didn't push himself too much in real life. That made him wonder whether his capsule activity also affected his stamina growth. There is no way that's the case, right? It's just impossible, haha. Training inside the capsule and the real body affected by it was impossible, as the body wouldn't move at all. In fact, scientists have already debunked that no matter how hard the brain activity in VR was, it wouldn't affect the body at all. At least human muscle mass wouldn't change just by lying down and exerting their brain a little bit. So Max's increased stamina was thanks to his hard work and probably the nutritious meal he had every time he didn't visit Nina's restaurant. Having a time before his streaming, Max wondered what he should do. But then, he decided to enter the VR world and join Nighted Lobby to hear some rumors. Who knew if there was news about him? Even if Max wasn't an attention whore, it was great hearing himself get praised directly for his godly skill. Unusually, the lobby seemed to be in chaos right now, more than when the news of Bree's soloing trouser was spread yesterday. What happened? Max, who had just arrived, wondered. People were talking with each other excitedly, and some even cursed at the others because they didn't believe him. This was something beyond a single player who managed to do something incredible. The fever was like when Max discovered a new route. It was just that big, and that was bad news for him, as the threads about him probably were pushed down thanks to this news. What's actually happening? Max immediately opened the community forum to check. Just as he had expected, the threads about him were pushed down by one new thread uploaded by someone named Flexi with the title, Unbelievable Path. That name was slightly familiar to him. That person should be a streamer. So Max went and checked the punch. Just as he had expected, Flexi turned out to be a streamer who was focused on Knight's journey lately. He had more than 100K followers, a rather big streamer in this age. It roused Max's curiosity. What kind of thread was that kind of person posted? And why did he post it in the forum? The latter was obviously to gain more traction to his livestream, but the former still made Max curious. Let's see. The thread was apparently about a co-op Fort Siege. When Flexi was streaming to promote a certain gym, he met with someone who made an unbelievable move. When he read that, Max froze a little and thought of something. Gym? Co-op? Ha, could it be? The player who did a co-op with me in the VR room was killed by a barbarian 3 minutes after we entered. There is no way. This Flexi is that bad. A clip was attached in the thread, and Max couldn't help but chuckle when he saw it. Why not? Because what he thought was the start of his stagnation was actually a great boost for him. The video was only 5 seconds long as Flexi's sight turned black all of a sudden. But that was enough for Max to recognize himself. No, his movement. Under the video, Flexi also put up a comment. Can someone help me find that person? When I exited the capsule, he's already gone. Sorry, but that's too short. How is he playing? I watched the stream, but it's only focused on you. That damn movement. It's inhuman. I think that's Breeze. I think so too. I won't mistake that movement and those axes. The clip is too short, but only Breeze uses axes, and he is crazy. You mean crazy good, right? That was me, Flexi. It's me who played with you. Thank you for inviting me. Shut up. That's Breeze, okay. Lol, trying to impersonate someone. Idiot. Brainless. It was both good news and bad news. The good news was Max could use this to further boost and make his name recognized. The bad news was his strategy was leaked. He didn't think he would meet a famous streamer in Galaxy Gym's VR room. Now his competitors for the programs would see this move and try it. A path that saved 1 or 2 minutes in a speedrun was too valuable not to be used. What a mess, Max thought, sighing in exasperation at his mistake. However, there was still something he needed to do. Let's reply to this thread, or people will try to get the credit. That was something that Max refused to give. He was the one who found that path, so the credit should go to him. Hi, Flexi. That was me, Breeze. That might be too formal. He scratched the back of his head and deleted it all. Fuck it, let's write it like this. That was me. I didn't know the person I invited to play co-op in the gym was you, huh? The way you died by getting stabbed from behind was hilarious and made me laugh. It's good enough. He nodded, satisfied with what he wrote. His account name was written in the post, so everyone could recognize him. Now he just had to wait. Chapter 29, Mistake or Opportunity. 2. Flexi always streamed from first POV mode to add realism and self-insert experience, so no one knew how he died. The stream also started when he was inside, so no one knew whether Flexi was invited or was the one who invited the other party. The only one who knew the details of how he died to the barbarian was Max, who actually played with him. Ding! Just a few seconds after he replied to the thread, he received a private message from someone. Max curiously looked at it, and his grin widened after he read the sender and the content. Flexi, hey, that was cool, dude. So you're Breeze. I saw your stream before. Good content. I didn't know you were in that gym and actually invited me to play, huh? I should have exited my capsule and greeted you immediately, but I was still live streaming at that time. Flexi actually privately messaged him instead of replying to his threat. Breeze, thanks. Please don't mind that. I actually left immediately after that. Haha. I am flattered that a big streamer like you watch me. Flexi, no, you're really good. I am curious how you can find that path in co-op. Say, can you teach me how to do that in the wall run? Of course, that's only if you don't mind. We can stream together if you like it. Haha. I am not boasting, but that will probably get you some viewers. Reading the latest message, Max's hand stopped midair just above the hologram keyboard. Stream together? He thought as his body trembled slightly in happiness. Of course I don't mind. Who would refuse such an opportunity? Bad things were always accompanied by good things. Max could also use this chance to teach his viewers about Wallrun. Just streaming Knight's Journey story will be boring. This is the perfect content I need before continuing the main story. As he thought that, he typed the reply to Flexi. Breeze, I don't mind. Rather, I am happy to. Flexi, great. Let's meet in the Knighted lobby in an hour. You're streaming at that time, right? Breeze, yes. Flexi, it's decided then. See you around. I will also add you as a friend now. You will be able to see my nickname that way. Breeze, all right. See you around. A notification of a friend request popped up just after Max sent his last reply. It was from Flexi. He immediately accepted it and chuckled in a low voice, trying his best not to laugh too loud. Ha. Screw the exposed secret. Thanks to that, I have a partner for a co-op and a collaboration with a big streamer. Besides, I still have another path I didn't show other people. That will be my real ace. Standing up, Max went to where he should meet with Flexi later. The Knighted lobby was vast, expanding more than 5 kilometers in a rectangular shape. Meeting with each other by coincidence in this space was slim. That was why Flexi made sure to leave a meeting place after he sent a friend request. Both agreed to meet at the fountain, which was easy to find and in the middle of the lobby. Max walked leisurely and wasn't in a hurry. He even stopped at a bar to get a drink. Even though he couldn't get full of food inside the VR, at least he could taste it, although diluted. This was one of the reasons why fat people couldn't really be found in real life. They were satisfied by tasting food in VR. The beers taste like water. It's not that good, but at least I now know how it tastes. The taste wasn't like what he expected, and he spat the diluted beer on the ground, throwing the paper cup into the trash, another strange thing in the lobby. Even when the theme was medieval, advanced technology was used to serve the players. When Max arrived at the fountain, he looked around curiously. A large clearing with many benches placed around invited many people. This place became a hub to meet other people and chat together. People dressed like mercenaries or knights stood around and held a paper cup in their hands. It looked funny. If they had a wooden mug instead, the scenery would be perfect. As Max was enjoying the new scenery, he suddenly felt someone patting his shoulder. Breeze. He looked around cautiously and looked at the other party. A young man with an eccentric appearance, bright orange hair, and a wide smile stood there wearing full armor. His character's appearance was the exact copy of his real life. Words Flexi written in glowing letters hovering above his head. At that moment, Max realized who that person was. Flexi. Ha. That's right. One and only. Flexi raised his thumb and flashed an exaggerated smile. His energy made Max smile bitterly. Still, the orange-haired streamer looked at Max from toe to head. You wore a simple avatar, huh? Black pants and a black long-sleeved shirt. Well, you look handsome, so I don't think that will be a problem. All right, we can start the stream here. How about it? Here, Max asked, looking a bit reluctant. Just like Flexi, Max's avatar was the scan of his real life. He didn't change anything, and he looked so skinny. In fact, he planned to do a scan again a day before the program started, so his avatar would look fresh. He was confident in fixing his body with the B-grade supplement and the workout he did. Looking at Max's face, Flexi immediately noticed something. You didn't do a face reveal yet, right? Sorry, I forgot about that. He raised his hand and smiled apologetically. We can start the stream inside the game then. You can wait for me while I do the intro here. Do you mind if we do it like that? Oh. Max was pulled out of his thoughts and nodded. He smiled at Flexy's consideration and how he changed things fast when he noticed that revealing his face was inconvenient for now. That will be the best, thanks. I need to do an intro and introduce the content to my viewers. I hadn't told them that I would stream co-op for today. Great. Let's talk about the details then. But for now, let's move to a quieter place. I stick out like a thumb, ha ha ha. All right. Both of them moved to a tavern near the fountain and sat on the corner. Flexy explained the plan and what he had in mind to make the stream exciting. The main point was Max showcasing his wall run and axe spin 360. Max readily agreed to the plan. He thought that would be the best in this guerrilla collaboration. Then, he dived into the game first. Chapter 30, First Collaboration 1. Livestream start. As soon as the stream started, many viewers popped up one by one. They were already waiting for Breeze's stream, curious about the continuation of the new route's main story. But, as soon as they saw the stream, the viewers were slightly confused. Why is he in the Barack? Breeze, did you not continue the story? Isn't that co-op Barack? Is Breeze going for a co-op? Is this a speedrun stream today? Max stood in a Knight Barack's training ground, the waiting lobby of Knight's Journey, where a player could enter to wait for a co-op partner to arrive or start. He was in his Knight's Journey avatar, an average man wearing a knight's full plate armor. This area differed from the main story's Barack, so the viewers quickly noticed. Seeing the viewers count stopped at 462, Max smiled at the camera and waved his hand. Guys, Breeze is here again with Knight's Journey. As you can see, there is something different about today's stream. Today, we will try this co-op mode before continuing the main story. As expected, it's the co-op waiting lobby. Breeze, is it about today's thread? Were you really the one who played with Flexy in that clip? Breeze in co-op. Is he going to set a new world record now? Don't be stupid. Setting a world record isn't like going to the bathroom. It's tough. Yes, it's related to the newest thread earlier. As for the answer, that was indeed me. I just worked out in the gym I found and played a little. Ha ha ha. I didn't know I would stumble upon a big streamer. How lucky. No, it's Flexy that's lucky. Breeze actually found a new path in the Fort Siege. Yes, that's right. Breeze, will you play with your friend today? Indeed. Max nodded at the viewer's question. He also checked the time. It was already a few minutes since he prepared and started the live stream. Flexy will invite me soon. He thought as he kept talking to entertain the viewers. The viewers were already excited. Although some left, with only 420 viewers staying, the others were still here because they liked Breeze's content and the surprise he created every time he streamed. My friend will invite me soon, so let's wait. While waiting, is there anything you guys want to ask? I will answer all questions to celebrate my third day of streaming. Everyone forgot about that fact until Max brought it up again. Indeed, it was only his third day of streaming. No one would expect that when they saw his viewers count. Also, while everyone didn't know about it, he was invited to a program to promote the Knight's Journey game by BioZone Entertainment's marketing team. His achievement was significant, and he came like a comet, not like a breeze. Many people were curious about him, so questions popped up in the chat like a waterfall. Will you do a face reveal, Breeze? How much is your synchronization rate? Your movement is sick. Where do you live? I want your numbers. Breeze, are you planning to make streaming your career? How tall are you? How old are you? Do you have a girlfriend? Or maybe a boyfriend? How can you move that well in the game? Is there a trick to it? Some questions touched on the topic of his real life, while some were only curious about the streaming and virtual reality part. Breeze, read the questions carefully and only answered some of them. I will do a face reveal soon. And freaking noob, I don't know my synchronization rate yet. I plan to test it soon. And to answer your question, Kappa, I was doing parkour in real life before. That's the base of my movement. Also, I am still single, and I like a girl. His answer was perfectly calculated and only gave enough information to satisfy the viewers. They asked many questions after that, and Max either answered vaguely enough or ignored questions that related to his real life. While he indeed loved streaming and would do an IRL stream in the future, he wanted to stay mysterious until the program in 6 days. Of course, the answer about him not knowing his synchronization rate was a lie. He had tested it when he visited Galaxy Gym the first time before trying the VR room. I will keep it a secret for now, he thought. There will be a better place to disclose this information. After answering a few questions, the invitation he was waiting for finally arrived. Ding! A blue window appeared in front of him, with the inviter's name clearly glowing in blue. At that moment, the chat suddenly blew with, "What? Am I seeing things? The one who invites Breeze. I read it's Flexi. Hey, is that really Flexi? Are they going to do a co-op stream together?" The excited viewers filled the chat. Some also posted a thread as Max smiled calmly and accepted the invitation. When he pressed to accept, his figure was covered in a blue light and was transferred to Flexi's waiting room. The orange-haired streamer stood before him in a Knight's Journey avatar, similar to Max's. What made them different was that Flexi already customized his armor and dyed it gold. Ha! Everyone, welcome Breeze to the room. Say hello to him, Flexi exclaimed excitedly as he gestured at Max. Noticing that it was time for his introduction to Flexi's viewers, Max flashed a smile and waved his hand at the small camera hovering around him. Hello everyone. I am Breeze, a small-time streamer. Ha! It's nice to meet you guys. As he finished his introduction, he glanced at his chat room, and, as expected, it exploded with many chats at once. Holy shit. He's with Flexi. On his third day of streaming. Big Breeze. Will he be a typhoon soon? Now he's with a big streamer. I am proud of you, Breeze. Not only did Max's viewers type like a storm, but his viewer count also increased at a fast speed. Milestone after milestone was broken until it stabilized. Viewers, 1251. Crazy. Max's eyes widened in surprise. We just met in the waiting room, but my viewers are pumped up like crazy. It broke my record in the past too. While Max was silent and still surprised, Flexi took the initiative to explain what they would do in this sudden collaboration stream to the viewers. Are you not interested? I bet you guys saw the thread I posted. Wasn't that amazing? And when Flexi's viewers were on top of excitement after he skillfully manipulated the stream direction, he laughed. Sorry. I will tell you guys now. Our stream today is about. Flexi paused dramatically, moving his hands as if he were beating a drum. Max watched with anticipation. He couldn't help but get pulled to Flexi's energetic way of streaming. Being a top streamer wasn't all due to luck. It also needed skill, dedication, as well as awareness of surroundings. I will learn from him, he thought, looking at Flexi. He stopped drumming and raised his hands. Not wanting to ruin the moment, Max also imitated him and did a similar thing. Flexi only smiled at him and tapped his foot twice, giving him a sign that they would need to say it together in the second tap. They had talked about this before, and when Flexi tapped his foot's tip twice, both of them shouted simultaneously. Fort Siege speedrun. Max's face was burning in embarrassment. But when he watched his viewers' reaction, who laughed at what he did, he felt like it was worth it. However, I won't do this kind of thing again, he complained in his mind. It's too embarrassing. His respect for Flexi increased. To think that man did this every time he was streaming. How terrifying. His courage even beat a former tracer. Chapter 31. First Collaboration 2. Two people dressed in golden and silver armor appeared in a clearing, surrounded by tall trees that created a natural cover against many barbarians in the distance. Because the game hadn't started yet, the enemies were frozen still, not even moving an inch. A half-transparent timer was hovering in the corner of the player's vision. Not only that, when players entered the co-op Fort Siege, the weapon they chose in the waiting room automatically was carried over. The silver-armored individual, Max, had two rare axes slung on his back. Meanwhile, Flexi had a long sword strapped on his waist. All right, we're here. Flexi spread his arms wide and grinned. Then he turned to Max. I've explained the goal of this co-op before to you guys. But, have you explained it to your viewers yet, Breeze? I plan to explain it. Max answered with a nod and turned to the camera. Do you want to hear my explanation, guys? Bear with me, all right. Some of you may already understand how this works, but there might be people who have never watched Knight's Journey and are only here after hearing my beautiful voice. He added with a chuckle. What is this guy saying? Be careful, Breeze. Someone will stab you from behind tonight. This newbie is getting full of himself, lol. First time here. It seems this streamer is shameless. Lol. I can't have a word. Flexi changed our kid to be shameless. The viewers looked disappointed in the front, but they were actually having fun as some only sent laugh emoticons. I bet you guys are actually also staying to hear my voice. He continued, laughing playfully to get his viewers' reaction. It worked, and the chat moved faster than ever. Haha. Anyway, let me explain what we will do. I will just summarize it so it won't take long. Max began to explain about the co-op Fort Siege and the objectives that he and Flexi needed to finish to end the challenge. On the side, Flexi nodded many times in acknowledgement, sometimes praising Max's explaining skill whenever he stopped to ask the chat. After less than a minute, his explanation ended, and he asked whether the viewers understood. Yes, just play now. What's he playing? I came because I saw this stream in a recommendation. That was the end of Breeze's beautiful voice LOL. Lol, beautiful voice. Happy face, he's playing Knight's Journey. Great. Watch our run closely, and don't leave. I will probably explain something in the middle of playing. Max smirked and looked at Flexi, who nodded his head. Indeed. Some of you must have seen the clip. We will try to use that path in today's stream. Our goal is the world record, but don't get mad if we can't achieve it in our first stream. The chat mocked Flexi jokingly, and he ignored them and approached Max, muting his microphone. He gestured to Max to do the same and only talked after he did so. I had a great reaction from my viewers. We will stick to the plan and do the first run to teach each other how we play. The second run will be the real one. We will stop after that, and you can teach me your wall run trick before we end it in. Hour later, whether I managed to learn it or not. Flexi was famous for his energetic and fun streaming content, while Breeze's streaming content focused on his skill and an element of surprise that was fun and exciting to watch. Combining both to create energetic but unexpected content would definitely work wonderfully. Right now, I am reaching 25,000 viewers. This is a higher side in my Knight's Journey stream, so we need to do our best. Flexi extended his hand, and his smile widened. He also activated his microphone again as he was ready to play. Max nodded with the same grin, activated his microphone, and bumped his fist against Flexi's. Let's do this. I will go first, and you follow me from behind. Lol, I don't know what they are talking about, but his confidence is through the roof. Kill them all. Blood. We will see barbarians' blood. The axes will finally get their blood. My right hand is aching. Breeze's viewers became excited at how confident he was, even with a big streamer and undoubtedly one of Knight's Journey best players. They liked that part of him. No one talked him down because they had seen Breeze's actual skill. He wasn't lacking, even when compared to Stone Sword. After all, he solo-killed Trouser, which was said to be impossible to kill alone. Haha, I am confident in my ability, but if that's what you want, then I will let you go first. Flexi answered enthusiastically and started the stage. Fort Siege will start in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1, go. Both of them ran out of the hiding spot at the same time. Max was running fast in front of Flexi, gripping 2 axes tightly in his hand. A fort with an imperceptible wall stood tall on a hill. On the highest spot of the fort, a ripped flag was hit by the wind, ruffling around in its former glory. That was one of the objectives of this run. The other objective was inside the fort, so the best strategy was to split up when they were in front of it. The barbarians that were frozen earlier started to move. They noticed Max and Flexi and shouted loudly to alarm the others in the castle. Afterward, they rushed at the duo with anger burning in their eyes. Looking at them, Flexi turned a bit worried. There were too many barbarians, totaling 25. They had a bad random number generation, known as RNG, and actually spawned more mobs than normal. Breeze, can you handle some of them? Flexi shouted at Max, who went a little ahead of him. I got this. Max answered and raised his right hand. He brought it behind his head as he kept running. When he heard metal touching each other from behind, he quickly threw his hand forward, and the axe was flying toward the barbarian with a bow and arrow, lodging between his eyebrow and killing him in one go. First blood is mine, Max exclaimed without reducing his running speed. He didn't notice Flexi's perplexed face behind him and started to mow down the barbarians with a feral smile on his face. Looking at the big streamer's reaction, the chat burst into laughter. Haha, look at his face. Lol, that's why Breeze is the best. He's built differently. I want to be him. I envy him. Make me yours. STFU. Just enjoy Breeze killing the barbarians while Flexi Boy is stunned. We need to clip this. Clippers. I got you, bro. It was just usual breezes streaming for the people from day 1 and 2. However, those who just joined today after knowing Breeze from Flexi's stream reacted differently. This guy's nuts. Is he cheating? No way he can move like that. The barbarians are nothing. They are more like barbarian. Barbarian fits more. Damn, you are good at puns. Come to him, barbarian. Let him cut you in half. Lolalalal. Indeed. Just the usual reactions. Chapter 32, First Collaboration 3. Flexi. Max shouted at the frozen Flexi while picking out the axe he had thrown earlier. Every barbarian that came to him earlier was either turned into a blob of flesh or was cut into two. Let's continue. Flexi snapped out of his thoughts and blinked. The sight before him was too unreal, but he remembered that he was still streaming, so he reacted professionally. Yeah. He ran toward the blood-covered Max. That was a nice one, Breeze. You're like a typhoon coming for them, impaling everyone that gets close to punishment. Ha, that was easy. Max laughed and slung his axes on his back. Anyway, let's continue as planned. I will take and guard the flag while you defeat the boss. Right? I am counting on you, partner. Don't die on me too. After talking to confirm their plans, both of them moved once again. This time, they moved in a slightly different direction. Their split started now. Usually, people who had never played with each other in co-op wouldn't dare to do this, but Flexi and Max had talked before and weren't afraid of failure. As agreed before, the first run was a test run. No matter the outcome, they would fix it for the next run. So they were free to experiment with things or even mess up in this as long as they finished the objective. Let's not hit the path immediately. Following the one in Stone Sword's video might be good enough for the first run and keep my path as a surprise for later. Thinking so, Breeze went to the highest part of the hill, which jutted out slightly and covered half of the fort's northern wall. That was the original route that people often took to get to the objective faster. Naturally, Max would use it as he also believed it was the optimal way, as only a few enemies existed in that part. But of course, that was if the RNG god was on his side. Max didn't decrease his speed even a little as he jumped on the wall and grabbed the top side, pulling his body up. This part, which was the hardest for other people, was easy for him, just like walking to the part. So smooth. Smooth detective? What a way to avoid copyright, but yeah, Breeze's movement is so smooth. Like my thighs. Doubt. You have hairy thighs, confirmed. There were 3 barbarians waiting for him above. They were surprised at how fast Max climbed the wall and hadn't yet unsheathed their weapons. Using their surprise as a chance, Max immediately dashed to them and threw one axe at the farthest enemy. It lodged in his neck and killed him immediately. And one barbarian shouted at his friend's death, taking his eyes off Max. That was a mistake. That's over. Max coldly announced their death. Max's speed was faster than average, even when he wore full plate armor. He reached the nearest barbarian and cut his vulnerable neck without hesitation, followed by the next barbarian by throwing his axe. 3 barbarians died just like that. After getting used to the movement in the game, Max was able to pull all his potential and became more deadly. It was actually thanks to the tips he read in Galaxy Jim's VR room. It's working, he thought as he recovered his axes and ran to the nearby door to head to another side. I am also not as exhausted as I am supposed to be. Limiting useless thoughts when moving fast really decreases the load in my brain. The VR capsule read brainwaves and converted them into data. It had 100% accuracy and could replicate realism inside the game. However, that was also its downside. Because all information was converted into data, even useless information, such as when a player was thinking about what to eat after gaming, was also converted, thus taking more energy needed. The trick to minimize that was just to focus on one thing. That was what Max applied in the battle earlier. He just focused on killing the barbarians and nothing else, not even his next move. Because complicated thoughts were minimalized for this trick, it couldn't be used in a large-scale battle or a battle that needed a strategy to win. That was its second downside. Now I just need to go to the southern wall and use the tight rope to reach the main fort building. When Max reached another part of the wall, 5 barbarians ambushed him. 3 of them attacked from the front, while 2 jumped from the tower that connected the northern wall with the west one. He was surrounded from all sides, and he could use only a small space to move around. Breeze is a pinch. Will this be his first death on stream? How can he dodge them? Find out after the commercial break. Break your $4. There are no ads in Punch for a premium account. Shut up. Watch Breeze die. Everyone expected him to be unable to dodge this attack. No matter where one saw it. This was unlucky, and the chance to be ambushed by 5 barbarians at once was slim. But Max didn't panic. He had expected this after watching many failed runs and analyzing them before. So he already planned the way out. Turning around, he sent a roundhouse kick toward the 2 barbarians dropping from above as they came faster than the ones from the front. He needed to deal with them first. His kick connected with one, blowing him to his friend, and both fell from the narrow ledge to the ground. 3 barbarians were left. They were already closing in and only 2 meters away from him. Die. Get shredded. I refuse. Max answered their shouts with a grin as he jumped back. His feet were planted on the wall, and he kicked hard. His body flew in the air, passing the barbarians from above. They looked surprised as Max rolled around the ground to reduce the impact and ran away. Yes, Max just ignored them and ran toward the southern wall. The viewers were speechless as well. Due to how easily Max killed his enemies and how he massacred them before, they expected him to butcher the rest. However, he actually ran away. Breeze, the blood axe, or so the viewers called it, ran from barbarians without killing them. Who the hell is he? Kakahaha. He's running LOL. Breeze didn't dye his axe in blood. Who is that? I thought I was watching Breeze. Am I dreaming? Where am I? Welcome to heaven, bud. My right hand. It craves BL. Huh. It doesn't hurt. Huh? Isn't that normal in a speedrun? Only when a new viewer pointed it out did the others remember. That's right. This is a speedrun, not a normal mission. Ding. Lovely Otter has donated 300 diamonds. Running Breeze. It's not so bad. And guys, keep your bloodlust down. Apologize to new viewers. Sorry. My bad. Otter, you're so apologize. Chapter 33. First Collaboration 4. Just as Max managed to get past the barbarians and arrived at the tight rope in the southern wall, a message suddenly appeared in front of him. Flexi has been killed by Gargantua. The fort's siege ended in failure. Max stopped his advance and stood on one foot on a path narrower than 5 centimeters. It was an amazing feat that needed a really good balance, and the viewers made a fuss about it. Another clip of the day? Breeze should upload his edited video to PunchTube. For real. Inhuman. He's a Breeze. What do you expect? I won't be surprised if he suddenly flies. That's just impossible, right? Their reactions were amusing. However, Max didn't read them and only clicked his tongue in disappointment as his vision distorted and changed back to the waiting room. He was transported back. Upon arriving, he saw Flexi approach him with a stupid smile while laughing stupidly. Ha ha ha, that was totally my fault. My chat is angry at me and says that I am a burden. I can't say I disagree with your chat, Max replied playfully, shrugging his shoulders. Hearing him, Flexi's smile froze as he looked disappointed and slumped down. That was harsh. Ugh, I can't deny it as I was the one who got killed by the boss. But hearing that from someone who hasn't played Knight's Journey for more than 10 hours is humiliating. Get better. Max chuckled evilly, crossing his arms. The axes he had inside the game had disappeared when he got transported. How dare he be a burden to Breeze? This Flexi need to learn from the master. By the way, how did he die? Indeed, that was the most important question. Max was also curious, and as someone had pointed it out, there was nothing wrong with asking. I will ask him. He replied to his viewer and poked Flexi's shoulder, getting his attention. What? You want to mock me again? Flexi reacted exaggeratedly, wiping an imaginary tear with his gloved hand. It's not that. My viewers are curious about how you die against the boss. It's easier than the boss in the main story, right? To make the speedrun possible, the boss in the co-op stage was made to be weaker than the original one in the story with a different name to avoid spoilers for new players. Yeah, that should be the case, Flexi answered with a nod, putting up a serious expression to appear smarter. The truth is. Both paused for a while. Tension grew in the room and the chat, waiting for Flexi to disclose it. Ba-dump. Dum-dum. Badatum. TSS. As if on cue with Max's chat, Flexi scratched the back of his head and said, I tried wall run and slipped. Then the boss kicked me hard. Hee hee. At that moment, Max had a desire to punch someone in the face without caring whether he was a big streamer or not. He face-bombed as Flexi kept laughing, with his viewers mocking him. He held his desire to let out a long sigh and tried to keep calm by controlling his breathing. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breeze, notice me. Shut up. Let him breathe. Still, Max understood where Flexi was coming from. The run was not terrible, but it had no interesting element besides him massacring the group of barbarians at the start. They just did something similar to other streamers, thus ruining the goal of making energetic but unexpected things. Even now, Flexi was winking at Max secretly, waiting for him to say something and change the topic. The big streamer was used to toxic comments, so saying something to look down on him after his failure would add more spice to the content. You got killed because you failed to run on a wall? Max asked, lowering his hand and looking at Flexi in disbelief. Ha ha. Yeah, Flexi answered nonchalantly, dropping his discouraged look. It was so hard. When I watched your clip, you did it so effortlessly. Do you really have no trick to do that wall run? This was Flexi's real goal of having himself killed by the boss. As a veteran streamer invited to the program by Taka, his skill was already confirmed. The chance of him making such a mistake and getting killed by the boss was slim. Of course, Max still didn't know about that, and only guessed that Flexi actually had a plan in mind. And it seemed like they would skip the second run and go straight to the next content they agreed on. He's really a good streamer. Max praised Flexi in his mind. He understands that if we continue like before, people will just leave. I also can't show my strategy yet because I don't know who will join the program. So our run looks like a normal one, boring and tedious. Well, I did my best to entertain them. Wall run tutorial, finally. I retract my words. This guy, Flexi, is the best. Do it, Breeze. Teach that noob how to wall run. That one person you called noob can whoop your $4 easily. Why censor your words? Just use directly. Ha. Wall run tutorial. Ding. Freaking noob has donated 200 diamonds. While I am curious about the clip of your new path, wall run takes priority. Also, dirty words are censored. Freaking noob. Thank you for the donation. Should I do it? I don't know how to teach other people. Also, Lovely Otter, thank you for the 300. Thanks for calming the chat. Max used the donation to relay to Flexi that he didn't mind moving to the next content. Noticing that, Flexi smoothly followed suit. Hey, your viewers want you to teach me, right? Just do it. Or should I donate first to make you agree? I heard you can be moved by money. Flexi grinned and put his thumb and index finger together. He moved them up and down as if trying to bait Max to accept it. Max grinned back in response and said jokingly, that might not be bad. Every lesson that can't be searched on the internet is premium, no? I think 50,000 diamonds will suffice for my secret skill. Naturally, he wasn't serious and thought Flexi was also only joking. About that. That was why he blurted out 50,000 diamonds, as that was the milestone he tried to pass to finish his quest. But, great. Teach me then. Ding. Flexi has donated 50,000 diamonds. Lesson fee. Max underestimated the person named Flexi and his monetary value. He looked at his new friend in disbelief. Chapter 34. How to Wall Run 1. You're sending this for real? He asked through his gaze and muted his microphone. Flexi only smiled and responded after muting his microphone. Take it as your appearance fee. I planned to send more, but you asked for too little, so I will transfer the rest through your bank. I already got more than that from the donation. Also, do you mind if I upload this edited stream to PunchTube? 50,000 diamonds was equal to $1,000. It was by no means a small amount of money. To spend something like this for an appearance fee that also helped him was simply ridiculous. Also, how much did he get from his donations? His viewers are fewer than other streamers, but they seem really wealthy. Enough to get more than 50,000 diamonds in less than an hour. My quest is finished with just this one donation. Thanks to this donation, his quest from the system was finished immediately. But he didn't get a notification yet because he was in the game. Just like before, he guessed the notification would only pop in front of him once he entered the lobby or exited the VR capsule. Thanks, Flexi. This will help me a lot. Also, I don't mind if you upload it. No need to mention it. I will put your link in the description too, huh? We are already pals now? Flexi smiled and unmuted his microphone, continuing the stream. Teacher Breeze, teach us. Teacher Breeze, teach us. Breeze be like. How to be a breeze. Max once again put on a smile. He couldn't let that money bother him and ruin the stream and excitement. Very well. I will teach you how to do a wall run. Ha ha ha. It's natural for me to teach my friend. Lies. You only teach him for his money. Money lover Breeze. Prophet number 1. I am not a money lover, guys. I just love money. That's what those words mean. Oh no. Our Breeze has become a dum-dum. Meh. He probably is just acting. Happy face, you don't know? He changes his mind as fast as I spend money after getting paid. In a flash, I said. Anyway, it's the wall run tutorial we are waiting for, guys. We can finally listen to his detailed explanation. Yeah? 50,000 diamonds, well spent. I don't feel bad at all. Because that's not our money. Duh. The viewers looked excited and looked forward to it. And the stream reached its peak. Many new viewers joined. Most of them either because they were moving from Flexi's stream or the post in the thread that became a viral talk among Knight's Journey players. Freaking Noob was the thread starter. And he actually made a bold title. Get over here. God Breeze is teaching us how to run on the wall. Truly, this person really knew how to elevate someone from a noob to a god in just 3 days. Max and Flexi changed spots. The current waiting room was not suitable for learning wall runs as it had no wall, so Flexi changed it to an indoor training room through customization. Of course, this customization could only be bought through an item mall using real money. It was a perk given to a whale or someone who loved to custom and change something from the original. By the way, Flexi's golden armor was also bought in a similar way. Max already knew about it, but was uninterested, as what he enjoyed was the game, not the customization. Not to mention, he would rather buy a new game as it cost more than $500 rather than spend it on cosmetics, at least until he had more money. This guy is really rich. Max thought as he stretched his hands and legs in preparation. We could have done it in the lobby, but he chose to do it in the game because it's part of the content. He didn't wear armor anymore and was only in a long-sleeved turtleneck shirt and long black pants, so he felt really light. Flexi still customized the waiting room and added walls with various inclinations. He had an excited look on his face as he licked his lips, moving his fingers skillfully to change where the walls were located. The first one was a rather flat surface with a 90-degree inclination. Then there was one with 75, 69, 55, and then lastly, 45 degree. Max could understand giving them levels, but why would he make one of them inclined 69 degree and not 70? Is that number also nice in this world? He thought as he checked the chat. Nice. Man of culture. Nice. Unexpectedly, they understood what that meant, and the chat was filled with nice. He couldn't help but smile bitterly as he finished his warm-up. At the same time, Flexi was finished and nodded in satisfaction. All the walls had their inclination written on them. This is good. He then turned to Max, Teacher Breeze. I am ready. The way he called Max still sounded strange in his ear. He preferred when Flexi didn't add a teacher and just called him casually. All right then. Shall I give an example first? Max asked while holding his shoulder and rotating his arm, loosening the joints. Ooh, of course. It would be nice if I could see how you do it directly and not through the screen. Maybe you should change your camera to first POV so the viewers can see what you see. That's a good idea. Flexi's suggestion was good, and the viewers seemed to agree. If they could see through the first POV, they might be able to see how to do it. Max quickly changed the camera angle, and the small camera in the air disappeared. His eyes had become the new camera, and what he saw was broadcast to the streaming screen in real time. Is this fine? He asked his viewers, still unsure whether it worked or not. We can see it. I almost forgot Breeze is a newbie streamer again. This question woke me up. Yeah, it's perfect. Great. Max smiled and nodded. He walked toward the wall with a 90-degree inclination without hesitation while giving out a warning. Be careful, all right? I recommend those who can't withstand a sudden and fast movement to watch through Flexi's stream. He couldn't really force or stop people from watching, but at least he knew that some people probably had a condition where they couldn't handle such a sudden movement. In fact, some viewers left after leaving a message they would watch from Flexi's POV instead. That was fine. There were still more than 1,200 viewers who stayed to watch him directly. He also didn't mind disclosing his technique to wall run because it was common knowledge back in his world. Sooner or later, people who could imitate him would appear. That was why he was grateful for this opportunity. He actually could use it to make a name for himself. Well, I should really thank Flexi for this. His smile widened as he looked forward, Concentrating. Chapter 35. How to Wall Run 2. As a former athlete, Max had a deep concentration. He could ignore almost everything and just focus on choosing a path he should take if he fully concentrated. In his eyes, the optimal path he could take and where he should step was glowing brightly. He usually just followed that path, and what he imagined in his mind would always work. I will begin the demonstration. Announcing the start, Max began to run toward the wall and jumped. When he was just a bit away from it, carrying his momentum and stepping on the wall a few times before he landed by rolling to reduce the impact. It was by no means an easy feat. The wall was more than 5 meters long, and that would require at least 4 steps to get to the end. Max did that in just a span of a second and managed to keep his feet on the wall like a spider. The viewers who watched from Max's perspective were speechless. The chat was stopped for a few seconds and immediately exploded once Max stood up and asked, "Did you guys catch that? My head is spinning. Is this what Breeze had seen every time he moved? This is like a movie. I can't. It doesn't make sense. How can he do that? My head. Arg. My head ad. I thought the world was spinning, but it turned out I was the one who was spinning. It makes me dizzy just by watching it." Flexi was also speechless. He actually didn't believe what he saw and was pretty impressed by it. Watching it directly and watching through the screen was indeed different. His feet moved so fast that it looked like a blur. He didn't know someone could do what Breeze had just done in virtual reality. How high is his synchronization? He said he had done parkour before. What is that? Is that a martial art? In this age, people trained how to use swords, built their bodies to get stronger, and some even honed their aim in a training range. All of it was to be better at games. Most esport professionals all had various pieces of training themselves. Sometimes, they even recommended some training that could benefit gamers and streamers. The term parkour wasn't on the list of the training they recommended. Flexi had never heard of it before, so it was a new thing for him. Is it an ancient martial art technique? No. Hearing his explanation before I invited him to join the lobby, it seems like parkour is like moving through obstacles, just like a game of tag. Is he a professional tag athlete? Whatever it was, Flexi laughed bitterly. He still had a job to do as a streamer. That was to sate his curiosity as well as the viewers. His chat was filled with people in disbelief and cursing at how that was possible at all. They wanted an explanation. Ha ha ha, that was amazing. Watching it directly sent a goosebump to my skin. He exclaimed excitedly and ran toward Max. That was a pretty solid run, Breeze. Can you explain how you do that? I still don't understand the principle behind it just by watching it. Max nodded at Flexi. He already had something to explain to the readers, unlike the first time he showed how to wall run and ended up saying it was easy. They won't be satisfied with that, especially Flexi's viewers. At least he needed to bullshit a little if he truly didn't know how to explain it. Thankfully, though, he remembered what he heard when he was taught how to run horizontally on the wall when he first started parkour. First of all, you shouldn't really be running alongside the wall, but make an angel so you also run toward the wall. Running around a 30 to 45 degree angle is good as long as you have enough pressure and weight to stay on the wall and not slip while running. Max positioned himself and looked at the wall as an example. He even made sure to use his arms as an example of what he wanted to tell the viewer. All through the first POV because he hadn't changed the camera angle yet. Also, not all walls are good for wall run except you're already used to it. Try to run in a stone wall with a lot of grip first. The first step is important. You shouldn't kick the wall, but try to absorb the impact and stay on it. Try 2 steps first on an inclined slope. That's the basic wall run, or you can also call it a wall ride. I hope you understand this explanation. Max ended his explanation with a smile. He thought he explained it well, but Flexi stayed silent with his jaw dropped. He looked rather clueless. What? His explanation is more technical than I originally thought. Breeze is actually a smart guy? That explanation is so easy to understand. He's not just a bloody axe, but a smart bloody axe. Thank you, Breeze. I will try to apply your technique. We still need a detailed tutorial, but this is enough to start practicing. Change it back to a free camera and teach Flexi how to do it. Ding. Bloody Axe has donated 500 diamonds. Lesson fee. I Love Wall has donated 500 diamonds. Lesson fee. Take my money. What do you guys think I am? A bloody murderer? He asked with a growl, trying to intimidate them. Thank you for the lesson fee, Bloody Axe and I Love Wall. And I changed the POV now. Is it good? It's good. Ha ha ha, we can't deny it. A barbarian hunter, Breeze. Max nodded at their response. Then he looked at Flexi, who had recovered and held his chin in a deep thought. He didn't know what the orange-haired streamer thought about it, but the stream was still ongoing. Do you want to try it, Flexi? He asked, raising his voice to get his attention. Flexi looked up after he was called. His face brightened into a smile as he exclaimed excitedly, "Of course. And I won't do any inclined wall, so move a bit. I will prove that I am also a gamer. I can do this in one try. Go ahead." Max gestured for Flexi to try as he moved away from the wall. Remember not to face the wall directly or run alongside it, but make an angle. All right. Pumping himself up, Flexi stepped forward. Just like Max, he was dressed lightly to move more easily. He lowered his stance and, imitating Max, he ran toward the wall at full speed and jumped confidently. Chapter 36. Quest complete. A burst of laughter rang on the 50th floor of Biozone Entertainment's building. It echoed against the wall and filled the empty office at once. Even if this was called an office, it was actually more like a remote home. No one was here except for the team leader, who was responsible for reporting to the chief directly, Takamir. The others were working through their VR capsule at home. That was why he was free to laugh or cry whatever he wanted. The reason why he laughed loudly this time was because of Breeze's stream. After finishing his work, Taka was curious whether Breeze would be professional enough to keep silent in his stream, so he decided to watch. It turned out his worry was unfounded, and he was surprised. He didn't expect that a veteran streamer and the newbie he invited would collaborate. Not only that, they were playing co-op Fort Siege, which would be the main program in 6 days. It was such a coincidence, but Taka liked this. Neither Flexi nor Breeze had been informed who would join the program, so they were clueless about each other's situation. Thus, their livestream resulted in many funny and surprising things. That boy is really talented at reeling people. No, maybe a genius? It's like he's born to entertain people. After knowing that the co-op streaming didn't work due to their splitting ways, Flexi suggested that Breeze change the content to a learning one instead. His change was also smooth, ensuring he died while he failed to do the wall run. Both of them make a good partner. At least they have a similar way of thinking and actually complement each other pretty well. And this? The floating hologram screen in front of Taka showed Flexi's serious expression as he ran toward the wall. He imitated Breeze's movement and jumped. 1 step, 2 steps. Just right after his second foot hit the wall, he suddenly lost his balance and fell to the ground head first. Ha ha ha. He had done it 5 times, but is still unable to. Is he doing this on purpose? His synchronization is more than 92%. He should be able to do this quite easily with his mechanic. Or, Taka's voice lowered slightly. Is this movement technique that hard? Not every streamer was a player with good skill and mechanics. In fact, only around 15% of the top streamers could compete with real professional gamers. Flexi was one of the rare streamers whose skill almost matched professional gamers. His control in VR was also top-notch. If he didn't play around and failed to try to replicate that movement, then it would be safe to assume that Breeze's mechanics and control were even higher than his. I got a jackpot. Ha ha ha, the program will be exciting. Should I pair both of them together? Taka caressed his chin, which was filled with a soft beard, thanks to getting stuck inside this office for a while. This might become an exciting fight. He smiled widely and began to type on the keyboard. Taka kept watching the stream until the end, and Flexi finally was able to take the 3rd step on the wall before falling. The speaker boomed loudly as Flexi screamed and high-fived Breeze. Donations poured into both streamers, and the live stream ended shortly after that. Phew, that wasn't as tiring as usual, but Flexi's energy was too much for me. At least he was satisfied and managed to do a first-level wall run. He's pretty good. Max climbed out from the open capsule. He was drenched in sweat like usual, as the air conditioning in his old capsule wasn't as good as the new one, and he was actually exhausted from concentrating on virtual reality. His clothes were already wet and sticky. It was too uncomfortable, so he took it off and wiped his sweat using the towel he prepared beforehand as he sat on the bed. After his face was clean, he hung the towel on his shoulder and smiled. But thanks to him, I managed to finish my quest. Quest. Can I eat from donation? Obviously, a streamer needs money. Let's get your first donation milestone before the end of night's journey. Progress. 92, 650/50, 000 diamonds, or 1,853/$1,000. Reward: 1x B-grade nutritional supplement. Deadline: 5th livestream, March 5th. Failure to complete the quest will result in the system being uninstalled. Quest is completed excellently. Your reward and the bonus will be sent to your address in the morning. So it will be sent to my home? Max sounded a bit disappointed as he sighed. I thought it would appear magically, like popping in front of me or on my table or something like that. But I guess this is also fine. Nutritional supplement is said best to consume in the morning before exercise. After all, Breeze wasn't expecting to get a bonus, but he still looked forward to it. Free stuff was always welcomed. And this donation, it's my record. In just one stream, he managed to get 57,050 diamonds. It was far more than what he got in the past 2 days. The 50,000 diamonds were from Flexi. That meant he only got 7,050 diamonds from his viewers. It was less than he thought, but he only showed his move thrice and didn't do anything flashy. Still, that much was still worth more than $100. Max wasn't disappointed with the result. There would always be days like this where he got less than viewers. What was important was that his followers in Punch finally broke the 500 milestone, and his viewers peaked at 1562 earlier. I will be able to get more donations once I finish the main story, but my money in the bank is still around $2,100 after registering at Galaxy Gym. I won't need to worry about electricity bills or meals anymore. Punch always paid out the donations and everything every 1st and 15th of the month. It had been 5 days since he transmigrated on April 2nd. The next paid off would be in 8 days, 2 days after the Knight's Journey program. Well, I don't need to worry. Even with the cut and the tax, I probably will still make at least $1,500 next payoff. Max smiled in satisfaction. There was also still $1,500 from the contract. I can say I am pretty well off now. At least better than before. Also, he looked at the floating window in front of him. Information about the new quest appeared after he pressed finish for the previous quest. Quest: come at me. Good streamers are not only funny, but skilled. Finish the Knight's Journey main story without getting a scratch. Progress: 0 to 1. Reward: streaming loading screen and a mysterious reward. Deadline: 2nd livestream, 0/2. This is a bonus quest before the next one. Failure will result in nothing. It was slightly strange, calling it a bonus quest and actually no failure penalty. I guess this is a challenge for me, huh? This loading screen is essential if I want to take a break in the middle of the stream. This system knows how to motivate me to finish the quest. He chuckled and stood up, pulling the towel down his shoulder. For now, I will just take a shower and rest. I need to exercise a lot to maximize the supplement effect tomorrow. Chapter 37, B-Grade Nutritional Supplementary. April 8th, 2045. Today's weather is good, with a 4% chance of rain. Please have a wonderful day and don't forget to exercise. Ding dong. Delivery. In the morning, the packet Max was waiting for had arrived. It was sent by a drone that was put right in front of his house. Only when the drone scanned Max did it fly away through the corridor. Max watched what happened before him while being surprised. It's my first time watching a drone delivery. It's really cool and convenient. Not even the previous Max had a drone delivery before, as it cost a lot. Usually, he picked up the packet he ordered in the office a bit away from his apartment for a lower shipping cost. Still, this packet should be the one sent by the system, as the receiver name was set to Breeze, and the sender was kept anonymous. Nothing was written besides that, and the content was wrapped in a relatively small but secure black box. I wonder what a B-grade nutritional supplement looks like. Max smiled widely as he brought the box inside. Also, what's the bonus? Is it inside? After sitting on his bed, he put the box on his lap and opened the box carefully as if it were a delicate glass. He didn't want to make a mistake and break the glass tube containing the nutritional supplement inside. Inside the box lay 2 small tubes with different liquids inside, red and green, lying on a soft cushion. The one with red liquid had be written on the tube, while the green one had energy written on it. The first one must be the nutritional supplement, as it looked similar to what he saw in the store. But Max didn't know what the second one was. What is this? Max wondered as he carefully lifted the tube with green liquid. He examined it carefully and found small words written underneath the energy. Bonus item. It can prevent you from getting fatigued for 3 hours. Use wisely. preventing me from getting fatigued?" he exclaimed in surprise. Instantly, he didn't believe that this kind of medicine existed. There was nothing like this in the market or even the medicine store. But this medicine was from the system. It was a bonus reward because he did it excellently. Not getting fatigued for 3 hours would definitely not be that useful for normal people, as they had monstrous stamina from their training and the supplement. However, this was actually pretty useful for Max. "I can play in my top condition for 3 hours. This is pretty good." He put the medicine back in the box and took the nutritional supplement tube. "And I will use this today. The announcement for the program is in 2 days. I need to look fit and not this skinny before that. I don't know if that's possible, but I just need to do my best. I better visit the gym and ask the best way to drink this supplement." Max stored the box nicely and changed his clothes before going to the gym while bringing the B-grade nutritional supplement with him. Walking to the gym was never this fun for him. But the expectation of finally being able to drink the nutritional supplement and possibly being able to play games and stream longer put a smile on Max's face. Without a doubt, his body would change slightly, and this B-grade supplement would solve his malnutrition problem. Or at least he hoped it would make his body slightly better than now. "I will really be disappointed if this won't change anything in 2 days." He thought as he entered the gym and went straight to where he could find a trainer that he chose when registering. "My trainer is a girl, right? This will be my first time meeting her. I wish I could get a male trainer that I can chat comfortably with. But well, this is also fine. Besides, I believe she's a professional and will give me a good training menu that I really need. That's all I need." Finding the person wasn't difficult, as all the trainers in the Galaxy Gym wore uniforms with their names. The female trainers wore spats and tank tops, while the male trainers usually only wore shorts without any tops. The latter always wanted to show their muscles. Not to mention, because it was Tuesday, not many people were in the gym in the morning. Max found his trainer near the treadmill area at the corner of the gym. She was instructing another girl with a stern face. He knew that it was her thanks to the name tag she had on her chest and the picture he was shown by the receptionist yesterday. According to the receptionist, her name is Ava, a 23-year-old short-haired blonde girl with good body proportions and a young face. "Yup, that's her," he thought as he walked toward her. She noticed him and said something to the girl on the treadmill before approaching with a smile. "Hello." Unexpectedly, she was the one who greeted Max first with a sweet and friendly tone. "I believe you're Max Charles, who had just registered yesterday?" "That's right," Max answered with a friendly smile. The trainer nodded and stretched her hand for a handshake. Her grip was firm, taking him by surprise slightly. "It's nice to meet you. My name is Ava Graves. I will be your trainer as long as your membership is still active. I know that some boys are disappointed in having a female trainer, but I need you to be accepting, all right? All trainers here graduated from fitness school without any exception, so you can trust our capabilities. Don't worry, Miss Graves. As long as you instruct me on how to get the best result, then I won't complain." "Ha ha ha, you sure are different." Ava laughed merrily and lowered her hand. "Well, you can just call me Ava. And thank you for trusting me. Don't hesitate to ask me if you have any questions." It was the perfect chance to ask, so Max didn't hesitate at all. "Thank you, Miss Ava. You may also call me Max. Also, there is something I want to ask immediately before training, Miss Ava." "Just Ava is enough, Max." She sighed softly. "And what's your question?" "Actually, I just bought a B-grade nutritional supplement." Max took the tube from her jacket pocket and showed it to Ava. Her eyes widened slightly as she saw the tube, but she didn't say anything yet. "I wondered how I should exercise to get the best result from this." "I see." She nodded with a small smile. "I'm glad you asked. Many people waste this precious and expensive supplement because they are ignorant. I will give you the training menu you can use to maximize the result you can gain for that. As a bonus, I will also give you a diet plan if you want to." "Please." He nodded and smiled, full of gratitude. "That would help me a lot. I want to focus on building stamina and playing VR games longer. If possible, please make the training menu to focus on that. Don't worry about it. Your skinny body will soon turn into a muscled one. This B-grade supplement will be able to sustain your workout for a month." She laughed merrily as she patted Max's shoulder. Then she put on a serious face. "To be honest, you made a good decision buying a B grade instead of higher ones. The A and S grades are usually used by professional athletes who need a lot of nutrition. If you drink the supplement in your current condition, you might sleep in the hospital instead of getting a good result." That was the first time Max heard that. And from this, he once again was thankful to the system. It probably knows about it, and that's why the bonus is the energy liquid instead of another supplement. Ha ha ha. I am quite fortunate, huh? Max chuckled lowly. Indeed. Now, then, let's not waste any time. I already have your contact information from the gym, so I will send the training menu and the diet plan to your message. For now, get changed and wait for me in the weight training area. I will be there soon. Yes. This trainer is better than I thought. Max mused in his mind as he went to the locker room. No matter what the training menu she gives me, I will complete it. I don't want to waste my second chance in life. Having a good and healthy body is a must to enjoy this life. Chapter 38, First IRL Livestream, 1. Max returned to his home after working out in the gym for more or less 2 hours. Phew. He sighed in satisfaction as he gulped down the water he took from. His body was drenched, and the shirt he wore for exercise was wet from sweat. That felt good. The exercise plan Ava gave fit his current body condition. It wasn't too excessive, but not too light. It was just perfect. She even weighed me after I changed and made a few improvements in the training menu. I guess that's a professional for you. He thought as he put the water bottle down on the table. She even sent me a diet menu through direct message. Ava, recipe.txt. Max smiled as he read the list of recipes he got from Ava. She even separated breakfast, lunch, and dinner into 3 separate sections. Because Max's goal was to gain nutrition, he was told to eat a lot more than normal until he reached average weight. Registering the course with a trainer is worth it. He muttered and closed the message. There was no more message from Flexi yet, even though he said he would contact him again after he uploaded the video to PunchTube. But it was only 10 a.m., so Max guessed that Flexi was still sleeping. I remember he said he streamed until morning and then slept until 12 p.m. His life is not really balanced at all, but thanks to nutritional supplements, he's able to live healthily. Talking about the supplement, there was no effect on Max's body yet. It only made him energetic when he drank it, just like an energy drink. The effect couldn't be seen for now, but even after having an intense workout, Max didn't feel that tired yet. I want to move my body, he thought as he stood from the bed while bringing the water bottle with him. Is there a park nearby? I want to try parkour if possible. It might be a bad idea, but a smile appeared on his face as he put on a jacket and left the apartment. He didn't forget to bring a little camera he could mount on his head and a portable microphone with him. That camera and microphone were something he had brought prior to his transmigration. The previous Max also wanted to try streaming, but he was too shy to do that and had no confidence, so he stopped before even trying. However, Breeze was different. He just wanted to have fun streaming and did it without thinking much. All bad ideas are fun, though I need to be careful. And I can do a gorilla stream too. This is a perfect time to do that, or at least I want to do it. 23:48. And now, there was something he wanted to do. All bad ideas are fun, though I need to be careful. And I can do a gorilla stream too. This is a perfect time to do that, or at least I want to do it. Opening the map, Max tried to find a suitable park that he could use, preferably with a lot of stairs, walls, and railings. He immediately found one near his apartment, just a block away. The park was perfect, with everything he needed, including even some pillars he could climb. Max became excited as his steps turned lighter and faster. Arriving at his destination, Max looked around and found some people exercising in the park's corner. A girl with long black hair also used the pull-up bars, but thankfully, the stairs that separated the park and exercise area were empty around this time. That was where the place that was perfect to be used for parkour was located. Looking at the area, Max nodded to himself. This is perfect. Max began to prepare and activate the small camera. It hovered above his head using AI technology that could follow even the most intense movement and focused on what Max saw. It was also connected to his smartwatch, allowing him to see the camera angle. A hologram screen popped up when he touched his smartwatch, showing what the camera saw. Max didn't plan to reveal his face yet, so he adjusted the angle slightly so his face or hair couldn't be seen and nodded, satisfied. Good enough. Following that, he set up his stream and connected his camera footage to Punch. He also connected the wireless microphone and clipped it on his jacket. Lastly, he changed the title to catchy and looked at the result. Wall run in real life. Can I do it? I am not good enough yet. #Breeze, #wallrun, #IRL_stream. After everything was ready, Max walked toward his destination and passed by the girl who did a pull-up. He glanced at her for a second due to how beautiful she was before ignoring her completely. His heart was beating faster, not because of the girl earlier, but because of the expectation of finally being able to do what he loved again. Finally, he stood at the top of the stairs and stretched. The railing that separated two stairways and two tall walls that were perfect to be jumped on lay in front of him. Not to mention a row of low to high pillars at the end of the stairs extending toward a small fountain in the middle of the park. What was the purpose if that wasn't built to be climbed on? People must be stupid if they hadn't considered standing at the top of those pillars. It looked so much fun. Maybe Max would get into trouble. Maybe he would be chased by the security. But that was the risk of this bad idea. He just hoped that Punch wouldn't give him any warning of what he did. He would only do this for a while, just a few minutes before resting and jogging while chatting with his viewers. My body is in great condition. Finishing his light stretching, Max pressed the start streaming button. Live stream start. One by one, his viewers who followed him joined. The numbers weren't a lot, but they were definitely here because of the notification. While waiting for the peak viewers, Max kept stretching to loosen his joints. Good afternoon. Morn. What is this? We are outside. Is Breeze streaming accidentally? Fools. He set up a camera, so he definitely did this on purpose. Look at the title. Breeze's first IRL stream. He said he would do a wall run. That's a tall wall. Is he going to run on that? Some greetings, questions, and exclamations quickly filled the chat. The viewers grew until it stopped at 516, a natural number as the stream was sudden, and people were still working or having activities at this time. Max, however, wasn't discouraged. He just streamed what he was about to do because he thought there was nothing wrong with it. Any bad ideas or fun ideas should be shared with the fans. That was the fundamental rule of streamers if they wanted to grow. Good morning, guys. Ha ha ha. This is my first IRL streaming. Because I have no advanced equipment, the video and audio quality might be affected a bit. So forgive me for that. Chapter 39. First IRL live stream. 2. No problem. There is no blur. Your camera is okay-ish. I can't watch 4K, but at least I can use 2K. Your voice is also clear. Reading the chat in a floating window from his smartwatch, Max nodded. That's great. Then, just as the title said, I will try to do a wall run in real life. My body's condition isn't that great, so I might fail. But let's have fun until 6 p.m. and continue the night's journey story by then. Good idea. Whoa, your stream is always fun, so I will watch. Is it really possible to do a wall run in real life? It's possible, Max answered as he prepared himself. Anyway, I will do a wall run, and I will also show you what parkour is. You guys are curious, right? I know you are. But once again, don't expect too much. I just started going to the gym yesterday when I met Flexi. We know. Just show us the possibility. With great skills, you need great teaching skills. Happy face, rip-off? Max laughed with his viewers. His embarrassment of live streaming in public seemed to be non-existent in this age where most people were apathetic and already used to streamers. As long as he didn't bother other people, the others would also ignore him. Pumping himself up, he approached the wall to show the viewers how high it was actually. The height perspective at the camera angle was slightly strange. I am around 180 cm tall, and this wall is triple my height. First of all, let's try the normal wall run, and then I will show you guys what parkour is. From his conversation with Ava earlier, when she asked what kind of things he did in the past, he found out that parkour was either not that well known in this world or was even non-existent. At that moment, Max knew that he probably had a chance to be a unique streamer and could use this content for his everyday content. So this idea came around. Though he was a bit worried about how the viewers would take this idea, with good or bad reactions, he still did it either way. Combining both things he enjoyed shouldn't be that bad, no? As long as I can have fun. A grin crept into his face as he began to run down the stairs. It was difficult to wall run at this position, but Max leaped toward the wall either way. And he fell on his third step. LOLOL. Kakaka. Not even Breeze can do wall run IRL. No, guys. You heard him saying. His body condition isn't that great, no? True. He only started going to the gym yesterday, and his hands look skinny. It's amazing he can achieve what Flexi can't do in VR with his body. Fact. Breeze, teach me. Embarrassment hit Max. But when he read the chat from the small floating text on his left waist, he laughed instead of showing his bad side. Haha, let's try it again. And he stood up, walking back to the top of the stairs to try it again. Lily was a girl who got bored easily. She loved adventures and new things, and lately, she was only interested in moving her body in virtual reality games, thanks to her older brother's nagging. Streaming also sounded fun, so she also started. But due to her quiet personality, she couldn't get more than 100 viewers, even though her brother was one of the veteran streamers out there with an average of 40K viewers. Still, that didn't discourage her because it was slightly fun. Finishing her pull-up reps, she held her hips, fixed her black shrugs, and tightened her sweatpants. Sweat poured out of her body, but thankfully, she wore a white tank top that was specially designed not to see through even when it was wet. Shout out to the company that made exercise clothes. Exhaling a hot breath, Lily looked around the park. It was empty, with only a few people exercising a bit far away from her. Then, there was a strange person trying to run on the wall. Even to Lily's standard, he looked handsome, with blue eyes and short black hair. But that person was slightly skinny. It was clear, even though he wore a baggy jacket. What is he doing? Is he trying to imitate that viral Knight's Journey video? Indeed, as she also played Knight's Journey for her streaming, Lily also came across the video of a streamer that had become a hot topic among the Knighted. She thought it was ridiculous. She tried it once or twice, but she was unable to replicate it. It was impossible, or so she thought, until she watched last night's stream. Her brother also watched it with her, as he thought that the streamer called Flexi might be his rival in the future of a particular program that she was also forced to join, unwillingly. However, she didn't mind as it sounded fun. In that live stream, that streamer managed to replicate an imperfect wall run, causing her to get surprised. Her brother also expressed his fascination and went to try it. He was probably still inside the VR capsule until now, as she knew how he could be fixated on one thing. That was why this random person, who was apparently also doing a live stream right now, caught her attention. She watched him preparing to run down the stairs toward the wall. When he started running, Lily thought he would fail and just fall or hit the wall. A sneer unexpectedly came onto her face. He won't be able to do it. I can't even do it in VR. How can he do it with a skinny body like that? Because of her talent, she often looked down on people. It wasn't an exception today. But she was wrong this time. The man jumped and actually ran on the wall before landing on the ground. He pumped his fists into the air, smiling widely in satisfaction as he screamed to his viewers. Hell yeah! His voice was filled with happiness, and Lily was surprised when she watched it directly. Indeed, she often looked down on people. But she wasn't arrogant and knew how to respect the right person. And instantly, she became curious about that man, and her respect grew. He's able to do it, she thought. Her feet moved before she could even think twice. Curiosity grew on her. I want to try it. It seems fun. She approached him with light steps. The man seemed to notice her already. He moved his camera up and apologized to his viewers. He respected her privacy enough not to show her on his live stream. That somehow made Lily a bit happy. Stopping on the other side of the railing, Lily was about to call out to him. But before she could say anything, the man spoke first. Did I disturb you? I am really sorry. Lily shook her head. No. That was interesting. Interesting. Wall run. Can I watch from up close? Hearing Lily's words, the man stopped for a while and looked confused. His gaze ran around the surroundings before stopping at the small screen floating on his left wrist. He seemed to think about his live stream too. Maybe he wondered whether it was okay for her to show up in the live stream. Noticing his hesitation, Lily added, I don't mind showing up in your live stream. I just want to watch. Well, the young man scratched his cheek. I guess that's not a problem? My name is Breeze, by the way. Feel free to watch if it's any interesting. Lily nodded. That name wasn't unfamiliar, as she just watched his stream last night. As expected, this man is different, she thought. No one can pull that crazy stunt in real life. Well, except the one who could do it in VR already. But she didn't say anything and just sat on the nearby bench while watching quietly. The young man, Breeze, returned to the top of the stairs and fixed his camera angle before going at it again. Chapter 40. First IRL live stream. 3. She's just watching. Max thought as he stole a glance at the girl who suddenly approached him. She was the one doing the pull-up earlier. Is she truly interested in wall run? Why? After doing a few successful wall run, Max was exhausted and decided to end the live stream after he promised to continue Knight's journey tonight. Everyone was content with it, and some viewers even donated to him. And not only that, there were actually 2 bottles of chilled drinks she bought from the nearby vending machine. Watching him finish with the wall run, she stood from the bench and approached him again, handing him 1 bottle. "For you," she said in a calm tone. Max was slightly confused and wary of the girl, so he didn't take the water bottle immediately. Then she added, "As thanks. I also want to try wall run, and now I might be able to. So here, lesson fee." That sounded like someone he met and knew yesterday. Max couldn't help but smile as he received the water. "Thank you." The girl nodded. "Then I will leave. See you." Max watched her turn around and leave just as she said. No other conversation, and she knew how to respect his privacy. She didn't even introduce herself, which was natural as he was streaming earlier. That's really out of my expectation, Max thought as he looked at his hand, which held a cold water. He opened the lid, which was still sealed, and gulped a few times to quench his thirst. Phew, he sighed. The water worked. It cooled his body down. Well, that was some kind of experience. Can't say I am not happy with a beautiful girl talking to me, but yeah, I probably won't even meet her again. Max walked back to his apartment after putting the camera and the microphone into his pocket. His first IRL livestream was a small success, with around 800 viewers at the peak. It was just 50 minutes long and not really that memorable except when he succeeded on his 5th try. But tonight's livestream would be different. I'm not allowed to get hit. This will be a hard one. No damage. Knight's Journey's new route walkthrough. Max had already decided on tonight's livestream title. And as he walked toward his apartment, he got a message from Flexi. Flexi, hey my friend. Sorry to get to you this late, but I have transferred the lesson and appearance fees to your bank account. Ha ha ha. Check it and tell me if it's not in yet. When he read Flexi called him his friend, Max smiled softly. If he truly meant it, then he was the first friend he made in this world. Anyway, he checked his bank account and found the transfer history. When he looked at it, his eyes widened in surprise, and he typed the reply at lightning speed. Breeze, are you sure you are giving me this much? No, I believe you typed the 0 too much. Max didn't really hope that Flexi would reply to him soon, but his expectation was wrong. He actually got the reply just a few seconds later. Flexi AH. Did I? I believe I inputted it correctly. It should be $15,000. Did I accidentally send $150,000 instead? Once again, Max was speechless. It seemed like the amount he received wasn't wrong, and Flexi actually sent him that much money. Breeze. No, it's $15,000. But isn't it too much for my appearance fee? Like, I already got your help growing my viewers too. I am happy enough with that. Not to mention, you already donated to my stream yesterday for the lesson fee. Flexi, don't sell yourself short, bro. That donation is just to hype our live stream up. Also, I think you deserve that much. Just don't be bored playing with me in the future. Ha! Use it to buy some supplements so you can play longer. Well, Max understood where Flexi came from. Friendship and connection with other streamers were important. Maybe it was because the guy himself was already kind, that he didn't mind spending much for his friend or the person he liked. But Breeze was also growing at a fast pace. If considering it as an investment for the future to have collaboration livestream again, then spending that much money probably was not that much. And he asks me to buy supplements instead. Max smiled at the message and typed his reply. Breeze, thanks Flexi. Flexi, no need to mention it. Inside a dark condo, an orange-haired man looked at his chat with his new friend and smiled. Well, I should be the one who thank you, Breeze, he said as he leaned back against his bean bag, letting his body sink. My odds of winning this program just increased, and I might be partnered with you if Biozone Entertainment's team isn't stupid. On his stream yesterday, Flexi realized that Breeze might have also been invited to the program. A newbie who broke 1,000 viewers in his 3rd streaming day was probably unheard of, especially since that newbie streamed Knight's Journey and not other games with a bigger audience. As a streamer who did his research, helped by his manager Lisa, to grow his channel, he would definitely invite Breeze as he was the recent sensation in the Knighted Lobby and Knight's Journey community. His name still appears frequently on the forum. I wonder why he asked the question about what he can expect from the Knight's Journey plot earlier, but well, maybe he just Wants to enjoy the game without spoilers. Flexi thought as he scrolled down the Knight's Journey community forum with a soft smile. There is even a clip from his IRL stream just now. Some people are worried. I agree that he needs additional nutritional supplements. His body is too skinny. I thought it was just his avatar, but it turned out to be his real body's condition. Originally, Flexi only planned to send $3,000 to Breeze. But after having a fun stream with him yesterday and actually seeing his body's condition through the stream, he felt bad for his new friend and wanted to help him a little bit. After all, we will be partners soon if my guess is on point. Flexi's lips curled up into a smile. At that moment, the door of his room opened automatically, and his manager, Lisa, entered. He raised his head and looked over the chair. Do you get the list, Lisa? He asked curiously as Lisa stopped beside the chair with a stern look. Her sharp brown eyes bore through Flexi behind her glasses that shined mysteriously as she pushed them up. Biozone Entertainment's marketing team leader has sent me. This is the list of the participants that will be announced in 2 days. Lisa operated her smartwatch and opened a document. A hologram screen appeared before her, and she swiped it, moving it so Flexi could read the content. The documents had a list of Knight's Journey programs. Flexi got the list first because he was one of the veteran streamers. And the names, written in documents, were like this. Veteran streamers, Stone Sword, Flexi, Ronin Knight. Newbie streamers, Breeze, Lily Pixel, Madlad. Ha ha ha. It's just as I expected. Reading the list, Flexi laughed out loud. Stone Sword and Lily Pixel, there was no way Biozone Entertainment wouldn't invite them, as they were the current world record holder for the Fort Siege. But that wasn't Flexi's concern. The marketing team is not a fool. I know that he will be invited. He smiled, swiping his hand to close the document, and looked at Lisa. Who do you think they will pair me with, Lisa? It's obvious, she answered with a cold tone, looking down at her boss. It will be Breeze. They definitely watched your stream with him. That was funny, and many people liked it. Thought so. He smirked and continued his nap, closing his eyes. Wake me up later when I need to stream. Why are you so useless like a pig? Lisa clicked her tongue and muttered. Flexi, who couldn't really make out what she had said, raised his voice. What? Nothing. She shook her head and smiled softly. Have a nice nap. Oh, all right. I thought you called me a pig. That's just your imagination. Her smile widened, turning scarier as the second passed. Then she turned around and left, leaving Flexi to look at her with fear. When the door was closed, he sighed and closed his eyes again. Chapter 41, Knight's Last Journey. Right at 6 p.m., Max started his stream. Live stream start. We meet. Again, guys. How are you doing? As soon as he appeared in the Knight's Journey waiting room, which he set as his default spawn point after streaming with Flexi, he greeted his viewers as usual. He had already recovered from exhaustion and was in top condition. Hello, Breeze. Damn, I missed your IRL streaming because of work. And now I can't watch the VOD. Please upload it. I missed it too. Evening, Breeze. From the title, it seems you're doing something impossible again. Evening. And yeah, I am attempting to get no damage or get hit until I finish this route. Max replied to the chat with a confident smile. I guess this will be easy as the war mission is finished. I don't know what kind of enemies lay ahead, but I bet none are stronger than Trouser. Because he had gotten an impossible quest, he didn't want to waste it and asked Flexi what he should expect in the future game mission. He didn't ask for anything specific, but only what he should expect to fight after the war. The answer he got from his new friend was enough to make him a bit cautious, but it was still doable, as no enemies would be as strong as Trouser. At least not until the final boss. Now, let's enter the main story. Having said that, Max entered the main story, and the cutscene appeared with white letters floating in the air. A few years had passed since the battle. Sir Breeze had advanced through rank, moved to the capital city of Rami Kingdom, and achieved Knight Captain. Rank. Former Commander Hurian Aran has retired to the countryside and enjoyed a slow life due to injury in his back from the battle to protect Rami Kingdom from barbarians. Knight Captain Hutch has been appointed as the new commander together with Est's Raymond. After 5 years of service, at age 28, Knight Captain Breeze has decided to retire. He left the capital city and traveled alone to the countryside, where his trusted comrade, former Commander Hurian Aran, lived. The Fu *K? WTF? Reading the text that appeared one by one, Max and the viewers were speechless. They were surprised by the cutscene and the story development that was different from the original route. But what was most surprising for them wasn't the story, but other things. A knight has a name. Hirian Arin. Woah. Brilliant. The developer is so lazy, lol. After the text disappeared, countless images flashed, each representing the times that Max's character went through inside the game. Each image lasted for a second, just enough for him and the viewers to see them. It went on for a while, as a few years passed. The snippets continued before it showed a colorful image of a plain with a dirt road stretched across it. Max's character stood while holding a leather bag on his shoulder, dressed in adventure clothes with an axe on his hip. At that moment, the cutscene ended, and Max could control his character. Where am I? His curious question was answered by a game mission. A new mission is generated. Knight's Last Journey. Reach former Commander Hirian Arin's residence in the frontier city in the west. Your journey will be arduous, but a good life is waiting for you. Progress 0/kilometers. Knight's Last Journey? Max raised another question as he read the game's mission. It's the last quest. Darn. No extermination and just go straight to the last quest? This new route is really efficient. Does this mean if you play better, the faster you reach the end of your journey? This is perfect for speedrun. Truly Knight's Journey. The viewers weren't wrong. That was how the developer created this game. Knight's Journey was a realistic game. There was no superpower or superhuman strength. It was a pure action war game using a human's capability. Using VR, that capability could be pushed slightly farther than in real life, but that was it. And so, to add a sense of realism, the developer's team leader made a decision to make the journey similar to real life. Those with talents and skills would arrive faster at their destination. They would advance faster, but with more difficult ordeal. In fact, the viewers already expected this, as the ones who found new routes were usually skilled players like Stonesword and Flexi. Both of them had skipped some quests, too, but not the tutorial ones. And now, Max skipped many quests at once, the tutorials, and even the subjugation mission after the war that would lead to his character's retirement. I must say, looking around the grassy plain with a soft breeze, a confident smile plastered across his face. I really am a genius at gaming, no? He smirked at the camera. How irritating. Someone kill Breeze. Play online games, and you shall learn hell. I might try that next. Max replied to the chat with a shrug of shoulders. But what would you do if I dominated the online game? I need to give the others chances and play something different first. Well, I haven't decided what I will play next after Knight's Journey. It's a fun game. Max's priority wouldn't stray away from streaming. However, having fun was also important. If he played games solely to get views, he thought that his content would become boring and unattractive. Even he would only watch live streams if the streamers enjoyed themselves. Now then, where is this countryside located? There should be a map. Say map. Say map. Yes, say map. I won't be fooled by that trick, you know. Max spoke with narrowed eyes, as if the chat's suggestion wasn't worthy of his consideration at all. I know that the target will be marked with a glowing light. Having said that, he looked around the area. Behind him was a forest, and in the distance stood the first city he visited in this game. On the right was an animal trail leading inside the forest. And there, he could see a glowing light that indicated the missions. Objective. There it is. TSK. He's not fooled. This Breeze is smart. I will make it my goal to fool him. Ha. Try it. Max walked toward the animal trail while holding the leather bag on his shoulder. He proceeded carefully as he had a system quest not to get a scratch until he finished the game. Once he realized that this was the last quest, he decided to try to finish the game today so he could rest tomorrow and prepare for the announcement. That way, I can rest tomorrow and try those pillars in the park. If they asked, I would just say I am taking care of the program and can't really stream. Besides, as Max traveled through the animal path, his eyes darted at his viewers' count. Viewers, 1069. His lips curled up. I have a stable viewers count now. Let's aim for no damage. I won't get scratched until I reach my destination. God of RNG, please make a lot of traps. Please kill Breeze. I want him dead. Cut his nose. Bad guys don't deserve a nose. You guys underestimated Breeze's power. He has the higher ground. Shut up, nosist. I have no nose and I look awesome. All right. F. Our condolences. Chapter 42, Knight's Last Journey 2. After walking for a while, Max found nothing noteworthy. He was even teleported to a new town when he stepped out of the forest. The glowing light was a bit away from the town, in front of a broken carriage on the roadside at the foot of a hill. Is this that kind of event? Max immediately guessed what kind of mission was waiting for him. The main mission was to reach the countryside, but as expected, it wouldn't be that easy. There were side missions that he needed to finish before he could continue to his destination. The glitch. Yeah, help the broken carriage. Yup. But do you think Breeze is able to do that? Breeze is a strong, smart, funny, dependable teacher streamer. Of course he can do that. But I don't know. That. While he was confused, he still walked toward the glowing light. The elderly man standing beside the broken carriage turned to Max as he approached. Oh, young adventurer, can you help me with something? Not only did it have a classic plot, but the NPC also spoke a classic line. Not surprising, but as the chat said earlier, the developer is so lazy. Max smiled dryly as he answered, What help do you need, elder? You're so kind. Actually, my carriage is broken, and I only have 1 gold. I am willing to give this to whoever helps us. My back hurts so much that I can't change the broken wheel. Yeah, you're lying. Max thought as he glanced inside the carriage. It was filled to the brim with gold bricks, far exceeding the carriage's weight. But this was a mission that would show him his next objective nonetheless, so he accepted the request. Smiling brightly, he exclaimed, I will help you, elder. It's really easy. Ooh, thank you, kind adventurer. If you may, please fix my broken carriage. That was what I wanted to ask, but there is an urgent matter. Urgent matter? Max raised his eyebrows, looking at the elderly man nodding. Indeed, he exclaimed. Actually, our spare wheels were stolen. The thief who attacked us mistook it for the gold wheel of fortune. That's why we actually don't have any wheels or any gold. Can you help us buy a wheel in the rampant city over there and fix our broken carriage? A new side mission is generated. Helping merchant. A merchant is in trouble. Help him buy a wheel to replace the broken one and fix his carriage. Progress. What bullshit? No gold. What's that hidden in the carriage? Max shouted in his mind. Realism my ass. How could a thief steal wheels instead of a heap of gold bricks inside the carriage? Why doesn't this merchant buy the tire himself and ask for someone to fix his carriage faster? And where's the money to buy it? He doesn't give me any. Before Max could curse at the elderly man because of his strange request, who was apparently a merchant, his mouth moved to follow the storyline. Of course, I will buy your carriage wheel and fix it for you. It was a forced event that made Max bite his lower lips in frustration. He had changed his mind after hearing how ridiculous the quest was, much more than the glitch that he had expected. Not to mention, his character began to move toward the city like a cutscene without him being able to move it himself. This is bullshit, he exclaimed loudly as he entered the city. Breeze reacted the same as the other streamers. How fresh. So he can get angry too. Lol, a lazy and greedy merchant's quest is always unreasonable. But guys? Yeah, don't tell him anything. He's clueless lol. LOL newbie Breeze. Freaking noob has donated 100 diamonds. This is why I love watching newbies. I always forgot that Breeze was a noob who first played the game 4 days ago. Ha ha ha. The viewers seem to hide something from him. Freaking noob even donated to have a laugh. Thank you for the 100. Can you at least tell me about what I can expect? I still can't move my character now. No way lol. People in the chat had the same answers. They seemed to want to keep this information to mess with him. Well, I kind of expected it. Watching streamers struggle and get surprised was part of the fun watching them. If possible, Max wanted to finish his system quest and get the free loading screen. It was a bonus quest without penalty, which was unusual. It usually threatens me with uninstalling the system. Not that I need it to become a streamer, but the system has helped me a lot, so I don't want to lose it. While thinking, his character had brought a wooden carriage wheel and walked out of the city to meet the man. For some reason, many people ran around inside the town, and the gate inspection to enter the town took a long time. However, Max couldn't even move his body freely yet, so he ignored them and focused on his side mission. The hill obstructed the sight and hid the broken carriage. That was why the guards standing near the entrance didn't help the man. Only when he arrived at the foot of the hill could he move the character freely. On top of that, he also saw a new beacon of light in the distance, on the opposite side of where the merchant was. Oh, does this mean I can either take this wheel and complete the side mission or just ignore it and go to the next objective? Probably. Who knows? Why don't you just finish the side mission first? You are already close to the merchant's location. Reading the chat, Max narrowed his eyes suspiciously. There had to be a catch in this glitch mission. There was no way the chat would react so strongly if it was just a regular fix to the broken carriage. Merchant, broken carriage, hidden behind a hill that can't be seen from the entrance. Inside the carriage are a lot of gold bricks. His story was also ridiculous. Nodding his head, Max saw the top of the hill and stopped walking. Yeah, it's suspicious. Let's hide first. Thinking so, he decided to walk around the hill using bushes to conceal himself. He put the wheel in one of the bushes behind him so it wouldn't be found by anyone. Watching Max suddenly change his course, the chat exploded. No, he's aware. Damn, why is he so smart? He's not smart. The ones who got scammed were stupid. Shut up and don't say anything more. I'll send you to Maru. Who's Maru? Happy face. Kid, you don't want to know? He's a cult leader. Scary. Max's lips curled up as he silently stopped behind the carriage, hiding from the merchant's gaze. After a while, he could hear the merchant grumble. Fuck, where is he? Could he be detained by knights? That will be bad. I won't be able to run away with these golds if I have no goddamn wheel. Jackpot. His smile widened as he heard the merchant. He smirked at the camera and raised his index finger. Sorry, but I am not clueless. He actually wanted to put up a middle finger to his viewers, but he refrained because he didn't want to get a warning from Punch. And the chat got disappointed and started to boo at him. Chapter 43, Knight's Last Journey 3. After confirming that the merchant was trying to run away with these gold bricks, for some reason, Max decided to knock him unconscious and brought him to the guards near the entrance. The mission didn't fail even when he did that, so it was the correct choice. But he was somehow looked at by the guards suspiciously after he handed over the merchant and was told to wait in a small room with only 2 chairs and a simple wooden table in between. Busted. You have been detained. Those guys are really strong. They can detain Breeze. How scary. Not even Hutch and Ha were spared. But how scary. I don't think it will end up like this too. Max sighed as he leaned back on his chair. The cutscene didn't play out, so this was still part of the mission. Is the next mission breaking out of this room? He smirked, imagining whether it was true. A few moments later, the door was unlocked, and a knight dressed in full metal armor entered, sitting in front of him with a stern face. Apologies for the wait. Now, may I ask some questions? The knight spoke in a serious tone, narrowing his eyes suspiciously. First of all, what is your name? Just as the knight said that, Max was about to answer, I am your father, but held himself back due to the sudden window that popped up in front of him. Choose your answer. 1. Tell the Barak Knight your name and former affiliation. 2. Lie and tell the Barak Knight a fake name. The world seemed to stop, just like when he chose the first weapon and cutscene. Max looked at the window and blinked his eyes. Is this where the route will branch? He asked in a low voice. Just as he remembered from his small research, Knight's Journey had multiple routes that could also branch into various endings depending on a player's choice. There were happy endings, and of course, bad endings also existed. Currently, Max had arrived in the first branch and needed to choose to advance the main story. Telling his name to the knight would definitely give him a free pass, as the name Breeze was already spread as an excellent knight in the cutscene he had seen before. After looking at the 2 choices for a few seconds, he decided to ask the chat. Which one do you think I should choose, chat? Lying is awful. Just tell him your name. True. As human beings, we shouldn't lie. Not even in a VR world. I raised you better than this, Breeze. You shouldn't lie. Ahem. Maybe you should lie once in a while. Why don't you use Bloodsucker as a fake name? No. Please no. The PTSD. There were 2 separate groups in chat. One wanted him to lie, while the other wanted him to tell the truth. In fact, both had strong opinions and various reasons why Max should choose the first or second option. What should I choose? He wrapped his fingers against the chair's handrest and chuckled, as if enjoying the viewers trying to convince him to choose their choice through chat. I think Poop Adventure is a nice fake name. Breeze. I didn't teach you to lie to other people. Just tell him your name, and spread the breeze. Don't listen to angels whisper. Listen to the devil. Stay in a demon path. Mamma mia. Huff. Huff. Breeze. Huff. Damn. Don't be a weirdo. A curse escaped his lips as he looked at the chat. His finger moved immediately and pressed ban at the last guy who acted creepy. Soft breath is banned permanently. To think I will need to ban one viewer this fast. It's just my first week streaming, for God's sake. F. F for our comrade. Don't act creepy. It's disgusting. No one complained about Max's decision, as it was reasonable. Sighing, Max leaned forward and then made his decision. I choose the second option. As soon as he made his choice, the world moved once again, and he introduced himself to the night. I am not a noble. I am not a merchant. I am just a humble adventurer who has thrown away his name in pursuit of freedom. Freedom. I believe he took lines from somewhere. Breeze, why are you so cringe? Revert back to your usual self. He became cringe because he forgot to slap or kick that night. Rewind, please. I want to puke, but I must hold on. Enolo, he chose the second choice. The night NPC looked at Max with an intense gaze. He slowly glanced to the right at a small window that worked as the only ventilation for the room and nodded softly in a way that Max couldn't see. Or at least he tried to. It's really apparent. Max knew the second choice wouldn't be as easy as the first one, but he chose it anyway. Why? The chat wants me to choose the first choice desperately. There is no way I will give them what they want. An evil laugh rang in Max's head as he read the disappointed text in the chat. At that moment, two knights holding weapons burst into the room and pointed their swords at Max. Sir, you are under suspicion of helping the evil merchant to smuggle gold bricks to Rami Kingdom. Please cooperate and follow us to meet the magistrate. The knight spoke calmly, but there was a force behind his voice. Please, don't make us draw blood. So this is the second choice. Max mused in his mind. A new notification. Window appeared in front of his face as he nodded to the knight. Ding. Helping merchant side mission completed. So far, it was just as expected. Please follow these two knights. They will take you to the magistrate's office gently. Very well, Max answered and stood up, following the knights who sheathed their swords back. He was walking between the knights uncomfortably and was guided toward where the next guiding light from his main mission was. While walking between two knights, he smiled widely and looked at the floating camera. The knights didn't seem to mind and continued walking on his sides. Chat. It seems something fun will begin soon. So, being a prisoner is fun. Oh, how low Breeze has fallen. My child has become an M. I didn't know you enjoyed this kind of play, Breeze. It's not like that. Max retorted to the chat, and they exploded in laughter. Damn it. I need to watch my wording more in the future. He growled in frustration as he looked at his destination, a huge castle with layered walls. My mouth is my tiger. I just blurted it out because I thought climbing that huge castle and running on its roof would be fun. Indeed, nothing was safe from the chat. Chapter 44, Progress. The game skipping function was really helpful for players. Just after Max took a few steps toward the magistrate's office, he found himself standing inside an office room with two knights sitting on a couch beside him. He couldn't help but get excited. This time, although it was his first time in this place, he knew what was about to happen, as he had watched some clips in the past for a few streamers. I will finally meet one of the heroines. So I made the right choice by lying back then. Indeed, he finally got the heroine's introduction scene. But he only saw a few clips about the heroines and didn't know what to expect in this situation. So, he was still clueless and his heart was beating faster in anticipation. Sit down, adventurer. One of the knights spoke with a cold tone. Don't raise your voice like that, Sir Knight. Max answered with a smirk as he sat down. Surprisingly, it wasn't a cut scene, and he could still move freely. Before long, a middle-aged man dressed in a nice suit entered with a stern face and sat behind a table. He looked at Max curiously, and his face immediately changed. He recognized Max. Turning to the knights and glaring at them, he shouted loudly. How dare you disrespect him? Get your butt off that couch right now and stand in attention. TSK, TSK. How dare these puny knights? Indeed, they dare to sit on the same couch as Breeze. No shame. Unlike Max, it seemed like the chat already knew what to expect, so they weren't that surprised. The knights were silent and blinked their eyes, confused with the magistrate's words. Seeing them frozen, The magistrate became angry and slammed the table hard. Bam! Did you not hear what I said? Stand in attention. Why, yes. The two knights scurried away immediately and stood at the corner of the room, still looking confused, but didn't dare to ask any questions. Sighing, the magistrate gave an apologetic look to Max. My apologies, Sir Breeze. My subordinates have been so rude to my own savior. I can't be more ashamed. Savior? Max asked in a confused tone. The magistrate smiled. Indeed. He nodded. I was also in that war against the barbarians' army. When I was about to get done by those barbarians, you saved me. Once again, I am ashamed that I can't convey this properly. Thank you. I see. Max smiled wryly, not minding what the magistrate said. I am farming diamonds at that time, though. I know the magistrate only said this to advance the plot. Max guessed the magistrate would say this to every player no matter what, even if they didn't save him in that war. Or rather, the later part of the war was a cut scene, so this event happened at that time. A so-called forced event. As part of my gratitude and apology for what my subordinates did, please tell me what you need, Sir Breeze. We will provide it without fail. I don't need anything, Sir Magistrate. This time, Max's mouth moved by itself. Another forced event happened, and he had entered a cut scene. His character was speaking with the magistrate and exchanged some information. He was also given a pouch filled with money as an apology before he left the building to continue his journey. Nothing else happened. No side mission. No conclusion to the story from before, too. What happened to the thief who pretended to be a merchant? Max didn't know. Just like before, a teleportation happened, and Max found himself in the middle of a forest this time. He stood idly for a while, looking around the area. Say, chat, is it just my imagination or does the plot feel rushed? He asked, raising his eyebrows. I mean, that was the perfect time to introduce the heroine, right? But why? Why haven't I met a single female yet in this game? It's so strange. He shouted loudly. Good question. I don't know. This time, I can't agree more. That was indeed the time when the heroine appeared. That's strange. Breeze, forever single. You will get a wizard title in a few years. Do your best. Maidenless Breeze. You guys are. Max couldn't help but let out another sigh of disappointment. He knew that he was exploring a new route. But to think that not only some missions were skipped, but also the heroine's introduction scene. Am I truly fated to be maidenless forever? He lamented. It's because you chose the second choice. Keek, the maidenless gang won. Actually, you would meet the heroine if you chose the first choice in that room and introduced your real name. My disappointment is immeasurable. Take that. Ha ha ha. I won the bet with my friend. I recovered what I had lost. Good for you, bloodsucker. Thanks, pal. And be prepared, Breeze. I shall give you a new mission soon. This guy? Never learns. Thanks for cheering me up, bloodsucker. I thank you for your donation in advance. I will now set the minimum amount to give me a mission to 10,000 diamonds just for you. Lol. Go bankrupt once again. Breeze shall suck your money. Max laughed as he read the chat again and walked toward the glowing light again. The disappointment of not meeting the heroine couldn't be erased, but at least he didn't get into any problems and could probably finish this game today. Let's aim to finish this quest before 10 p.m., he declared with a big smile. Screw heroines. I shall be a maidenless knight. Fweet. Way to go. This is why I love you. Sorry, but I still like a girl. Max joked around with his viewers as he kept walking, enjoying the atmosphere. This was truly Knight's last journey. The calm atmosphere truly fit to end a journey after a long battle. But just walking would be boring. The glowing light, his destination this time, was located on the peak of a rugged mountain. Many obstacles surely were waiting for him along the way. For a normal player, that place might be hard to reach, and they would have a hard time reaching the peak. However, in Max's eyes, that place was perfect for him to do parkour. Why don't I show you guys some stuff? I am confident this will blow your mind. Surprise us. No need to say anything. Just do it. It's about drive. Go and reach that peak. Of course. A grin appeared on Max's face as he began to run. I am motherfucking Breeze for God's sake. A mountain will not stop my way to the top. Inside a dimly lit room with small lights on the ceiling, a cute girl wearing fluffy black bunny pajamas watched the floating hologram screen before her. Her eyes twinkled with curiosity as she watched a streamer called Breeze run up the mountain easily, as if the obstacles were nothing for him. If one needed to describe his movement, it was like a monkey. But upon closer inspection, that movement had grace and looked cool. Even climbing a mountain was a breeze for him. Breeze, the girl muttered in a small voice. He's indeed that guy, she continued, cradling a soft pillow and pulling it closer to her chest. Her small hand extended to the screen and scrolled down slightly, finding a follow button and clicking on it. You Lily Pixel has followed Breeze. Activate notification. The small notification appeared on top of the streaming screen. Yes. The girl, Lily, answered without hesitation. Complete. After reading that notification, she swiped her hand and erased the small window. Her body leaned deeper into her bed, getting engulfed in warmth and softness. A small smile adorned her face as she saw Breeze finally reach the peak and stand on the edge. The camera panned out and showed his figure looking in at the sunset in the distance. An ethereal light bathed his face that was full of satisfaction. Beautiful. It was unknown what she called beautiful, the scenery, or Breeze himself. However, her smile widened slightly as she muttered that. At that moment, someone messaged her, and the window replaced the stream she watched. Stone Sword. Lily, time to practice. Her smile disappeared, replaced with a flat expression. She raised her body and brought up the virtual keyboard, typing the reply. Lily Pixel. Yes, brother. What a bummer. She sighed and left the bed, entering her VR capsule. Chapter 45, Ambushes. Max continued playing without stopping. He particularly enjoyed climbing the mountain and jumping to the other side. When he arrived at the foot of the mountain, donations poured in from impressed viewers, and he took some time to thank those people. Even so, his journey hadn't ended yet. The next objective has appeared, Max exclaimed as he put his hand above his eye. The sun was about to set, and the background turned orange now. I believe this is the last one. Isn't that right, guys? It's been a long journey. More like the fastest journey. If Breeze isn't a newbie, wouldn't he finish this game in under 2 hours? That's possible, right? Ask him to learn how to ride a horse first. So long, Breeze. Reach the countryside and end this game with a bam. Ahaha. I know what you wanted. Don't worry, I will surely do it. Max laughed and began to move once again. He entered a dense forest. The branches and leaves created a natural canopy that blocked the sunlight. It created a dark shade and made this forest look like night all the time. Thus, this area was called Midnight Forest by the players, although it actually had no official name. Looking around the area, Max slowly pushed forward, following the trail. It's really dark here. His field of vision was narrowed to only a few meters in front of him. Because of his light baggage, he had nothing like a torch in his bag. Not to mention, the branches and trunk seemed to be wet. He couldn't light a fire and made a makeshift torch with them. So, getting any artificial light source in this place was impossible. Creak. Swish. Whoosh. A whoa. The sound of the branches rubbing each other rang, filling the forest. Bushes moved due to the movement of small animals. An animal's howl reverberated in the distance. Max instantly became cautious and looked around with full attention. I feel like something can spring up at any moment, he said while laughing bitterly. It was like he traveled to a mountain full of bandits. Due to the darkness, he felt in danger even if he couldn't see anything beyond 5 meters. Not to mention, Wahaha, I am taking your soul. How dare thee enter this ancestor's territory? Scram. I am the darkness, lurking in the shadows to hunt down Breeze. Be careful. On your 6. Cough, please look away. I am busy with my girlfriend, or hand here. 1, 2, 3 frogs leaping. Oh no, Breeze is slipping. Don't worry, nothing will happen to you. Hello darkness, my old friend. This is Requiem. The chat worsened the situation, and they didn't even try to help Max. 3 minutes had passed since he entered. Max was talking to his viewers and lowered his guard after nothing happened. The forest was long, and at the end of it laid the frontier city, his destination. It looks like we still need to walk 5 more minutes before we exit the forest. He muttered to himself as he squinted his eyes, looking at the glowing light that became slightly bigger because it was closer than before. Furthermore, he already estimated how far the exit was when he was on top of the mountain. He was confident to say that he almost reached the halfway point in the forest. Should I run at full speed? What do you guys think? This forest has good branches I can use to jump around. At that moment, the bush on his left moved aggressively. It happened many times before, and all of them were false alarms. However, Max wouldn't take the chance to ignore it. This time, it was different. A whoa, grr. Two ferocious wolves sprung out from the bushes, baring their fangs at him. Their eyes looked at him as if he was a prey. Shit! Max cursed loudly as he leaped backward to dodge them. The wolves' bites missed him, and they only got air. They raised their heads at once and growled loudly to intimidate him. Looking at the wolves, Max smiled wryly and asked the chat in a low voice, "Chat, do you think I can handle them? There are only 2 wolves. Kill them. Give me blood, wahahaha. Just axe them, Breeze. We want to see violence. You know that violence is not good, right?" Max retorted with a flat face as he pulled out his axe and threw his bag to the ground. "But you're right. I can definitely handle 2 of them. Child, don't try this at home. Woah. Kill, kill, kill. Give my right arm wolf's blood. It's the ingredient for my apotheosis." As soon as he finished speaking, the wolves attacked him once again. They pounced from 2 directions, sandwiching Max, who lowered his stance. His eyes moved fast, observing their movement, before he dashed forward between the wolves. Behind him was a tree, so that wasn't the way out. Unlike battling humans, his opponent was an animal. Even if they were clever, their attacks were simple enough. So, the best way to get out of this situation without getting injured in the process was to dash forward. I need to be careful as I can't take any hits at all, he thought as he ran toward the left wolf. "You are first," Max shouted loudly as his right hand, which held the axe, turned into a blur. The next thing that happened was blood gushing out from the severed head as the wolf's lifeless body fell to the ground with a thud. He passed the other wolf by ducking. Screech. Using his legs, he stopped advancing and immediately leaped back with great force. He managed to catch up to the second wolf that just landed on the ground and spun his body like a fan. His axe struck the back of the wolf's head and split its head. Fuh! Max was able to land safely with his hand and wiped his forehead. That was scary. Scary. You're the scary one. How can you kill them that fast? Normal players would run away. I don't believe he just confronted them like that. Come on, guys. You said I should kill them. Max complained as he picked up the bag he had thrown earlier. He wiped the blood that got on his face and put his axe back to his waistlock. Besides, it's just 2 wolves. If there are 3 of them, I don't think I will be able to survive. Normal people can't even fight one-on-one with wolves. Even Stone Sword had a hard time and died once against those 2 wolves. Dum-dum. Don't compare Breeze with SS. It's obvious that the latter is a pro gamer while Breeze is just a monster. Oh shit. You're right. I am not a freaking monster. He sighed tiredly. Well, anyway, let's con. Grr. A whoa. Grrrrrrr. Whoa. Just before Max could finish his sentence, he heard loud growls and howls from behind. He turned around immediately and saw 6 pairs of shiny golden eyes observing him from within bushes. It didn't need a genius to know who they were and what they were here for. Guys. Max took steps back slowly as he spoke with a trembling voice. I guess this is time to run. Saying that, he kicked the ground and ran at full speed at once. The wolves followed him almost immediately, pouncing on the ground and creating a formation. Their bloodlust was clear from their eyes. They were determined to kill him. Also, do. Don't run. You rascal. Get over here. Run, bitch, run. Move, bitch. Get out of the way. Breeze is passing through. The viewers got excited at the sight of Max running at full speed while jumping around boulders and fallen trees like a scared rabbit. Chapter 46. Running and Arriving. Trees stood close to each other in the midnight forest. Their trunks were thick, so only a few parts of the forest, including the trail, could be passed by an adult human. Max's running speed slowed down considerably in this terrain. On the other hand, animals that had lived in the forest since birth could navigate easily. If this went on, the pack of wolves could catch up to Max and kill him. Swoosh. What should I do? As he ran between trees and jumped over boulders to give the wolves a slip, he formulated a plan to escape from them. Fighting them all is impossible. I will probably die or get badly injured. Thus, the bonus quest from the system would fail. I can't afford that. Without a doubt, Max's running speed was fast. He also could pass through the obstacles easily. If it were any other players, they would definitely die in the first minute of the chase. He was halfway into the forest. There was no way back now, and the way out was still around 4 to 5 minutes away with his current speed. Oh, whoa. At that moment, one of the wolves managed to catch up and pounced at Max, opening its mouth, ready to bite his shoulder. Be careful. Shed his blood. Give it to me. I want to suck it. Wolfie caught up to Breeze. Tisk. Max clicked his tongue and turned around. He immediately threw his bag into the wolf's mouth and rolled on the ground. Using his experience in parkour, he managed to retain his speed and continued running as the wolf shredded his leather bag into tatters. That was close, he exclaimed as he jumped between the trees, giving him enough time to widen the distance between him and the pack of wolves once again. I almost died. You should ask him to sit, or paw, or bite. Breeze is really good. To think he fed the poor wolf his smelly bag. Devil. I did it to survive. Max looked over his shoulders and saw the pack of wolves still chasing after him. They were so persistent and wouldn't stop until they tasted his blood and flesh. They are still chasing after me. Is the smelly bag not enough? They don't like your smell? Breeze, why don't you just jump on the tree and dodge those wolves? I remember they won't be able to climb tree. Reject humanity and return to monkey. Embrace your ancestry. Floor Gang will be proud if his theory of evolving backward is proven. Reading the chat suggestion, an idea flashed in Max's mind. Right, we can do that. Wolves couldn't climb trees. Max knew that from a documentary he watched when he was on a sickbed and hadn't found the joy of streaming yet. Using that knowledge, Max decided to try it and found the perfect tree to climb. It was more than 4 meters tall, somewhere the wolves couldn't reach even if they jumped. He ran faster than before and leaped up with all his strength. His feet touched the trunk, but he was nowhere near the thick branch he could use as a foothold. He's going to fall. It's falling down. Hee, I am hungry. Breeze's meat, delicious. Wolves. The viewers were expecting Max to fail. They were looking forward to when his body was shredded in pieces by the wolves, just like the fate of his bag earlier. Huh. At that moment, Max kicked the trunk and jumped to the branch. He grabbed it and pulled his body skillfully while smirking at the camera. You wish. Did you forget I can run on the wall? Well, I just did a double jump, a dumber version of it, but meh, it's the same. He shrugged his shoulders and looked at the ground. The wolves were howling and barking as they were unable to get up to where Max was. He crouched on the branch and gave a middle finger to the wolves before turning to the camera. It seems I survived without a scratch, guys. Too bad you don't get what you wanted to see. I am just too good. TSK. That was a sick move. Double jump. Now I realize that Breeze is inhuman once again. A new technique. How terrifying. Teach us. Make a tutorial like the wall run. Shaking his head, Max asked. You wanted the wolves to eat me earlier. Now you suck my toes to teach you how to do a double jump? How shameless. Ding. Crazy Rich has donated 4,269 diamonds. Lesson fee. Teach us, Teacher Breeze. I like that part of you guys, though. Tutorial will come soon. Max suddenly changed what he wanted to say once he heard the donation sound, just like usual. He even had a big smile on his face as he laughed at the camera. How shameless. Crazy Rich. You are the GOAT. We learn one thing, guys. A lesson fee is needed for a tutorial. This guy loves money too much. No one hates money. Don't be a hypocrite, guys. I doubt you will refuse when someone pays you to do something you needed to do anyway. There is truth in his words, but why do I feel that something is wrong? It's just your imagination. Max answered the chat and looked around, finding the best path to tread through branches. Anyway, I need to finish this mission as soon as possible. Start the countdown. If I am unable to reach the next destination in 5 minutes, I will gift 5 punch premium to random viewers. That's a deal. Woohoo. Do it, sucker. Oh, I will. At that moment, another notification came. Ding. Bloodsucker has started a mission. Stream mission. Reach the objective in under 3 minutes. Reward, 10,000 diamonds. Hi-ha. He did it. What will you do, Breeze? 3 minutes, huh? Max muttered as he stretched his legs and hands. His footing area was narrow, so he could only move his toes slightly. Licking his lips, he looked at the camera. Thanks for the money in advance, Bloodsucker. I am glad I set the minimum amount to 10,000 diamonds. I actually can finish this in under 3 minutes. You're lying. You said 5 minutes. Ha. He got baited. Poor Bloodsucker. Or rather, you should just change your name to Breeze Walking Bank now. Guys, you are awful. Nah, they're just worried about you. Anyway, let's do this. Having said that, He kicked the branch at full strength and jumped into another one. As soon as he landed, he began to run as if the branches were solid ground. They only shook after he already landed on another branch. His speed was ridiculously fast, only a bit slower than when he ran on solid ground. When there was no good branch to step on, Max used the tree's trunk as a footstep and jumped on another branch. On one occasion, he even grabbed the branch above him and used it to swing around. The viewers were speechless as they watched him move around like a monkey. Haraha. Reject humanity. Return to monkey. And no, why is he so fast? Sucker, it seems you will lose another $200 now. Good sucker. He's supporting Breeze with all his strength. Or rather money. He's cheating. Run on the ground. Chapter 47. End of journey and mysterious reward. Max didn't read the chat this time as he needed to concentrate so as not to fall to the ground, as his vision was still limited. The wolves had given up on chasing him and scattered. The howl could still be heard from within the forest. After getting used to the terrain and seeing the wolves no longer chasing him, he jumped down on the ground and followed the trail again. It was the fastest way to the exit of the forest. Then, after 2 minutes, he was finally able to see the light in the distance. All right, guys, give me the countdown. He shouted excitedly, smiling widely as he intentionally increased his speed again. 46 seconds before 3 minutes. The destination is in sight. Countdown to Bloodsucker giving money to Moneysucker. You should just change your name to Sucker. 30 seconds to go. With an amused laugh, Breeze jumped and spun his body midair, front flipping twice as he exited the forest. Haraha. I arrived. The scenery immediately changed in front of him. With sunset in the background, the frontier city was laid like a beautiful painting. The game world stopped as soon as he touched the light, and a notification appeared in front of him. Knight's last journey mission completed. You have completed all missions and reached the end. Open world mode is unlocked. Start the credit now? Yes/no. Following that, Max received the 10,000 diamonds from the stream mission. Mission completed. 10,000 diamonds have been donated. It was a good game. He exclaimed with a satisfied smile. I guess we will end this by kicking Haas Knight, but one more time. Agree. Do it. Yes. Well then, let's find him. With that, Max walked into the frontier city and tried to find Haon Knight, or rather, Hurian Aran. It wasn't that difficult to find him. Even if he looked older than when the main story first started, his overall feature was still the same. The older knight dressed in peasant clothes beamed with a smile as he saw Max approach him. Sir Breeze. He greeted Max excitedly while he spread his arms wide, trying to hug him. It's really nice to see you again. Oh, my savior. It's nice to meet you too. Now, however, when Haon Knight got close, Max dodged by stepping to the side. He raised his leg as he grinned at the confused old man. Let's end it with a bam. Bam. Max's feet met with Haon Knight's arse and sent him flying. The knight screamed loudly, in pain, and tried his best to land safely. At the same time, he started the credit roll and was transported to the top of the mountain as the world moved faster to relieve the past moment that he went through in the game. It's over, he muttered with a voice full of emotion that he couldn't even describe. Breeze's massacre is over. Barbarians are saved. Haon Knight's ass died forever. Long live Sir Breeze. The viewers also celebrated the end of the game with him, though in a way they knew. GG. You've done well. Not only those congratulating him through normal chat, but also viewers who enjoyed his content and had money donated one by one. Crazy Rich has donated 500 diamonds. Gaming Guru 94 has donated 300 diamonds. Good game. Speedy Swordswinger has donated 100 diamonds. Pixel Pirate 69. Many donations filled Max's vision, and he thanked them one by one without missing a single person. Indeed, the amount might not be much compared to Crazy Rich's initial donation and the 2 missions Bloodsucker gave, but he was grateful to all his viewers and wanted to appreciate them with his gratitude. When the credit roll ended, Max sat on a boulder that was located near him and looked over the scenery from the top of the mountain. The sun slowly disappeared on the horizon, behind a twin peak of mountains. At that moment, the notification from the system rang in his mind. Ding! He immediately muted his microphone and pretended to look at the scenery as only he could see the system window. Max was speechless when he read the notification, but it didn't give him any time to react as it continued. System upgrade complete. You have proven your talent as a streamer, and the penalty of the quest will change accordingly. The system is permanently bound to you and won't be uninstalled. That means I will be able to fail the quest without worrying about the system disappearing? He chuckled in amusement and hid his grin behind his hand. From the viewer's point of view, they thought that Max was getting emotional from finishing the game for the first time. Breeze is crying? No way. He cried for those poor souls he massacred. Poor souls, you will be purified. You miss one word after your. Ah, my bad. Your hate is purified. They shall rest forever. Reading the chat, Max was pulled out of his own world and unmuted his microphone once again. I am not getting emotional, guys. I was just thinking about how to tell you about my schedule tomorrow. The announcement for the program would be on April 10th, which was 2 days from now. He also got a lot of money thanks to Flexi, so he was thinking of having a day off tomorrow to prepare everything for his face reveal. There should be a photo session a day before the announcement, right? I remember it's written in the contract. He thought, you're going to play a new game, right? Are you going to announce it now? Is there something special tomorrow? What game will you play? Is it an online game? Ah, about that. Max looked at the camera. I probably won't be able to stream tomorrow. I need to do something important tomorrow. I will tell you what game I will play in the next stream. Better keep it a surprise, right? Ah, but I plan to play an online one. I can tell you that much. Ho ho. Online game, huh? We will finally be able to meet Breeze directly. I will kill him. I will kill him. My money. Sucker, do you think you will be able to touch Breeze? Look at reality. Well, I don't like stream snipers, so don't do it. Though I doubt you will be able to watch my stream inside the game. In this age where streamers became mainstream, many people who wanted to play with their idols naturally sprung up. They would do anything to play with the streamers they liked, even though it bothered the streamers. That was why the capsule, or rather games that were released in the past few years, all implemented a feature that didn't allow people to watch live stream inside the game. It was to minimize the cheating done by the viewers. So, even if they joined the same game, the viewers wouldn't be able to monitor where the streamers were. Still, they were pretty annoying because they often only targeted the streamers, so most people hated them. Except for the viewers who loved seeing chaos. Anyway guys, I won't be able to stream tomorrow. I am happy that I finished Knight's Journey on time today. I will see you in 2 days with an important announcement. Bye Breeze. That was fun. I hope you return to this game again. Lol, I have a good time. I will follow your live stream more. With that, Max ended the stream and went to bed after he took a shower without checking the forum that went wild because of him. Chapter 48, Photo Session 1. Thud. It hurts. Max shouted loudly right after waking up, throwing his body back to the bed. His body was aching all over the place, and his legs couldn't be moved at all. What the fuck? He cursed out as another round of pain attacked his body. Nothing was wrong with it, just a simple sore muscle. I didn't remember. The pain from muscle pain was this bad. He hissed in pain and tried to get up slowly this time. He managed to sit up this time and slowly moved to the edge of the bed. Sitting upright, he hissed painfully once again and inspected his body thoroughly. There was no swollen part, and he actually made a muscle slightly. His lower body, especially his legs, looked firmer than before. Not only that, his ribs area where his bones could be seen jutting out before were also gone. It was amazing. Is this the effect of yesterday's nutritional supplement and workout? More than amazing, Max considered the change that happened to his body as a miracle. The pain that accompanied it a day after seemed to be worth it now. It's not like he would feel the same after a few times. Also, the first time always hurts. Anyway, Max got used to it soon and did his morning routine and shower. It was natural for him to wash his body every morning and evening as he sweated easily from moving around a lot. Besides, it refreshed him and helped him think easier. After showering, he put on easy-to-move pants and a sweatshirt before exiting his apartment for a morning jog. The sun was just peeking from the horizon, casting a soft light over Lime City. Unfortunately, Max's apartment was in a rather dense city and didn't get much light from the morning sun. However, he had found a perfect spot to run yesterday and went to that park. When he arrived, the park was still empty, perfect to concentrate on his own business. So he started immediately after warming up and opened a hologram screen using his smartwatch to catch up on everything he missed yesterday. First of all, he found some threads about him and people talking about how the newest route discovered by Breeze would be the most effective for speedrun. The downside was that there would be no heroines showing up, so men who wanted to enjoy the game after finishing all quests shouldn't play the new route. All men were simple. They actually agreed that having a heroine for the post-story, which was an open-world type game, would be better. Someone even poked fun by saying that Breeze was destined to be maidenless forever. It ticked Max slightly, as he didn't want to stay that way. Naturally, he also wanted to have a girl like other normal people. Out of irritation, he replied to the thread and told the one who poked fun at him that they would be surprised seeing how handsome he was when he revealed his face. Naturally, no one believed him, but that didn't matter, because Max already planned to reveal his face because of the program. I will have my photo session today, which will be released tomorrow. So it's the same as revealing my face to the public. In fact, he had already read the new email that arrived this morning. At 9 a.m., he needed to take the Sky Rail to the New Eden City once again to BioZone Entertainment HQ. Mr. Taka had already prepared the ticket, just like before. There was a warning with the invitation that the photo session might last for a whole day because there would also be a briefing. The streamers were also instructed to stay at a BioZone hotel located near the HQ to attend a press conference that would be held after the announcement. Thank God I chose not to stream today. Max's decision was correct to announce his schedule, and now he was curious who the other 5 who got invited together with him were. Once again, Max was confident with his guess that a streamer called Stone Sword would definitely be invited. Unless there is something between them, there is no way Mr. Taka won't invite a world record holder. Max couldn't help but be excited. While bad ideas were fun, he also liked surprises. His jogging became a bit slower because he thought a lot about what BioZone Entertainment had prepared for him. At that moment, he heard a soft voice from his side. Hello. Slightly surprised, Max closed his hologram screen immediately and looked to the left. He hoped whoever it was didn't see the email he had just opened. When he saw a rather familiar face beside him, he smiled slightly. It was the girl from yesterday who watched him trying to do a wall run for the first time using his body. Good morning. He greeted her back without saying anything more. The girl nodded at him and stayed silent afterward. They kept running, circling around the park in silence. Max was confused about what had just happened, but thought nothing more than the girl only greeted him out of politeness. Sighing internally, Max continued jogging before he finally stopped after feeling slightly tired. Sweat had covered his body and wetted his sweatshirt. Because he didn't bring a towel, which was a mistake, he could only use his drenched shirt to wipe sweat off his face. At that moment, "Here, use this." The girl from before spoke to him once again and held a towel in her hand. Max looked at the girl in confusion and tilted his head slightly. Why was she trying to hand him a towel? "I brought 2. Use this," she added after seeing his reluctant expression. "Don't worry. It's new. I always use a new towel." Well, Max wasn't sure what to say. It was just too sudden and strange. However, he took the towel nonetheless, as he didn't want to waste her gesture. "Thank you." He paused. When he thought about it again, he introduced himself to the girl yesterday, but she hadn't introduced herself yet. Once again, noticing him not saying anything again, the girl nodded and spoke. "I am Lily," she said simply with a flat expression as she wiped her sweat. "Lily Spencer. Nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you too." He nodded in acknowledgement. "I am Max Charles." Max." She nodded back at him. "You can call me Lily." "All right." After that, both of them stood in silence under the shade of trees on the edge of the park. No one said anything, and the atmosphere turned awkward. They didn't know what to say or speak about as it was just their second meeting, coincidentally. It's so awkward, Max thought as he tried his best to maintain his smile. But still, Max stole a glance at Lily. Her long eyelashes fluttered as her small lips exhaled a heavy breath. She's beautiful. Are all the girls in this world as beautiful as her? Nina is also beautiful in her own way. He mused in his mind. Thinking it was rude, he immediately looked away at his smartwatch. His eyes widened when he saw the time shown in it. It was already 8 a.m. Shoot. Max cursed loudly and quickly packed his stuff. "Sorry, Lily, but I need to go right now. I will return the towel if we meet again." "There is no need," Lily answered Max and raised her head. However, when she looked to her left, he was already away from her, running in a hurry. Seeing that she answered in air and not breeze, her cheek inflated like a bun, and she pouted. "He didn't even hear my reply?" she muttered in disappointment. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, The alarm she had set with her smartwatch rang loudly. She deactivated it quickly as she frowned, as if she found the alarm to be something troublesome. The words "photo session" were floating with the alarm's notification. She swiped it away with her hand, and it disappeared. I also need to go. Chapter 49, Photo Session 2. Max managed to prepare himself to board the Sky Rail after taking another shower and wore his best clothes in time. If he were to arrive just a minute later, he would definitely miss it and have to go to New Eden City with another Sky Rail, which would cost him another pocket money. Phew. I didn't realize how long I was running because I didn't really feel tired. He looked at the time once again. April 9th, 9:03 a.m. Just a few minutes after the Sky Rail departed for New Eden City. Wednesday wasn't a crowded day as most people worked in the VR, so only Max sat on a VIP seat in the frontmost wagon, getting the perfect view of a metropolis city from the air. His hand that was holding the window rail was trembling, mainly because of excitement, but he was also a bit nervous. How could he not? Even if he used to be the center of attention due to his previous experience in his old world, Max was still a human. Besides, this would be the first time he would get his picture taken as a streamer, not a tracer. Not to mention, it would also be posted on BioZone Entertainment's website, one of the 3 biggest game distributors in the world. Millions, maybe 1 billion people would get to know him soon. It was natural to be excited and nervous. Just a 2-hour ride. Well, I can't say I don't enjoy this site. It's beautiful. While watching the scenery outside, Max thought of what happened before. Lily seemed to be able to read him easily, and so was Nina. Was his expression really that easy to guess? Running his hand over his cheek, he hummed in wonder. Maybe I need to work on my poker face again. An orange hovercar was moving down the main street in another city called Pear City. It was moving automatically, following the destination set before. Inside the car were 2 people, sitting side by side, a man and a woman. The man wore a striking orange suit and had orange hair, which stood out a lot. He was Flexi, and he was browsing through Knight's Journey forum on his smartwatch while leaning against the soft chair. Ooh, this is interesting. What is it? Lisa inquired with a curious tone as she glanced at him. Don't tell me that you have a sudden idea of using this photo session with other streamers to pull pranks on them. I need to remind you what happened when you tried that a year ago at the Newbie Streamer Award. No. I already stopped doing that. Before Lisa could finish her sentence, Flexi stopped her in panic. Cold sweat formed on his back as he laughed bitterly, remembering Lisa's punishment after he messed up a year ago. He quickly pointed at his screen and continued. There is someone leaking the content of the program. More precisely, that user just mentioned that BioZone Entertainment will have an interesting program planned for Knight's Journey soon. Isn't that normal? Leaks always appeared a day or 2 before the actual announcement. There is nothing unusual about it. I know. Flexi nodded without denying Lisa's words. But well, the one who leaked this content is a pretty rare individual. He swiped the screen and moved it in front of his secretary. When the beautiful, stern-faced woman read the content, she frowned deeply. This is indeed a rare individual. What's this person trying to achieve by doing this? Nah, I don't know what trolls think. Flexi shrugged his shoulders. But I Am Not Troll has a name to back his claim. His credibility is at least the worst among the other trolls. People will think that he's just joking. I didn't know what Mr. Taka planned by asking that troll to spread the leak. Lisa glanced at her boss and pushed her glasses up. You think BioZone Entertainment purposely leaked out their own plan? This isn't something they usually did. And the fact the one who spread the leak is that infamous troll player. I guess you can say that Mr. Taka is cooking something. Flexi laughed and crossed his arms. That's your job to find out, my dear Lisa. I will take a nap until we arrive. Oh, stop at the Sky Rail station instead of the BioZone HQ. We need to fetch someone first. You seem to be quite pleased with that boy. Can't say anything about it. He smirked. He reminded me of my newbie days, and he's a fun person. Also, he will get big someday. I am looking forward to that time to climb back in fame using his bus, haha. Having said that, Flexi put an eye mask over and slept by leaning his head back. Lisa sighed tiredly as she opened her smartwatch. She had work to do. What a troublesome boss. He's too kind for someone who works in this harsh industry. She thought as she operated the virtual keyboard. Well, that's why I am also attracted to him. Life is just so strange. This will be your debut, Lily. Just do like the usual, and you will be fine. Yes, brother. I have also learned how to do that trick, and I will show it to you in the demonstration later. That's amazing. I am surprised. The man smiled softly at his sister. How did you do it? Even I couldn't do it perfectly yet. I have a teacher. The sister answered simply without changing her expression. I paid him a can of coffee. He's really good. Is that so? A pair of siblings walked side by side. They both had black hair and blue eyes. The older one was a man, looking like he was in his early 20s, with handsome features and a high nose. His hair was slightly long, tied into a low ponytail. He was tall and wore a neat suit as if he was going to a business fair. In the gaming community, this man was known as Stone Sword, a veteran streamer who loved and was good at using a sword. His real name was Peter Spencer, Spencer Capsule Company's heir. Obviously, he hid that fact while streaming, although his fans found it faster than he liked it. Even without that, due to his skill in the game and his humble personality, he managed to create a fan base big enough to guarantee that his stream had a minimum of 40K viewers. On the other hand, the younger one was a head shorter than the man. She looked innocent and still had a hint of youth. With slightly wavy long hair, she looked like a beautiful and delicate doll. She was Lily Spencer, the girl Max had met earlier. Her game and streamer handle name was Lily Pixel, Stone Sword partner in the run that bagged them the world record of Duo Fort Siege. Both of them entered Biozone Entertainment HQ ahead of the other streamers as they arrived using a private jet instead of taking Skyrail or a hovercar. It was parked on the roof, which had a helipad. Greeting them was the leader of Knight's Journey marketing team and the head of the program they would join to promote Lily Pixel to the streaming community. Welcome, Stone Sword and Lily Pixel. The others aren't here yet, so please enjoy our lobby and feel free to order any drinks. Mr. Taka gestured to the CAF that was connected to the lobby. The photo session will be conducted when everyone has gathered. Thank you. Stone Sword replied with a smile. We will do that. We indeed arrived too early. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 50, Photo Session 3. Having said that, the siblings walked into the CAF without complaining. Mr. Taka smiled brightly as his plan was coming together nicely. The dark circles around his eyes faded slightly, but it was still apparent. Just 4 more people to wait, then he could rest. If this program succeeded, then as a marketing team leader, his job would be limited to ordering his subordinates around. A little bit more. His smile widened as he saw 2 more people entering the HQ. They were a pair that unexpectedly blended together very well, Breeze and Flexi. If one asked him the best decision he made for the last year, he would answer it without hesitation. It was to find the unique and unexpected newbie streamer called Breeze. Not only was he young and had potential, but he also gave Mr. Taka a good impression as a polite boy in their first meeting. Also, if I can rope him in to become Biozone Entertainment's affiliated streamer, just a little bit more. A thought flashed in Mr. Taka's mind. He could imagine that Breeze would definitely rise. His intuition as a senior corporate worker was telling him. And I can get a promotion. He's the golden goose that can lead me to a good rest. I can't let the others take him. I will be the one who sign him with Biozone Entertainment. Naturally, his treatment toward Breeze would be slightly different from Stone Sword's from earlier, as he was his favorite streamer in this program. He spread his arms wide and welcomed them. Welcome. We've been waiting for you. A few minutes ago, in Sky Rail Station right across the Biozone Entertainment HQ, Max stepped out of the Sky Rail with a perfect poker face. He learned how to create one on his way here by watching a tutorial, but it was soon ruined as his lips curled up into a smirk. Learning everything is so easy now. To think that even a poker face tutorial will be that detailed. There is even a hologram model that I can use to synchronize my face with it perfectly to make a poker face. He was in a good mood and exited the station with a smile. However, Max immediately put up his poker face again when he saw someone unexpectedly standing with open arms as if trying to embrace him standing right outside the entrance. Ha, we finally met, my friend. It's me, Flexi. Many people looked at them with strange gazes. They walked away from them and whispered something to their companions. Standing beside Flexi was an elegant woman in a suit wearing an apologetic expression. She seemed to be embarrassed just to be seen standing next to Flexi. I am really thankful I watched that tutorial. If not, I would definitely have that expression too. Max thought as he heaved a sigh. As much as he wanted to push Flexi away for being an embarrassment in public, He couldn't do that because his destination was right in front of him. Besides, he owed Flexi a lot to ignore him too, so he greeted him back. Good morning, Flexi. It's nice to meet you IRL for the first time. He shook Flexi's hand expressionlessly while observing him. Just like his character in Knight's Journey, even the real person wore a color that stood out a lot. It was no exaggeration to say that he was built to stand out among the crowd. Ha ha ha, it's nice to meet you too. I see that you're not as thin as yesterday. Did you buy a B-grade nutritional supplement by any chance? That stuff is really great, right? I am thankful to the scientists developing them. I don't need to work out as hard to get an ideal body with the supplement. Flexi kept talking energetically as if he was with his best friend, something that Max found a little bit too much. He enjoyed talking with people, but when the other party didn't even give him a chance to speak, it became too overbearing. Thankfully, Flexi, it's time to meet Mr. Taka. Please head inside first. I will park the car in the basement parking lot. Flexi's secretary, Lisa, stepped up to stop him. Max showed his gratitude toward her, and she nodded as if saying, "Just leave it to me," while pushing her glasses up. "It's already time?" Flexi asked, looking slightly disappointed. "Well, it can't be helped. Let's meet Mr. Taka and take the best picture. I believe Stone Sword has already arrived, knowing how punctual he is." Stone Sword. Max's eyebrows raised slightly as he heard an interesting name. So he's also invited. But how did Flexi know about it? He looked at the orange-haired streamer curiously. The other party noticed and grinned. Connections are important. I got a leak from an insider. Flexi answered and began to walk toward the building. Max followed right beside him and nodded. That's really convenient. It is. They entered the building together and were greeted by Mr. Taka. The marketing team leader looked happy when they saw both of them, gesturing for them to go to the CAF first while waiting for the last pair. That offer made Max happy. Last time, he couldn't get to drink that hot chocolate with oats. This time, he wanted to try it because he had taken a liking to it. When he went to the CAF, he found a familiar face sitting in the corner. His eyes widened slightly in surprise, but he quickly recomposed himself and waved his hand when he saw her looking at him. The girl, Lily, waved back softly before continuing to munch on a cake. She seemed to enjoy it. What's Lily doing here? And the one sitting in front of her? Who is that? He asked in his mind. It didn't take long before his question was answered by Flexi's energetic voice. As expected, you're already here. The orange-haired streamer approached the duo in the corner and stopped beside the man. Long time no see, Stone Sword. You still look as stiff as ever when you're not streaming. So that's Stone Sword. Max nodded as he stayed still, watching Flexi talking to Stone Sword. Stone Sword smirked and looked up. And you're as loud as ever, Flexi. Pin your voice down a little bit. My little sister doesn't like loud noises. Oh. Flexi looked to his right at the girl who stared at him dangerously. Sorry. I didn't know that you hate loud noise. Anyway, I will talk normally now. Nice to meet you, Stone Sword sister. My handle name is Flexi. Feel free to call me anything you want. Lily. And don't talk to me. Lily answered shortly and stood up, walking away from the two of them. Flexi's smile froze as he looked at his hand, which stayed in the air. Another hand grabbed and shook it. It was Stone Sword. I told you she hated noises. Also, I never saw her talk to a boy before, so don't mind it too much. Yeah, well, it can't be helped. Flexi shrugged his shoulders. Anyway, I want to introduce you to my new pal. He's standing over there. He turned around and pointed at Max. But once again, he froze as he saw him talking to the girl who had just left him alone. Huh? What is this difference in treatment between me and Breeze? Flexi thought, confused. Is it because I am loud? No, rather. How is that guy talking to that girl smoothly like that? He's unexpectedly good. Stone Sword looked surprised when he saw his sister talking to a boy. Oh, it's rare to see her smiling like that. Who is that guy? He's Breeze. Flexi answered as he let out a sigh. Well, you must have heard about him if you played Knight's Journey lately. He's that wall run guy. I watched his video before. Stone Sword nodded. A smile appeared on his face. So that was why she always seemed to be so out of it, and suddenly able to do a wall run. I see. Looking at Stone Sword's expression, Flexi couldn't help but shudder and took a step back. Hey, you look so scary right now. Are you that kind of guy? Dude, keep your expression in check. Malicious rumors will spread if someone misunderstands the situation. I know. I am not mad, just a little bit jealous. Seriously? Flexi didn't believe what Stone Sword had said. The expression he showed earlier was more than a little jealous. But it seemed interesting. I never thought this rock-like guy would have this kind of personality. Flexi looked at his friend, Max, who went to the machine to order something with Lily. An amused smile appeared on his face. My friend, it seems like you will have a bit of difficulty in the future. Good luck. He never expected this kind of situation to unfold. It was interesting. Oblivious to the conversation between the two veteran streamers, Max felt cold sent down his spine. Did someone curse me? It must be that bloodsucker. He must have cursed me for baiting him to donate a huge amount of money. Are you okay? Lily asked worriedly as she peered into him. Smiling, Max answered, I am okay. Just feeling a little cold. I see. Chapter 51, Photo Session 4. After waiting for a few minutes and enjoying the chocolate with oats, Mr. Taka entered the CAF with 2 men and invited everyone to follow him. They went to the 30th floor, where a photo studio was located. When they were in the elevator, Mr. Taka introduced everyone to each other, starting from Stone Sword, Flexi, and Ronin Knight to the newbie streamers. As everyone played Knight's Journey and followed the forum, they recognized Max as Wall Run Guy when he was introduced. Max also greeted them politely, understanding his position as the newest streamer who hadn't streamed for a week yet. Naturally, the others' curiosity stayed at that, except for 2 people, Flexi and Stone Sword. The latter seemed to glare at him for a second before. But when he looked at him again, the ponytailed man was smiling softly, like a kind person. Is it just my imagination? The former seemed to hold back his laughter for whatever reason, apologizing when Max looked at him strangely. And Flexi is just as strange as usual. I don't know what he's thinking. Before long, they arrived on the 30th floor, and Max was astounded by how large the studio was. When he heard about the photo studio, he imagined a corner where a white background stood surrounded by camera and flash equipment. However, this was like a real studio, usually used to shoot a Hollywood film. It's huge. Ha ha ha. It's quite small compared to a real studio. Mr. Taka answered Max with a soft smile. He looked at the streamers, from left to right, and clapped his hands. Everyone, please head to the fitting room. We have prepared a makeup artist for this occasion and will take your IRL photo in the best way possible. Of course, we also prepared the clothes, so please don't worry. It's located over there. As for the lady, she will be in the opposite room. Please follow the director's instructions for the photo shoot. He will be in charge here. Mr. Taka looked at a man in a hat sitting on an elevated chair in the distance. Is there a question? Flexi relaxed his stance and said, None, Mr. Taka. It's just like the usual, right? Nodding, Mr. Taka replied, Yes. It's just like the usual photo shoot. He looked at his smartwatch and nodded again. Now, I am afraid I must excuse myself. Please ask the director if there is still something you don't understand. With that, Mr. Taka left the studio, and the streamers began to move. There were 5 guys and 1 girl only. The distribution seemed to be weird, but it was natural if seen from what game they played. While Knight's Journey could be called famous, it was, in the end, still a realistic game about fights and wars. It wasn't the kind of game that a girl enjoyed. Maybe some, but certainly not the majority. They preferred something with magic or not too bloody. Just as Mr. Taka said, there was already a makeup artist assigned for each person. Flexi kindly guided Max like a friend should, explaining what they would do in this photo session. The Ronin Knight and Mad Lad also listened to the orange-haired streamer, as this would be the first program they attended. Flexi was surprised that a veteran streamer like Ronin Knight had never attended an event like this. But Ronin explained that he had always refused before, as none of the programs was to his liking. But this. He said he could feel excitement from the event, so he joined. Stone Sword was already experienced in stuff like this, so he stayed silent and let the makeup artist do his job. After the makeup finished and he changed clothes to what appeared to be a dark red suit, similar to a noble knight uniform used. In the party, Max looked at the mirror and was surprised. They are pretty good. They managed to make him look dashing and elegant. Just as he appreciated his appearance and was about to take a picture for his punch profile picture, Flexi's loud voice rang from outside. Hey, Breeze. They started taking Stone Sword's picture already. Don't just stand inside, and let's go. It's your turn after me. All right, Max replied with a shout and heaved a sigh. Well, I can always ask Mr. Taka to send me the result of the picture. Let's just get it done for now. When he joined the others, it was already Flexy's turn. He stood confidently under the flashlight and posed. Maybe because he was already a professional, it didn't take long for his turn to finish. The director gave an okay almost immediately. Following that, it was Ronan Knight's turn. Unlike Flexy, he was a bit stiff under the camera. Thankfully, the director was experienced and could give a direction on how to pose. Max silently listened to the advice and thought to himself, what should I do to pose? Should I do the usual folding arms and raising chin all esport players did back on Earth? Or should I pose like a model similar to Flexy? He shook his head. That would be boring. I guess I will try that if allowed. He looked at the chair he sat on and grinned. An idea of a pose flashed in his mind. It would look dumb and out of place, but it was something that he wanted to do at least once. He also trusted the photographer to be able to take his picture nicely. It's your turn, Breeze. Flexy patted Max's shoulder and pushed him toward the flashlight. Nodding at his friend, Max walked toward the position while bringing the chair he sat on earlier, confusing the others, including the director and photographer. However, he ignored their stares, set the chair in the middle of the white background, and asked, "Can you take a dynamic pose? There is something I'd like to try if possible." The director narrowed his eyes and nodded. "You have a minute." That was a positive response. Hearing that, Max smiled and began to pose using the chair as a prop. He held the chair tightly and jumped high, passing the chair. "Crazy guy," Flexy exclaimed loudly as he laughed merrily. Yes, he tried to do a jumping pose to be different from the others. Chapter 52, Synchronization Test, 1. Ha 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 ha, don't be discouraged. I think the first pose is good. It's too bad that the director rejected it, as it doesn't really look professional. Uffed. Don't laugh, Flexy. I am embarrassed here. My bad, my bad. Remembering it is still funny. But hey, at least you managed to finish your photo session quicker than that mad lad. That scary-looking guy was so stiff that he even got the director fuming in rage. Maybe that's why his handle name is Mad Lad. Whatever. Max leaned his back against the soft sofa as he exhaled a tired sigh. His pose, which he had thought deeply about before, was rejected. In the end, he went with the mainstream folding arms that almost all professional esport gamers did in the past. When he posed like that, the director immediately gave him an okay and ended his session. It felt suck. Not even a hot chocolate will make me forget this disappointment. Forgive me for not following the diet plan, Ava, but I want to enjoy this chocolate for today. While disappointed, Max also couldn't complain as he thought his pose was a bit too much. So he accepted the result and went to the hotel prepared by Biozone Entertainment with Flexy. The others were also resting. The room prepared by Biozone Entertainment was a suite. Every streamer invited for today's photo session was given VIP treatment and had their own room. There was also a room with the latest VR capsules near the hotel lobby that they could use to log in or live stream. So, Max was confused. What are you doing in my room, Flexy? He looked at the orange-haired guy who sat on a couch and had his legs crossed as if this was his own house. Flexy looked over his shoulder at Max, who sat on his bed and grinned. I am bored being alone in my room, so I came. Besides, I am going with you to your and the other 2 synchronization tests. I am curious how high you will achieve. There is still an hour before that. Max grumbled in displeasure. Besides, it will be recorded by the director to be revealed after the announcement tomorrow at the press conference. You will find out at that time. Indeed. To add more excitement, Mr. Taka also added this synchronization test, as all the newbie streamers who joined hadn't revealed theirs yet. Usually, this would be an important moment in a live stream for almost all streamers. Viewers were always curious about good players or streamers' synchronization rates, and the announcement usually was a big deal for a streamer. There was no better place to reveal it than an event that was also attended by 3 veteran streamers like this. So Max also agreed to it. How could I miss my friend's test? That's just impossible. Flexy complained and shrugged his shoulders. My synchronization rate is 92%. Even if you think I am stupid and loud, my result is still within the top 2% of the world, you know? I can even debut as a professional gamer with this. For a variety streamer who didn't focus on games like Flexy, 92% synchronization rate was indeed pretty high. That was why he could almost learn wall run in such a short time. It was more than enough to play better than most players and compete with a pro. Only 1 in a million, or maybe 2 million, had such a high synchronization rate. The average synchronization was around 85 to 87%, and that was enough for them to feel as if they were in the real world when entering VR. Knowing that, Max nodded at Flexi. Maybe this orange-haired guy wasn't as bad in the game as he initially thought. As expected, I am indeed abnormal. That's amazing. He flattered Flexi and clapped his hands. The other party wasn't pleased. Stop with that fake compliment. I know that your synchronization rate is higher than mine. Who knows? Max shrugged his shoulders and stood up. Watching Max, Flexi raised his brows and asked curiously, "Where are you going?" "Toilet." "Ah, have fun." He lost interest almost immediately and played around with his smartwatch. Max went to the hotel lobby when the time came for the synchronization test for the 3 newbie streamers. He appeared from the elevator with Flexi, who hummed pleasantly. Everyone had already gathered, including Stone Sword and Ronin Knight, and Mr. Taka stood in front of the 4 with an old doctor dressed in a lab coat. Mr. Taka looked at Max, who approached them, and smiled. "It seems everyone has arrived. And I see that the 3 of you are also here, although it's not really needed as we already know your synchronization rate. I am curious about my sister's synchronization rate. We have never tested it before," Stone Sword said, followed by a small nod from Lily. "Well, I have nothing to do," Ronin Knight added while scratching his cheek. "Are we not allowed here?" "No, you're all welcome to watch. But please don't live stream or leak the result before tomorrow's press conference. We will use the synchronization test to promote the program, too. I believe it's written in the newbie streamer's contract." Mr. Taka looked over at Max and the other 2 newbies. All of them nodded, confirming his words. It was written just above the non-disclosure agreement, saying that Biozone Entertainment was allowed to use any content before the announcement for promotion. Of course, as it was something normal and they couldn't talk about it anyway, there was nothing wrong with accepting the term. It would also benefit them if their faces and names appeared in the promotional video. It could make them further known to people. Great. Mr. Taka pushed his glasses and smiled. First of all, allow me to introduce Dr. Artie. He will be the one who will monitor your vitals when you're undergoing the test. It's nice to meet you. The doctor, with a friendly smile, greeted the 6 streamers. Everyone nodded back without saying anything and turned their attention back to Mr. Taka. If everyone is ready, please follow me. I will explain the test while walking. It's located at the end of the hallway over there. Having said that, Mr. Taka walked down the hallway with the doctor first, followed by the others right after. Max looked around curiously, looking at pictures put across the wall. These pictures were successful games that Biozone Entertainment released. Only those that managed to reach a peak of 1 million viewers on a streaming platform were put up in this hallway. In short, this hall was the Hall of Fame for games that Biozone Entertainment released. There are at least 15 games. It's really a lot. And the genres are different, too, from RPG to FPS. There is even a survival one. It's amazing. While walking the long corridor, Mr. Taka explained to the streamers. The synchronization test we will do is a bit different from a normal one. We will push your capability with the latest technology, making sure that you achieve the best result. The test itself won't be much different from the usual. It uses the 10-minute format with various obstacles that professional gamers use. Just focus on the test and leave everything else to us. Please, just do your best. As he said that, Mr. Taka stopped in front of a door and placed his palm on a glowing screen beside the door. A whirring sound followed suit, and the steel door opened slowly. Mr. Taka smirked and spread his arms proudly. "Welcome to our most advanced testing facility. Flexi, will you show your junior how to do the test?" "Of course, I can do it too. But isn't it better for you to show them?" It can't be helped." Flexi huffed and put his hands on his hips. "Leave it to the most quiet streamer, Flexi. I will show you how to do the test." Chapter 53, Synchronization Test 2. Just as its name implied, synchronization rate was a number that explained a person's ability to move within a virtual space. The higher the number of one's rate, the more one felt like they were moving in real life. The milliseconds delay that should be felt from turning the brainwaves information into data would be minimalized. It was said that someone with 99% synchronization rate would have no delay at all, and his brain could control 100% of his movement in the VR world. To find out that synchronization rate, in short SR, a 10-minute test needed to be done within a specialized VR capsule that had no limit. It was slightly dangerous if something went wrong, so someone needed to oversee it. Are you ready, Flexi? Anytime, Mr. Taka. Hearing Mr. Taka's voice from the microphone of the overseer's room, Flexi answered confidently. He stepped toward the pure white cubic room without anything but a blue platform in the middle. His avatar's appearance resembled his real self, as the test was done with the latest scan of one's original self instead of another avatar, like what Knight's Journey used to achieve the best result. Max excitedly watched the screen that showed a third perspective of Flexi's test. He wanted to see how a person who achieved 92% synchronization rate was doing in the test. It's harder than it sounds. I wonder how Flexi will deal with it. Inside the VR testing chamber, Flexi nodded at the camera, gesturing that he was ready to start now. He even flashed a smile and put a thumb up before the scenery around him changed. The synchronization test was composed of various obstacles and in a different setting. There were a total of 10 types of tests, which would be harder as it progressed. The 10-minute time would be reset each time one finished a course. The first test was simple. It was an obstacle run. A track field appeared in the virtual space, replacing the white room. Flexi's clothes also changed into a short and a simple shirt, orange in color. There were many obstacles on the track, including a pit filled with sand that he needed to jump over with a rope, a tall wall, and a wire trap he needed to crawl over. The timer was floating in the sky, showing 10 minutes. It would start to decrease once Flexi crossed the start line. We are already recording. You can start anytime. Mr. Taka instructed through a microphone, gaining a soft nod from Flexi. At that moment, the energetic streamer started to run at full speed. Watching the first test, Max leaned against the soft sofa and relaxed his body. He's pretty fast. The first test was almost nothing for Flexi. Thanks to his agility and good control, he could jump over the pit and the wall easily. He struggled a bit in the crawling test, but finished in under 3 minutes. He's good. But the synchronization test isn't just about fast. It's about how well we move and how well our avatar responds to our brain command. There was indeed a record of the fastest finish of the synchronization test, which was held by a professional gamer called Puppeteer. He finished all tests in 16 minutes 32 seconds and recorded his name on the Hall of Fame. Not only that, he also boasted a 98.3% synchronization rate, the third highest in the whole world. Only 2 anonymous people who didn't want to disclose their identity had a higher synchronization rate than him. Max's goal was to beat Puppeteer's time and set a new record. The reason was simple. I need to finish this new quest. He had gotten a new quest when he entered this room. Quest. Set a record. You said you wanted to be a famous streamer. Without having your name known by the whole world, that would be a dream. Set a record time in the synchronization test. Shock the whole world. Progress, 0 to 1. Reward, latest VR capsule. Deadline, 1 try. Failure to complete this mission will make your body sluggish and limit your synchronization rate to 80% for a week. I will get that latest VR capsule that allows me to use all my capabilities. The old VR capsule in his room currently only maxed at 95% synchronization rate for safety purposes. If possible, Max wanted to get the latest technology available to draw all his potential. In fact, he already planned to buy one with his pay when it was enough. However, the system once again helped him to get it, so he was thankful. Still, even if the reward wasn't a VR capsule, Max couldn't afford to fail the mission. The punishment for failing the quest indeed had changed, and it didn't threaten with uninstalling the system anymore. But having his SR limited to 80% for a week will be detrimental to his streaming. He wasn't sure how it would affect him, but it sounded bad. 16 minutes, huh? He muttered in a low voice. But the girl, Lily, who sat beside him, heard it. What's 16 minutes? She asked curiously as she looked at him. Do you want to finish the test in under 16 minutes? Due to her voice being loud enough to be heard by everyone sitting around, Max became the center of attention at once. They ignored Flexi, who tried to look good on camera while doing his second test. Smiling wryly, Max scratched his cheek. I just remembered the record held by Puppeteer. Of course, I want to beat his record. Everyone is. But all I can do is to do my best. Appearing to be humble was important as he was still a newbie. Also, it wasn't Max's style to show off his skill in a place like this. He would only do it when streaming or in the right place. Lily nodded, satisfied with his answer. Beating the record sounds fun. She looked away, returning her attention to the screen. The other streamers said nothing and watched Flexi struggle to pass the third test. After he barely passed, the scenery changed into a flaming ground, and he needed to step quickly to avoid his feet getting burned. However, as he had finished the test many times before, he managed to finish it rather quickly. The 4th to 9th tests were also easy for him, as they were mostly just obstacles like before. But his speed decreased considerably in the 10th test. It was the hardest one, and he needed to be careful not to take a wrong step, or the trap would kill him and return him to the start. Finally, after struggling for exactly 25 minutes and 54 seconds, Flexi arrived at the finish and pressed the finish button. Ha! I am 20 seconds faster than before. Did you see that? He shouted loudly while raising his arms proudly. At that moment, 3 numbers, glowing in gold, appeared on top of Flexi's head. It was written 92.6, which showed his synchronization rate. It wasn't different from his last test. Everyone clapped hands to congratulate him. Even Mr. Taka clapped his hands. Then, the marketing team leader pushed his glasses and turned to the newbie streamers. That's the test. Are you ready? I am. Anytime, Mr. Taka. Everyone answered immediately. The other 2, besides Max, seemed to have a reserved personality and didn't speak too much even though they were streamers. Well, that's why we are called newbies. He thought as he saw Mr. Taka looking back at him. All right, then let's start with Breeze, shall we? I believe everyone is curious how he, who is rising due to his strange movement skill, will fare in this test. Hearing Mr. Taka's words, Max couldn't help but wince. What kind of reasoning was that? Still, it wasn't a problem. It was probably for the promotional video. Besides, the faster he finished this, the easier it got. Well then, let's do this. Chapter 54 Shock. Max went to the VR capsule located in the Overseer section where Mr. Taka and Dr. Artie were. On his way, he passed by Flexi, who just exited the capsule. Yo, it's your turn. Do your best. The orange-haired streamer raised his hand and grinned. Knowing what he wanted to do, Max also grinned and raised his hand. Just watch. I will set a new record. Heh, show off. Dap. A shrill sound echoed as their hands clapped in the air. It was the perfect dap, and both laughed at it. Max somehow was confident to break the record and felt really relaxed. He nodded at Mr. Taka before entering the capsule at the doctor's direction. Please don't worry about anything. I will warn you if something is wrong. Just focus on achieving the perfect run. Dr. Artie reminded him as the capsule began to close. Having been used to be taken care of by a doctor before, Max nodded without worrying about anything. Thank you, doctor. The capsule was fully closed, and a whirring sound rang. A helmet-like device covered Max's face and pulled his consciousness into the VR world. When he blinked, he wasn't inside the capsule anymore, but in a white room. His clothes changed into a sweatshirt and tight pants, and he even wore running shoes. He tried to move slightly and nodded in satisfaction after trying his avatar. Is there something different or any discomfort, Breeze? Mr. Taka's voice rang from the speaker in the room. It's perfect, Max answered while making an OK sign with his fingers. Let's start immediately, Mr. Taka. Ha, you're really motivated. Just move toward the blue circle, and the test will start in a few seconds. All right. Without any hesitation, Max walked toward the blue circle confidently. He had already watched all the tests and experienced it once before, although he played around then and wasn't so serious. So, this was his first real test. He couldn't help but get excited. Once he reached the blue circle, the scenery changed to a track field with 3 obstacles in front of him. He ignored it and began to warm up. What's he doing? In the waiting area, Ronin Knight looked confused when Max began to stretch his legs and arms. He's warming up. The one who answered his question was Stone Sword. He looked at the screen curiously, looking forward to what Max would show them. Does it work? Ronin Knight asked once again as he raised his eyebrows. I mean, he's inside a VR world. There is no need to warm his avatar body as it's already in peak condition. It doesn't matter whether it works or not. Flexi, who had just arrived, chimed in the conversation with a grin. It's all just about mindset. Breeze did this parkour thing in the past, and I guess he was used to stretching before doing any exercise. It's like he's preparing his mind more than his body. Parkour, Stone Sword asked and looked at Flexi. What kind of sport is that? An athletic one. Who knows? Flexi shrugged his shoulders and shook his head. Look, he started. Just as Flexi said, Max started running after finishing his stretching. The first obstacle was a pit with a rope. He managed to jump it without any problem and continued to a wall. Obstacle. Looking at the tall wall in front of him, the corner of his lips curled up. It was around 3 meters high. There was a rope that could help a player climb the wall, but he didn't need that. Hap. With a single leap, Max managed to reach half of the wall. He will fall. Mad Lad exclaimed loudly when he saw Max didn't choose the side with a rope. But, no, he's Breeze. Lily denied his words with a soft smile. And she was correct. Max's right foot kicked the wall once again and propelled him upward. He just did a double jump. Then, he grabbed the top part of the wall with his hands and jumped over it, continuing to the wire area. Fuck. Who cursed loudly in the waiting area was unknown, and no one reacted to it. They were so speechless at Breeze's action that their eyes were glued to the screen streaming it. Even Mr. Taka didn't react. Breeze was already on the ground when they realized it, sliding past the wire area. It just took him 5 seconds to pass it. The time floating in the air showed 9 minutes and 26 seconds. That meant, this motherfucker just finished the first test in 34 seconds. Mad Lad slapped his thighs, and it created a shrill sound. Everyone was speechless. Not even Flexi, who self-claimed to know Breeze the best, could say anything. Shit. A curse escaped his lips as his butt fell to a sofa. That bastard. He was holding back when we streamed together, didn't he? Ha ha ha. So fast. Lily muttered in amazement. Stonesword only nodded. He had to admit that Breeze had skill. Just his movement alone, maybe, was already better than most professional gamers. On the screen, the second test was ongoing. The scenery changed into a forest view with many trees on the way. At the end of the forest was a vast canyon, spreading around 100 meters wide. Only a single log connected 2 grounds together. The goal laid at the end of that canyon, a simple area with a checkered black and white flag. This will be a breeze for him. Flexi chuckled as he watched Breeze move through the forest as if no trees were in the way. After all, this guy passed through Night's Journey Midnight Forest in under 8 minutes. No one is faster than him in the forest. As Flexi had said, Max had no problem moving through the forest and uneven terrains. He even used the trunks as footholds and the branches to help him move around easier. After a few seconds, the end of the forest could be seen. Max increased his speed without worrying about the small log. He was confident in his balance. If he wanted to, he could stand on a single rope, not to mention a log with a diameter of around 50 centimeters. As for height, if that were a problem, to begin with, Max wouldn't even consider himself a tracer and start a parkour. In the end, the second test only took him 52 seconds, a bit later than the first test because the track was also longer. Max stood within the glowing circle with a checkered flag and a wide grin. Next, the scenery changed once. Again to prepare for the third test. Watching how fast Max finished the first 2 tests, Mr. Taka couldn't help but smile widely. He guessed it. No, he trusted his gut feeling. This will be big. No one doubted it. Even breaking Puppeteer's record wouldn't be a dream at this current pace. We will create a new world record in this program. How marvelous. Chapter 55, Beating the Record 1. The third test was different from the rest. If the first and second tested a person's dexterity and agility, the third test tested a reaction speed. Unlike the other tests, this one had a designated time of 1 minute. Not only that, the test taker was unable to move beyond a meter from the center. They were trapped inside a glass wall. What they needed to do was simple. It was to avoid an incoming laser. Will he be able to do it without dying in this test? Mr. Taka asked himself as he watched the screen. Max stood in the center of a white room from before. However, unlike the first room he entered before the first test, there were many devices alongside the wall. Just as he looked around, the 1-minute countdown in the air also started to decrease slowly. Following that, a laser appeared. Whoosh! It was a vertical laser that moved from one side to another. The speed was also moderate, not too fast, and not too slow. It was like a person's running speed. Dodging it was easy for Max. He just needed to duck. As much as possible, he didn't want to jump as that would make him unable to move for a second. Zoop. Swoosh. This time, 2 lasers crossing against each other appeared. Not only did they move toward Max, but they also moved up and down. Their movement was static and easy to guess. Once again, Max dodged it easily. Now comes the hard part. The first two were just like a tutorial. Now that the player was used to the laser's movement, the real test started. 5 lasers appeared at once, moving around the wall as they moved toward the other side. Their speed was faster than the first 2 lasers. Dodging them would be rather tricky as he needed to find the gap created at the perfect time. In short, he needed to either predict where the gap would be or just react to it when it got close. Max chose the latter. Thinking in this kind of situation would only make his body stiff. 3 were on the right side, and 2 were on the ceiling. When the lasers got closer, the gap could be seen at the corner of the closed space. There it is. With an amazing reflex, Max immediately threw his body between the gap and passed by the laser unharmed. 30 seconds had passed, and the test continued. 7 lasers, with speed faster than before. There were still 2 more Max needed to clear. Just like earlier, he managed to squeeze through the gap unharmed by front flipping. The audience in the waiting room cheered at his show, but then they became tense as the next batch of lasers appeared. This time, twice as many lasers appeared. 4 on both sides and 6 on the ceiling. They also moved around wildly. Their trajectory couldn't be guessed. Hey, how come people are able to get past this? Max complained loudly as he saw the lasers coming at him twice as fast as the first one. Indeed, it was strange. Those who had tried this test before also couldn't use their knowledge to find the gap because the lasers' paths would always be different. But then, everyone could get past this level because there was a trick. People just needed to lie down on the floor for the last 2 lasers, and they would be safe. Whoever did that would never gain a satisfactory SR that professional gamers had. Those who were truly good at VR wouldn't try or use that trick. Left. Using his amazing kinetic ability, Max could see the trajectory of the lasers and jumped to anticipate it beforehand. He was not lucky. It was his experience of finding a path that helped him in this situation. This is easy. Max landed on his feet after he passed the small gap. His hand was scratched by the laser earlier, but that wasn't a problem. He could still move. Now this is a gamble. The last laser. People would definitely move to the next test, no matter the result of this one. However, those who died would get a minute penalty. For someone who wanted to set a record, surviving the last laser was a must. But it's so difficult. Even I died in this test last time. Not only him, but the current record holder, Puppeteer, also didn't. Survived the last laser and took the penalty. Swoosh. Zoop. WRRR. 30 lasers appeared from 4 sides of the walls and ground. Their rotation was faster than before, and it went toward Max at full speed like a truck. He needed to think fast. His eyes observed the lasers to find a small gap that would allow him to survive. Getting injured was fine. He just needed at least 70% of his body to stay intact. And he found it. Over there. His feet moved as soon as he found the gap. He leaped toward the glass barrier that kept him inside and used it to jump again. He did it so many times that he moved up until he hit the ceiling. At the same time, the lasers reached him. His heart was beating faster than usual, but his eyes looked calm. PZZT. When the laser touched his hair, he immediately curled into a ball and kicked forward. The rotating lasers seemed to be ready to cut him into pieces. However, swoosh. By a miracle, Max was able to go away with only his legs cut. His upper body was still intact, and he used his hands to slow down his fall. The countdown in the air slowly approached 0, and when it disappeared, the scenery changed. Max's legs regenerated after it was covered in blue glow. The cheers erupted in the waiting room. Woah! He survived. He freaking survived the last laser. No way. Crazy. This is crazy. Motherfucker. Impressive. Mr. Taka's smile widened from ear to ear. His fist was clenched hard as the sound of money rang in his ears. We succeeded. We make history. Our program will succeed, and my promotion will be guaranteed. Breeze. Truly a golden goose. I am glad I found him. Controlling his heart, which was beating fast out of excitement and the danger he barely survived earlier, Max picked himself up and was ready for the 4th test. It was a flaming ground, and he needed to cross through it to finish the test. Now it was time to show off his balance. It's so hot. I will finish it in 20 seconds. He wiped a fake sweat from his forehead and began to run. Chapter 56. beating the record too. How long has it been since Breeze started? Mr. Taka's voice rang as his eyes were still focused on the screen. His glasses reflected the screen that showed Breeze moving at a fast speed without decreasing his speed, even once since the third test. It's been 5 minutes and 52 seconds. 54 seconds now. Dr. Artie answered as he looked at the small screen above his smartwatch. It showed a stopwatch that he started when Max started the test. And he's already in the 8th test? Once again, Mr. Taka questioned. His eyes narrowed in disbelief, but his lips betrayed his expression. It was full of happiness. How are his vitals? Only his heartbeats increased more than normal. However, that's due to his adrenaline and excitement. So I must say that there is nothing wrong with him. All vitals are green. Really? A surprised voice escaped Mr. Taka's lips as he looked at Dr. Artie. He got a nod from the doctor and heaved a sigh, returning his attention to the screen. Is he a human? No. How could he be so calm at this kind of test? Newbies usually feel pressure under expectation. Maybe he was used to it. Dr. Artie added a suggestion. Flexie's vitals were also normal earlier. That guy doesn't count. Among all the streamers I know, he's the most carefree and energetic one. Something like pressure is non-existent in his dictionary. Ha ha ha, you're so harsh to him. I praised him, Mr. Taka said. His hands couldn't help but tremble in excitement as he watched the screen. Breeze has just finished the 9th test. Only the hardest one remained. Swoosh. The scenery around Max changed for the 10th time. He began to get exhausted from the test, but his movement was still the same as before. There was nothing different, and he finally reached the end. Now I really need to be careful. The 1st to 9th tests were designed to determine a person's capability, starting from their dexterity, agility, reaction speed, balance, and other stuff related to how well one moved in the VR world. However, the 10th test, the hardest one, was different. It tested everything and mashed all tests into one, creating a test room filled with traps and obstacles that needed to be passed without getting killed. The 10th test was just a straight 300-meter hallway with tight ropes, strong wind, and a pitfall trap, added with some flying knives that would appear randomly and a fire that could burn one to ash immediately. And yes, all traps were randomly placed depending on RNG to make the test fair without any chance for people to remember the most efficient path. It was no wonder this test was designated as the last one. One thing that became Max's saving grace was there is a wall that I can use, and there is no time limit for this last test. After looking at the path for a few seconds, he started to run at full speed. He couldn't waste any more time and needed to finish the test as soon as possible to set the record. And the time he had left might not be enough to cross the 10th test, as even he didn't believe he could finish it in one try without memorizing the trap's location. When he crossed the 10-meter distance, a fire suddenly surged from the ceiling and hit him. It took him by surprise and gave him no time to react, killing him immediately. Max's avatar was teleported back to the start point with a blue light. He couldn't move for 3 seconds as it regenerated, so he used this time to remember what had happened earlier. 10 meters, a fire trap. Activation method seems to be the tile I stepped on. On the second try, Max didn't hesitate and ran again as soon as he was able to move. When he reached the area where he died earlier, which was marked with a skull mark, he jumped and dodged the trap activation device. The sound of wind being split by a fast object echoed as soon as he landed. From the end of the hallway, an arrow was moving at a fast speed toward him. However, as it came from a distance, Max had no problem dodging it as he kept moving forward. With his speed and agility in dodging obvious traps, Max managed to reach the 100-meter line without any problem. At that moment, zap! The floor suddenly disappeared, and he fell into the hole filled with spikes. His body turned into data once again and returned to the start. Damn, this is harder than before. He thought as he prepared to go at it once again. The activation is automatic. I need to jump to dodge that pitfall in the 100-meter line. The skull mark will help me determine when it gets activated. It was already a minute since he started the 10th test. As expected, this was the most time-consuming one among the others. Once again, Max was already prepared to it. On the 3rd try, he managed to dodge the pitfall by jumping and rolling on the ground. To reach the 100-meter line, he needed around 20 to 23 seconds, depending on his movement. But it wasn't enough. Faster. Many traps activated at once when he passed the pitfall. Axes moved vertically, and some spikes appeared from the ground. For other people, it was a hard trap to pass by. They needed to time correctly if they wanted to get past. Yes, that was for other people. Looks easy. Max didn't need to time it because the trap was only on the ground in the middle of the hallway. When he got close to the spike trap, he jumped and began to run into the wall, avoiding the two traps altogether. He kicked the wall and moved like a ninja. Gravity seemed to be non-existent, and he continued running on the ground once he passed the 200-meter line. The hallway shrunk to half its size. It was now only 1 meter wide to the way to the finish. A golden button was waiting to be pressed on top of a red pedestal. Projectiles were shot toward him, aiming for his whole body. From darts, knives, to even arrows, it didn't stop pouring from the end of the hallway. Of course, it wasn't impossible to dodge, just really difficult. Max died once more, impaled to the head by an arrow. He respawned once again and tried again. For the record, Flexi needed 8 tries before crossing the 300-meter line and pressing the finish button. He was an experienced streamer who enjoyed playing VR games and had more than 5,000 hours of total playtime. He was used to it. As for Max, a little bit more. He was faster with each try, and the finish line was just on the sight. At that moment, many projectiles were shot at once. Only a small gap could be passed, but that was enough. Max jumped without hesitation and spun his body midair, dodging the incoming projectiles. His hand was stretched to the front as much as he could. Then, a loud cheer erupted as he pressed the golden button. Ding ding ding. You have finished the synchronization test. Final time, 13 minutes and 51 seconds. Final time worldwide ranking, 1. Hearing the notifications that came right after he pressed the button, Max broke into a big smile. Fuck Woah, he shouted loudly out of the excitement that he cursed. I did it, but the notification wasn't over yet. There was something that hadn't appeared yet. Ding. Synchronization rate is calculated. Finished. Synchronization rate is. Chapter 57, new record set. Synchronization rate is 98.5%. Synchronization rate worldwide ranking, 2. No one in the waiting area, or even Mr. Taka, who stood in front of the monitoring area, said anything. Their eyes glued on the golden numbers floating on top of Max's head. The 2 glowing numbers showed his time and his synchronization rate. Dr. Artie. After a while, Mr. Taka finally spoke. Everyone's attention turned to him as he looked at the doctor, who prepared to help Max get out of the capsule. This is real, right? Based on the data, yes. His vitals are also green, so this record is valid. Sick. A grin broke into Mr. Taka's smile afterward. Holy, Breeze just broke a record. And his synchronization rate. What the heck? He wasn't lying, haha. Flexi shouted loudly as he jumped from his chair. He broke into a run toward Mr. Taka and Dr. Artie without caring about the others. At that moment, the VR capsule was opened, and Max exhaled a sigh. His body was covered in sweat, just like usual, even though there was a better cooling system in the capsule he used. When he opened his eyes again, he almost jumped in. Surprised as what he saw, the first thing was 2 men's faces with a disgusting grin. Hee, congratulations, my friend. Flexi exclaimed energetically. Congratulations on breaking the record, Mr. Breeze. I was quite surprised. Pleasantly, Mr. Taka added with a small laugh. Looking at their gleeful expression, Max couldn't help but chuckle. Thank you. But may I get a towel? My body is really drenched from concentrating too much. Apologies. Towel. Mr. Taka looked around, searching for a towel. Here is the towel. Fortunately, Dr. Artie was prepared. He handed the towel to Max with a soft smile. Thank you, Doctor. You're welcome. Both of them nodded at each other, and Max got out of the capsule. Flexi kept bothering him as he walked back to the waiting area. Everyone was looking at him, congratulating him on his new record. A jealous expression was clear on Mad Lad's face. I will set the new record after this. Just watch. His tone was higher than usual, and he sounded displeased. He didn't even give a flattery and proceeded to enter the VR capsule. It's so childish. Or rather, he has a really high competitive spirit. Max thought. Setting the record made him happy, and the quest was also completed without any hitch. Max didn't know how the system would send his reward, as it would be quite big. One thing he could guess was the system would order it from the real brand, and the said company would also do the delivery and installation. However, nothing was certain. The system was so mysterious that he knew nothing about its origin. What he knew was one thing. The VR capsule will probably be ready once I return home. What he needed to do was simple. Waiting for the others to finish their test, and then rest in the hotel while preparing for tomorrow's press conference. He also reminded himself to lock the door before Flexi bothered him again, just like what he did right now. Madlad's test ended in under 30 minutes. He was careless in his steps and got killed many times in the fourth test, making him quite slow. His final time was 29:46, and his synchronization rate was 94.5%. It was quite high for a streamer with a decent skill. However, the man himself wasn't satisfied and looked angry. He glared at Max for a second before sitting soundly and crossing his legs. "It's my turn." Lily stood up from her seat and walked to the monitor area. "Don't rush," Stone Sword advised his little sister without even glancing at him. "Good luck," Max cheered, gaining a nod from her. Lily's test went better than Madlad's. Possibly because she went with a cold head and faced the tests calmly, she didn't make a mistake for the first 3 tests. She also made a surprising move when she did a double jump to dodge the laser on the 3rd test, gaining a gasp from the other streamers. "She's able to do a double jump too?" Flexi whistled in amazement. His lips curled into a grin. "I need to learn that soon. It's quite a useful technique. Teach me, Breeze." He looked at Max. "If I have time." Due to her small stature and good control over her body, the obstacle poses only a small challenge to her. After 10 minutes, she finally reached the final test. It took her 4 minutes longer than Max, but she could still be considered fast in a normal situation. However, she started to struggle in the 10th test and died 8 times before she finally managed to hit the button. Lily's final result was 17 minutes 24 seconds, and her synchronization rate, 97.6. "That's really high," Max commented as he leaned against the backrest. "It's even higher than mine," Stone Sword added, glancing at him. "If you weren't here, my little sister might be the one in the spotlight." Something about his words sounded as if he was grateful for it. Stone Sword even smiled, and the slight hostility in his gaze when he looked at Max was gone. "Sorry to steal Lily's chance to shine," Max replied with a joking tone as he smirked. "It seems I am still faster and have a higher synchronization rate than her." "Ha ha ha, not a problem." Stone Sword laughed as he stood up. "Also, the player's skill isn't based on SR alone. Players with lower SR can also play well as long as they know the drill." "Well, today is enough, I think. Have a nice rest, Breeze." "You too, Stone Sword." Max nodded. Stone Sword walked toward his sister and congratulated her before they left. As soon as he was allowed to leave, Max immediately returned to his room and locked the door. He didn't want Flexi to disturb his rest. However, the energetic streamer and his new friend would always find a way to disturb him. This time, it was by text. "Flexi, hey, how cold? Why did you lock the door?" "Flexi, aren't we friends?" The notification kept ringing as the messages entered one by one until it piled up to 10. Max looked at the screen while gritting his teeth in irritation. "For fuck's sake, please let me rest." His condition wasn't the best yet, so the test earlier took a lot from him. Naturally, Flexi didn't know that, and Max didn't want to be rude to him as he had helped him a lot. So, the only choice he had was to reply to him. "Breeze, I am quite tired, so I will sleep. Good night." He hoped that would be enough to stop Flexi, but he was too naive. "Flexi, is that so? What a shame. And here I am. Kind enough to let you see the edited video of our collaboration before I upload it. I guess you weren't curious. Well, just watch it tomorrow after you wake up. Of course, on my channel." Video. Reading that message, Max's eyes widened in realization. Right? He said he would upload the video of the collaboration. I also hadn't uploaded all my VODs, as I made them private. Damn it. How could I forget about that? Many things happened in the last day that was so busy. He quickly wrote a reply and jumped off his bed. "Breeze, I will watch it now. Where are you?" Putting on a jacket. He opened the door of his room. The question he just sent to Flexi was answered by then. Flexi was standing in front of his room with his secretary, Lisa, behind him. He had a smile on his face, and his right hand was raised. "Yo, I know you will open the door for me, my friend." Max's expression was twisted in defeat. He should have known that it was just bait. He looked at Lisa, who gave him an apologetic look. Not even his secretary could stop him, huh? He thought, sighing tiredly. How can he still have a lot of energy left after all of that? Pointing inside with his thumb, he said, "Come in. Let's watch the video together." Chapter 58, Edited Video. Hello everyone. Your favorite streamer, Flexi, is here. Surprise, surprise, there is something special in today's stream. The video started with Flexi's introduction as he appeared alone in his lobby. It was when both of them were preparing for the streams. However, there was something different. Let me introduce you to today's guest, Breeze. When Flexi said that, Max's avatar appeared behind him from the air, landing perfectly like a superhero. It was dramatic and was given some effect to make it look better. Following that, they made an agreement to attack the fort siege together, and the scene flashed, changing perspective immediately to Max's. He had sent the VOD to Flexi as requested just right after the livestream ended that day. The previous first POV turned into the third POV immediately, giving a clear idea of what happened when Max massacred the first batch of enemies they faced for Flexi's viewers. First kill, triple kill, rampage, godlike. Each time Max killed a barbarian with his axe, various sound effects and popping words appeared. They were pretty flashy and colorful, contrasting the knight's journey's dull color and full of mosaic blood. It added the visual and made it look more animated than it should be. When the first batch of the barbarians' army got massacred and Max turned around, an explosion effect appeared. "Let's go. We're done here." Max's voice rang through the speaker, a bit deeper than the real one. However, it was perfect with the image shown in the video, adding ambience to the situation. Once again, the video changed. It showed Flexi's POV as he watched Max reach his spot at the highest part of the hill. The split started, and since Max hadn't seen Flexi's POV yet, he became quite interested, although the video was already edited heavily. "Alright then, guys, let's kill the boss before Breeze can reach the southern wall. As if you can do it. Do you think we will believe you? You? I think you will die. Bloodsucker has started a mission. Stream mission. Die on the boss and let Breeze teach you wall run. Reward, 5,000 diamonds. Oh. When Flexi spoke in the video, Max, who watched together with the streamer, also let out an interesting voice. He recognized the name. How could he not? It was the guy who gave him a lot of donations at once. "So you got a mission from him?" Max asked. "Well. For now, just watch." Flexi scratched the back of his head and dodged the question by pointing at the screen. Max sighed and followed his suggestion. The video was still playing, and it now showed Flexi inside the castle, battling the barbarians with his sword and shield. It was the usual choice of a veteran player, as the sword and shield were versatile. The orange-haired streamer skillfully dodged some of their attacks, blocking the one he couldn't with his shield. So far, the run was exciting, but the end was near and predictable. Before long, Flexi arrived in the boss room, a large dining room with a man sitting at the end of the table. The man wore armor even when eating, as if he knew an enemy would arrive soon. A large sword was leaning against the table next to him, and he tried to reach it out. Woah! Without waiting for the boss to finish his movement, Flexi jumped toward the nearby wall and tried to run on it. Woah! Can he do it? Can he do it? Flexi is flying. He's trying to imitate Breeze. Imposter. I hope you slip. Hey, remember my mission. I want to get back to Breeze. Flexi's body was in the air, passing the large table, and his foot touched the wall. A grin appeared on his face, and he looked confident about what he did. However, his foot didn't really move the way he wanted, and he slipped, just like what his viewers hoped. He fell to the ground, crashing against the table, and destroyed it. Keck. He slipped? No. You fool. Idiot. Kill yourself. Kill yourself, and make Breeze suffer. Bloodsucker is banned from the stream. Stream mission is cancelled. RIP. Oh lol. He got banned. And the boss is approaching. While the chat became full of words because Bloodsucker was banned and Flexi slipped, the boss began to move angrily toward him. He had his great sword above his head, ready to strike Flexi down into a paste. "You are underestimating me, son." With those words from the boss, Flexi's life was no more. His head was split, and a mosaic filled the screen. The words "You are dead," written in blood-like letters, filled the screen, and the video changed once again. It showed Max's confusion and disbelief as he landed on the tightrope perfectly. What? The scenery soon changed into the lobby, with Flexi apologizing to Max while scratching his head. It was a comedic scene, and the former's chat was making fun of him, just like the latter's. All viewers blamed Flexi for ruining a good run. However, their reaction changed once again when Flexi asked Max to teach him a wall run. They thought that everything was planned perfectly, while it was not. As proof, the edited video had Flexi's inner thoughts playing out loud. Safe. I can cover my mistake like this. To further emphasize it, big subtitles were written just right under Flexi's face. The video continued with Max teaching Flexi until the newly recruited disciple was able to do a wall run once. The total duration was around 29 minutes, shorter than the actual live stream. However, it was packed and exciting. A black screen with thank you words appeared after it ended. Max exhaled a long sigh and leaned back against the chair he sat on. That was good. The editor did his best to deliver the edited version without missing the main point of the stream. Though I am quite surprised that Bloodsucker gave you a mission. He looked at Flexi. Ha ha ha, me too. Well, I didn't expect him to give me a mission, either. I accepted it, but I never planned to throw the game. Also, it was thanks to Lisa that I didn't need to do anything about him. She banned him immediately. It's because he uses a banned word. Lisa, standing beside Flexi, answered. She looked as serious as usual. And we need to return to our room soon. Flexi, there is a call you need to make. Oh, is it already at that time? Flexi raised his eyebrows and looked at his smartwatch to check the time. Then, he turned to Max with an apologetic look. Sorry, I can't stay any longer, my friend. I have an important meeting with my editor after this. No problem. We can talk again tomorrow. Max answered as he stood up. Inside his mind, he was happy that Flexi didn't stay longer. He wanted to rest for the day already. After both of them said goodbye, Flexi and Lisa left the room together. The secretary nodded at Max and gestured apologetically. It seemed like she knew that he didn't want to be bothered and pulled Flexi away. He was thankful for the gesture. Now then, I need to make all my VODs public and then sleep. I also should set up my social media when I have time. Ugh, having no assistant is hard. Should I also find one like Flexi? Lisa seems to be capable and helps him a lot. The list went on. Max grumbled and sat on his bed. He realized that what he had just said wasn't realistic at all. There was a fundamental problem with that. I have no money to spend on such luxury yet. I guess I will do everything alone for a while. Chapter 59, Press Conference. April 10th, in the Biozone Entertainment's conference room. Today was the announcement of the Knight's Journey program. The team was working hard to prepare for it and called many gaming reporters from all around the United Nations. It was an ambitious project that aimed for 1 million concurrent viewers on the Punch streaming platform. All advertisement was needed, even if that meant calling those reporters to spread this news. They were sitting behind long tables, readying their smartwatch to record everything. There was no need for a fancy camera or a recorder, as the watch also had a recording quality comparable enough to a modern camera. Naturally, the reporters were still oblivious to what kind of something that would be announced. They came by blind, trusting Biozone Entertainment's reputation. What are they going to announce this time? The last time they gathered us like this was when they announced their latest game, Knight's Journey, 2 months ago. Will there be a new game released soon? I don't know. My boss suddenly told me to attend without giving much details. If it's not Biozone Entertainment, I will surely refuse such a sudden invitation. The reporters who just came by, because their boss ordered them to, were curious. Some were grinning as they seemed to get the leak that was spread on the forum. But they were also confused about something. Why did they call us for something so simple? I don't believe a press conference is necessary to release that information. One of the reporters, wearing a low hat and cream suit, thought deeply. John was already working around the gaming circle for a few years, someone who could be called a veteran reporter. Based on his experience, announcing a games program with streamers was usually done only through websites and promotional videos. Not even Biozone Entertainment would call reporters just to spread such a thing. The reason was simple. Their target market was already clear, and just a simple post on the website, community forum, and fan page was enough to spread it. What's their goal, and what's that interesting program? I am curious, but that's my job to find out in this press conference. At that moment, a man walked onto the stage, followed by a spotlight. All chatter in. The room immediately died down as they focused on him. He walked to the center and took a spot behind a podium. While it was called a conference press, the way it went was slightly different from Earth. It was more like a presentation, followed by a question-and-answer section afterward. Clearing his tongue, Mr. Taka, who stood behind the podium, looked around the room for a second and spread his arms. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending today's press conference. There is only one thing that I, Taka Ram-san, want to say on this occasion. With those words, all attention was centered on him. The smartwatch on the reporter's waist glowed slightly, signing that they were recording. First of all, please look at this promotional video. We believe that this will be the highest news of the month. A large screen appeared above Mr. Taka as he walked to the side. Countdowns began ticking, showing the number 5, and it slowly decreased. When the countdown reached 0, a video was played on the hologram screen. It started with the introduction of Knight's Journey and its edited footage taken from the program's participants' last stream. The reporters who had seen the leaked information nodded. They had confirmed that BioZone Entertainment had indeed planned something with Knight's Journey when they saw the video. One thing they didn't expect was that the video promotional would also contain the said participants of the interesting program. Stone Sword Flexi, Ronin Knight. The first two are expected, but I never thought Ronin Knight would join this program. Also, who are the other 3? They seemed to be newbie streamers. Their faces were unknown, and their names had yet to be revealed. 2 boys and 1 girl, all looking like they were in their early 20s. One boy looked handsome, wielding 2 axes as he killed barbarians mercilessly. The other boy looked rough. He wielded a spear and stabbed his enemies without hesitation. Lastly, the girl seemed to wield a bow and dagger. She could react to long-range and close-range enemies rather easily with her quick movement and agility. Axes. If my memory serves me correctly, a newbie just rose in the Knight's Journey community and gained many viewers in his livestream. I believe his name is. As John thought that, the screen changed. The camera closed up to the handsome boy, who grinned confidently while crossing his arms. The name Breeze was written under his body, which was surrounded by a glowing effect. Yeah, Breeze. I remember him. His rising fame in the Knight's Journey community looks like a storm has taken it, not just a gentle breeze. So he would also participate in the upcoming program. The reporter nodded. The introduction continued to the second boy, Mad Lad, and the girl, Lily Pixel. They also crossed their arms for some reason. No one knew why, but the 3 of them had the same poses and were put side by side, with Breeze in the middle. Following that, the screen changed and introduced the program. Veteran and Newbie versus. Text and voice that explained the program rang with a background video of the fort siege. I see. The girl is Stone Sword's partner to achieve that world record. That's why they invited her. Breeze and Mad Lad are also rising newbies. I understand now. John nodded, listening to the introduction quietly. After the explanation of the program was finished, it then introduced the veteran streamers and their partner. First was Stone Sword. His best clips when playing Knight's Journey were played together with a girl next to him. They achieved a world record for a duo speedrun. Thus, they became the first partner, an obvious one in this case. Second was Flexi. An annoyingly energetic streamer was shown in a pathetic state after failing a wall run when fighting the boss. Then, he begged his partner, Breeze, to teach him how to do it. And the practice arc started. The third was Ronin Knight. The footage was taken yesterday after the others returned to their room. Both he and Mad Lad walked toward a crowd of barbarians without fear and decimated them. They were the participants of the interesting program, Veteran and Newbie versus. Chapter 60, New Friend 1. After 3 clips were played, their pictures covered the whole screen. In the center were the first pair, Stone Sword and Lily Pixel. On their right were Flexi and Breeze. Lastly, on their left were Ronin Knight and Mad Lad. The reporters clapped their hands after the introduction was over, thinking that the video ended. However, the screen once again changed. We have written a new history to the gaming world. A bold statement was written in fiery letters, floating on a white background. Everyone noticed what that background was. It was the first area of the synchronization test. For the first time after 5 years. Another sentence appeared. Following that, the scene changed, showing golden letters floating above a blurry figure's head. One of our participants. Final time, 13 minutes and 51 seconds. Final time worldwide ranking, 1. Have broken the record. Shock. Without any exception, all reporters gasped. Someone among the participants had set a new record in the synchronization test, something that had stood for over 5 years. No one knew who broke the record because the figure was blurred and hidden. Who is he? How high is his synchronization rate? A provoking sentence, inducing curiosity that couldn't be itched, showed up on the screen. A burst of laughter could also be heard in the background. Find out in 3 days, April 13th, at our channel. With that, the screen turned blank, and Mr. Taka walked to the podium. With a confident smile on his face, he held the edge of the wood and leaned forward. That's our announcement. We will enter the question and answer segment now. Please raise your hand if you have a question. Hearing that sentence, all reporters raised their hands at once. It's really rowdy, Max commented as he watched the question and answer segment going on from a back room together with the other streamers. These reporters are really energetic, reminding me of someone. Ha ha, it's usually quieter. The bait that Mr. Taka threw was really effective. Flexi answered as he closed the one-way mirror, placing his hand on it and looking at Max. It's thanks to your ridiculous record-breaking feat, I still couldn't believe that happened. Too bad we can't upload it to our channel before the program. There is that NDA stuff, you know. Right? That was indeed too bad for Max, as he could gain a lot of traction in his next stream if he could upload his record-breaking video. However, there was also an NDA agreement when he signed a contract, so he couldn't carelessly leak the content used by the company before it was released. Still, Max thought it was better this way. Biozone Entertainment can promote it better than I do. Surely, there will be people interested and visit my live stream later. Besides, he would be able to release it afterward. On top of that, there is the promised reward because of me breaking a record in Biozone Entertainment's testing facility. Whether I win or not, I will be invited to the Biozone monthly segment to be interviewed. And if I win the program, I will be given a different bonus, which is still a mystery. It made him smile. The press conference ended after all the streamers were introduced. Naturally, they just used their tag name and hid their real names. Stone Sword was really calm in front of all the reporters and answered all questions directed to him skillfully. Flexi, with his energetic personality, also managed to handle the questions like a professional. Everyone was curious how he met with Breeze, and he answered by watching the latest video on his channel instead of outright answering it. The answer was there. As for Ronin Knight, he only answered with yes, I will do my best, I am hoping for the best, or something similar. He was quite nervous in front of cameras and reporters, as this was the first program he joined. Just like them, Max also faced a few questions. Some of the questions were aimed at finding out who among them broke the record, but he didn't reveal anything and just answered the questions vaguely. There was one question about what parkour was, and it was at that moment he realized this world didn't know parkour. He needed to explain it in simple terms and make them understand what it was. Surely, that would be enough and cause no trouble. He even made sure to use obstacles instead of anything you can find around the area. The reporters moved on to Lily and Madlad after 3 questions. Mr. Taka put a limit on the questions reporters could ask because it would never end otherwise. Everyone was allowed to return home after Mr. Taka told them that Biozone Entertainment had sent a little gift to their residents as written in the contract. Max exited the building first as he planned to return as soon as possible and enjoy his free time until tonight, searching for an online game he should play next in his new capsule. However, as he was about to cross the street and go to the station, someone called out to him. Max. Only one person would call his real name in this place. Turning around, Max saw the only pair of siblings walking out of the building toward him. He smiled at them and greeted her back. Hello, are you guys about to take the Sky Rail to return to? Then he turned to Stone Sword as they stopped before him. We are about to return, but not with Sky Rail. Stone Sword replied on Lily's behalf. And I heard from Lily that you lived around Lime City? That's right. Max nodded at him. There was no need to deny it. He met Lily for the first and second time in a park near his apartment. Perfect. Stone Sword smiled at him. How about you return with us? It will be faster than Sky Rail. Come with us. Lily added with a nod. We will fly. Fly. Max thought as he looked at them, confused by the sudden invitation. But once again, he was interested in what they meant by flying. Going back alone would be lonely. And Flexi, his friend, had another plan with his sponsor, so he left early. If he accepted Stone Sword's invitation, he could also talk and ask for tips to stream from him, which was a rare chance. The guy seemed to change how he viewed him too. and became more friendly. There might be a chance he would tell him a secret or two about the industry. I can also ask for an online game recommendation from him. That will be better than trying to research and save me from a headache. So, if it doesn't bother you, I will be in your care. He accepted the invitation. Lily smiled when she heard his answer. Stone Sword also nodded. I will also be in your care. Let's prepare for the arrival of our vehicle then. They turned around and walked inside the building once again, much to Max's confusion. But then, he realized something. Fly? Are they using a helicopter to return to Lime City? Max quickly followed them, so he wasn't left behind. Unfortunately, that thinking was naive and originated from Earth and a poor boy living in a government apartment. He greatly underestimated the technology and the power of money in this world, and soon would be forced to understand it. Chapter 61, New Friend 2. Max indeed greatly underestimated this world and its technology. When he arrived at the rooftop with Stone Sword and Lily, a private jet actually arrived and landed vertically. Not only was the plane stable, but there was also no strong wind that was usually created when a helicopter or the plane's engine was on. It's just a small jet, but enjoy your flight, Stone Sword said as they entered the jet and were welcomed by the crew inside. Small, he said. The private jet size was actually the same as the average passenger plane back on Earth. The interior design was luxurious, built like a living room, and had a rather vast space. They must be pretty rich. No, maybe just rich was underestimating them. Filthy rich might be a better word to use to describe their wealth. It's an amazing jet. Sitting across from Stone Sword and Lily, Max let out an amazed voice as the jet took off. There was almost no sound or a rocky feeling at all. It was a smooth takeoff. He looked at the two, who kindly invited him, and smiled. Once again, thank you for inviting me. Ha ha ha. Our destination is the same, so it's nothing. Besides, I want to talk to you about something, Breeze. Stone Sword replied and crossed his legs. Please, feel free to, Max responded. It was just perfect. Breaking the ice and getting closer to him was something Max also wanted, as he was curious about Stone Sword and asked for some advice. I wonder. Stone Sword started, leaning slightly. How did you train to move that good? Wall run is actually not something new. Many people have tried it. However, all they could do was stop themselves in the air for a little bit before jumping away. Yes, I believe you call that double jump. Max nodded. It wasn't so surprising. People would always try to do something new, even if it sounded stupid and didn't seem to be possible. How do I train? Actually, I never trained. I just ran a lot and tried to find the fastest way to reach my school back then. I was quite poor and stingy that I couldn't even afford Sky Rail and chose to run. That's how I trained. He didn't lie. Back on Earth, or even in this world, Max was quite stingy. He wouldn't even spend on a train or Sky Rail, even if it was rather cheap and had money. In fact, he also started doing parkour after getting interested in a video where people could run fast through obstacles. Who would have expected that he had a knack for it and became so good? Running. Stone Sword took Max's explanation seriously and nodded. He didn't even doubt him at all. Not finished with his explanation yet, Max continued. Besides that, I also love to climb to a high place. If there is something that looks like it can be climbed, I would climb it. Max laughed shyly and scratched his cheek. There was no correct way to train parkour. One only needed to try until they mastered it. Of course, there were a few techniques that could be learned and needed to be mastered before doing anything dangerous. However, most parkour training only consisted of trial and error. I see. In short, you're good because of your hard work. Is it possible to give me a few tricks for wall run? No matter how I tried, I always failed. It's a wonder how my little sister became better than me, or even Flexi after she watched you directly. You are just bad, Lily commented flatly. Then, she put on her headphones and watched an animal documentary video on the hologram screen she brought. Out. Ha ha ha. That's cold, little sister. Stone Sword chuckled. He was already used to his little sister's cold attitude, unlike Max. The latter was quite surprised that Lily spoke sharply to his brother. He thought that she was quite a soft-spoken girl, seeing how she always looked rather shy. People have many sides. We don't really know them no matter how hard we try. He thought. So, Breeze, is there a little trick that we need to use to master that wall run? Of course, I am not pushing you. You can refuse to tell me, and I don't mind. People have secrets, especially if that's what makes them rise. Understanding the circumstances, Stone Sword didn't really force Max to tell him. On top of everyone else, he knew that the kind of secret or technique that streamers use usually became their main points. Many streamers wanted to keep such a secret themselves. It was their weapon in this industry. I don't mind. But, Max wasn't like them. Compared to other people who thought that his wall run was unique, he knew better than anyone could learn them. Before that happened, he would use it, the simple trick in exchange for important knowledge. I'd like to ask for some advice regarding streaming if you don't mind. Ha ha ha. I am a bit uncertain about what I should do next as I finished Knight's journey already. Without a doubt, Stone Sword had extensive knowledge as he was a veteran streamer. His specialty was a realistic game, but that didn't change the fact. He knew something more than newbies like Max. Knowledge was power. Stone Sword smiled softly after hearing Max's words. Sharing is caring. He said, I don't mind as long as you promise not to tell anyone. I quite like you, so I will share what I know with you. I am sorry, but I like girls. Max retorted jokingly and moved back slightly. Uffed. Lily burst out laughing after she heard Max. Sorry. Please continue, she said, covering her mouth with her hand, still laughing. You're also quite funny, Stone Sword commented. I like you even more now. No homo. He raised his hand to show that he was serious. Actually, he wasn't offended at all and enjoyed joking around. People around him were too stiff, so it was quite pleasant to have someone who didn't even care or know about his position like Max. Maybe that's why Lily is also comfortable around him. He thought, this guy is quite funny. Phew, I thought my chastity was in danger. Max sighed in relief and smiled. Setting that aside, let's continue. The trick to wall run, huh? If you do it like this. Max began to explain the trick to wall run to Stone Sword, explaining it while showing the video of him teaching Flexi from his VOD. After he was done, Stone Sword also gave some advice. He even answered Max's question about what games were popular lately and likely gaining viewers' attention. Both of them were pleased with the conversation. They quickly became friends with each other and even exchanged chat IDs. Lily also asked for Max's, saying to contact her anytime if he needed anything. Before long, the private jet landed in Lime City. Chapter 62, Game's Choice. Max returned home by walking. He was initially offered to be taken home by hovercar, as his apartment was around 12 kilometers away from the landing ground, but he refused. Because of the press conference this morning, he hadn't had a chance to jog and exercise to maximize the nutritional supplement's effect. Using that as an excuse, he quickly ran out of the airport after saying goodbye to Stone Sword and Lily. He arrived at his apartment after an hour. He took time to get some refreshing drink on the way and looked around the area to enjoy the city view. Phew, that was a bit tiring. Thud. Arriving at his house, Max immediately put his bag down and lay on his bed. It was midday. The sun was straight on top of his head earlier. His body was drenched with sweat as a result. He didn't change his clothes immediately and opened a hologram screen inside. It was filled with notes that he recorded from Stone Sword's explanation earlier, as well as game recommendations for him. Still, Stone Sword is too kind. He gave me a lot of recommendations. There is no way I can play them all. There were a total of 6 games that Stone Sword recommended. All of them had different genres, from action fantasy, survival, dating sims, and horror to even FPS. It made Max a bit hesitant to choose. V-Shelter Survival, Return of Leakin, The Fabled Door, Bikes Are Girls, Traditional Warfare, or Breaking Havoc, huh? Some games were released way back, but were still popular and had stable viewers count and punch. Among them, 3 were online games, and 3 were offline. Max had already promised to play an online game next, so he quickly crossed the 3 games. Bikes Are Girls, Return of Leakin, and The Fabled Door. He was left with the other 3. Survival, FPS, and roleplay games are left. All of them are difficult choices. He mused loudly as he sat up. His hand stroked his chin, thinking deeply. He knew these games from the integrated memories from his transmigration, and he had to admit he quite liked these 3. V-Shelter Survival, just as its name implied, was a survival game revolving around looting and making a base called Shelter in a certain city. Many players could join a lobby at once, and it could be played by up to 100 players in one server. The premise was like a battle royale, but those with the highest point counted from the shelter won. Obviously, players could raid other shelters and form teams. That was the whole point of this survival game. It also had a solo mode that only focused on looting and building bases. The threat in this mode was NPCs that guarded the looting area and sometimes could raid a player's base. Sometimes, even infected zombies showed up, and they often harassed players. Traditional warfare was an FPS game with a setting in the past. It was said the game's setting was in the past. However, the guns were very modern for Max. Looking at how this world was already in the future compared to Earth, he was familiar with them. Then there was Breaking Havoc. It was a role-playing game with an open-world model. The game revolved around daily life. Players were free to do anything they wanted, from being a cop or even a criminal. This game was popular among those who loved roleplay, and they took their role seriously. I wanted to play V-Shelter Survival or traditional warfare, but I wonder which one is more fun. For a streamer, Max was rather strange. He believed that if he didn't have fun, then the viewers would also feel the same. That was why his priority when choosing the game was for it to be fun, or it wouldn't do. And yet, it was what troubled him. Both games he mentioned sounded fun, at least more than Breaking Havoc. He knew that he probably wouldn't really enjoy roleplay right now. Not before he genuinely wanted to do it. I guess I will leave that to my viewers. Today's stream will be a chat only to answer my viewers' questions. I believe they are curious about the announcement earlier. Nothing to worry about. As long as he had fun with his viewers, all was well. Inside an empty restaurant, Nina sighed tiredly. The rush hour for lunch was over, and she could finally rest. Appearing from inside was her father, dressed in a chef outfit. Chef Rush took off his top hat and looked at his daughter. You can go to your room first. No need to help me prepare for dinner. Are you sure, Dad? Can you even wash the dishes without breaking the plates with your muscly hands? Nina looked at his father suspiciously. She helped the restaurant, although she was also busy preparing for next year's college entrance, because her father was a bit klutz at controlling his strength and broke many plates before. It never crossed her mind to leave cleaning the dishes to him anymore after that. Getting an unexpected jab from his daughter, Chef Rush scratched his cheek in embarrassment. You can finish the dish later. There weren't too many dirty dishes, right? The lunch rush wasn't as busy as in the past. Nina looked around the empty restaurant with a sad face. I wonder if there was a new restaurant opening near us. Or maybe people are already tired of eating noodles. That doesn't matter. Chef Rush responded and turned around. We can only do our best to serve the customers the best noodles I can make. That's it. Watching her father walk inside again, Nina couldn't help but lower her gaze. Is that truly the case? She knew that the sales had decreased for a few months already. If it went like this and the sales got lower than this, there was a risk that they would be in the red and couldn't even pay for their daily necessities. Well, let's be optimistic. People may be just tired of eating noodles. Soon, they will return. Yes, not everyone eats noodles every day like Max. Thinking so, she took off her apron and went to her room on the second floor while giggling. When reaching her room, she immediately operated her smartwatch and opened the news page. She missed today's morning news due to preparation, so she planned to read it as she had time to rest. As a normal 19-year-old girl, she also had a favorite streamer that she followed. It was always her enjoyment reading about streamer-related news. The segment usually talked about new rising stars, a drama or scandal, and a big streamer event. Today, the news seemed to be about a new event, veteran and newbie versus. However, Nina saw an unexpected face standing beside the streamer that she followed the most, Flexi. At first, she didn't believe it and rubbed her eyes. It must be a mistake. She refreshed the page and looked at it again. The image didn't change. Hugh, she shouted in surprise as her eyes widened. Isn't he Max? The name written under the image said Breeze, but Nina knew better. She wouldn't mistake her friends from childhood and the boy she met almost every day for anyone else, no matter how much he had changed. And so, she was certain. This is Max. Max has become a streamer. Chapter 63, Nina's Worries 1. Slurp. Slurp. A young man sat in front of a brand new capsule in the corner that seemingly was more luxurious than any furniture or even the bed in the room while eating an instant noodle cup. He hadn't realized it before as he didn't look around, but the latest VR capsule had been installed in place of his old capsule. The latter was also gone and couldn't be found anywhere. Slurp. But that wasn't a problem. He couldn't use two capsules at the same time, anyway. And if he had to choose between the old and the new one. Gulp. He would choose the latest generation one. Huff. That was delicious. Thankfully, I found it before the expiration date. If I forgot about it, then it would just be trash in this room waiting to be found. Max stood from his bed and threw the empty cup into the trash can. It was already 5 p.m., an hour before his live stream. He wanted to lay around the bed and rest more, but he had a promise. Nina wanted to talk about something in her lobby. What is it, I wonder? This afternoon, his longtime friend suddenly messaged him that she wanted to talk with him. He asked whether he should go to the restaurant or not, but she said to meet her later in her lobby. She would invite him. Entering his new VR capsule, which was the same model he used in the test yesterday, he fitted his body perfectly and entered the VR world. A vast grassy plain greeted him with nothing but a single tree and a set of a table and a chair. Max sat down and opened the Night's Journey forum, which was filled with recent news while waiting for Nina's invitation. Breeze has gone worldwide. The truth behind Flexi and Breeze's collaboration. Veteran and newbie versus Stone Sword's pair versus Breeze and Flexi's fair. Exciting battle. The threads were filled with the program announced by Biozone Entertainment. But it wasn't only that. The new synchronization test world record. Breeze or Lily Pixel. Our Breeze has broken the world record. He's growing. Mysterious newbie who broke the world record. Is it Breeze or Lily Pixel? Veteran and newbie versus. Or rather, for veterans, one newbie and one monster versus. People also discussed the recent news spread by the reporters and Biozone Entertainment. One of the 3 newbies who joined the program had broken the synchronization test's world record in the testing phase. It was big news that was not only talked about in the Night's Journey forum, but also everywhere else. However, the people who often stayed in the forum had 2 guesses. It was either Breeze or Lily Pixel. Madlad seemed to be forgotten, but unfortunately, his skill was not up to par with both of them. Lily Pixel was Fort Siege's world record holder with Stone Sword. Her skill was already known and acknowledged by the Night's Journey community. Meanwhile, Breeze had a bizarre skill, even though he was a newbie. He was the hotcake among the players, and no one doubted his skill, especially those who tried to wall run and failed. They had acknowledged him already. That Madlad guy is so pitiful. He's a skilled player, but it's just that. Max muttered, resting his back against the chair. Lily was good at movement, and she was beautiful. People were bound to remember her with that combination. On the contrary, Madlad had nothing more to offer besides his skill. That was why he became a shadow in this program. Ding! At that moment, a notification appeared in front of Max. It was an invitation to join a person's lobby. The inviter was Nina. Talk about perfect timing. He pressed accept, and the scenery changed. The greenery around him turned into a concrete jungle. In the middle of that was a small room made from glass, complete with wooden furniture that looked elegant. It was a simple kitchen bar. Metal utensils were hung neatly behind the counter, and ceramic plates were stacked on the side of the sink. You're here. A cheerful voice greeted him. Nina, wearing a modified chef outfit that looked feminine, leaned forward toward Max, who sat on a chair in front of the counter in his real appearance. Of course. You invited me, after all. Max responded with a smile. He noticed that the girl looked rather different from usual. She seemed to be a bit down. What happened? He asked in his mind. She's not the type to call me to her private lobby out of nowhere. From what I remember, she would only do this if there was a big problem plaguing her mind. That's right, he. Nina giggled and scratched the back of her head. She suddenly stopped and gasped. Are you sure you can talk with me right now? Aren't you busy with your new job? I don't bother you, right? Didn't you? Always stream at 6 p.m. Huh. Max raised his voice slightly. How did you know? I didn't tell you about that yet. It wasn't like he didn't want to tell her, but he didn't want to make Nina worried. Being a streamer wasn't stable, and before, he wasn't even sure he could make money from it. But after what happened 2 days ago, with Flexi transferring $15,000 to him, he planned to tell her about his new job soon. To think she would find out about it before he could have a chance to was surprising. I read about a new streamer event in the morning news. You're famous now. Not that famous if compared to Flexi and Stone Sword. He chuckled dryly. Anyway, what do you want to talk about? I will listen to it as long as you need me to. While streaming was important, Nina's matter came first. He was truly indebted to the girl for not outright ignoring him. And he wasn't an asshole who forgot about the favor he received. In his memory, Nina had never called him before. I called you to congratulate you. Nina exclaimed with a bright smile. We need to celebrate it, don't you think so? Congratulations, Max. She was lying. For some reason, Max was able to tell that much. His expression fell down. I am happy that you congratulate me, Nina. However, please be honest with me. I can at least lend my ears to listen to your problem. After saying that, he looked at Nina's reaction. Her smile fell and turned sad. I can't hide anything from you, huh? She muttered in a sad voice as she walked to the chair next to Max. Sitting down, Nina poured water into a glass cup and drank it slowly. Will you hear what I want to say? Please. I don't know who I could consult with. Sure. Max looked at her and nodded. That's what I am here for, right? Hearing that, Nina smiled again, tears trailing down her cheeks. Thank you, Max. Then, she began to tell him about her worry. Chapter 64, Nina's Worries, 2. Phew. That makes me feel better. Thank you, Max. I need to help my dad soon for the dinner rush. Please, don't think too much about it. I really appreciate you for hearing my story. You're welcome. Good luck with that. Yeah, really. Thank you. After bidding farewell, Nina logged out from the VR, and Max was forced to return to his private lobby. He let out a long sigh and sat down on the chair, troubled. Nina's problem was not just a simple one. It was not that of love or relationship, but something more fundamental. The restaurant has been in the red for a few months. And lately, there are almost no customers because a new noodle restaurant opened a branch near this area. The construction worker he saw a few days ago was actually building the new noodle restaurant. It opened yesterday and took almost all customers away. She looked so worried. He thought. Someone he owed a great debt to was in trouble. Max wanted to help them if possible. Giving them money was impossible. They would definitely refuse it if he suddenly did it. And he could imagine Chef Rush getting angry if he tried to help them directly. I don't want to anger him. He looks so scary and can squash me like a bug with those muscles. Then, the help he could offer was only an indirect one. He had an idea, but didn't know whether Nina would appreciate it or not. Even when she knew he was a streamer, she didn't ask for help and congratulated him for his success. She would have appealed to him to make content of the restaurant or something, promoting it in his live stream. There were many ways. But she didn't do it. She was genuinely happy that Max was able to stand on his feet now. And that felt rather strange, and he felt like he needed to do something. Of course, he also couldn't forget about his chatting stream tonight. Well, change of plan. Let's do an IRL stream tonight. My face was revealed in the program, and I can use this to greet my viewers directly. As for the place, a smile appeared on his face. I wonder if there is a nearby restaurant with no customers. Exiting the VR capsule, Max wore his best outfit and jacket. He left his apartment after bringing all his IRL streaming equipment, a portable camera, and a wireless microphone. He didn't need to take care of his appearance as he had already done so before. His destination was a noodle restaurant just right on the main street near the exit of the small path leading to his apartment. Before going there, Max made sure that the camera was on and the stream was ready. A loading screen played on the live stream screen, showing Breeze's name and some clips of his most amazing moment in Knight's journey. It was the reward he gained from a previous quest. He also changed the title of the live stream. Let's talk about today's news while eating. IRL facecam stream. Hashtag IRL_stream. Hashtag mukbang. Hashtag only chat. Many viewers were waiting and chatting about how the loading screen looked really good. Some curious viewers also talked about today's news excitedly, sending questions even though he hadn't even started to talk yet. Also, viewers, for 1,208. Thanks to the news, he broke his highest viewers record almost as easily. It hadn't peaked yet, and it could still increase. Biozone Entertainment's effects are really amazing. It's really perfect. He thought and walked toward Nina's restaurant. I won't mention the restaurant's address, only its name. That way, they can order online or find the address itself. I only use this restaurant to stream, that's it. Thinking so, he entered the unusually empty restaurant. Nina was sitting on a chair, looking a bit depressed. She had her head down low and sighed occasionally. Hello, hiya. When Max greeted her excitedly, she was surprised and yelped. She raised her head and pouted. Max, you. That surprised me. You are absent-minded, so I can't help it. He chuckled playfully. I guess you did that on purpose, she said, throwing her face away. Also, what are you doing here? Didn't you have a stream today? It's past the scheduled time already. About that. He pointed at the camera he held in his hand. Can I stream here? I have a chat-only stream today, and am thinking of doing so while eating Chef Rush's noodles. Ha ha, I am quite hungry. Of course, that was a lie. He just ate an instant noodle before talking to Nina. In fact, he didn't feel hungry a little bit. And Nina knew that. Max, she muttered in a low voice and bit her lower lips. Just as he could read her easily, she could also read him like an open book. No matter how much he changed by new memories from Earth, Max's personality was still the same. Nina knew he did it on purpose because he was worried about her after she shared her story. You really didn't need to do this, you know? Do what? Max asked, pretending to be oblivious. I told you that I am hungry. Ah, give me the best seller here, the one with pork chop. Hee, I got quite a pay from Biozone Entertainment, so I want to eat something good. It was Max's way of telling her that she didn't need to think much and just serve him as a waitress. He didn't do this for her, but for himself. For once, he considered himself to be a selfish individual. He broke laws back on Earth just to reach places that he thought were good for parkour. It was wrong, but back then, he thought it was fun. And no matter what his friends told him, he wouldn't listen. And it also applied to what he did right now. If Nina hadn't explicitly told him not to stream in this restaurant, he wouldn't listen to her and just did whatever he wanted. He knew the girl wouldn't do that to him. It's unfair. She spoke in a low voice that he couldn't hear and put up a business smile. Well then, selfish customer. The food will be ready in a while, so please take a seat. Hearing that, Max nodded and smiled. Thank you. Tell the chef to make it extra large. I will also take the special drink too, Miss Waitress. Cheeky Max. Nina giggled happily. Her mood was restored thanks to joking around. Wait for a while. We will give you the best noodles you have ever tasted in the world. I am looking forward to it. He said. Ah, no spinach noodles, please. Hee, the chef's special is up to the chef. You will get what he made. She commented and went to the kitchen. Chapter 65, Mukbang Time. After Max watched Nina disappear into a kitchen, he went to the inconspicuous corner and set his camera down, facing him. The wireless microphone was clipped on his collar, and he observed the live stream room with a small screen he brought in front of him. The number of viewers increased to 4,500, and they were quite impatient and asked him to start the stream soon. Why? Simple. The other streamers who also joined the program would only stream at 8 p.m., unlike Max, who usually started at 6. The two of them, Ronin Knight and Madlad, also didn't stream today as their residences were far from New Eden City. As for Stone Sword, he announced that he would only stream after the program was over. He mentioned he wanted to do training with Lily Pixel as the opponents couldn't be underestimated. That was why curious viewers and people joined Max's livestream. They wanted to hear directly about the program from the participants. It's ready. All equipment was set. All Max needed to do was to change the loading screen to the camera 1. The streaming screen changed. It showed Max jumping and spinning a few times, cutting the screen and transitioning it to the camera 1. Hello guys. Ha ha ha. I finally showed my face in the live stream. How do you like my new loading screen? That was awesome. Damn. The transition was smooth and sick. This guy is really good looking. Breeze's face. This maidenless knight has such a handsome feature. Hiya, Breeze. Marry me. The chat exploded at once at his greeting. It moved so fast that Max couldn't really read all of them, unlike before. 4,000 viewers might be too much. But thankfully, I can slow it down on another screen and actually read some of the chat. I might need to make a slow mode for my chat soon, putting 10 seconds of cooldown for each chat. That was already late for this live stream, so he needed to work around this for now. Ha ha ha, you guys are rowdy. This time, I want to talk about this morning's announcement and about the next game I should play. Oh, right now I am also in a restaurant to eat, so we will do a mukbang too. Let me tell you, this rush noodle is really good, and I am looking forward to eating it again. It sounds like an ad. Rush noodle? I never heard of it. This guy has been getting ads. Damn, it's not even a week since your first stream. Actually, it's my 5th day today. Max smiled at the camera. I started streaming at 5th, and it's now 10th. And no, it's not an ad. I just visited the restaurant I often went to, and the waitress allowed me to stream here. Ha ha ha. The noodles are also good, so I plan to have dinner too. Excuses. Sounds like a lie, but I will believe you. I am the noodle connoisseur. If you show me bad noodles, be prepared for the setback. Max's smile froze after reading the last chat. It was what he feared too. Advertising food was a bit risky. Some people would like it, and some would hate it. Taste was relative depending on people, and it could even put the restaurant at risk if many attacked it with a 1-star rating in the maps or food catalog applications. There are people like him. He thought as he coughed into his hand. He had expected as much, so he wasn't really surprised. Besides, he was pretty confident in Chef Rush's noodles. Nothing could beat it. As someone who had eaten it since he was still in junior school, Max could guarantee that much. Now, I will open the Q&A section. I have prepared links to have your questions listed, so fill it up while I am waiting for my meal. Having said that, Max operated the screen, pasted the link he prepared this morning in the chat, and pinned it on top. It was a form that only allowed one person to ask one question. An artificial intelligence automatically sorts similar questions, making it tidier. As soon as he posted the link, the questions were entered one by one. Max leaned back on the chair and waited as he hummed happily. At that moment, "Thanks for waiting." A voice rang in the direction of the kitchen, which was also visible from the camera's angle. Oh, huh? The waitress is cute. Damn. Rush noodle. I need to find its location ASAP. Hey girl, you want to get going with our Breeze? He's mine. BBB Breeze. Tell us the location of the restaurant right now. The response immediately changed once the viewers saw Nina wearing casual clothes and an apron. Her smile managed to catch the viewers' hearts at once. Ooh, the noodles we are waiting for have arrived. Max opened his arms and welcomed the mountain of noodles on the tray with a big smile, ignoring the chat. He gestured to Nina not to call his real name by putting his finger on his lips. She understood it immediately and put the tray on the table. Here is the extra large Rush special you ordered. The drink will be here shortly, so enjoy it, she said, carefully putting a bowl that was filled. No, it overflowed with red noodles in front of Max. Thank you, Miss Waitress. He smiled at her and winked playfully. The chat said you were pretty cute. Can I get your number for them? Oh, Breeze is striking. Did it get through? The cute waitress face turns red. It worked. This damn handsome monster is trying to get the girl. Refuse him. Let him be maidenless forever. Surely you jest. Nina giggled. Her face flushed slightly red from embarrassment. I need to prepare your drink, so please enjoy your meal. With that, she turned around and ran back into the kitchen. He's rejected. It failed, no? Ha 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 ha. Good game. Does that mean I have a chance with that cute waitress? Dream on, kid. Even this handsome monster was rejected. But the waitress' face is red, isn't it? Doesn't that mean she's just shy? Or is she falling for Breeze? Tell me that she's not. Could be. Shy and cute. How wholesome. At the same time, Max also felt embarrassed. If not for the trick he learned from watching poker face tutorials, his face would definitely have a red tinge. That was so awkward. He screamed in his mind as he took chopsticks from the bowl. Cough. He cleared his throat and looked at the camera. Forget about the waitress from earlier, guys. Look at this dish. It looks so good. Don't worry, Breeze. We're also maidenless. LMAO, he changed the topic. We wanted to talk to that waitress again. Let the waitress talk again. Reading the chat, the corner of Max's lips twitched. These guys, all they think are girls. But that was how men were. Breeze, you can just go to my home. It's here address. I will be waiting for you wearing a naked apron. Don't worry, Breeze. I am willing to take you in. You can cry in my bosom, baby. Correction. The girls were also hungry for boys. Ignoring them, Max began to eat the noodles with a satisfied expression. The slurping sounds made the viewers gulp. They all thought of one thing. It looks delicious. Chapter 66. Q&A with Breeze. That was so delicious. The spiciness is on point. The noodles are soft, and the broth is thick and creamy. Not to mention, the pork chop is so tender, like it's melting in my mouth. It's not so heavy, but it's not too light either. If I have to explain it, it tastes heavenly. Max did his best to explain to the viewers the taste of the noodles he ate. It needed to be mentioned that he wasn't a professional food critic, but his explanation was satisfactory. The viewers were able to get a good sense of imagination from it. As a noodle connoisseur, I approve of this noodle. I have been thinking for a while, but isn't the correct term connoisseur? I searched Bubble. Let him be. If he's connoisseur, then he's connoisseur. That looked so good. Not to mention the portion. It's not extra large, but overflow. There is also a cute waitress. I mean, good drink. It looked so cute. I mean, it looks so refreshing. Police. Here's the guy. This old man wants to look at cute girls. He's ogling them. Police here. Let me apprehend him. Watching all those food vloggers wasn't a waste of time. Thank you, he thought as he looked around. Some people entered the restaurant and began to order something. They glanced at him for a second while taking pictures secretly. Without a doubt, they were his viewers. And these guys are already here. They are fast. Thankfully, no one disturbed him and only took pictures from afar. Max was already used to being photographed while he was parkouring on Earth, so he didn't really mind. He even flashed a smile at them, the girls, as a sort of service. Even so, the live stream needed to be continued, so he looked back at the camera. Come on, guys. Let's forget about the waitress and continue to the Q&A section. I guess you guys are already curious about the program, right? The chat was filled with yes and tell us already, with some viewers adding questions in the chat. I won't answer questions that are not through that form, but I already gave enough time to fill it, so I will close it now. Otherwise, endless questions will be waiting for me, and I can't really stay here forever. Indeed, you need a moderator soon, Breeze. The chat is going out of hand. You're right, freaking noob. I might ask some friends after this. Max agreed with him for obvious reasons. Anyway, let's move on to the questions. Max opened the site that gathered all questions from the forum and displayed it on the side of his streaming screen, making its opacity 50%, so it didn't really hide him but could still be read. From the data entering the site, it seemed like there were at least 600 questions, with around 45 unique ones. The AI had done its job wonderfully to make such an amount manageable for him. But that was not the best feature this site had. The best one was, it's free. It cost nothing. Alright, I have 600 questions here. You guys are really spirited to ask about the program. But some questions are similar, leaving us with only 45 unique questions. Let's start from the top. The first question is, when he read it, he came to a halt. How could he not? 1. Please tell us how big your PP is. The question was simply too strange. Nothing was wrong by ignoring it, and that was what he did. It seems that there is an error in the AI. Alright, let's get to the second question. LOL, he dodged the question. LMAO. So Breeze has a small PP. Max obviously ignored them and proceeded. 2. How did you join the Versus program? Were you invited? Or did you attend some sort of contest? This is how you ask a question, boys. Who the heck will ask PP size in a Q&A stream? Me? I would definitely do it. Without a second thought, me. That was me. You guys really are so shameless and gross. Max sighed and shook his head, pretending to be disappointed. But that was it, just pretending. He had a good laugh with his viewers and liked the moment. To answer the second question, I was invited. It's all thanks to your support and encouragement. The clips posted in the forum were seen by management, and they reached out to me thanks to that. After reading the NDA and consulting with Mr. Taka, he knew that he was allowed to say at least that much. And using this chance, he decided to announce something. Thanks to that, I also considered uploading my videos on PunchTube. I will open an editor recruitment soon, probably after I start the second game. Of course, it's still a rough plan. The details aren't decided yet. Damn, you can even hire an editor now? Interesting. So we can become your editor and get paid? No one recruits an editor like that. Trust is important between the two. Probably, he already has a candidate and uses this as a setting and excuse to hire him/her. People did this, you know? As they said, it was a bit risky. As the last person said, many people used a contest as bait to make content while they actually already had someone in mind to hire. It was so common in this world. But many people still took the chance even though they knew it was hopeless. It will be hard, Max thought, understanding the situation. But I have no friends or contact in this world. I don't know anyone that I can hire to be my editor, and I don't want to bother Flexi anytime I need something. So this is the only way to find one. Max decided to ignore those comments and proceeded to the next question. He answered them skillfully, dodging some strange questions with jokes and silly answers. The question about the next game he played also came, and he decided to answer it truthfully. I would like to play either V-Shelter Survival or Traditional Warfare next. I haven't decided yet, but it's definitely between these two games. And then, he arrived at the question that he had expected to be asked tonight. 36. Who's that mysterious person who broke the synchronization test time record by more than a minute? Hee. I know that you're expecting me to deny or lie to answer this question. But fear not. I shall answer it. He chuckled like a madman. With a confident smile, he pointed his thumb at his face and exclaimed, "It was me, Breeze." The chat broke into chaos at his exclamation. Some viewers clipped it immediately and posted it on the forum. They got so excited that the question was answered. Some were skeptical, but Breeze's original fans defended him with all their strength. Breeze's name immediately shot up to the top of the internet search. The synchronization test and world record followed right under it. However, it was soon thrown into chaos again when Flexi made the same exclamation a few hours later. At that moment, they realized they've been had. Those streamers had conspired to make a big lie. Thus, the topic became hot, and discussion flew from the left to the right corner of the internet. A certain someone laughed inside his office at the genius tactic these two streamers had used to keep the interest in the program at the top while spreading their names simultaneously. They are born to be a genius streamer. Mr. Taka commented as he kept laughing. Chapter 67, New Game. Ding. Nina, Max. I can't say anything but thank you. Thanks to you. The restaurant has the highest customer count today. Truly. Thank you. A heartfelt message popped up in the window in front of him, making Max smile happily. Breeze, you're welcome. Good luck with handling them. If there is someone who looks like he would harass you, just call me. Nina. There was one guy. But he immediately went as quiet as a rock when he saw Dad holding two cleavers. His face is so pale. I wish you could see it. Chef Rush is scary. A chill was sent through his spine as he imagined the scene in the restaurant. An unknown man tried to look at Nina with perverted eyes. Then, a giant with a body full of muscles stepped out of the kitchen while holding two bloody cleavers. Yeah, I better not make him mad. Breeze, that's good. It's almost midnight. Take a rest already. Nina, you too. Also, I am cheering for you for that streamer event. Good night. Breeze, thanks, Nina. Good night. The screen disappeared as he saw Nina leave the message board. He smiled as he threw his body onto the bed. I'm glad my advertisement is working. He sighed in relief and put his arm over his head. Though I was too full as a result, Nina became cheerful again. I guess I will need to work harder at the gym tomorrow. The next day, just as he promised last night, Max went to the gym and pushed himself. The effect of the nutritional supplement was still in his body, and he wanted to maximize it once more. His trainer, Ava, was displeased that he didn't show up for 2 days and actually didn't follow the diet menu. She turned into a devil and laughed when he couldn't move after the intense session. Moving to the resting area, Max downed his drink and controlled his breathing. She's a demon. He commented as he saw Ava chatting with the receptionist in the distance. Let's not make her angry too. His energy was depleted. Going to the park and trying to climb those poles seemed to be impossible. Let's just go home. He sighed and tidied his stuff, putting it in a small bag he brought along. I will stream early and play that new game. And he did exactly that. He passed by Nina's restaurant on his way home, and many people were still walking in and out even before the lunch rush. The business was booming, making him happy that his help worked nicely. The rest would depend on Chef Rush's food, which was actually delicious, to make them stay and become a regular. Without anything worrying him, Max entered his VR capsule and started it. He wasn't trying to stream right away, as it was still 11 a.m. However, he planned to download the new game he chose with his viewers last night and practice the Fort Siege again. He had a promise with his buddy, Flexi. Appearing in his simple lobby, he bought the game for $250 and wept a little bit. It's still so expensive. Games in my previous life only cost $10 to $100 at most. While he had more than $15,000 in his bank account now, his monetary value was still the same as before. Also, thanks to his memories from his previous life, he compared his past value with the current one, whether he liked it or not. Still, Max bought the game and downloaded it. Usually, he would need at least 6 hours to download even the simplest game. However, his internet speed was also upgraded at the same time as his VR capsule. The game would be fully downloaded in less than 3 hours. Ding! A message notification popped up in front of him. It was from Flexi. Flexi, yo my friend. Let's have the practice going, shall we? Don't forget to record it so we can upload it to PunchTube later. Flexi invites you to play Knight's Journey. Accept/deny. The message came with an invitation, which Max accepted immediately. He appeared in the waiting room, with someone in golden armor waiting for him. They only talked for a bit before proceeding to their practice. Because they were partners, Max didn't need to hide his secret path from Flexi anymore and surprised him. Both of them were certain that it would further cut the time needed to finish the instance if Flexi didn't mess up by more than a minute. Their training finished around 4 p.m. Of course, they only actually tried the instance once or twice. The rest of the time was spent planning and talking, so Max wasn't that exhausted yet. Phew, that guy is amazing if he's not screwing around. He managed to kill the boss just a minute after I managed to capture the flag. Not even Stone Sword and Lily Pixel's pair could do that. No, it was more like they couldn't do both simultaneously with just a minute difference. We might be able to win this. Max decided to rest before starting streaming. The reason was Nina's message. She prepared a meal for him and sent it to his doorstep with only a note. It put a smile on his face, and he had an early dinner. Today's dinner menu was, yes, noodles. A spinach noodle that he didn't really like, but still delicious. He ate it because he didn't want to waste food and reminded himself to tell Nina not to send him any again, as he was on a strict diet. That was delicious. Now it's time to work. The VR capsule was whirring in the corner of the room, ready to be used. It opened its hatch as it detected Max approaching. All he needed to do was to lay down. Start the game. He commanded the capsule, and it answered by closing on the hatch. His consciousness was pulled into the VR world once again. This time, he wasn't in his lobby, but was greeted by bold words with a bloody background. V-Shelter Survival. Infected people with decayed skin and fleshes walked around the destroyed city, dragging their feet. Blood everywhere. Pus was dripping from their faces. All buildings were covered in some sort of brown mushroom, making them look older than they were supposed to be. Electric cables dangling around from poles, threatening anyone near with high-voltage current that sparked from the tip. Scary background music was playing, adding a creepy atmosphere. Max, who had just logged in and saw the intro, was captivated. The game was indeed worth the $250 he spent. Chapter 68, V-Shelter Survival. The loading screen started to play in Breeze's channel as notifications were sent to his followers. It's here. He finally plays a new game. One such person was a man in his 20s. He had a perm black hair and glasses to hide the dark circle around his eyes. His pale skin stood out in his room and lacked light, only lit with many hologram screens hovering around, making him look like a vampire. Damn Breeze. This guy is so good that he ate all my money. Without wasting a second, he opened the stream page and watched the loading screen change into the game screen. A grin appeared on his face. Let's see how you survive this game. In fact, this guy told other viewers to vote for this particular game because he wanted to see Breeze suffer. There was no need to guess this person's identity, as he was someone insignificant among the viewers. Hello guys. Ha ha ha. Let's play some survival game. Breeze greeted them excitedly, as usual. And just like any other stream, this person immediately brought up his keyboard and donated while laughing like a madman. Ha 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 ha. Bloodsucker has donated 200 diamonds. Ha ha ha. Suffer in this game, Breeze. I will look forward to it. I hope you won't run from the future's bet. This guy never learns. Max grinned as he saw the donation message. It was from his loyal viewers and the second highest donator in the ranking, Bloodsucker. Because he had such a high profile, he remembered him and even gave him a nickname that everyone used to call him. I will have to thank you for your donation in advance, Sucker. No mercy, LOL. Money Pocket donated at the start of the game. Poor Sucker. Breeze only sees him as a walking wallet. Good to be you, Sucker. At least Breeze remembers your existence. Shut up. And I am Bloodsucker, a vampire. Not just Sucker. Max crossed his arms and nodded. Yeah, I understand that. He said, anyway, I think I need to explain what game I will play today. I don't know much, but at least I will read the introduction of the game. V-Shelter Survival was an online game published by Biozone Entertainment a year ago. It managed to gain popularity early on and broke 1 million concurrent viewers in just a few days. Due to a mainstream genre but new gameplay and graphics, many people were curious and took a liking to the game's system. The main reason why people loved the game was because they could play with their friends, make teams, and even help each other. When one team became large, they could even create a city and community to talk with other people. There is a rank of the shelter and community, making it a big competitive game. We can also join a server or merge them to have a big-scale war. But we can also enjoy survival and action in this game, as we have those infected as enemies. Looting and building. That was the base of V-Shelter survival. An active hunger and thirst bar forced the players to constantly seek resources and think of the best location to build their shelter. The server created by a player was private, but they could make it public and get people to join through a special invite code. Of course, the generated world in each server was also unique, as there were more than 1 billion unique seeds available. Even if the world looked similar, the resource's location might be different. Furthermore, there were also special places called ruins where huge amounts of resources were hiding. Players who could find it would be considered lucky. Now, I will create my own server and play the game. It's only my first time playing, so I don't know anything about good shelter locations or where the loot is. Newbie Breeze is here again. Good shelter location, eh? Worry not, as I, Shelter Master, shall help you. A private server, huh? Will you consider opening your server to us, Breeze? I hope you die from the infected. I want to see you die. Don't get bitten, Breeze. Reading the chat, Max smiled confidently. I won't die or be bitten. Also, I don't think I will open this server to the public. However, I will consider joining other people's servers or creating a public server for our community. That way, he could play with them. Although, he could imagine his viewers trying to kill him if they met, especially Bloodsucker. A shame. Understood, that's a good idea. A content server and a public community server sound good. If you need anything, visit my server. I have a level 10 shelter already. Stay in Hell's Path. I also want to play online with them to build better relationship. But I need to know the mechanism of this game first. Besides, a community server is rather expensive as it has no player limit like a normal one. Now, without further ado, let's start. Saying so, he pressed the start button and entered the game. There was no difficulty in this game to make it a little bit more realistic and fair. Max's avatar looked similar to his real life, as he didn't do any tweaking on it. Most streamers who had revealed their faces did the same to make the viewers remember them more easily. His character appeared with a blue light in the middle of the destroyed city. He wore a simple brown suit, covered in dirt and blood, and tactical pants. On his back was a backpack that served as a limited inventory with 2 breads and 1 water bottle. There was also a water purifier and a simple knife for self-defense. Those were the beginner sets that everyone got when they first started V-Shelter survival. Oh, Max exclaimed in wonder as he looked around the area. It's really different from Knight's Journey. I am in a destroyed civilization. Somehow, he fits the area pretty well. Is Breeze supposed to live in that place? Damn, the setting was a destroyed civilization from 20 years ago. All technology was still far behind what we have today, but my dad said that era was called modern instead of advanced. It's a destroyed modern world. I read about it in a history book. It said our technology had evolved faster after 2025. V-Shelter survival took an if route if our technology destroyed us. It's a really daring concept. Failed nutritional supplement becomes a virus that makes humans mad. That's a genius idea. Even the items we looted came from the modern world. First-time players might not be able to know what they can be used for. You guys are so knowledgeable that it's scary. Geeks. Modern world. Those words made Max stop looking around in amazement and observe his surroundings. Skyscrapers made from concrete and glass. Some familiar cars stopped by the sides of the road, destroyed beyond saving but recognizable nonetheless. The dark gray asphalt in place of the lighter one he always saw in Lime City. Without a doubt, it was similar to the modern world he knew. But this is not the Earth from my previous life. It could be a different timeline. Well, that's not too important. Yes, that was unfortunate, but not that important. One thing was sure. I can use my knowledge to know what items I loot and how to use them. Well, if it is any use. Once again, he had the advantage that the viewers didn't know. Even without looking at V-Shelter's community forum, Max was confident he could understand the items without any problem. I appreciate your help, guys. Now, where should I go first? I guess I need to find a place to build a shelter before it's gone dark. Having said that, he looked around while reading the chat. Most said to go to the north or west, while some told him to find a roof to look around first. Deciding on where to go according to chat's suggestion, he nodded and began moving. Chapter 69. Be careful of where you go. 1. Max's destination was an abandoned police station nearby that he could see from his spawn point. He was lucky to appear in the middle of the city instead of a wasteland or forest. I wonder if there is a gun or something in the police station. Spawn points were random for each player. It was designed that way to avoid sudden conflict in a server with many players. While walking, Max didn't forget to be careful of his surroundings, the knife clutched tightly in his right hand. Infected and zombies were everywhere. They could have been hiding and jumping at him when he wasn't aware. The atmosphere is so creepy and quiet. Heck, even the sky looks sad gray. This is really an apocalypse. People have died. What do you expect? While it has no apocalypse in the title, it's indeed a survival apocalypse game. Why would it win the best apocalypse game if the setting isn't apocalypse? How rare. My chat is suddenly filled with people who make sense instead of those crazy people. I really am happy to see this. Rest in peace, my boys. Hey, we're still here. Crazy people. Why am I not offended? This bastard. How dare he say as if we were dead? You limited our comment, damn it. The cooldown makes us disappear, sad. Make it only 5 seconds. Ha ha ha, I can't do that. Did you not see that we have more than 4,500 viewers? The chat moves so fast if I don't put a 10-second cooldown. I won't be able to read anything that way. He complained, looking at the floating camera, and shrugged his shoulders. Anyway, we've arrived at our first destination. I wonder if this building has something good. Slowly, he entered through the destroyed entrance. He stopped just right after, as the interior was darker than he thought, and looked around. His gaze stopped at a table on the side as he found something with a shiny star. Oh, what's that shiny thing? He exclaimed and got close. That's loot. Loot will have a strange star shine when you spot it. Of course, only at a certain distance. First loot. What will it be? Bottom. Bottom. Please be trash. Please be trash. Breeze, be careful. Upon closer inspection, Max discovered the first loot he found was something he urgently needed. His lips curled up into a smile as he grabbed it with his left hand. 1x flashlight obtained. A notification rang alongside a transparent blue window that popped up on his side. I'm pretty lucky. He grinned, immediately putting the flashlight to good use by shining it on the long, dark hallway in the distance. Light immediately chased away the darkness, revealing a dirty, long hallway filled with rotten corpses. Ugh! Max immediately winced at the sight and stepped back. Unlike Knight's Journey, this game was rated 17+ and had no censored version. Blood and rotten flesh were what made this game good. There was no point censoring them. What the heck? There are decayed corpses everywhere. Cuckoo, have you felt nauseous yet? Those words and laugh. See, could it be? Breeze Sucker. He's here to donate more money. Woohoo. The main perpetrator that encouraged the other viewers from Max to choose V-Shelter Survival appeared. But thanks to the cooldown, the chat was only filled with old viewers laughing at Bloodsucker and confused new viewers. Nauseous. Max sneered and began to walk. Watch me. I can walk through this place without any problem. With a brave front, Max went to that hallway while being careful not to step onto anything disgusting. It was the only way inside this building, which probably had weapons, considering it was a police station. As he walked in the hallway, he tried his best to look natural with a poker face. However, he didn't feel that good. Inside, damn it, they are truly disgusting. I should have chosen traditional war and fought those guys up front instead. Still, as a streamer, this might be a better game. The chat was moving fast, even with the cooldown, as they got excited, redirecting him or giving tips. The new viewers, especially, were happy to do that. Slowly, he muttered in a low voice, stepping between rotten flesh with maggots crawling around. Am I going to be fine? I won't be infected, no? You can get infected. If your hunger bar is 0 and you get bitten by an infected, you will die immediately. Zombies bite only gives you a bad status that decreases your hunger bar faster for 1 hour, though. That's good to know. He laughed dryly. In short, don't get bitten. It was so simple. And yet, Henan. Swoosh. Shit. It was so hard. One of the decayed corpses suddenly moved and lunged at Max with an open mouth, intending to bite him down to the bone. It moved fast for something without any muscle. Surprised, Max instinctively kicked at the moving zombie with all of his strength. There was no hesitation or technique whatsoever, just a purely defensive reaction from his reaction to danger. Splash. When Max's foot hit the zombie's head, it burst like a watermelon, sending a splash of pus, brain matter, and decayed flesh anywhere. There was no blood, as it had died a long time ago, but it was still disgusting. His heart beat faster thanks to the jump scare. He held it tightly with his hand as he controlled his breathing. Phew, that surprised me. Holy sh1t. The jump scare. This is why I like this game. It pushes me to die faster by making my heart beat faster. Faster. That kick. It destroyed that zombie's head easily. Now I know why Knight retired faster. Deadly kick. Please don't kick my 4SS. I beg you. Just kick bloodsucker. I am not afraid. That was nothing for the noble me. Freaking Breeze has donated 300 diamonds. What a reflex. You immediately turned around and killed that zombie. Magnificent. It was me, Freaking Noob. I am a fan now, so I changed my name. Thank you for the 300, Freaking Breeze. My body just moved by itself when I heard the groaning earlier. Also, you don't need to change your name, you know? I appreciate all kinds of support, but I don't want to inconvenience my viewers. So don't push yourself too much. And saying my name to thank the donation is weird. Please notice it. He prayed sincerely in his mind. Don't worry, I just did it to show my support. This guy turned from hunting noob to hunting Breeze. What a dedication. Well. Should I change my name to God Gaming Breeze too? No one forces or will stop you. Who are you talking to? Confused. It seemed like his prayer went unanswered. He couldn't help but lament this. This was their way of showing support, which he appreciated, so he also couldn't stop them. Well, it's his decision. He sighed and turned around. Well, that was my first encounter with a zombie. Talk about a jump scare. But, well, let's continue exploring this building. I hope I can find some rations or weapons. Let's go? I hope a female zombie appeared. Screw female zombies. I hope Breeze will meet infected next. I want to see his reaction. A sexy infected. Yikes. This is why guys are. Stop your dirty mind, guys. Keep it SFW. As he continued walking, Max suddenly had an urge to ban some guys in the chat, but couldn't find their names anymore due to how fast the chat was going. From this, he learned one more thing about his viewers. They were all either weird or perverted or both. I guess I will need a moderator on top of a video editor. Chapter 70. Be careful of where you go, too. Arriving at the end of the hallway, Max opened the door with a newfound sense of danger. His knife was ready to stab or cut anything and anyone appearing beyond the door. There was no ally. Everything that moved was an enemy. But before he touched the door's handle, he decided to spice things up a little bit. Guys, what do you think will be waiting for me beyond this door? He asked his viewers and looked at the camera. How about another bet? Bet? This guy is up to no good. He plans to rack money again. A bet. Are you sure you're going to bet against me? Us. Zeus, this guy is so suspicious. Now, guys. If I lose, I will gift 50 Punch premium accounts to random viewers. But if I win, let's see. What should we do if I win? Should I have you to follow my account? That's a good idea. Racking follows would increase the chance of his channel being recommended in Punch's monthly ranking. It wasn't that he wouldn't get a result of that. My followers are around 1,000 now. It's increasing steadily. Though, I would really appreciate it if the system gave me more quests. I become a bit greedy now after tasting its reward. Too bad that it's been very quiet since the last quest. Maybe it's preparing something big. He guessed. He was waiting for his chat's reaction, and it came quite fast. Guys, are you chicken? We lost nothing in this bet. Bet? Who are afraid? We will bet you die in the next 30 minutes. I know that a lot of zombies are waiting behind that door. No. There will be no zombies at all. The opinion is divided. He stroked his chin while reading the chat. Let's make a vote. Are there zombies behind the door or not? The choice with the highest vote will be your choice of our bet. And should we have another vote about how long I would survive if there are indeed zombies behind this door? He chuckled in a low tone and provoked the viewers. It was one of the tricks that worked on certain people with high pride. In this eerie atmosphere of an abandoned police station, his chuckle sounded irritating. And as he had expected, ding, Freaking Breeze has started a mission. Stream mission, explore this abandoned building. And kill all infected and zombies you meet. Reward, 1,000 diamonds. Someone had taken the bait. Following that, viewers who had money added the mission reward as it sounded interesting. They knew from before Max entered this place that this building was massive, with 3 floors and a wide structure. It would take time for him to explore everything. Also, from their knowledge of this game, they had expected many zombies to nest in this building. The decayed corpses in the hallway and a stealth zombie from earlier were enough clues for them. Before long, the mission reward became 9,600 diamonds from all viewers who donated to it. The vote max set was also done at that moment, and the result wasn't surprising. I see, so it's like that. He nodded as he saw the vote result. 78% of you guys chose that there would be zombies behind the door and that I would survive for 5 minutes at most. That means I would win the bet if I survive longer than 5 minutes, right? That's correct. More so. I bet you die within a minute. You were just lucky earlier. This kind of building is a zombie's nest. Some infected might also be walking around. You thought you were lucky, but it was me who was lucky. No one blames you for dying, Breeze. It's pretty normal in this game. Those who consoled him were new viewers. Their names were unfamiliar and didn't ring a bell at all. Still, that kind of act put a smile on his face. He enjoyed the reaction of his cheeky viewers, who cursed at him, but he also wanted some helpful tips sometimes. Well then, the time starts when I open this door. No one complains whether I survive or not. As men, we will take our words seriously. But I am a girl with rod, that is. Fun fact, 90% of V-Shelter Survival's viewers are men. Hey, I am a genuine woman, with Woah in front of man, since birth. Guys, I believe Breeze's viewers are 40% women. Look at his handsome face. He's women magnet. Can't deny it. Oh, my bad. Max also felt it was rude to group them as men, even when he knew there were female viewers. So he changed his sentence. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's start our adventure. The genre suddenly changed. Shut up, let him cook again. Psst, Breeze has begun his adventure. So shut up. With that as a cue, Max opened the door with his shoulder. He pointed the flashlight from the gap created slowly. Just like the hallway, the room was dark. No, it was darker than the hallway without any speck of light. Dust was kicked up from the wind that entered the room. That roused anything lying waiting inside. Grah, grr, and groans and moans rang loudly. And at that moment, bam, a hand was suddenly extended toward his arm from the gap between the door. Panicked, Max immediately slammed the door shut and chopped the decayed arm off. It dropped to the ground with a splash. Max looked at the severed hand for a second before hearing loud sounds from inside. Whatever was behind that door was banging on it, trying to break through. Slowly, Max retreated while keeping his eyes on the door. This is bad, isn't it? He asked with a wry smile. No, it wasn't bad anymore. According to the banging sound that intensified, there were probably more than 5 enemies. The groans also became louder as they heard Max and found him. They were going for a kill. Bam, bam, bam. Hey, it's not stopping. Max kept stepping back. He no longer cared about stepping on decayed flesh on the floor. Just as he arrived halfway to the exit, the door burst open. Crash. Grah. HRRR. Zombies appeared from the other side, squishing through the tight space and trying to come out. At a glance, there were 7 heads that tried to come out of the opening. Many more were waiting behind them. Seeing that, Max realized that he fucked up. Shit. Run, Breeze. Run. Chapter 71. Run, Breeze. Run. Run. Max did it without thinking twice. He turned around and kicked the ground with all his strength. Right after he did that, the zombies managed to breach through the door. They chased after him with surprising speed that didn't fit their decayed bodies. What the heck? He couldn't help but curse as he saw them. How are they so fast? They are zombies. Do you need any explanation? Inhuman, always fast. It's surprising that you are faster than them. Really surprising. TSK. That doesn't help, Max complained as he reached the entrance. He quickly knocked over the shelf and got out, slamming the door shut simultaneously. He stopped in front of the police station building and looked back to see the situation. The zombies from inside tried to destroy the door and exited the building. However, after a few seconds, they retreated back slowly, one by one. Watching that, Max became confused. Why? He asked in his mind. Could it be that their AI is programmed to keep them inside this building? A limited spawn zone? If so, then I am pretty lucky and unlucky at the same time. When facing an enemy with advanced AI or enemies that couldn't leave a certain area, that usually meant two things. First, the game was programmed as such. They made certain areas for particular enemies so players could progress naturally without meeting stronger enemies at the start of the game. Second, in case the game had no levels system, having met enemies with territorial restriction usually meant that they protected something. That something could be an important item or a boss, superior enemy. He clicked his tongue as he looked at the building before him. The stream mission window popped up beside him as he moved his left hand. Stream mission. Explore this abandoned building and kill all infected and zombies you meet. Reward. 9,600 diamonds. They give me this mission knowing this fact, huh? He sneered. Yeah, his viewers certainly guessed this kind of progression. He's frustrated. Good job, freaking Breeze. Trapping a clueless first-timer is always fun. Breeze looked uncertain. This is the first. He realized that there is a superior infected in the building lol. No need to praise me, guys. I have always loved trapping newbies and first-timers. I just want revenge against Breeze because I like him. As Max had expected, they indeed knew about it. He crossed his arms and sighed tiredly. How should he tackle this problem? He wondered. It only needed him a few seconds to decide. He had nothing in his possession, only the basic knife and a flashlight he found. Slowly, he walked back into the building with a determined expression. I guess I need to do this. Damn, he's going. Hiya, brave Breeze. Marry me. Can he beat them all? How can he deal with that horde with only a knife? Just before Max entered the police station once again, he stopped and looked up. Mushrooms and vines covered the buildings. On the second and third floors, many windows were broken. There were no signs of zombies looking out of them. Seeing these alternative entrances, a grin appeared on Max's face. Let's reset the timer again. The 5 minutes will start after I re-enter the building, alright? I won't cheat and say that I survived even though I ran out of the building. Sure, we can do that. He's surprisingly fair. Surprising. This grin. Breeze is going to cook something. But why is he looking up? See, could it be? With a smirk, Max bit the flashlight and began to run toward the nearby wall and jumped high. His feet planted on the slightly destroyed wall, and he used them to propel himself up. Stretching his hands up, he grabbed a thick vine and skillfully climbed up the building. His movement was smooth, twisting his body to gain the momentum he needed to pull himself up. In just a few seconds, he reached the third floor and entered through the leftmost broken window. He took the flashlight in his hand and turned it on. Apparently, he was in some kind of office. He wasn't sure because the room was already trashed. Some places, such as the desk and half-destroyed shelves, had stars blinking to get his attention. They were loots that were waiting to be taken and used. One of these loots stood out among the others. Max immediately approached the desk near where he stood and grabbed the loot. 1x handgun obtained. 12x 9mm bullets obtained. I chose the correct room. He laughed as he examined the handgun he found in the room, much to the viewer's disbelief and displeasure. No, he got a gun. Damn it. He can fight that horde now. He only got 12 bullets. Is fighting even possible? That handgun has a capacity of 12 bullets in a magazine. That means he only has a full magazine, and that's it. Unless he found some magazines and bullets again, he will need to reload the bullets manually. Thanks, trivia guy. True, but yeah, there are still many loots in the room. Besides, Breeze is good enough to kill zombies unarmed or with a knife. As they said, killing all zombies with a full mag was probably impossible. But they were talking too early. There were still at least 5 stars that Max hadn't looted yet in the room. I feel bad that I chose a safe room. So, I will change the bet's condition again. The 5 minutes will start when I step out of this room. He said with a confident smile, right now. It's looting time, baby. All 5 loots were located in the room and were easily visible. He immediately took all of them and inspected drawers and places he hadn't seen to make sure he didn't miss any. Bullets and mags were usually hidden in such places. There were also bandages and herbs that he could use to heal himself in case he got injured or bitten by zombies. They were really useful in survival games like this. Indeed, he found them. 2 hidden loots in the desk's drawers. There was a mag filled with 30x 5.56mm bullets and an antidote for a zombie's bite. The bullets were useless for him as he had no guns that used 5.56mm yet, but he could save it for later. The other loots were like this. 3x scraps obtained. 1x boot knife obtained. 1x gloves obtained. Two of them were useful, as gloves were defensive items that protected the player's hands. A boot knife could also replace his main knife if it broke, so it could also work as a secondary weapon. Scraps were used as currency in this game to exchange for some items, to create or rank up his shelter. It could also be used to buy and upgrade a weapon. While Max felt it was a shame that he got no shelter building material or other 9mm bullets, he was happy enough to get gloves and a handgun. Putting on the gloves, he put his handgun in the holster that came with it on his chest and clutched his knife in his right hand. He was ready to move again. Max approached the door and opened it, greeted by another zombie that stood right in front of it. However, unlike before, he immediately moved and stabbed it in the head, killing it immediately. Let's do this, guys. It's time for a zombie massacre. Chapter 72. Your lucky day is over. 1. Looting was an important aspect of V-Shelter survival. Players would usually take their time to check every room and every corner to find items if they were in a certain area with a lot of loot, usually called a heavy loot area by veterans. Yes, it was common sense to loot. Ha! Die, bastard. How dare you make me run like a chicken? Swoosh. However, for Max, who got embarrassed after showing off a confident look, he didn't care about looting. He wanted to kill all the zombies as soon as possible and got that stream mission reward. And this is the last one. With a swing of his right hand, Max destroyed the zombie's brain, their weak point, and killed the last zombie he saw on the 3rd floor. It dropped to the ground with a splashing sound, and Max wiped his knife, which was covered in strange liquid, using his sleeves before putting it on his backpack. To think there are so many zombies on just the 3rd floor. I guess there will be more of them on the 1st floor, no? And an infected as well, with faster speed and sturdier body. You said many, but there are only 6. They look so easy to kill with a knife. He makes it look so easy without a gun, but it's supposed to be hard, no? I am just a viewer. I have never played the game yet. V-Shelter survival without a gun equals 10% survival rate. It makes it way harder. It's just 6 zombies, guys. I won't say it's impossible to kill them as easily as Breeze. Zombies, although had almost zero defense thanks to their hollow bones and decayed fleshes, they still moved faster than humans. Killing them barehanded, without any gun, was supposed to be hard, just as the chat mentioned. It didn't mean impossible, just hard. Their movements are fast but can be easily guessed. Max explained the reason why he could kill them easily. As long as you react at the perfect time, you can deal with them easily, even with a knife. Easier said than done. This B4ST4RD is showing off. Suck my? Oh, that's one person banned from chat. Suck my eyes is banned permanently. The notification appeared in chat as Max banned him without hesitation. It sounded different from when Bloodsucker was banned from Flexi's stream, as he only banned this viewer from chatting and not from his stream. I know that. Some of us want to cuss, but be polite and on topic. Understood. Instruction is clear. Damn. He banned him without hesitation. Well, that crazy guy deserved it. LOL, goodbye, fish. No one will miss him. No one complained about Max's decision. Crazy and impolite people could ruin the stream with their weird chats, so no one liked those kinds of people. That was why they even mocked the person who got banned and appreciated Max for doing it. Well then, let's loot the 3rd floor and move to the 2nd floor. I hope I can find more 9mm bullets or scraps. Max proceeded to go inside each room and took everything he found with a big smile on his face. I have taken a liking to looting. He commented as he took the last item he found in the hallway. 12x 9mm bullets obtained. Oh, finally. Getting 8 scraps out of 8 loots made me skeptical about the RNG. But, to think I found a full mag here. Lady Luck hasn't forsaken me yet. More like she pities you. To think he got 8 scraps out of 8 loot in a heavy loot area. How pitiful. I thought his RNG was good, but it's trash. Lol, not even I get that many scraps without any ammo or herbs. No shelter building material too. How unlucky. Shut up, guys. Let me be happy getting these bullets. Max complained while putting the mag into his pocket. Of course, Max also thought that it was too much. It was as if the game was trying to nerf him. Ugh. I hope there is a rifle or something on the 2nd floor, preferably the one that uses 5.6mm bullets. Thinking so, he walked down the stairs to the 2nd floor carefully. From what he found out, The zombies were sensitive to sound, so he put his hand on his lips, gesturing to his viewers that he would be silent while proceeding. SSSHH. Zombie. Breeze is here. Breeze is here. You should use text to voice and make your donation be heard by the in-game function, Breeze. It would be fun that way. Kakik. Yeah. I agree with that idea. How sadistic. You want to bait the zombie to him. I like it. That was indeed a good idea, if he was already used to the stream, that is. I will think about it. He answered in a low voice and stepped on the second floor. Just like the third floor, it was an office area with many rooms. Some of the walls were destroyed. Debris filled the hallway and blocked some parts of the area. Zombies' groans could be heard from some of the room. They began to move ever so slowly when they smelt fresh flesh entering their area. On top of exceptional hearing, their sense of smell was also like a dog, though a little bit limited in range. They loved fresh flesh and wanted to devour it. One by one, they showed themselves, dragging their feet against the floor. Drools dripped down their open mouths, and they looked really hungry. Their stomachs were empty. Literally. Max, oblivious to the fact zombies had good senses of smell, asked in surprise, "They found me?" I didn't make any noise. Your breath smell. You stink, Breeze. That's why. Did you forget to shower? The chat provided him with the answer he needed. Why didn't you tell me that earlier? He raised his voice in complaint as he bit the flashlight and took out the handgun, holding it in his left hand. FCK? NWINID to FGHD damn all. His voice was muffled, but that didn't matter. F***CK? Now I need to fight them all. There was always a viewer who would translate it for the others. Having that cleared out, Max pulled the handgun's trigger, killing the farthest zombie, and started running. A fight broke out immediately with that as a signal. Chapter 73. Your lucky day is over. 2. In a rather narrow hallway, around 3 meters wide, 8 zombies rushed toward Max at once. They had already lost their 2 comrades from an earlier attack, but they didn't care. All they cared about was meat and meat. Come here, rotten flesh. Without sensing any fear, as it was in a game, Max slid down under one zombie and stabbed the knife upward. It pierced the zombie's chin, and the tip appeared from the top of its head. OGH. It was an instant kill. Like his previous world story, these zombies had a similar weak point. However, this game had a lore for these zombies' weak points. The virus is focused on their brain, going toward their nerves. That's what moved those corpses. Destroying the brain means destroying the virus main component, thus rendering them lifeless. Forever. Swoosh. Another zombie fell as a victim while trying to grab him. Max's quick reaction allowed him to move recklessly like this. Besides, he could defend himself using his gloves and had an antidote in case he was bitten. I have no time to deal with you guys now. The diamonds are waiting for me. The usual Breeze. Diamondus. Diamondins. It's no longer a survival game, but a hack and slash. Die. Get killed and get sucked. Max had no time to read the chat as 4 zombies tried to grab him at once, stretching their dirty hands at him. He didn't want to push his luck, so he used his handgun and knife at the same time. Bang. Bang. 2 shots rang with the flash from the muzzle, sending bullets to the zombies on the left. Almost immediately, Max stabbed the 3rd zombie and pulled the trigger once more. Bang. 4 zombies were dead at once. It just took him a few seconds to finish them. I have used 4 bullets, only 8 left in the chamber. He thought as he jumped back to distance himself from the remaining 3 zombies. It's been a few minutes since I started playing. I need to finish this building soon and build a shelter before I am too exhausted. With that, he started to rush forward the remaining zombie. Gun wasn't needed as they were a bit spread from each other, meaning he had space to work on. However, just as he passed the stairs leading to the 1st floor, a giant hand shot forward quickly. Shit. Having prepared to move since he rushed forward, Max immediately stopped his feet with a stretching sound. The giant, black hand passed him by a hairbreadth. The palm hit the ground and destroyed it with a loud, booming sound. Boom. Debris was sent flying from the pure force of the slap. Max raised his hands in reflex and jumped back to dodge them, getting hit at some place in his body. Ugh. He groaned in pain. While the pain was reduced considerably from his setting, around 50%, something hurt was still hurt. But that was a sign that he was alive, and he enjoyed it. Not that he was a masochist, but pain was something he couldn't feel for a while. Due to his unfavorable position from earlier, He rolled on the ground a few times before stopping. A creepy, excited grin adorned his face as he raised his head, looking at the new enemy that made its appearance. Boom, boom, growling. Her loud footsteps rang, causing a small shake in the building. A creepy groan rang louder than the others. All the zombies on the second floor backed away. No, they were trying to run away from the giant that took a step into the hallway. His feet were small, just a little bigger than a normal one. But his body had swelling all over the place, and his blood vessels popped up, turning his skin dark. One of his arms, which he used to slap the ground and create a hole in the floor, was bigger than the other one. Its muscle was twitching uncontrollably, supporting his imbalanced body that stood over 2 meters tall. Horror! Max felt goosebumps all over his body. This new enemy was dangerous. He meets an infected, and it's a freaking rocket. To meet a rocket in the first building he entered. I don't know whether Breeze is lucky or unlucky. 221, countdown of his bet. Can he survive? Or can he kill Rocket? Hi-ha. Your time ends here, Breeze. Your lucky day is over. Rocket's right hand and swelling body are bulletproof. At least it can deflect 9mm or 45mm bullets. Only a rifle with 5.56 or 7.62 above can pierce it. That means he can only fight Rocket with his knife, whose durability has decreased from all the fighting he did. Thank you, trivia guys. I will simplify it. Cough. Breeze is F***ked. This is bad. Max also understood that his situation wasn't that good. Dealing against Rocket with only a knife was suicide, especially in a tight space like this. Because his gun wouldn't even work against Rocket. According to the chat, he put it back in the holster and took the flashlight he bit earlier, holding it backhanded with his left hand. I have to admit this is a bad situation for me. He chuckled nervously as he stood up. Rocket was walking toward him, dragging his body and feet with his giant arm. The loud footsteps from earlier apparently came from him moving his arm. Even so, his movement was fast. He was even faster than normal zombies, which forced Max to make a decision soon unless he wanted to get killed. What should I do? He looked around the area. Behind him was a sturdy wall, seemingly impossible to climb. His only way out was 2 doors that stood on his left and right. But he didn't know whether those doors were locked or not, as he needed to break some on the 3rd floor earlier to enter the room. I can only leave it to my luck. In the end, he decided to move toward the door. He lowered his stance and kicked the right door with all his strength, breaching it through. It's not locked, he exclaimed happily as he rolled inside, trying his best to stop by using the knife. The room was smaller than the office earlier and was dark. There was a locked window on the corner, leading straight outside. But it was covered in a vine, so there would be a need to cut them down first, which would take time. I can't escape through it. And just when he turned around and looked back to try his luck in the other room, he saw Rocket was already standing in front of the door while breathing heavily. The infected looked at him in irritation, guarding the entrance with its huge arm. Huff, huff. This time, it was a real dead end. There was no place to escape to. I guess I need to fight it. Your prayers have come true, guys. I might die and need to give a 50-punch premium account today. It feels good to watch Breeze get cornered. Get wrecked. Go, Rocket. Kill Breeze. Get wrecked. At least the chat was enjoying this situation. Chapter 74, Knife is Useless? Watch. This. Rocket began to move its arm, stretching it toward Max, who stood in the middle of the room looking around to find any usable loot. There were 2 stars on the shelf and 1 on the corner. I can only hope. Max thought as he prepared himself to fight Rocket, gripping his secondary knife tightly with his left hand. At that moment, as if they had talked about it beforehand, both of them rushed forward at the same time. Rocket used the momentum of his giant arm to push him forward, raising it up and preparing to smash Max to a paste. Once again, for a giant with an imbalanced body like him, he moved pretty fast. Grah! The infected fell down like a meteor, slamming his fist at Max. However, he had already expected that. The floor in this room was clean, maybe because the destruction didn't reach this place. That was why Max was able to slide on his knee, dodging the attack from below. At the same time, he attacked Rocket with his knives, slashing his hand and arm. The first attack worked and drew black blood from the infected, but his boot knife couldn't pierce the big arm and repelled with a cling. Woah! This guy is insane. I forgot that he's good at fighting close range. Damn, He injured Rocket with just a knife. New viewers who hadn't watched any of Max's clips before were baffled. They knew this guy was good enough to be invited to the Knight's Journey event and was featured in the news. But they didn't know he was this skilled. Some of them, who played V-Shelter Survival, clipped some moments and uploaded them to the Shelter Community Forum, quoting a title. Urgent. Suicide. Someone is trying to fight Rocket with knives only. It's Breeze. No one knew whether the thread would take off and gain other players' attention or not. Even the thread starter only put a link to the live stream and clips before returning to watch the exciting moment. Max smiled as he found out that his attack worked. He immediately ran toward the nearby corner where the loot was while Rocket fell to the ground, cracking the floor under him and writhing in pain from the wound. I can do it, he thought. Then, he grabbed the loot with his left hand and sincerely hoped. Please, make it something good. 1x scrap obtained. Hearing the notification, he couldn't help but shout, Fuck. Fea kak. Rocket also shouted at the same time, as if mocking him. Furthermore, the chat also imitated them. Fea kak. Jiru. Emote. FCK. Lwell. Furkirk you. Lwell. I can't stop laughing. Scrap obtained. Breeze. F******. CCKKKK. Fine. Scrap, or everything. I will also take those 2 loots. Let hope be gone, but I won't give up killing this guy. Knife is useless? Watch this. He's gone crazy lol. Can't help it. Everyone will with that kind of luck. And there will still be the boss monster. Watch out. It's coming. From the distance, Rocket propelled himself with his arm once again. This time he added a spin and intended to use his whole body to attack him. The sound of splitting wind echoed as he flew toward Max faster than his normal leap. Dealing with it was impossible. Max immediately calculated where he could dodge. Left or right. He only had a second to decide before his body was blown away by Rocket. And unfortunately, he couldn't find any. Tisk. Without any choice, Max prepared himself to jump anytime he needed to. Rocket kept advancing and destroying anything touched by his hand. The spin became slightly slower, but it still packed a force that could kill him in just one touch. If there was any way he could dodge, he just needed to create one. If there is a hole, Max began to move when he saw Rocket's body get pulled by gravity, descending slowly. It created a gap near the ceiling, big enough for him to squeeze through if he was lucky. There is a way. There is a goal. Woah. He took the risk. Can he do it? Or will he fail and give us 50 punch premium accounts? Look forward after the commercial break. There is no commercial. This is a live stream, damn. Oh, thankfully the ads ended. Pog. I believe he can fly. I told you. He's f***ing flying. I can fly. These viewers weren't aware of Max's synchronization test, so it was natural for them to be surprised. But the hole that was nearing the ceiling looked really doable to pass through compared to the last laser back then. Kicking on the wall behind him, Max somersaulted and spun his body midair. Attacking Rocket in this condition wasn't possible, but he could go to take the 2 loots on the shelf and hope for the best while the infected recovered himself. For Max, this was way too easy. His body managed to squeeze through the hole between the spinning rocket and the ceiling. His face was so close to the ceiling that he could feel the heat from the friction. It was as if it was giving him a sheer hot kiss. He felt the wind from the spinning rocket, and it hurt him. However, that didn't matter. It was better than being crushed. And Rocket, who missed his target, went straight to the wall without being able to stop. Crash. Bam. Crumble. Landing in the center of the room, Max watched the destruction caused by Rocket's attack. A big hole was created, connecting this small room to the one next to it and the hallway. If it was now, then Max could escape. Pog. Flying Breeze. He's to win. This is your chance. Run, Breeze. Only 1:07 left on the clock. Yeah, if you're running, there might be a chance. Don't run. Fight Rocket fair and square. Run. Max sneered at the chat. He walked toward the shelf and simultaneously picked up the 2 loots with his hands. What's that? I only know the wall run. Yeah, I sounded cringe, but right now, I don't care about the bet or anything. This giant pisses me off. The notifications from the loot appeared in front of him. When he read what kind of items he got, his lips curled up into a grin. At the same time, Rocket returned to the room while dragging his body, which was covered in dust and debris. He was furious. Looking at the infected, Max wasn't afraid anymore, thanks to his new item. He raised his middle finger and taunted Rocket. "Come here, fat boy." Due to his advanced AI system, Rocket was able to understand a taunt from players. His mouth parted wide until it was inhumanly impossible, and he let out a deafening roar. Gorea! It was right at that moment Max threw something into that wide mouth. He had already calculated it. The infected would roar or groan every time it was about to make a big move. And it was at that moment they were pretty vulnerable. A dark green grenade flew parabolic toward Rocket's open mouth. When it was mid-air, the pin holding out its safety made a clanging sound, releasing itself from the main body. Max hurriedly ran to the other corner and ducked. As if Rocket's mouth was a goal for the grenade, it entered perfectly. And then, Chapter 75, Clearing the Police Station. Click. Boom. An explosion rang loudly, sending bits of flesh everywhere. The shockwave blew everything away, knocking the shelf down and destroying Rocket's upper body. Max's ears were ringing due to the deafening sound. He was in pain, but he was smiling in satisfaction. Pulling his body up, he saw the aftermath of the explosion and scoffed. Huh. That's how you kill Rocket in close range. Did you guys see my knife skill? Pretty cool, huh? MF. You killed him with a grenade and still looked arrogant. Knife your dream. That's a freaking grenade. How irritating. He's so lucky when he needs it, but unlucky when he plays in a breeze. Pog. GG. That grenade throw was beautiful. Some viewers complained about his finishing. But who cared about it? At least Max didn't. Kill is a kill. Don't complain about something trivial. You won't be popular with ladies. Max tried to poke fun at his viewers. And he got a response. Said someone who is maidenless. You are also single. Kek. I am married already. Too bad. Shut up. Let's clear the other enemies and make shelter already. I bet the others are just normal zombies. It should be easy peasy lemon squeezy. What the heck was that? Yikes, cringe. Please, just stay as Breeze and don't be cringe. I think he hit his head. Ambulance. Call an ambulance. Nana 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 streech. Sorry, it seems that his head has been like this since the start. Oh no, he's entering a dangerous area. Call 911. Sorry, we are not dealing with cringe crime. Call a firefighter instead. It's no use. Max felt embarrassed at once. His face turned slightly red after the chat made fun of it, and he gritted his teeth. Thankfully, the low light hid that fact, and he quickly changed the topic to run away from their teasing. I was just trying to entertain them. Those bastards. He grumbled in his mind. Even so, he didn't hate them. No, he enjoyed this kind of interaction too, although he was the victim this time. While talking to the chat, Max began to scrutinize the area and took all the loot. He also killed the 3 zombies that ran away when Rocket appeared. As expected, Rocket was the only infected and superior enemy in this building. The loot on the 2nd floor wasn't as bad as the 3rd floor. He actually got another full mag, 30x 5.56mm bullets, and 3 scraps, excluding a Molotov he got in the room where he fought Rocket earlier. After everything was done, he walked downstairs confidently, holding a knife and a handgun that he reloaded with a full mag. The bet he made earlier had ended in his favor. He successfully survived for 5 minutes without hiding or running away. No one could complain or get mad as they were entertained. Thus, the viewers followed his punch account willingly. And now, the chat was waiting for Breeze versus many zombies on the 1st floor. Fighting more than 10 zombies at once would be difficult even for skilled players if they had no rifles like Max. 1 diamond, 6 diamonds, I love diamonds. However, for some reason, Max appeared to be fearless. He even sang a song that he made on a whim. His footsteps became the melody that accompanied it. Bloodsuckers and freaking Breeze, thank you for the support, I really like diamonds. Shower me with them, no one cares, no one cares. I will finish all missions easily. Just like a Breeze. Hasn't this guy become more shameless since he defeated Rocket? New skill obtained. Shameless. Shameless has evolved. It's now max level. It's Flexy's fault. It's because Breeze is paired with Flexy that he got infected with his shamelessness. That's it. I am bombing Flexy's livestream later. Count me in. Me 3. Don't do that, guys. I feel bad for Flexy. Well, maybe not that bad. But don't overdo it. Roger. So bully him, but don't hit him. Instructions as clear as ice. But my ice is cloudy, lol. Max stopped right before the destroyed door that led to the large hall on the 1st floor. It must be Rocked who destroyed it. The large palm on the steel door on the floor was enough proof. Looking forward, Max could see many hungry eyes and loud groans in the room. There was no flashlight in his hand. It was impossible to fight while biting it too, so he would fight in the dark like this. My eyes are now used to the darkness. I can see pretty well. He muttered and looked at his hands. The outline was clear, and that was enough light for him to know his enemy's position. What about you guys? Is the night vision mode good enough? Or should I increase the brightness? Bright enough to see you die miserable being bitten by zombies. All good. I can see the surroundings without any problem. I trust the VR integrated camera. It has no problem, and we can see as if it's a day. I forgot Breeze is a newbie. We can set the brightness personally, so just go ahead and begin the massacre. All right. He nodded and took a deep breath, bracing himself for the next battle. It wouldn't be easy. Let's do this. Having all his preparations done, Max walked past the broken entrance and entered the room. At a glance, it was filled with zombies. There were at least 20 or even 30 of them. He wasn't sure and only managed to pick up their numbers from their glowing eyes. Without hesitation, Max pointed his gun at them and began to pull the trigger a few times. Bang, bang, bang. 5 bullets flew toward the zombies. 4 of them hit right between their eyebrows, but one strayed from the original path and only hit one zombie's shoulder, causing it to stumble down and pull the other zombies down. Seeing a good opportunity, Max grabbed the Molotov from his bag and threw it toward the few zombies on the floor, shooting the bottle when it was mid-air to increase the burning range. Bang! The fire spread immediately, covering half of the room. Zombies' flesh and pus made them easier to burn. The room turned bright instantly, giving Max enough light to see clearly where the rest of the zombies were. Ha ha ha! Burn! Burn! Max laughed loudly as he lunged into the perfectly fine zombie, piercing the knife through its skull. 18 more. It's doable. Come here, rotting mother licker. He licked his lips and continued his rampage. He didn't squander his handgun at all. The bullets flew around, killing the burned zombies without stopping. The sound of air getting cut by a sharp knife also rang every once in a while among the zombies' groans. Click, click. At some point, the mag was empty, and he couldn't use his gun anymore. There were still around 8 zombies, and they were all marching toward him with their burned bodies. Fun is over. Just as he said that, Max immediately reloaded his gun with a skilled movement, changing the magazine to the one he had in his pocket. Only 2 seconds were needed to reload the handgun, and he calmly aimed at those incoming zombies. Goodbye, he said, pulling the trigger 8 times and killing the remaining zombies. Smoke rose from the muzzle as he brought it back, blowing onto it softly. And welcome, my 9,600 diamonds. Mission completed. 9,600 diamonds have been donated. Zombie Lord has donated 200 diamonds. Young Master has donated 300 diamonds. Slapped MC has donated 300 diamonds. GG. That was a beautiful Molotov work. GG. Pog. Chapter 76, Shelter Building 1. Walking out of the burning police station, Max had a happy expression. There was no loot on the first floor, which was a shame, as there was no other room besides the large one in the lobby. The items in his backpack were currently like this. Scraps, 15. Antidote, 1. 99mm bullets, 0. 5.56mm bullets, 60/2 full mags. 1x gloves, 1x flashlight, 1x handgun, 1x knife, 1x boot knife. It looked sad. There was no armory in that building. Max only found destroyed gun. Shelves, which were already looted clean. For a heavy loot area, as confirmed by Rocket's appearance, the amount of loot in the building wasn't a lot. It was too few. Either Max was really unlucky, or the game RNG was fucked up. No one knew. However, everyone had to admit that the viewers did enjoy unlucky streamers far more than a lucky one. They loved to see suffering. In the end, I was left with only 15 scraps. Well, I need to count the boot knife, gloves, and flashlight as good loot from this building. All in all, that was a good test for my movement in this game. Are you impressed, guys? I had to admit, you're pretty good. W Breeze. No cap. That fight with Rocket was amazing. Although you got injured and got hit many times, that was an amazing fight. Kaya. He cooked those zombies. Shout my name, Chef Breeze. I am impressed. Truly, truly impressed with your amazing luck, LOL. No one can get scraps that many, even in a heavy loot zone, lol. Lol, true. Let's ignore my amazing loot for a second. Max chuckled wryly and looked around. I need to find a place to build a shelter and hopefully find the material along the way. The day will be over soon, and I certainly didn't want to experience the night in my first time playing this game. There were 2 phases in V-Shelter survival, day and night. It wasn't such a simple concept where enemies' behavior changed and became more aggressive. No, a lot of change came with nighttime on top of such things. The first and most important change was the loot. It would no longer shine and reflected stars with nighttime arrived. That meant it would be harder to find and only had a small indicator when the players stood right beside or before it. Secondly were the enemies. Some nocturnal enemies would appear, and they were pretty bad. Infected and zombies were pretty much tame at that moment, but this new enemy was faster and more troublesome than the 2 of them combined. And third, players' hunger bar would decrease faster at nighttime. Based on the lore written in the introduction, sunlight could decrease the virus's activity in the air when it was day, but it was unable to do it when night arrived. Thus, players' bodies needed to work harder to combat those viruses. Well, on top of all of that, the vision was also pretty limited at night, which made it more dangerous. There is still 50 minutes before night arrives. Why does the developer make it an hour cycle instead of 2 or 3? Isn't it obvious? To F***ck the players and force them to fight. It's a survival game, for God's sake. If they make the cycle change to every 2 or 3 hours, it will be a looting simulator. 2 hours is too long. Heck, an hour is already long enough to loot 2 or 3 buildings. You even cleared a heavy loot zone in just 20 minutes, with just a knife. I think 10-minute cycle is good enough, keek. Well, that makes sense. Max nodded at the chat's replies. Let's move then. Based on the surrounding area that I see from climbing the wall earlier, west seems to be a good choice. There is a building with shop written on it and a space surrounded by fences near it. I will build my shelter there. After explaining his goal, Max began to move to the west. His knife never left his right hand, and he put everything else in the backpack for the time being, including the flashlight. The daytime is bright enough for me to see. Besides, there is no telling when I will need it. I need to save its battery. Streets in the city area were pretty safe compared to buildings where the loot usually was. Only 1 or 2 zombies could be spotted, but they weren't as aggressive as the ones from before. That was why Max ignored them. No need to fight enemies who were just chilling around, groaning forever without having a future. Saving the knife's durability was more important before he could reach the shop. Still, he stopped a few times to get loot he spotted behind some bushes or just sitting at an abandoned bus stop, a regular spot for loot. As usual, it was a scrap. Fortunately, he found 12x 99mm bullets in a crushed police car. At long last, his handgun wouldn't be useless anymore. It gave him a sense of security. However, his luck with building materials and loot wasn't that good either. He could only exchange his scrap for them in the shop. Before long, he arrived at this destination. The 2-story building was heavily guarded with lightning fences and turrets. Cameras were installed in all corners, giving anyone inside a clear view of the surroundings. There were signs of traps here and there. The sign shop was lit in a neon light, attracting attention from all corners. When Max walked closer to the gate that had the thickest security and 2 turrets, the cameras pointed at him, and a voice rang from a speaker installed on the fence. I see that you're a living human. Are you here to trade something? Looking at the camera, Max nodded and answered, yes. I have 16 scraps. Great. I will open the gate for 5 seconds only. Run inside after you hear beep. Beep. There was a clear sound from the speaker. Following that, the beep mentioned by the NPC could be heard, and the gate opened. Max immediately ran inside as instructed. He looked back as the gate was closed almost immediately, leaving no chance for anything to enter. Click. With a click, the building's sturdy doors opened slowly with a stretching sound as if welcoming him. A hooded person stood behind a reinforced counter, behind thick glass. Only his mouth, which was curled into a sly smile, was visible. His face was hidden by the shadow of green flames on top of the torch behind him, the only source of light in the room. There he is, the shady merchant. Chapter 77, Shelter Building 2. Welcome. A deep, clear voice rang from the figure. Based on it, Max guessed that it belonged to a man, even if his figure was not clear and ambiguous. Customers, step inside, and let's do the trade. No matter how I see him, I can't trust this merchant. How shady. This is why he's called a shady merchant. How come all shop owners in this game have this getup? Are they connected somehow? They are an anonymous group and have many different people running shops. I bet their group is called Shady with capitals, though. I really like this NPC. It gives me a mysterious vibe. Shady merchant. From how the shop owner looked, that name really fit and described it quite well. Max entered the building, and the merchant pulled the string hanging near his head. Some mechanisms worked. Gear turned loudly, closing the door and locking it safely. Worry not. Just a little measure to keep the pests away when we are trading. The merchant chuckled weirdly and spread his arms. So what do you need? Weapons? Antidote? Herbs? Or building material? We have them all. Looking around, Max noticed nothing was displayed on the wall or behind the counter. But that might be a security measure the merchant took in case the visitor wanted to rob him or something. Intelligent NPC's AI was way more advanced than a superior enemy. It actually was closer to real humans, but not quite, as all its responses were already programmed, so it didn't stray from its function and job. It's as if I am talking to a real human, though. The green flames took my attention immediately, but I saw that he had a weapon, hidden beneath his cape, and probably some hidden turrets in the dark spot of this room. Well, it's better not to mess with a merchant NPC. I want to get building materials for the level 1 shelter. Oh, materials, I see. Please, take a look at our list. Ding. A half-transparent red window with a list appeared in front of Max, from which he could choose. Once again, it made him realize that it was a game, even if the graphic was close to real life. Not everything was the same as IRL, including this system window. Maybe not that different, considering we use floating hologram screens now. He was slightly amused by his own thoughts, but scrolled the list nonetheless. However, just as he found material for level 1 shelter, he came to a stop. It's so expensive, he exclaimed loudly. Why does a material for level 1 shelter cost 20 scraps? It's just 5 woods and 15 planks. Are they rare materials? Not really. You can find them easily, like, really easy. Those are the most common loot items. Rather, scrap has only a 15% chance of appearing, while woods and planks have a 50% chance of appearing in the loot. Kek. That's why he's a shady merchant. No one knows how he put the price. Suffering from success. I think it's better if you just find more loot. Tisk. Max clicked his tongue and looked at the smiling merchant. Can you lower the price, somehow? No can do, customer. The merchant chuckled eerily. But you can always sell your items. I am a merchant and not a street vendor. We are on a different level. Isn't that the same? Max retorted in reflex due to how ridiculous this merchant was. He quickly realized that and coughed. I mean, I have no items I can sell to you. There is only scraps. The merchant lowered his head slightly. Even if his eyes were covered in the shadow of his hood, Max could feel that he was looking at his knife and gloves. This? He tried to ask while raising his gloved hand. Indeed. The merchant nodded, and his smile widened. I can pay 25 scraps for that. The metal on the back of the gloves is really important. That's titanium, I believe. It's certainly worth buying. He rubbed his hands together and leaned closer slightly. So, how is it, dear customer? Are you buying? Or are you selling? Or could it be you want to have time to think about it? Max chose the third option. He certainly needed that building material. The problem was his scraps weren't enough to buy a complete level 1 material. Should I sell the gloves? He wondered. There was actually a more important problem, and that was his hunger and thirst bar. Looking at it made Max grimace slightly. Hunger, 72%. Thirst, 67%. He needed to get food and water soon, or he would get a penalty for his movement getting slightly restricted. Where, though? Was looting even possible? If he entered a building and stumbled upon many enemies, those bars would be filled up pretty quickly. The answer was simple. This shop also sold food and water for scraps. Yeah, I should just sell it. The gloves aren't as useful as I thought it would be. I can just dodge all attacks and survive without any problem. Besides, I still have an antidote. Sighing tiredly, Max decided on his course of action. Fine, I'll sell them. Clap. The merchant clapped his hands and laughed happily. Thank you. It's nice to have business with you. Max felt like he was being scammed right now and groaned. But he could do nothing, so he proceeded with the transaction. It was his only choice. The transaction was done easily. On top of the level 1 shelter building materials, he also bought 5 breads and 3 bottles of water for 11 scraps. The bread cost 1 scrap only, but the water cost him 2 scraps each, which was clearly more expensive than the food. In the end, he only had 10 scraps in his inventory and was left with no defensive equipment. The 5 woods and 15 planks are outside. Hee hee, it's nice to have business with you. Hee hee, thank you. The merchant saw Max off with his usual chuckle. Finding the material outside the shop was easy. It was tied with a sturdy rope just right near the entrance. Moving them away was also easy, although he needed both hands for it. He wondered how the merchant moved the materials while staying inside, but Max decided not to think too hard about it. This is a game. The material probably just spawned using a certain mechanic or something like that. Also, my gloves. I kinda miss it already. He shrugged his shoulders, lamenting his decision. Soon, he shook his head and threw useless thoughts away. All right, let's move to that empty space and build our shelter. After that, I think I will rest for the day, Max said as he exited the gate and began to walk toward the empty lot, which was just 100 meters away from the shop. Yes. Lol, building shelter is so easy. An hour stream like before? I thought you were better than this already, Breeze. What a shame. I want to watch you suffer longer. So quickly? It's just around an hour since you started live streaming. That describes you pretty well. Happy face, quick shot. Oh, the usual Breeze's pace. I hope you can stream longer next time. I hope so too. Well, after the Knight's Journey program, I think I would be able to stream longer. Max responded to the chat. And you guys didn't even hide your real thoughts anymore, huh? Even so, I still love you guys. No homo. I mean, it's useless. We also love watching you suffer. Cough. I mean, struggling. We love you too, Breeze. And you're suffering. I want to take back my words almost immediately now. After walking for a bit and joking with his viewers, he arrived at the place where he wanted to build his shelter. He dropped all the material on the ground and punched his palm. All right, let's get to work. Shelter building time, baby. Woohoo. Though he just needs to place the materials according to the blueprint he could bring up, building a shelter always excites me. Level 1 shelter acquired. Yeah, me too, Max exclaimed. Just as the viewers had said, building the shelter was pretty easy. Bring up the blueprint, place the material, and it was done. It only took him around 10 minutes to build up the level 1 shelter while talking to the viewers. And he soon learned he needed to be more careful before making a decision. Chapter 78, Speechless. In V Shelter Survival's lobby, which looked like an apocalyptic town, many people dressed roughly were walking around. Some people dressed in full tactical suits that looked cool, while some were dressed like thugs from post-apocalyptic movies with spikes on their shoulders. Nevertheless, they interacted happily while talking about V Shelter Survival, a game they loved. Currently, the topic some of them talked about was a clip that appeared on the forum. Urgent. Suicide. Someone is trying to fight Rocket with knives only. It's Breeze. No one knew who Breeze was in this community, as there were too many streamers to count. So, some bored visited the thread and left comments. It isn't that urgent. Many people have proved that fighting Rocket with only a knife is possible. I thought that it was really urgent, but a fanboy tried to promote his favorite streamer. Knife-only Rocket is not impossible. Trash. Don't post a clickbait title like this. If this was a year ago, then we would be impressed. Unlike Knight's Journey, V Shelter Survival was a year-old game. Many things had been tested before, and almost all contents were explored. Having some streamers doing challenges wasn't rare either. That was why the reaction was underwhelming and really different from when Breeze soloed Trouser in Knight's Journey. Amazing stuff tended to become common when many people managed to do it. However, the reaction started changing when the thread starter added some clips after the initial one. People prepared to trash talk and leave a toxic comment were left speechless when they saw how Breeze dodged Rocket's spinning attack, which was famous for its large range and effectiveness in a small corridor and room. No one guessed someone could avoid it without using any items. It was tested before and was deemed impossible even by professional gamers. That was why the clickbaity title turned into a real one with this one clip only. A knife is possible. I retract my words. This guy is a real deal. Check the latest clips. I saw it. The way he moved was just inhuman. GG. Attached video.mp4. I zoomed in, and his body was hit. But because it's only a graze, the damage done by the attack is minimal, and he can survive that. Thank you for the explanation. So it's actually not a one-hit kill without a defense item, but it also has a different damage range. It is actually impossible. Look at his relieved face when he's landed. I bet that's really satisfying. This guy is godlike. The thread blew up at once with that one clip. It got many upvotes and rose in the forum, making it gain the attention of many players. Breeze gained a new title in the forum without him knowing, godlike. Of course, it referred to his movement. Though, no one doubted his skill anymore when many clips popped up again. The peak was when he fought 30 zombies in the lobby with only a handgun, with 20 ammo left and a knife. And when the thread reached its highest traffic, someone who watched Breeze's livestream left a comment. LOL. A shady merchant scammed the godlike Breeze. He sold gloves with titanium guards for 25 scraps only. P.S. It could be sold for 200 scraps. It was a wake-up call for the players, and it made them realize that even godlike players could be scammed. Always research the sea before you start to dive. Those words needed to be taken seriously by anyone involved in a dangerous activity or gaming. It meant to know about what you did before you seriously started, so you wouldn't make any mistake that made you regret it. Max knew that saying and faithfully followed it when he was parkouring. He always researched about location before he actually tried some dangerous and risky tricks. Even when streaming on Earth, he was always learning from the video streaming platform before actually playing the game. But he was too confident in this world and made a mistake he couldn't undo. 200. He muttered in a defeated tone as his shoulders slumped down tiredly. He had just finished streaming and opened the forum to see people's reactions and whether the new community talked about it or not when he found the truth behind his happy shopping in the shady merchant's shop. Why did I not notice it? My chat literally was holding their laughter. He asked himself, confused with what was in his mind back then. It must be that I was too tired and didn't notice their chat. It's moving so fast that I could only read some of them. That's exactly it. Escaping from reality and blaming others was the easiest way to handle this regret. That was exactly what he did. Max knew it was wrong. But just once, he thought it would be fine if he blamed his chat just this one time. And because it was an honest newbie mistake, it didn't take long for him to recover. No newbies would know that the merchant in V-Shelter Survival could scam the players. Well, no use crying over spilled milk. I must check my emails and messages before going for night exercise. Don't want something important to be left unchecked until tomorrow morning, after all. Max learned from his mistake of not checking the email and almost missed Mr. Taka's invitation. If that happened, he didn't know how he should react. Maybe cry for his unluckiness? There was no important email this time besides the reminder that he should be in Biozone Entertainment's HQ before 6 a.m. on April 13th. It was an automatic image that would be sent to him until the program in 2 days. Yeah, I understand this one. Then, he checked his message from the smartwatch. Only people who knew his numbers or contact. Back then, Flexi used the lobby's message function so he could contact him without anything. But this was in real life, and such a thing was impossible. There were 2 unread message notifications. When Max checked it, the first message was from his dear buddy, Flexi. It was also a reminder about tomorrow's practice, the last one before the program. All right, we will stream the practice. I think I will hold off V-Shelter until I am free then. That couldn't be helped. While it was fun, the program was more important. Most of his fans came from Night's Journey, too, so he couldn't disappoint them. I need to prepare myself for the dip in the viewer's number after that. After replying to Flexi with a simple Roger, he checked the second message. Surprisingly, it came from an unknown, anonymous contact. Fake. You're just a fake. Chapter 79, Worry. Max's gaze froze at the unknown message for a second. But then, he took a screenshot of it and deleted it immediately, even the cache and every data related to it, in case it tried to hack his smartwatch system. Not only that, he even restarted his smartwatch and its internet connection to make sure nothing was wrong. After it rebooted and he didn't see the message from before, he sighed in relief and cursed it out loud. Damn, what was that? A terror message. Not only was it surprising, but Max didn't know how to react. It was the first time this happened to him. Shit, what should I do? I am a novice in this kind of thing. Can he track my address from my message account? If he can find my account, then normally, It's safe to think he has cracked my identity, too. But who the heck is he? What did he mean by fake? Nothing made sense. What made whoever sent those messages? There was no way anyone knew that Max had transmigrated and had memories of his past. He was by no means fake. Max and Breeze were the same people. Then, the fake that this unknown person meant probably was related to either streaming or the Knight's Journey program. Ignoring it is bad idea, no? Let's see. I don't want to bother him, but I have no other choice at this time. Thinking so, Max immediately contacted Flexi once again. He was the only person he was close to who could help him. Maybe Stonesword and Lily could help him too, but Max didn't want to bother them more than necessary. Besides, he trusted Flexi more than those two right now, as he was his new friend who had helped him get through his lack of money. If it's him, then he probably wouldn't think twice to help me. My debt to him just increased, huh? Breeze, buddy, can you help me? It was just a simple message, and he had just sent it. But a ringtone rang from the smartwatch's speaker just a second later, and a notification window popped up. Flexi called him without replying to his message. Max accepted the call and was about to make a greeting first when Flexi's concerned face showed up in front of him while shouting. Video call started. Damn, you look so bad. What happened? He asked worriedly. Is it showing in my face? Max asked, chuckling wryly. My bad for calling you at this time, just before you were streaming. I just don't know who to talk to about this. What happened? Flexi asked once more. This time, his tone was lower than before. You just replied Roger to me, and then you said you need help just a few minutes later. You surprised me and made me jump from my chair, man. Well, actually, Max recounted what happened after he ended his stream and sent the screenshot he took through the message. He even told Flexi about his suspicion regarding haters, or someone tried to sabotage him because he appeared in the program even when he was a practically unknown streamer with less than a week of experience. That's really bad. Good thing you contacted me as soon as you found out. Damn bastard. Flexi's reaction was a bit more intense than Max initially thought. It was clear that his always smiling friend was now angry. Don't worry, buddy. I will help you to look into it. It's better to contact Mr. Taka if you think it's related to the program. We don't want any scandal or drama a day before the program. He will understand the situation. All right. Max nodded, appreciating the advice given by his friend. Thank you. I was really blanking at such a situation. It never happened to me before. Not in my past life or this life. He added in his mind. Getting hacked was surprisingly a bit scary, even for Max. He wasn't scared for himself, but for people close to him. It will be bad if the hacker tries to visit Nina or something. But well, after calming down, I don't think she will be in danger as long as she stays in her restaurant. It's not even a problem. Flexi grinned, relaxing his sitting position. I will tell you if I find something. Hee. You don't need to worry. But if you're still worried about your address getting leaked, feel free to visit my place. We have good security here. Thanks for the offer, but I think I will stay here. Fine. Just be careful. I will catch up with you soon. Lisa will contact you if we find the hacker and manage to catch him. Thank you. I will send a message to Mr. Taka then. Flexi ended the call after reminding Max to be careful once again. Following that, Max contacted Mr. Taka and relayed this information. The marketing team leader asked if he had any proof or something that could be a lead, and he sent the screenshot that he took. Mr. Taka, thank you. I am glad you reported this to us before something happened. I also think it might be other newbie streamers we didn't invite. We will contact the others and ask them to be careful. Breeze, you're welcome, Mr. Taka. I hope it will be solved soon. Mr. Taka, we have a partnership contract until your appearance in the Biozone monthly segment. If there is any drama or scandal relating to you, it will hurt our image too. That's why we will help you solve this problem. Please don't worry. While that sounded harsh, Max understood where Mr. Taka was coming from and was also worried. A smile appeared on his face as he typed his reply. Breeze, thank you. No reply came from Mr. Taka after that. Max also laid down on his bed, but he felt really restless. His mind was still on the hacker from before. I should at least ask Nina to take care and not leave the restaurant for tonight. He muttered and sent a message. A reply from Nina came almost immediately. Nina, okay. You should be careful too. If you wanna, feel free to stay in the restaurant with us. Dad will chop the hacker if he dares to find you. It invited a chuckle from him. Chop. Does she want her dad to be a murderer? He knew that Nina was joking, and that was why it was funny. Having someone like Chef Rush might also be good for his mental health. It's just a hacker. Mr. Taka and Flexi will probably find them and the reasons soon. Breeze, thanks for worrying, Nina. But I will be fine. I will make sure to lock the door. Nina, of course you will. Still, come to our restaurant tomorrow so I can see your face, or I will be worried. Besides, Dad wants to see you again. We have a new menu that got popular with our new customers, so test it, he said. That must be a sudden excuse to make him visit for breakfast. Max had no reason to refuse it. Truly, I am blessed in this life, he thought, once again realizing what he had. I have people caring for me. Breeze, all right. See you tomorrow. Nina, sleep tight. Chapter 80, settled. Well, even if people told him not to worry, without contact from Flexi, his secretary, Lisa, or even Mr. Taka, Max couldn't sleep all night, causing him to be groggy and have dark rings around his eyes. But the hacker wasn't the only reason why he couldn't sleep. I ended up reading V-Shelter Survival's beginner guide in the forum without sleeping. After getting worried for an hour and watching Flexi streaming Knight's Journey for a while, Max decided to research the game he was playing right now. V-Shelter Community Forum, or Shelter Forum for short, was the perfect place to research the game mechanics and tips. Players with spirits to make guides put together everything newbies need to know. The forum moderator also appreciated their work and actually pinned the post permanently. The amount of information in that one thread alone was massive due to how this game was designed and the freedom it provided. To put it simply, even after reading an entire night, Max only processed around 20 to 30% of the information from that thread. They are really passionate. It's not a guide anymore, but a Wikipedia page for the game. It should be called Complete Guide to the Game, instead of Newbie Must Know This. How misleading. Anyway, Max wasn't that worried about the hacker anymore and was more worried about getting scammed by the shady merchant. As promised, he took a quick shower and went to Nina's restaurant to test another new menu. But that was just an excuse to make Max come, which he was aware of. The restaurant was still closed, with only half of the door open. He entered through it and greeted Nina, who was waiting for him. Good morning. Morning, Max. I am glad you are okay. She chirped happily. Dad is already waiting in the back. He suddenly wanted to make a new menu when a cute girl said she liked his spinach noodles yesterday and asked whether there was a blue noodle. Ah, she came here after she watched your stream. Hee hee, thank you for doing what you did. Blue noodles? Max asked while his stomach scrunched when he heard that. It wasn't out of anger, but out of fear of whether his digested organs would be fine or not. Gulp. I am looking forward to it, he said bitterly. Nina giggled mischievously as she pulled Max's hand. I am glad that I am not alone in this. So she wants us to suffer together. This girl is actually sly. Ugh, that was the worst rush noodles I ever tasted. Max regretted his decision. Horrible couldn't describe the taste of the noodles he ate this morning. Even after a few hours had passed, sleeping all day, his stomach was still churning, and he felt slightly nauseous. Currently, he was in the toilet, vomiting the unprocessed noodles from his system. Whoever requested blue noodles is a devil. You weak. Fuck. After a while, he finally felt better. However, his stomach emptied, and he cooked something to eat for lunch. He decided to make a full protein menu with some salad on the side. While eating on a makeshift table he made on his bed, a message suddenly came. Ding. Curious, Max opened to see who it was. Another new name appeared on the list. But this time, it wasn't unwelcome. Lisa, Flexi's secretary, huh? He muttered and opened the message. If it's from her, then it's about that. He referred to a hacker from last night. They are working fast. And this message. Lisa, it's done. How simple. No useless words or even reassurance. It seemed like they believed he would be fine even without them. I am curious, but I probably should just focus on the program for now. Maybe they purposely did not tell me the details so I could ignore this case and just focus on what I needed to do. Lisa is too good to be Flexi's secretary. I wonder how much he paid her. I will ask him later. He just replied with a simple thanks before continuing with his meal. Livestream with Flexi would start at 4 p.m. There were plenty of chances to ask about it. Mr. Taka also messaged him not so long after, saying that he didn't need to worry anymore as the hacker was apprehended. It was one of the worst crimes in this age, as all smartwatches stored personal information and maybe even company secrets that shouldn't be leaked at all. Privacy was highly honored in this world, way more important than in his previous life. It was kind of surprising, but he loved how this world had a law that kept people's identities safe, especially streamers who didn't want their identities to be known. Everything was done just like that, without any victim except the perpetrator. He was probably put in jail for a few years and asked to pay some money. Hearing that from Mr. Taka immediately put Max in a good mood, as some of the money paid by the hacker would go to his bank account. Breeze. Thank you very much, Mr. Taka. I really appreciate your help. And the extra compensation money from a single message. Mr. Taka, you're welcome. I hope you can concentrate on the program now. See you tomorrow. Connections were a pretty amazing power to have in the world. If he didn't know those guys, then he probably needed to report to the police and go through some troublesome stuff. Also, there was one more important thing left to wonder. I don't think I should share this story with my viewers. It will only invite some other people to try it as if challenging them. Max came to an easy conclusion. If no one knew, then this incident could be written off as non-existent. All parties had tight lips, so he didn't need to be worried about it leaking out to outsiders. Putting that aside, it was nearly time to have fun practicing with Flexi. Max planned to show his secret path after the live stream, too. That way, they would have time to put up a new strategy for tomorrow, and he planned to practice until midnight before resting. I don't need to be worried about getting fatigued tomorrow. I have that medicine from the system that can prevent me from getting fatigued for 3 hours. It's really useful in times like this. And so, it was time for practice. Chapter 81, Short Training with Flexi. Max appeared in an exceptionally glimmering, strange golden castle and walked toward a person waving at him in a golden knight's armor. Yo, Breeze. You look better than before, huh? Thanks to you. I really appreciate your help. Don't mention it. We're friends, and we help each other. Flexi laughed loudly and circled his arm around Max's shoulder. Also, while that was already taken care of, I do know his identity from the police report. Do you want to hear it? His tone turned slightly serious. Did Max want to know? Yes, he did. He was really curious about him. However, the hacker was no longer important to him. The police had already put him in jail and given him punishment. Tell me more about it after the program. We need to win this one first, and I don't want to have anything more in my mind. Max answered his friend and grinned. I wonder what kind of new bonus Mr. Taka will give me if I win. Flexi blinked a few times in surprise before bursting into laughter. He smacked Max's back, much to his dismay and pain. Max rubbed his back and sent a death glare toward his friend. The other party probably didn't know that he set his pain setting to 50%, that of a real world, to move a bit better, and felt the sensation of his whole body, just to feel alive. Damn, should I lower it? He seriously considered it. Nah, that won't work. I am finally able to use my 5 senses. It will be a shame to just cut it off and feel no pain again. That will probably make me go crazy instead. True. Let's not think about something as unimportant as his identity. Flexi grinned. Well then, let's do this. The live stream will start in 20 minutes. We will do it like usual, alright? About that. Max rose from his hunched position and looked at Flexi. There is something I'd like to show you first before streaming. Shall we go to a fort siege first? Flexi seemed confused but nodded his head nevertheless. His grin widened, feeling that his friend had something in mind. It sounds interesting. Interesting was kind of putting what Max would do down. It wasn't just interesting, but crazily interesting. Holy shit. Flexi cursed loudly as he reappeared in the co-op waiting room, facing Max with widened eyes. That? You were able to do that? Max raised his chin and laughed confidently. We will get that win with this, no? Yeah. Damn it. I thought you were pretty amazing at discovering a new passage that time, but a fool for showing it to me. To think you have something like this in mind. No one, but you could do something like that in a day. Well, he hummed in wonder. A certain girl's face flashed in his mind, someone who was able to replicate a wall run in just a day. Not only that, but she was also able to finish the synchronization test in under 18 minutes for her first run and achieved a whooping 97.6 SR. If it was her, Max thought she would be able to replicate what he had just shown to Flexi. I just wanted to be sure that this path wasn't leaked. Well, that was just my first try. I think I can do better than that. Even faster than that. Flexi stroked his chin in amusement. We will bag the win then. Are you going to show it in the live stream? No. Max shook his head. Let's do the usual and just stream for an hour. My body isn't exactly fit enough yet to handle more than 2 hours of intense playthrough. I think I need another B-grade nutritional supplement before I can stream for 3 hours straight. The orange-haired streamer nodded in understanding. He knew Max's body condition. Although it was better than before, it wasn't exactly the best or optimal yet. Just the fact he could do 2 hours of intense game playthrough from his previous record, which was 1 hour and 30 minutes, was already an amazing improvement. Let's just do that. You also need to take the Sky Rail tonight, right? Yeah. I will stay in the Biozone Hotel until tomorrow to make sure I am in top condition. Both of them reached an agreement and started the live stream. Their viewer count reached a new height as people were curious about the Flexi and Breeze pair for tomorrow's program. The former managed to reach more than 35,000 viewers, almost breaking his record of 37,000 viewers in the past. While the latter managed to amass and break through the 5,000 viewers count, it kept increasing. In total, they had more than 40,000 viewers. No one cared about the people who watched both live streams. What was important was that they contributed more than 10% to the total of concurrent viewers of Knight's Journey that afternoon, which only hit 400K. Their first run was a bust, as the RNG for the first Barbarian army attack didn't really side with them. There were just too many archers much to their liking, raining down arrows and keeping them in the distance. Then, they continued to the second run. This time, it was much better with only 3 to 4 archers, a manageable number. The numbers of barbarians weren't as much compared to their first run in their first collaboration. On top of all those factors, Max and Flexi had already trained together before and actually worked on their teamwork. On your right, Max shouted and threw a short sword he found near his feet at the barbarian coming from Flexi's blind spot, killing him at once. Thanks. Shouting back, Flexi blocked an arrow attack with a shield in his left hand and rushed toward the archer. He was fast and took the barbarian off guard. See ya. With a swift slash, he decapitated the archer and proceeded to the next one, ending the first wave of the army and continuing to the split section. Flexi went inside the fort while Max went to the roof to take the flag. This time, they succeeded in taking over the flag and killing the boss, finishing in 49 minutes and 47 seconds and placing them in the 6th speedrun ranking. The viewers went wild with donations and chat. Even Flexi was excited and hugged Max tightly. As someone who would rather have a private space himself, Max felt uncomfortable with it and pushed his friend away. Nonetheless, he shared the happiness of getting into the top 10 speedrun ranking. Not that the happiness would last that long. They ended the stream on a happy note and continued training secretly without trying to put the result in the speedrun ranking. In a short explanation, the result surprised both of them and boosted their confidence a few times more than before. After getting used to the path and having a few clean runs, Max got exhausted and couldn't move the way he wanted to anymore. They decided to finish the training and rest. At night, Max bid goodbye to his apartment for a few days and went to New Eden City with the Sky Rail. When he arrived, everything was already prepared for him. He just needed to wait until tomorrow. And then, the important day arrived. Chapter 82, Veteran and Newbie vs. 1. April 13th, 2045. It was a big day for Max, and probably for a few more people. It was the day of the Knight's Journey program. 6 streamers were first gathered in a room with Mr. Taka and some production crew for a briefing before the program was live. They were put in a closed room with Mr. Taka and an attractive female standing beside him. First of all, welcome, and let me introduce you to our host today. Mr. Taka greeted everyone with a big smile on his face as a hologram screen flashed behind him. He turned to the woman beside him and continued. Miss Evelyn, please go ahead. Thank you. Evelyn's voice sounded like an angel. It was soothing and really pleasant to hear. Hello. It's nice to meet you. I am Evelyn Rees, and I will be today's host. I hope for a pleasant cooperation with all the streamers here. Max recognized her from his memories. She was an upcoming singer who was famous for her work in a few video games. And she's the one who sang for Knight's Journey ending song too, if I remember correctly. That's why they invited her. Not only was she pretty and had a good voice, but she also had the experience of being a host in the monthly game award before. Biozone Entertainment didn't spare any penny in order to make this program succeed. It seemed like the others also recognized her as they only nodded in understanding. Madlad somehow had a happy smile, contrasting with his usual frown and unhappy expression. Is he a fan? Max guessed. Flexi and Stone Sword didn't react differently, just like Max. They just recognized her and thought having such a good host was nice. Having someone good at their job would make the program easier. Furthermore, Evelyn was already famous for driving a good conversation without trying to dig into the streamer's secrets, so she was well-liked by the community. Lily also nodded softly, while Ronan Knight just sat without doing anything. The briefing continued for a while. Mr. Taka took over the talk and explained the details and schedule. They also provided uniforms of dark brown pants and tactical-looking jackets for the participants. It was just like the usual program these veteran streamers often joined. But for Max, it was exciting, and he wanted to know more about it. He felt like he had regressed and returned to the first time he knew parkour. It was the same feeling. It's fun. After the briefing was over, they changed into the new uniform provided and went to the live studio on the 5th floor, located deep inside the building. There, the makeup artists were already waiting for them. They are giving us some fine specimens. I mean, some fine-looking young men to work with. One of the makeup artists commented while holding her cheek. Fu, this will be fun. At those words, Max had an urge to run, and so was Flexi. They instinctively knew this woman was bad news. Fortunately, that makeup artist was in charge of Stone Sword, which relieved him from getting entangled. While the participants were getting ready in the back, Mr. Taka and Evelyn were rehearsing on the stage. We will do the interviews first as planned and proceed to the reveal. After that, we will start the program, he said to Evelyn. She nodded while looking at the schedule given to her through the small screen of her smartwatch. It's indeed the most optimal choice. But, Mr. Taka, I believe you know the risk if the new synchronization test record holder doesn't win, right? From my source, I found out Puppeteer will also do a watch party after he gets the news that one of the participants has broken his record. As a host, Evelyn had already been informed about the record holder. When she was informed of the identity of the record holder, she didn't believe that a newbie who had just played a game a week ago was the new record holder. When she watched the clip, she came to the realization that one's skill wasn't really related to their playtime. Indeed, they could get better the longer they played. However, it was true that one's innate talent and IRL skill was also important. I am still worried about his inexperience, though. If he loses, then he will receive a backlash from the viewers and Puppeteer's fans. It's inevitable. Can he deliver the expectations that everyone placed on him? Or will he break down under the pressure? She thought. I am aware of the risk. Mr. Taka pushed his glasses up, but don't worry. We are selling surprises. And besides, we can always make some excuses that this is a team effort instead of an individual one. No one will complain even if the Stone Sword and Lily Pixel pair win, as they are the current record holder. A grin appeared on the marketing team leader's face. He was confident that the individual named Breeze would surprise him and the audience once again. He achieved the top 6 in speedrun ranking with Flexi yesterday. That's already an amazing achievement. Mr. Taka believed that a new world record of Fort Siege would be written today. Who would break the sub 48 minutes was still a mystery. If you are aware, then I won't say anything more. Evelyn smiled, swept her hand, and closed the screen. I will check on my makeup again and prepare my line before we start. Please excuse me, Mr. Taka. Ah, yes. Good luck to you. With that, Evelyn left to the back of the stage. Mr. Taka huffed while watching her. She just doesn't get it, he thought. Or rather, it's because she saw many failed that she became skeptical. Being a famous host who was invited to many programs seemed to be hard too. The rise and fall of a streamer was as easy as changing seasons from spring to autumn. Flowers could bloom for a while, but they would wither soon if no one took care of them carefully. Understanding that, Mr. Taka usually also didn't want to push his luck. But this time, the factor that forced him to take that risk was too good to ignore. I hope you deliver our expectations, Breeze. Don't crumble from the pressure. If Breeze couldn't deliver, then his promotion might be affected. That worried Mr. Taka a little bit. Well, let's trust him. Even if he loses, as long as he shows something amazing, then that will be enough. At that moment, all preparations were done. Mr. Taka, the production crew is ready. We can go live on time. The director raised his voice loudly. Turning toward him, Mr. Taka nodded. All right. Good job, everyone. Let's hope this program will go as planned. Chapter 83, Veteran and Newbie, versus 2. Big game programs, especially those held by a publisher, always had giveaways and redeem codes in exchange for rewards. It invited many people even before the program started, and they used the chat room to communicate with each other. Oh, can't wait. 3 pairs with different plans and game styles. Who will win? Fort Siege Speedrun Program. Biozone Entertainment is really giving it their all, huh? I believe Stone Sword and Lily Pixel will win. They are the current world record holder, after all. I'm not sure whether they will break the world record here, but I believe Stone Sword will win. Lily. So cute. I am your fans. Ronan Knight is also a good player. Only Flexi is rather skilled. Of course, he's better than me, but his skill is meh. I wonder who the new synchronization test record holder is. So curious. Unlike Max's viewers, they were more neutral and weren't as chaotic, although some of the chat were. About Lily's cuteness, as she was the only girl participant in this program. With the bait Biozone Entertainment threw in their announcement, namely the new record holder, everyone began to focus on that part. I believe Madlad is the new record holder. Lily Pixel is the new record holder, for sure. She's really good. Just look at the current Fort Siege's world video. Lily Pixel's movement is so smooth and skilled. It's not strange if she can break Puppeteer's record. Nah, you guys are delusional. It's clear that Breeze is the new record holder. True. The Wall Run Man is the new record holder, for sure. What did you say? Madlad can beat that guy blindfolded. Keckle. Keep your delusion. Breeze can split his head with his axe in less than a second. Fans began to fight each other, and the situation soon turned chaotic. No one backed away as they wanted to support their streamer's side. Surprisingly, the worst of them all was Lily's fans. Even if they were low in number compared to Max and Madlad, they were enthusiastic about defending her and truly believed she was the new synchronization test record holder. Not only normal viewers, but some newbie streamers began to appear in chat. Jealousy was apparent in their words. Some celebrations, words of encouragement, and curses began to fly one after another, nearing the start of the program. Currently, the viewer count has broken 200K. No one could control the chat anymore, not even with 10 moderators who tried their best to make the chat civil again. Only when the live stream started was the chat filled with "finally" or "I've been waiting." Live stream start. Biozone Entertainment's logo appeared on the screen with a thunderous song. The logo was a thick trunk, having many branches surrounded by blue and green circles. Soon, it changed to the studio, with Evelyn sitting on a sofa across from the 6 participants. The veterans sat on the chairs on the higher part, while the newbies were sitting on the lower part, according to their pairs. Max was sitting in the middle, right in front of Flexi. And as soon as the screen changed, Evelyn smiled beautifully and caught the viewer's attention. Hello, everyone. How are you? Haha, I bet you've been waiting for today's program. Welcome to Veteran and Newbie versus. We will see who will clear Fort Siege the fastest among these 3 pairs. Her appearance, beautiful face, long black hair, proper figure, and voice immediately captivated them. The fans who knew and followed Evelyn immediately made themselves known in the chat. Yeah, Evelyn. Mommy. Notice me, Mommy. Mommy Evelyn. I love you. I can smell her through the screen. Max smiled wryly as he read the chat. The production crew specially put a large screen for the chat window, floating out of the camera so the participants could read them. There are so many SIMPs. He thought, and it made him curious. I wonder if that word is known in this world. Should I popularize it if it's not known yet? He thought silly in the middle of the recording. Evelyn only chuckled at the chat. Was this meant by being a famous celebrity? She handled all the weird chats professionally without showing her disgust. I am glad everyone is looking forward to the program. Why don't we ask the participants about how they feel? She turned towards Stone Sword first, who sat on the left side near the center. The camera panned and closed to Stone Sword's face. He smiled and answered, I feel great. I think I will be able to do my best with Lily Pixel's help and break our own record. Ooh, that's such confidence. Evelyn beamed in a smile and turned to Lily Pixel. What's your comment about it, Lily Pixel? Lily looked at Evelyn before turning to the camera and back to her. Her face was expressionless. She briefly thought about what to say and remarked, I will do my best. The host was speechless for a while, not expecting such a generic answer. She recovered soon and turned to Flexi. Well, What about you, Flexi? Ha ha. The orange-haired streamer laughed with a large grin adorning his face. This is an interesting program, and I quite like it. However, I shall take the crown with my buddy Breeze. Right. Yeah. Max nodded confidently, matching his friend's energy. I am certain we will win today. Ha ha. That's our Breeze. Damn. He's so confident, even in front of a large crowd. Bloodsucker has donated 2,000 diamonds. Don't be confident, Breeze. Stone Sword, please show him where he stands. P.S. I am Breeze's fan. Don't ban me, please. There it is, Breeze Sucker. He even donated 2,000 diamonds just to make his chat appear larger than the others. How rich. It seems that one of your fans is giving you some words of love. Evelyn giggled and looked at Max. Haha. I am blessed to have a fan like him. There was no need to add more words. Bloodsucker could be ignored for now. If there was one thing that was regrettable, it was the fact that the donations would be divided by 6 after Biozone Entertainment took 40% of it. He should have just donated to my stream. Max thought in his head. Overall, the reactions to his and Flexi's introduction seemed nice. All the haters in the waiting room earlier couldn't be seen as the chat moved fast, with viewers praising either his friendship with Flexi or his look. Some compared him to Stone Sword, but many ladies had fallen for just his look alone. Max could understand why. He sat between a cute girl and a rough-looking guy. So, his handsome features were more highlighted than usual. Evelyn continued to ask Madlad and Ronan Knight questions. The former was so energetic and ended up shouting, making him perfectly fit his look. Ronan Knight handled it quietly, as serene as a lake. In short, he mumbled. After she finished asking the question, she clapped her hands happily. It seems that everyone is certain that they will win. Will we see a new world record for Fort Siege today? This question was directed to the viewers as she faced the camera. Answers came almost immediately. Yes, Breeze will easily break the world record. Ah, world record. I am curious about who broke the synchronization test world record. Tell us. Don't keep us in suspense. Well. No way we can break the world record easily, especially in a program like this. Evelyn raised her eyebrows as if some of the chat became a cue. She acted as if she forgot about it and knocked her head softly. Oh, right, she exclaimed, as if forgetting something. Talking about breaking a world record, we have yet to announce the player who achieved first in synchronization test WR, no? I am such a klutz. Hee, but you're so cute. Klutz Evelyn, how precious. This is why we love you. Show us. Show us. All right, because the audience seems to be curious. Let us watch the footage of their synchronization tests. Chapter 84, Veteran and Newbie versus 3. Bottom. A loud beat rang as the screen split into 4, showing the participants' synchronization tests, including Flexi's show-off. As expected, it's among the newbies. Breeze. God. Peak Goat. Woohoo. Just delete Flexi. We don't need him. He can solo Fort Siege no problem. La la la. Let's start the video. Countdowns appeared on the footage, and it zoomed into Lily. The 350K viewers were watching curiously, and the chat stopped moving for a second. Mr. Taka and the production crew observed the traffic. They were grinning when they saw that the viewer count kept increasing. Not only that, but the concurrent viewers broke through 800K just right after they started the footage. After all, the watch party viewers were linked to the total. Team leader, this is... Yeah. Mr. Taka nodded at his subordinates. It's going really well. The footage changed a few times, showing all the participants' amazing moments. However, everyone noticed that there were especially 2 streamers who were cut above the rest. Damn, Breeze is passing that laser easily. He didn't die? Lily, you woo her movement. Look at that. It's clear now who broke the record. It's either Breeze or Lily Pixel. Just look at them. Crazy. How the heck are they moving like that? That Breeze is just inhuman. No one doubted their skill anymore. The earlier 4 footages now became only 2, standing side by side, and were played simultaneously. 7 minutes had passed, and it was clear who was faster among those 2. Max had arrived at the 10th test while Lily was still on the 9th. Lily, beat Breeze. I beg you. Please, please beat him. Cry more, Bloodsucker. Go Breeze go. Bloodsucker. Breeze's fans, especially those who followed him from the start, went crazy when they realized he was about to win. They believed in him. From the start, they didn't doubt that he told them the truth about breaking the record. Well, least some didn't. Both of them struggled in the last tests, dying a few times from the traps. On the screen, Max's movement was getting faster and faster each time he died, moving through the traps confidently without stopping. Gravity wasn't even his enemy. He ran on the wall, jumping around, and even rolled to the ground to dodge anything. Lily's movement was less wasteful, but she was clearly slower than Max. And after a few tries, a drumroll rang loudly. Max had arrived at the end and pressed the button, finishing the run magnificently. Golden letters floated into the air. Final time, 13 minutes and 51 seconds. Final time worldwide ranking, 1. Breeze. Seeing the text, the viewers went crazy. Woah. GG. Pog Breeze. The GOAT. He's the King GOAT. GG. Sub 14 minutes. Goddamn. Lily Pixel's run was skipped, and only her result was shown. 17 minutes, 24 seconds. It was a magnificent run from her. According to the ranking, she was placed in the top 30 worldwide. GG. You've done well, Lily. That was an amazing run. Unfortunately, the other participant is just a monster. Yeah, he's inhuman. Hey, I am a human. Max retorted after the chat. Possibly his viewers made fun of him. His expression was a sight to behold, and everyone laughed. Everyone didn't move their gaze from their screen, though, as there was still one thing that was left to expose. How high is his SR, I wonder? Damn, this is making me nervous. Don't tell me that he's also rank 1 and beat that person? You mean God? Nah, that man is just on another level. It makes me curious. It seems everyone is curious about their SR result. Evelyn said at the perfect moment, and once again, the camera showed her beautiful face. I need to ask you to be patient about that. We will share their SR together with the result of their run. Coincidentally, the Flexi and Breeze pair will go last, after the Stone Sword and Lily Pixel pair. She smiled mischievously, teasing the viewers, who couldn't help but be curious about Max's result already. Max looked at Evelyn and learned. He was amazed by how the professional handled things and thought that it might be useful in his streaming career in the future. Tease the viewers and don't give them what they want until we get what we want. Our method is similar, but she's using her charm well. He thought, nah, that won't work with me. It will look cringe. The production crew waved around instructions on a hologram screen. They asked Evelyn to move to the next program as the capsules were already prepared and everything was ready. Dr. Artie was also on standby to check their vitals. Noticing the sign, Evelyn continued. Now then, let's get into the main segment. The first to have a run is the Ronin Knight and Mad Lad pair. They will be given 2 chances to get their fastest run. Meanwhile, the remaining participants and I will give a live comment. Best of luck to the first pair. All right, Mad Lad jumped from his chair and raised his hands energetically. He winked at Evelyn, trying to show off, and turned to Ronin Knight. Let's do this, Ronin. Let's do our best. Ronin Knight responded with a simple nod. The pair walked away toward the area where the VR capsules were prepared. Max watched them with a slight curiosity in his eyes. How well would they play? He didn't know as he never watched them before. At that moment, he heard a really familiar sound. Ding. Oh. His expression immediately brightened as his lips curled into a grin, confusing almost everyone noticing it. However, Max didn't realize it, as his attention was focused on the window that only he could see. Quest. Surprise the world. A viral moment is needed by a streamer. If your aim is to become the greatest of them all, prove it to the whole world. Set a magical record that no one would expect and etch your name in streaming history. Finish the Fort Siege battle in under 45 minutes. Progress, 0 to 1. Reward, a secure living quarter. Deadline, 2 tries. Failure to complete this mission will result in the system not giving a quest and limiting your synchronization rate to 95% for a month. A seemingly impossible quest was given to him. 45 minutes. That time frame sounded impossible. The current world record was 48 minutes and 32 seconds. Even with his new path, he could possibly only cut 2 minutes at most. It's a really hard quest. He frowned. But the reward is the biggest so far. And the failure punishment sounds not too bad. I can still move similarly to before with 95% SR. Though 1 month without a quest will probably make me miss the system. What's wrong, Breeze? Flexi whispered from behind, concerned. Are you nervous and need to go to the bathroom? Don't worry. We will win this program, and set a new world record. If we do it as well as yesterday, our victory is guaranteed. He sneered. "Huh, you're right," Max responded, closing the window secretly by sweeping his hand. Indeed, he just needed to do as well as yesterday. Flexi was also there to do it with him. "Hey, Flexi, let's aim for sub 44 minutes. That's ridiculous." The orange-haired streamer raised his voice slightly, but his lips curled up in amusement. "But it sounds interesting. All right, let's aim for that, buddy." Both of them fist-bumped with a big grin on their faces. Unknown to them, the camera took that action, and some female viewers went crazy and posted something in a rather secretive forum. Chapter 85, Veteran and Newbie versus 4. Entering the game, Ronin Knight and Mad Lad appeared in the clearing. Both of them had different weapons, a shield and sword for the former and a greatsword for the latter. They agreed to start immediately and gave out the sign to the production crew. After receiving confirmation that it was already live, Ronin Knight pressed the start button. Fort Siege start. 3, 2, 1. Go. Oh, the Ronin Knight and Mad Lad pair are moving at a fast speed. They are trying to face the barbarian army from the front. It's different from the world record run, where they try to only deal with enemies that keep them from reaching the fort. How brave, Evelyn commented excitedly, raising her voice to match the atmosphere. On the screen, Mad Lad rushed forward with his greatsword. It looked heavy, but he dragged and swung it without any problem. Swoosh. Ha-ha. Come on. Come on. Mad Lad laughed crazily as he hacked the barbarians into two. He had no technique whatsoever, but his strength was praiseworthy. Unable to defend against the great sword, the barbarian army was forced to back up. Seeing that, Mad Lad stopped and shouted, "Bro, on it." Ronin Knight ran forward, passing Mad Lad on his way. He was quicker and could use his shield to defend against the incoming arrows. Using this chance, Mad Lad chose to run toward the hill to climb onto the wall. Oh, he's running. I see. So their plan is to make a diversion and take the flag after they manage to do it. Evelyn analyzed quickly and turned to Stone Sword. As the world record holder, what's your comment, Stone Sword? That's a good strategy. Stone Sword nodded in approval. Mad Lad is also using a great sword, so his movement is quite limited. It's good to make the barbarian army fear him first and then aggro them to Ronin Knight, who has a shield. I believe after Mad Lad manages to climb up the wall, Ronin Knight will enter the fort. I see. That's a deep analysis. She nodded in understanding. Just like what Stone Sword had predicted, the pair did exactly that strategy. Max observed while humming in disapproval. He could climb faster than that. He unintentionally blurted out, getting everyone's attention. What do you mean by that, Breeze? Evelyn asked, appearing innocent. Yeah, what do you mean? Don't be arrogant, newbie. Mad Lad already climbed as fast as he could. He has a great sword. Think about that too. The viewers didn't seem to like what he blurted out too. Realizing that, he cursed in his mind. Shit, my mouth. I believe what player Mad Lad did earlier was already quite fast. Can you explain why you said he could climb faster? Well, Max scratched his cheek. He knew he should explain it so he wouldn't appear to be so arrogant. It's like this. He climbed while putting his greatsword behind his back, right? I believe he will be able to climb faster if he throws his greatsword up first and then climb. There is no need to bring extra weight. It was just a simple solution that everyone should be able to think about. But there was a problem. What if the enemy appears when he's unarmed? Evelyn asked once again. What if the enemy appeared? Max returned the question in confusion. Everyone was still looking at him. Just kick the enemy or drag him down. Simple, no? That's right. Could it be Mad Lad is the stupid one? Yeah, that's a simple strategy that even a noob knows. It's just not realistic with their skill. But a skilled player should be able to drag the enemy down. True, and their aggro is now focusing on Ronin Knight. Everyone didn't think it was strange either. The essence of speedrun was to finish the instance as soon as possible, or he can just do a wall run. Flexi suddenly added with laughter. Climbing like that is too slow. He can save a few seconds if he can run on the wall and pull himself faster. Right. He winked at the camera, showing a perfect smile that was somehow irritating. As if anyone can do something like that. Well, when we think about it again, Breeze can do wall run and probably climb faster. That's why he said Mad Lad is slow. Damn, even a skilled player is slow in his eyes. Godlike. No one will doubt him. But Flexi is irritating. That smile is so annoying. Can I punch him? I can, right? Go, mad lad. I see. That's one way to take the speed run. Evelyn commented and decided to change the subject. Oh, look at them. It's only 20 minutes, and they are now on the second part of the speed run. Mad lad is going to the southern wall, while Ronin Knight prepares to face Gargantua. The atmosphere quickly returned to normal. They returned to cheer on the first pair. Woah! Shouting loudly, Mad lad swung his great sword and fought the barbarians above the wall. They were stronger individually than the army they fought on the ground, and he had a rather hard time facing them. However, he managed to breach their confinement and ran toward the tightrope section in the southern wall. Luckily for him, no other enemies were trying to stop him. He got a pretty good RNG. Stone Sword chirped in. Max agreed with him. In his run with Flexi, he would definitely meet at least 9 to 12 enemies on the wall. Meanwhile, Mad lad had only encountered 5 so far, and that was after he was about to reach the southern wall. Some people say luck is a part of skill. I guess they meant something like this. It sounded unfair, but it couldn't be helped as the game was designed like it. Passing the tightrope was difficult for Mad lad. He had a hard time doing so and moved ever so slowly, trying to balance himself. Meanwhile, Ronin Knight had arrived at the dining room where Gargantua was and fought him. Sparks flew by as their swords contacted each other. Clang! Cling! The fight has started, everyone. Look at the sparks that were sent flying when their swords clashed. It looks so cool. Evelyn added to the excitement with her comment. Ronin Knight appeared calm as he exchanged fiery blows with Gargantua, a barbarian twice his size. Their battle was intense and destroyed the long table inside. Clang! Clang! Ugh! Ha-ha! Knight, move faster! Loud clanging sounds from a sword hitting the shield, metal meeting metal, echoed loudly. Before long, Ronin Knight managed to see an opening and thrust his sword. Huh! He shouted loudly. Pierce! The sword went through the armor, going straight into Gargantua's heart. The giant vomited blood, and his body slowly fell. Bas, tarred. With that as the last word, the boss was felled. On top of the fort, Mad lad was also able to take down the flag and protect the area from the incoming barbarians until the other knights arrived and put up Rami Kingdom's flag. They did it! Evelyn exclaimed excitedly. The celebration occurred on the screen as they finished the run. Ronin Knight looked up and saw Mad lad raising his arms through the hole in the ceiling. Letters began to appear in front of them, showing the result. Fort siege successful. Final time, 50 minutes and 25 seconds. They managed to enter the top 30 in the speed run ranking with their time. That's amazing. Max clapped his hands like the others, congratulating them. As expected, ignoring their personalities, the streamers invited to this program are skilled. I wonder what kind of strategy Stone Sword and Lily Pixel will pull later. Both Ronin Knight and Mad lad still had one more run before it was Stone Sword's turn, and Max's turn would come after that. But he couldn't help but get excited. I want to play soon. He sighed. Chapter 86, Stone Sword and Lily Pixel Pair, 1. Ronin Knight and Mad lad weren't so lucky with their RNG on the second run. The enemy on the wall was way more than their first run, which slowed Mad lad considerably. In the end, they finished the run with 52 minutes and 18 seconds in time. Their respective SR, 94.5% for Ronin Knight and 95.3% for Mad lad, was also displayed after the run was finished. It was still amazing, but both of them were dissatisfied with the result and returned to the main stage with sour expressions. Mad lad even clicked his tongue and cursed in a low voice. Did he not realize that we're in Biozone Entertainment's program right now? Max wondered. He looked over at the production crew, and they shook their heads, clearly disliking Mad lad after he cussed earlier. They probably need to censor that. Poor them. That was amazing, everyone. What do you think of their run? Evelyn asked the viewers with a cheerful voice. The RNG isn't on their side. Keck. I laughed so hard when Mad lad was trying his best and screaming loudly to breach through the barbarian army. It was meh. Their first run was better. Good job for the players. That was amazing. Because this was the first pair, the viewers' reaction was mostly positive, although some laughed at Mad lad's unlucky second attempt. All in all, it was a successful first attempt. The viewers are increasing nicely. This is pretty good. Let's continue in this direction for a while. Evelyn thought as she watched the count. Viewers, 647K. It was only in this stream, and not the watch party big streamers did on their own channel. Next is Stone Sword and Lily Pixel. No? Kakik, the boss is going second. Will he break his own record? Lily. Finally. I want to see her in action. Lily. So handsome. My prince, go take the crown. Reading the chat, Evelyn smiled and turned to the pair that returned to their chairs. Let's get moving. A short interview, and then go to Stone Sword and Lily Pixel pair. She thought, and put up a cheerful front. As much as I hate someone with a dirty mouth, I must do my job. That was amazing, Ronin Knight and Mad Lad. How do you feel after finishing in the top 30? Happy. Ronin Knight answered shortly with a nod. Haha, we can do better. However, we were pretty unlucky with the second run, which made a mess. I had to admit if we got a good RNG, that would be easy. Mad Lad puffed out his chest and grinned proudly, showing off. Max could only hold his laughter. That 50-minute run would probably pale in comparison to Stone Sword soon. But he couldn't say it out loud. Lily is able to wall run, so climbing that wall will probably only take her a few seconds compared to Mad Lad, who took more than 30 seconds. That's a big time save, and she might choose to ignore the enemies and go straight to the tightrope with her agility. He thought. Evelyn seemed to like Mad Lad's confident personality and decided to focus on him instead of the quiet Ronin Knight. The after-game interview lasted only a few minutes, but that left Mad Lad happy and put a smile on his face. He even smirked at Max and Lily. Yeah, this guy is stupid. It was Max's opinion after observing Mad Lad for a while. Alright, let's go to the second pair. Stone Sword and Lily Pixel. Are you ready to create a new record? I will play to the best of my ability. Stone Sword answered as he stood up and held his wrist. Of course, my aim is to break our own record and make sure no one can break it. He finished his sentence and turned to Max. Oh, that's the spirit. What about you, Lily Pixel? I will do my best, and I won't lose. She raised her fists on her chests, pumping herself up. Her gesture looked cute and made the chat go crazy once more. So cute. Be my little sister. My house is big. I want one Lily at home. I meant two. One for cuddle, one for display. She's not a toy, guys. Yes, she's a doll. Reading the chat, Lily's expression morphed into disgust without hiding it. She tugged Stone Sword's sleeve and pulled him to the VR capsule, urging him to go fast so she couldn't read the chat. Max noticed Lily glanced at him with a competitive gaze before she disappeared into the capsule. He smirked and crossed his arms. Noticing his behavior, Evelyn also smirked and threw a question. Now, should we expect something from this pair? Does anyone here have something interesting to say? Her gaze landed on Max. She clearly wanted him to say something. Without getting disturbed by her obvious bait, Max said calmly. With a good RNG, they probably will be able to break the record. Lily Pixel once showed me something interesting, and I think she will use it in this run. We will see. He's good with words. Evelyn nodded at him, and he keeps the suspense alive. Now I know why Mr. Taka takes a liking to him. The question is whether he will be able to deliver in his turn later. I see. So it's like a secret weapon or trick? Ha ha ha, that's really interesting. She giggled playfully and looked at the screen. The production crew gave a cue that the new pair was ready. Well then, everyone, this is the pair that you look forward to. Give a nice applause for Stone Sword and Lily Pixel. Emote, clap, woohoo. Emote, clap clap clap, finally. It's been a long time since I watched Stone Sword speedrun. This will be epic. Go, King. Take your crown, and don't lose it. Hiya. Go go go. King Love has donated 500 diamonds. Swordstan has donated 1,000 diamonds. Knockandoid has donated 20,000 diamonds. Lily Quayan has donated 50,000 diamonds. Just Doit has donated 300 diamonds. Stone Sword and Lily's fans began to donate a ridiculous amount of money without a message. Everyone, even Flexi, was stunned when they saw such donations pouring in without paying attention. Gulp. An audible gulp even rang from Mad Lad. He was stunned seeing how many diamonds this stream collected. Everyone else's attention was also grabbed by the donations train. However, Max's attention was somewhere else. He didn't care about the donations that weren't directed at him personally. On the screen, Stone Sword and Lily appeared in the clearing and moved immediately. Their RNG wasn't that good. The first barbarian army was on a bigger scale than usual. For a normal player, this was bad. Speedrunners usually would just reset if they got this RNG. But The pairs couldn't reset in this program and could only do whatever they could to finish as fast as possible. Lily, Stone Sword shouted as he unsheathed two swords from his waist. He dual-wielded them and plunged into the middle of the enemy formation. Just leave it to me. All right. Their cooperation was clearly better than the previous pair, not to mention their trust. Without doubting his words, Lily ran toward the hill to climb the wall. Her movement was fast, and she dodged the incoming arrows gracefully. On this battlefield, her figure looked like a dancer. She was beautiful and captivating, but no one could touch her from afar. In just a few seconds, she reached the highest part of the hill and jumped. She jumped. Evelyn commented loudly as she was surprised by Lily's movement. Lily's feet touched the wall, and she began to run to the top. Everyone knew what this movement was called. Wall run. She could do a wall run that only Breeze had managed to pull off perfectly so far. Woah! Chapter 87. Stone Sword and Lily Pixel Pair 2. Using the wall to jump, Lily grabbed the edge of the wall and somersaulted. She landed on her feet and began to run toward the southern wall without stopping. Ooh! She arrived at the top of the wall easily, and her landing is so beautiful. She pulled off Breeze's famous movement, wall run. He's doomed. His path is taken LOL. He got wrecked by his own carelessness. It's all Flexy's fault for posting that clip. Pay him more lesson fee. Breeze. All right, more lesson fee please. Kakik, how will you win this, Breeze? Flexy, you bastard. You make Breeze lose. Yeah, add more lesson fees. 50,000 diamonds were too low. How am I the one at fault? Flexy pointed at himself with a panicked expression as the chat kept flaming him. Yeah, it's your fault. Max nodded repeatedly and agreed with the chat, which invited an even more amusing reaction. No way. Come on, aren't we friends? Thank you for your patronage. He grinned at Flexy and put his thumb and index finger together. Everyone laughed at his reaction, including the production crew behind the camera. Unlike the light atmosphere in the studio, Stone Sword and Lily Pixel were concentrating. They arrived at the flag in Gargantua's dining room, respectively, and started the battle. Many barbarians appeared on the wall as soon as Lily took off the flag. She held her rapier tightly and decided to jump onto the tightrope, which was still in the flag area, and fought them one by one. Thrusts and slashes were sent, defeating the barbarians one by one. What a brilliant strategy. It's rather risky because the flag area only covers a bit of the tightrope. If she stepped further just a bit, the progress percentage would decrease. Evelyn commented with a lot of energy. But Lily Pixel seems to be fine. The progress is also filling slowly. Wonderful. That's totally a risky move. She can destroy such a good run with a decent RNG if she makes a mistake. Flexy added with his usual high spirit. Not only that, she also limited her own movement. The benefit of dealing with the enemy one by one came with it, but I don't think I will ever do that. Indeed. This time, Max also agreed with Flexy's reasoning. Her movement becomes too limited, and that can be fatal if she got attacked from both sides. He watched the run seriously and analyzed it. It was coming to an end soon. More than 30 minutes had passed since they started, and to reach 100% progress of taking over the flag, one needed to stay in the area for around 20 minutes. Combined with all that happened, and considering that the fort was extra large, it was hard to estimate the fastest time possible. However, it was clear that the player needed at least 20 minutes to clear the barbarian and reach their destination, adding another 20 minutes to take over the flag if only one player was in the area. The progress would be faster if the second player was also inside the area. It boosted the speed to take over the flag twice as fast, decreasing the time needed to only 10 minutes. That, however, came with the problem. The progress would stop at 99% before the boss was killed. It would only reach 100%, which would take another 30 seconds after. Gargantua was killed. Even after killing Gargantua, climbing up to the top of the fort from the dining room would take a few minutes. So cooperation was a must to finish this run. Thus, the split strategy was popular and the most efficient. Theoretically, one can finish this run in 40 minutes and 30 seconds, or even faster if the second player takes the flag together. With two people, taking over the flag will only need 14 minutes instead of 20 minutes. Max thought. Around 45 minutes had passed since the run started. Stone Sword finally managed to breach Gargantua's defense and killed him by impaling his two swords into his skull. He managed to kill him just right when the flag's capture progressed to 99%. Lily, he shouted loudly, giving a signal to his sister. Stone Sword killed Gargantua in minute 45. He's faster than before. Damn, is this a world record? I am here. I was here. Kya? World record in the official channel. I was here. Pog GG. Stone Sword the Knight's Journey Goat. The chat went crazy after they realized it would become another world record. But there was still one problem. The last 30 seconds. Everything was depending on Lily now. On the roof, surrounded by enemies that now came from behind, Lily began to move closer to the top. She just needed to survive inside the area. That was all she needed. In the last moment, Lily moved like a dancer once again, attacking the barbarians like a fury of wind with her rapier. Her goal was to stay in the area and not get hit. A few more seconds. She thought. Sweat formed on her forehead, behind her head protector. She kept moving without stopping. Move and move. A thrust was sent every now and then toward the barbarians trying to strike her. Left. She muttered and spun her body, piercing the barbarian's neck and cutting his throat easily. She heard a voice from behind and jumped without hesitation. An axe passed by the place where her legs were earlier. There. With that word, she kicked the barbarian that tried to strike her with an axe, the hole that led to the dining room below. Thud. Ding ding ding. At the same time, the barbarian hit the ground. A loud chime rang in the world. That signified the end of the run, and the allied knights appeared from all corners as if they were teleported there. Hearing the bell, Lily pumped her fists and smiled. She was having fun. I did it. Following the initial bell, colorful papers began to rain down from the sky. The two players were teleported to a luxurious castle, standing on a red carpet in front of a large throne. A beautiful princess in a white dress was standing before them, holding an exquisite sword with intricate design. It was a special end for those who broke the world record. It's here. It's here. Princess. Larissa. Ah, princess, how beautiful she is. Woo, world record baby. I was here. With Evelyn's excited shout as the start, the chat began acting crazy. The princess only appeared a few times since the game was released a month ago. Not to mention, it never appeared again after Stone Sword and Lily Pixel took the crown of the world record holder. My brave knights, excellent work. I commend you and shall reward you with the title of the best knight for your triumphant takeover of Galantia Fort. The princess moved the sword to Stone Sword's shoulder and then Lily Pixel's. Both of them didn't move and only smiled, looking at the golden letters and numbers floating above the throne. Congratulations. New world record. Final time, 46 minutes and 41 seconds. It was a hard record to beat. Chapter 88, Showtime 1. Let's end it here. Stone Sword suddenly said to the camera with a serious expression, "We don't need a second chance. It's enough." He sounded pretty arrogant. Everyone thought so. TSK. No need for a second chance? How big is his ego? Shut up. He broke his own record. Getting a better RNG than now is hard. They must be tired. It's better to end it here and let them rest. How arrogant are you? Look at Breeze breaking your record easily. No need to be so arrogant, boy. Where's the SR? Where is Stone Sword and Lily Pixel's rate? Yeah, it hasn't shown up yet. The host looked troubled. She looked at the production crew and asked for confirmation. Was it okay to end Stone Sword and Lily Pixel's turn like this? The viewers were still at the peak of their excitement. They probably wanted to see more runs from the current pair. But Stone Sword explicitly said that they didn't need a second chance, which was enough. Mr. Taka thought about it for a while and gave Evelyn the okay. It was indeed enough. If they failed or got a bad RNG, then their record earlier would not have much impact. I don't think they will be able to break their world record on the first try. Is it because of the new trick Lily Pixel did? Wall run is more useful than I initially thought. After getting an okay from the marketing team leader, Evelyn proceeded. Very well. Both of you must be tired after concentrating really hard to get the world record. Please, join us on the stage again. Thank you. Stone Sword smiled and logged out. His character disappeared from the throne room, followed by Lily's. Disappointed. No second run? As Evelyn said, they are tired, so don't complain. There is still another pair. Breeze and Flexi is next, huh? As the chat was busy, Stone Sword and Lily returned to the stage. The former looked fine, but the latter had sweat over her face. The crew gave her a towel that she used to wipe it immediately. Looking at her condition, the chat became weird once again. Somehow, she looked more beautiful. Don't be weird. Isn't this PG-13? Damn, I don't know, a cute girl getting drenched in sweat is so appealing. Stop it, guys. You will get banned. FYBUI is banned from the stream. SW Victory is banned from the stream. Kia Boy is banned from the stream. The moderators banned many accounts from the live stream at once after sending weird messages, mainly about Lily. The chat was filled with laughter, making fun of those who got banned. Thankfully, the pair that had just returned hadn't read the chat yet, and Evelyn quickly changed the topic. First of all, congratulations. Both of you broke your personal best and once again renewed your world record. Not to mention, it's sub 47 minutes. 2 minutes faster than your previous record. How do you feel about it? We already did our best and got the best result. Lily Pixel is already exhausted from concentrating hard on the game. I believe you understand why. I understand, Evelyn nodded. It's because she has a high synchronization rate and is not used to a VR game yet, right? The study said people with synchronization rates higher than 95 often felt exhausted if they played for a long time. Of course, it will disappear when the body gets used to it. She explained. So that's why I get tired easily. Max discovered one of the mysteries he wanted to know since the first day. My synchronization rate is 98. Yeah, combined with my weak body, it's no wonder I can only play for an hour or so at first. This is news for me. I see. So that's why she got exhausted and Stone Sword stopped the run. Understanding. Forgive me for not knowing and getting angry. I know that's the case. But how high is her synchronization rate to make her sweat like that? Yeah, show us her synchronization rate. The chat pushed their opinion strongly and filled the chat window with show us. It seems the chat is getting impatient to know your synchronization rate, Miss Lily Pixel. Should we show them? Lily nodded firmly and spoke in a soft voice. Sure. It's the one that everyone is waiting for. Evelyn pumped up the chat and spread her arms. Let's show her SR on the screen after 3. 1, 2, 2. 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2. 1.5. 2. And open sesame. 3. As soon as Evelyn shouted 3, the screen changed and showed Stone Sword and Lily Pixel's SR. Everyone already knew the former, 97.2%. Then, silver letters appeared, showing Lily Pixel's SR. 97.6%. Top 15 worldwide. Whoa, that's fire. Top 15 worldwide. How the heck? Damn, she's good. Everyone was getting rowdy over the reveal. There were many surprises going on in this livestream. First of all, Max's feat of breaking the synchronization test record by a whole 2 minutes. Then, Stone Sword and Lily Pixel's new world record. Added to this surprise, there was a total of exciting information gained just from this livestream alone. Everyone who watched the livestream wasn't disappointed. No, they were really excited about what they watched. Wow, that's a pretty high number. Evelyn clapped her hands, followed by everyone else. Being the center of attention, Lily's face turned slightly red from embarrassment. It's nothing. Much, she muttered. You're so cute too. Hey, what if you become my little sister? I can call you Lily, right? No, she answered firmly. Guys, I was rejected. Evelyn acted sad and wiped her non-existent tears, getting more reactions from the chat. Poor Evelyn. I am willing to become your brother. Big sister. Take me to your home. Ha ha ha, too bad. I only want Lily Pixel as my little sister. Evelyn rejected the chat and stuck out her tongue. Anyway, let's move toward the next pair. Did you guys know that the wall run technique Lily Pixel used earlier was actually found by one of the players in the next pair? Yes, it is Breeze. I asked this earlier, but how do you feel your technique is used to further strengthen the world record? How do I feel? Max stroked his chin in wonder and glanced at Lily. She looked back at him curiously, waiting for his answer. The towel around her neck was let loose, falling onto her chest. Smiling, he turned back to Evelyn. I can't say much besides that I am flattered, and I am proud to contribute slightly to their run. Ha ha. Oh, does that mean that you're not confident enough to win against them? I never said that. He grinned and stood up. We just need to be faster, right? Isn't that so, Flexi? Yeah. Flexi jumped from his chair and stood beside Breeze. He suddenly raised his hand over his head and shouted, It's show time. Max felt that he made a mistake calling for Flexi. He was embarrassed, even though it wasn't him who actually shouted something cringe. Please spare me, he sincerely prayed. On the other hand, Evelyn's eyes sparkled. She found something more interesting than just a skill, and that was a skill to entertain the viewers. Ho ho, it seems that they are ready. Let us start the third pair's run. Let's go, my friend. Pack. Flexi slapped Max's back and walked toward the VR capsule first. Sighing, he rubbed his back, which felt painful, and followed Flexi. Well, it's time to surprise them and shut their mouths. I will get those new living quarters no matter what. First of all, stopping in the area where the camera couldn't see, he pulled out a tube filled with green liquid and gulped it down in one go. He licked his lips and put the empty tube back into his pocket. It tastes like apple. With this, he was ready. Chapter 89, Showtime 2. No one said anything about what he had just drunk. They only thought that he had just drunk a D-grade nutritional supplement because it had a similar color. How extravagant. Even Flexi didn't suspect anything and only smirked at him. Max grinned back at him and climbed into his capsule. I made sure to use all your money wisely. Both of them laughed and entered the game. Their characters appeared in the clearing, with Max having 2 axes on his back and Flexi with his shield and sword. Because every character in the program turned basic, not even Flexi's golden armor remained, making him look down. My golden armor, he muttered as he rubbed his chest area. Concentrate, Flexi, Max called out as he looked at the camera. He could see a small screen showing the production crew above it. It was how they communicated with each other. What the players inside see and what's shown on the screen is different, he thought. Yeah, you're right. Flexi nodded at him and recovered. So, are we going with that strategy right off the bat? Yes. The strategy Flexi mentioned was what they tried after their training yesterday. Even when they only tried it once or twice, they managed to finish with a rather satisfactory time. Let's hope the RNG is on our side this time, Max added as he prepared himself, holding the 2 axes in his hands. I am ready anytime. True. Flexi nodded and prepared to rush. He looked at the camera and gave them a sign. Let's start. Fort Siege start. 3, 2, 1. Go. As soon as the go sign appeared, the pair moved. Max ran faster than Flexi and took the front. Many barbarians in the distance noticed him and rushed while yelling. Oh, enemies. Kill them. Intruders. Observing his enemies, Max was able to count their numbers and the weapons they had in just a moment. A frown formed on his face when he saw 10 archers among the enemies. Flexi, we're not that lucky. We have too many archers. Hearing Max's shout, Flexi also frowned. Really? Damn. Will we be fine? Let's try it first. I am counting on you for that strategy. Oh, leave your back to me. With that, Max threw his axe toward the nearest barbarian and began to fight. No, he began the massacre. On the stage, Evelyn was baffled by the pair's choice. Not only her, but the other streamers were too. What the heck is he doing? Mad Lad raised his voice loudly as he stared at the screen. Why did both of them fight the barbarian army simultaneously? Indeed, the usual strategy was for one of them to fight the army and kill Gargantua while the other took over the flag. That was Max's initial strategy, which he somehow leaked when he tried the fort siege with Flexi for the first time ever. Added with the wall run technique, and further proved by Lily Pixel, that strategy was the fastest. So there was only one possibility why they didn't use that strategy. It was that they gave up on winning. Flexi and Breeze pair have somehow made an unexpected move. Are they giving up in this run? Evelyn commented with confusion. Not even she guessed that this happened. It's disappointing. She sighed internally and looked at the production crew, specifically Mr. Taka. He was watching the screen with a frown. Mr. Taka will be unhappy with this result. Huh? Kakik, they are giving up? Taking second place is useless. Maybe they think like that and just wing it to have publicity. But wait, something is strange. They are smiling, and Breeze is killing them at a fast speed. Godlike. Breeze. He massacred those archers easily. Yeah? And why does Flexi do that? Indeed. Why is he gathering the dropped weapons? As Max ran around to kill the archers near the entrance at a fast speed, Flexi dealt with the ones with close-range fighters and gathered the dropped weapons after putting a shield on his back. He had a high strength and could hold them without any problem with his free hand. The ones he gathered were mainly swords and axes. Spears with small and fragile handles were left out in the open, and he didn't even touch them. Good. There are around 20 weapons here. They should be enough, he thought, and raised his head. Breeze. We got enough. Great. Let's go. Max swung his axe at the last archer when he heard Flexi's voice. His axe landed on the enemy's shoulder and butchered him down to his heart. Turning around, he looked at Flexi, who ran past the remaining barbarians to get to him. There was one trying to throw his axe at his friend, so Max quickly took a crude axe from the ground and threw it. It spun midair and stuck the barbarian right on its head. The axe split his skull and killed him in one go. Oh shit. Flexi cursed as he realized that he was saved. No need to mention it. He smiled at him and turned around. Let's kill Gargantua. We spent a minute more than the usual strategy already. 5 minutes have passed since the start, and we can't waste any more time. Max began to run inside the fort after saying that. His speed left Flexi perplexed as he tried to catch up. Hey, slow down. I can't run fast while holding them. Don't worry. As long as you arrive a few seconds after me, we can kill Gargantua before 20 minutes. Fine. Ugh, you're a slave driver. The viewers who heard their conversation became more and more confused. Strategy? Could it be? They have something? A plan that's even faster than the world record? Noticing that Evelyn took this chance to boost the excitement further. It seems Breeze has a plan in mind. But what's the use of those weapons? Are they for throwing? She asked excitedly and turned to Stone Sword, the most knowledgeable player on the stage. What do you think of his plan, Stone Sword? Do you have any idea? Stone Sword stared at the screen for a second. On it, Max and Flexi ran through the corridor before arriving at Gargantua's dining room. Then, he turned to Evelyn and spoke, surprising everyone. I don't know. Chapter 90, Showtime, 3. No one expected Stone Sword to not know about something. He was someone who pioneered the Fort Siege speedrun and tested so many strategies before. Not to mention, he was the world record holder. The dining room door will be closed after they enter and can't be opened before Gargantua is killed. And even if they managed to kill him and open the door again, there was a barbarian army from the ground waiting for them. Breaking through probably needs more than 10 minutes. That's a waste of time already. We haven't counted the time needed to reach the top of the fort and take over the flag. Even if the progress is twice as fast with 2 people, they will need another 10 minutes, around 20 minutes added with travel time. They will only finish in 50 minutes in this case. Stone Sword's explanation was easy to understand. When the pair killed the Gargantua, 20 minutes should have passed since the start. Added to the 30 minutes he talked about, the total time needed to finish this course was 50 minutes or more. Of course, that was an ideal time. And everyone knew that no one could reach the ideal time without spending many hours grinding the same course every day. Breeze and Flexi should have been able to finish this run in under 48 minutes without any problem with my strategy. They are skilled enough for that. So why? He asked himself, but arrived at no answer. So curious. I see. Does that mean they are really giving up? Evelyn asked once again with a serious expression. I doubt they gave up. Lily was the one who answered this time. I mean, look. They are still smiling. And it seems they have an idea. They have arrived. 2 players versus Gargantua. This will not be an easy fight, but it is still easier than facing him alone. True. Gargantua's specialty is his hard defense. With 2 people, it will be easier to breach through it. Come on. Show us something, Breeze. Flexi, don't you disappoint us. Woof woof. WOFFFF. Max reached the dining room and entered with Flexi. His friend managed to follow him closely without getting left behind. At the end of the room, Gargantua raised his face and grabbed his large sword. Who are dash? But before he finished his sentence, a sword was flying toward him. Clang. He managed to deflect it. A spark was sent flying together with a clashing metal sound. Max spent no time hearing the boss sentence as he shouted at Flexi. As planned. All right. Flexi answered and dropped all the weapons to the ground as if they were useless. He grabbed his shield and ran toward the Gargantua first without any fear in his eyes. Look over here, big boy, he shouted and attacked with his sword. Clang. Gargantua managed to block it once again. His expression twisted in anger as he pushed forward. Insolent fool. Oops. Tang. The large sword met with a towering shield. However, Flexi was sent back slightly due to the sheer power behind his swing. As ridiculous as always, The orange-haired streamer laughed dryly. Then, he smiled at the boss. But you forget someone else. Swoosh. An axe suddenly appeared from behind Gargantua and hit his shoulder. It got embedded in his body, but was unable to cut through his bone. Arg. Even so, it was enough for him to turn around and see Max with his hand extended after throwing the axe. How dare you? Heh. Max smirked and tightened his grip around his remaining axe. Look. Behind. Swish. Flexi's sword made a wide arc and slashed Gargantua's back. Due to his armor, it didn't hurt him as much, but it was enough to put the giant barbarian off balance. His great sword didn't become his strength now, but his weakness. Breeze. On it. Answering Flexi's call, Max began his restless attack against the boss. Flexi also joined, and both pushed Gargantua rather easily. The clanging of metals rang every now and then as sparks were sent flying. Faster, Flexi. Are you this slow without your golden armor? Ah. Max laughed like a madman as he kept swinging his axe. In the middle of the confrontation, he managed to recover his other axe from Gargantua's shoulder and used it to cut his other shoulders. Ha ha ha. Aren't you the one who got slower? I have a shield, remember? Watch out. Clang. Flexi jumped in front of Max and blocked Gargantua's attack. Coup. He was forced to get on his knee due to the force. While wounded, Gargantua's ferocity didn't even decrease a little bit. He was actually getting stronger. That was why most players opted for a hit kill by aiming at his neck or heart when he lowered his guard. Thus, a shield or dual-wielding weapons were recommended to those trying to kill the boss in a speed run, which took them around 20 minutes. That was the time frame when the boss changed his attack. However, got you. Max stepped on Flexi's shoulder while raising both axes above his head. He brought them down without hesitation at Gargantua's open neck, slicing it cleanly. The decapitated head rolled down to the floor with a red mosaic spurted out. Oh, they killed Gargantua. Will they run out now? Kaya breed me. I mean hiya. So handsome. Breeze is so cool. He's running around and killing the boss easily. Flexi loses his golden armor, but he doesn't lose his shine. Damn. Their teamwork is no worse than that of Stone Sword and Lily Pixel. At this point in time, players usually warned those on the roof or shouted happily. But not for them. How much time do we spend here? Max immediately ran to the pile of weapons, while Flexi flipped the long table and put it against the wall. 19 minutes. We have enough time for sub 45. He shouted excitedly, stood before the table, and held his shield to cover his whole body. I am ready anytime. Shoot them. On it. Stopping beside the pile of weapons brought by Flexi earlier, Max took one in each hand and threw them. Before the weapons reached their targets, he took others from the pile and threw them in the same direction. Each weapon pierced the long table. The first one was just right above Flexi's head, and the second one was a meter above it. Slowly but surely, all weapons were embedded in the long table and created something like a ladder toward the opening in the ceiling. The viewers went crazy when they realized what they were trying to do. Hey, this bastard is doing something ridiculous. Again, Breeze, he always surprised us. That's a ladder, right? Is he trying to climb that? That's insane. Chapter 91, Showtime 4. They are trying to climb that makeshift ladder. Evelyn jumped from her chair after she realized what the pair was trying to do. She was wrong, after all. This wasn't a throwing run, but a run that showed both creativity combined with Max's inhuman movement that made this possible. Am I the one who's in wrong here? She thought as she looked at the production crew. They were all smiling at this unexpected development. Whether the pair could beat the world record or not. This was interesting enough to be talked about in the community for a few days and ignited most streamers to try to speedrun it. It seems that I am still too green. Mr. Taka won his bet in the end. Back to the screen, Max began to move once again. Flexi's shield. He ran toward his partner and jumped onto the shield, crouching on it to prepare for the next move. Ha! Laughing like a maniac, Flexi put his strength on his arms and pushed them with all of his strength at once. Up you go. Max was launched up like a missile. He jumped over 5 meters high and skillfully grabbed one of the swords. He was already halfway to the top. Feeling it was enough to hold him, he hung on it with his legs and extended his arms. Hee, I hate this part. Flexi threw his shield and weapon away and grabbed Max's hands. Swinging Flexi around, Max used the momentum to throw his friend up. Once he released his hands, He climbed up like a monkey. Flexi already trained this move. He skillfully grabbed the axe, which could support his weight, and stood on it. However, his feet slipped just before he could regain his balance. Shit. He panicked as he tried to grab another weapon, but to no avail. No. Is he going to ruin this run too, like before? Not again, Flexi. Dumb Flexi. Dumb Flexi. Dumb Flexi. Wait, guys. Breeze is cooking. Just as the last chat said, Max was there to save the day. He managed to grab Flexi's armor and caught him before he fully fell to the ground. Be careful. We can't lose any time here. Ah, my bad. Nice save. Breeze saved the day. Dumb Flexi. Goat Breeze. Once he's cooking, he can't be stopped. Emote. Clap, clap, clap. What a beautiful bond. Breeze x Flexi equals Breezy. What a good name. Fleas sounds good too. The chat was getting weird once again, mainly the female viewers. They were down bad. One thing that Max was probably grateful for right now was the fact he couldn't see the chat and concentrate on the run. He pulled Flexi up and sat him on the highest part, at the end of the table. It was wobbling slightly, but safe enough for two people to stay. The rest is to go through the hole. Damn, no matter how much I saw it, the hole is far away. Flexi narrowed his eyes as he looked at the hole located near them. How far is it? Around 3 meters. Yeah, around 3 meters. Max answered as he picked himself up and put one of his feet against the wall. This would be the hardest part of the run. If Max failed here, they would lose a few minutes and kiss the chance to break the world record goodbye. Wish me luck. Hee, I know you won't fail, buddy. Max concentrated deeply. All noises around him disappeared, and only his goal was left, a hole as big as a meter circling the flag area. From the ceiling to the ground, it was around 10 meters. If he fell, his legs or bones would probably get fractured, and the run was done. There is only one chance. No need to rush. This was a speed run, but he had a few seconds to prepare himself. At least, that was what he wanted. Badump, badump, badump. He sure took his time. It's passing the 32-minute mark now. There is no need to hurry. But they do need to hurry. Someone said the flag progressed twice faster. It's still between 10 and 15, and they can't be so sure. Indeed, the progress fluctuated depending on where the players stood inside the area. If he or Flexi exited the flag area, the progress would stop or slow down considerably. No need to be nervous. Inhaling deeply, he was ready to jump. He could hear his heart beating faster. A bad idea was fun. That was what he always knew. Hee. A low laugh escaped his lips as he kicked the wall. His body flew in the air with a stretched arm with his hand like a claw, aiming toward the rim of the roof. Badump. Reach ITT. GLO. Flying Breeze. He will fail. Definitely. Nah, he'd win. And then, grab. He managed to reach it and hung on it with one hand. He grabbed it. Breeze successfully grabbing the rim. Evelyn's voice invited a sigh of relief to everyone in the studio. Ronan Knight snorted. A new path opened, huh? Mad Lad grounded his teeth in frustration. He didn't believe that Max was able to do it. Stone Sword and Lily smiled when they watched it. Their competitive spirit was reignited. I should have taken that second chance. Stone Sword lamented. But well, maybe that's no use. I should be grateful to be given a chance to get the sword record in this program. Breeze is a skilled guy, that's for sure. A big, satisfied smile appeared on Max's face. Fuck yeah, he shouted excitedly as he climbed up and took down the enemy's flag. Soon, the barbarians would storm the roof to get him. Before that, he got to the hole once again and extended his hand while hanging on his feet. Jump, Flexi. You did it. Laughing in satisfaction, Flexi kicked the table. It couldn't handle his weight and fell, causing a loud crashing noise. As for the man himself, he managed to grab Max's hands, pulled above, and landed on the roof. His grin widened as he watched the barbarians' army going toward them from two sides. Max handed one of his axes to his friend and stood back to back. The progress bar increased steadily, faster than when. Only one player was inside the area. Don't ever step outside the area, even if it kills you, Max warned with a stern voice as he prepared to have another fight. I will try my best. Chapter 92. It's over. This is crazy. Flexi is able to defend against the barbarians' attack easily. He even snatched their weapons and returned Breeze's axe to boost the efficiency further. The stage was filled with excitement. Evelyn's voice turned louder and louder as she realized this would become the second time the world record would be broken today. All the production crew was also taken by excitement. None of them moved their eyes away from the screen except for two people. How are his vitals, Dr. Artie? All green. It's pretty amazing, considering he has 98% SR. They can continue this even to the second round without any problem, Mr. Taka. That's good. Mr. Taka nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the screen. Max decimated the enemies one by one. He jumped around inside the areas swiftly, making his movement hard to predict. His job was to protect Flexy's back and take down enemies that his friend couldn't see by throwing weapons at them. The progress bar had reached 57%. At the same time, the timer also reached the 40-minute mark. As long as they were inside the area all the time, getting subs 45 wasn't a dream. Get closer to the center. Your legs are about to touch the boundaries. Max shouted at Flexy and punched the barbarian. The enemy flinched a little, opening his defense. Using this chance, Max snatched the crude blade and slit his neck, killing the barbarian easily. The corpse rolled down before turning into bits of data, disappearing from the roof. Following that, Max scanned the area and threw the sword at the barbarian, jumping at Flexy. Swoosh. It pierced his head cleanly and blew him away to the hole. Headshot. Phew. Triple kill. He's rampaging. This Breeze knows no chill. Give me a minute. There are too many enemies here. Flexy answered. He gripped a greatsword tightly to defend against the fury of attack from the other side. Get away from me. His greatsword created an arc that left a silvery and red trail behind. Many barbarians were killed at once. In the middle of the confusion, Flexy jumped back and met Max again in the center. Hey, is this just my imagination, or the enemies are way more than usual? Flexy asked as he kept defending himself from the barbarian's attack. It's not just your imagination. Because no one is aggroing the enemies outside the door, they returned and climbed the wall to reach us. Replying to Flexy's whining, Max kicked the barbarians near him. It caused a chain reaction and pushed the ones behind them into the hole. Just kick them or push them. There are too many of them to kill. Our goal is to stay inside the area and not massacre them. Got it. Having a good understanding of the best strategy to survive, they discarded their weapons and began to punch and kick the enemies. Their armor was good enough to defend against the crude attack. Usually, that wouldn't be the case. But the barbarians were also unable to attack at full strength without hitting their friends. They are now discarding their weapons. How dare they? Evelyn asked with a confused expression. However, it seems that they are doing better. How is that? It's because their enemies have no space to swing their weapons, Stonesword answered. That means their attack is weaker than usual. And due to their large numbers, from what Breeze explained earlier, the best strategy is to push them and create a domino effect. Having weapons will just slow them down. It's a brilliant strategy. I see. That explains everything now. I just repeated what Breeze said. Well, I would never think of letting go of my weapons. It's really risky in this kind of run. Maybe I would take the risk if I were at home and just live stream the speedrun. He shrugged his shoulders and huffed. They look struggling. You can do it, Breeze. Already 84%, and the timer is 43:26. Can he do subs 45? Why is the progress slowed down? The higher the progress, the slower it's filled. Damn game mechanic. Lazy dev. Max continued to defend and push the enemies. There was no need to kill them all, just dodging them. However, it was exhausting, and the time seemed to slow down for them. TSK. Doing it alone isn't this hard. The enemy doubled. No, tripled in size. I know this will happen, but this is still hard. D. A barbarian shouted and lunged forward at him, swinging his sword a wide arc. However, Max had already seen it coming and ducked. Swoosh. The sword passed right above his head and missed the target. Grinning, Max used his hands as a pivot and kicked upward. Ugh. His feet made contact with the barbarian's groin and sent him flying together with the others behind him. His nuts were bursting. Ouch. The men on stage instinctively closed their legs. They could feel the imaginary pain the barbarian felt. Ouch. Oh, damn. My nuts. It's gore content. Censor it, crew. Ha 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 ha. It wasn't over yet for them. The progress just reached 95%, and the timer just reached 44:20. Can we do it? He thought. No, we must do it. Flexi's mind began to wear out in the middle of the fierce battle. He wasn't really used to this kind of chaos. More specifically, he wasn't used to getting into this chaos without any weapons or shield. A barbarian sneaked up from his side and stabbed him with a sword. "Ah!" He screamed loudly, even though it wasn't painful. "You, don't underestimate me." Grabbing the barbarian's head, he swung him toward the crowd to push them back like bowling. While he was slow, he was confident in his strength. Dealing with the barbarians should have been no problem. Yes, it shouldn't be a problem for Flexi, but he had gotten so used to Max's support that he failed to notice another barbarian trying to attack him from the side. Hi-ha! Noticing the loud noise that the barbarian made, Flexi's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't avoid it without risking himself. His only choice was to get stabbed or jump toward the crowd of barbarians in a suicide attack. 99% was shown in the progress bar, and 44:42 was shown in the timer. If he died, the run would end here. His mind was racing. The only way to dodge was to take that risky move. But if he did that, I might ruin the sub-45 run. What's he doing? He will die? Dodge, Flexi. Just dodge, idiot. Max noticed Flexi's predicament from afar, but couldn't help because he was too busy. The only thing he could do was to shout, "Jump!" Hearing his friend's voice, Flexi immediately moved into action. He threw himself toward the crowd of barbarians without hesitation and fell into the hole together with them. At his last moment, before disappearing, he gave a thumb up to Max. 44:54. The last 1% was the longest. It was filled way before, and there were only a few seconds left. Max struggled to fight the remaining enemies alone. He just jumped around without even pushing, taking a lot of damage from the attacks he couldn't dodge. And then, after a few seconds, the progress bar was filled up. Ding ding ding. Just like what happened in Stone Sword and Lily's run, colorful papers began to rain down from the sky. The enemies stopped. It was over. He did it. Another world record. I was here. Pog Breeze. GG. GG. We can see Larissa again. Uwu Princesses. 2 world records broken in a few hours. GG. Good job risking yourself, Flexi. You the best. He's fking goat. No, he's the only goat. The question was, did I do it? Max didn't know his record time before the princess announced it. Chapter 93, Good work. And that concludes the program. Thank you for staying until now. We managed to break a total of 3 world records. Congratulations to the Flexi and Breeze pair for winning the speedrun. Everyone in the studio clapped after Evelyn stopped talking. The streamers congratulated the pair, excluding Madlad, who stormed out of the area immediately after the live stream ended. Afterward, Dr. Artie and some nurses gave all 6 of them a checkup before they were allowed to return to their designated room in the Biozone Hotel. When everything was over, it was 3 p.m. already. Due to their special SR and their inexperience, Max and Lily were specially instructed to rest for the day, and their meals would be delivered. The former didn't really need it due to the medicine he drank, but the doctor still forced him to rest because he went for 2 runs instead of 1. Sighing tiredly, Max sprawled over his bed and looked at the ceiling. He extended his hand above and looked at the floating window before him. Quest failed. Final time, 45 minutes and 1 second. Penalty will be applied. Synchronization rate will be limited to 95%. No quest will be given for a month. See you in a month. It's the worst, he muttered as he covered his face with his arm. It was the final time of his first run. Flexi dropping himself made all his calculations missed. He thought he would have enough time, but no. It took a second more to finish the run. I also can't blame Flexi because we managed to break a world record. He looked so happy and apologized already. Also, everybody makes mistakes. It's a normal thing. Everything was pretty good until he failed the quest. They went for a second run afterward, much to Flexi's worry about Max's health, but the RNG wasn't in their favor. It was worse than the first run. They finished in 47 minutes and 45 seconds, even with the new strategy. Well, there goes my living quarters. Max sighed once again and closed his eyes. It was a shame that he failed the quest, but had done his best already. So he had no regrets. Well, at least not as much. Opening his eyes again, he got off the bed and began to move his body. Usually, it would feel weak and stiff due to exhaustion. The medicine's effect is good. I am not tired at all, even after gaming like that for 2 hours straight. It will be good if I get the same medicine again in the future. He thought as he exhaled deeply. Well, it won't be possible for at least a month. I just need to stream as usual in the meantime. That night, a dinner party was held to celebrate the program's success. Mr. Taka invited all streamers and the host for the day, Evelyn, to a fine dining on the roof of the Biozone Hotel. The restaurant was usually only available for celebrities and rich people. It had a long waiting list as it was so popular. Max was lucky he was invited and had a chance to experience the restaurant. After the dinner, which was composed of luxurious full-course food, the drinking party was held. Various liquors, including fine wine, were brought out. He also found out something new about him that night. He couldn't seem to hold liquor. He tried one sip and immediately knew. If he took another one, he would either get drunk or straight up fainted. So he just took a juice, which was also Lily's choice. Raising his glass and standing up, Mr. Taka smiled widely and announced, "Thank you for your hard work. I can proudly say that our program has achieved tremendous success." Clap, clap, clap. Everyone was clapping at him. I must say this is above our expectations. First of all, let me say thank you once again. Our initial goal was to promote Night's Journey as well as break the 1 million concurrent views on the Punch streaming platform. However, with a swipe of his hand, a screen appeared showing two graphs. One was a game sale, and the other was views. Max looked at them and was amazed. Was it okay to disclose the data? Wasn't it confidential? Please keep this data a secret. It's within the clause. Mr. Taka smiled menacingly as he surveyed the table. I will know who leaked the data because, presently, only selected views have seen this. Ah, so that's the case. Max chuckled dryly. The threat worked wonderfully as everyone nodded their heads. Anyway, please look at the graphs. Both of them increased steadily over the course of the live stream. The peak would be when Stone Sword and Lily Pixel broke their world record, followed by Flexi and Breeze's new strategy. Our sales increased by 350% in just a day, and the views. He paused midway, and the screen zoomed in at the peak views. It showed 1.2 million views. We managed to reach our targets. No, we even break past them. It's all thanks to Puppeteer's Watch Party, which has more than 300k viewers. And the one who made that possible is Breeze. He looked at Max, and his smile widened. You surprised me many times. Ha ha ha, I just did my best. Max replied humbly and scratched his cheek. And it's also thanks to everyone's work. Ha ha ha, indeed. It's thanks to everyone's effort. Mr. Taka laughed merrily. His cheek was dyed red, and he seemed drunk and in a good mood. All right, let's cheer. To celebrate our success. Cheers. Cling. The drinking party continued. Madlad got drunk and rambling about how great he actually was. For some reason, he decided to make Max his rival. Just wait. I will definitely beat you. That declaration, however, sounded funny to him. It reminded him of Bloodsucker, the one viewer who never learned from his past mistakes. Flexi also let himself lose and actually danced to entertain them. He was truly a mood setter, having an energetic energy and good humor to make everyone laugh. Nearing the end of the party, Mr. Taka suddenly whispered to Max, Breeze, please follow me for a second. I'd like to discuss something regarding your extra reward. Hearing the word reward, Max immediately nodded. He excused himself and followed Mr. Taka to a private room located to the side of the party venue. Chapter 94, Tough Choices. Sitting across from each other, Mr. Taka showed him two screens, which seemed to be the reward option. Please choose one between the two of them. I will definitely respect your choice. Max wondered why the marketing team leader said that, but nodded his head again nonetheless. He read the reward choice and was surprised. Is this real? I meant, these rewards were too much for a newbie streamer. This isn't a mistake, no? Mr. Taka smiled softly. That's how much I appreciate your contribution to this program. And I actually wanted you to choose your own reward, but could only offer between these two. Ha ha ha. One of them is just a contract instead of an actual reward. But I did my best to make the best offer to you. How is it? Well, Max felt conflicted. While it was true that his contribution might be the highest, considering he broke the synchronization test time record, he still didn't think he deserved these rewards. The first reward is a monetary reward, valued at $25,000. It's a big amount of money for me, he thought as he read the description of the first screen. But the second one is tempting. As Mr. Taka said earlier, It was a contract instead of an actual reward. But it could also be called a reward for a newbie streamer with less than a month of experience in streaming and less than 10K viewers. It's actually an invitation to become BioZone Entertainment's affiliated streamer. Screw the quest's reward. BioZone Entertainment was more generous than it. It was a difficult choice for Max. On the one hand was instant money, while on the other was support from a big game publisher company. Thinking about the long-term benefit, the second choice was probably the best. But Max made sure to read it carefully. The contract said I would be given full support and priority for BioZone Entertainment's released game ads. Of course, the contract for those ads would be different when the time came. I needed to put the BioZone Entertainment logo in my stream and about me. It sounds good. The support here was not limited to having his name posted on the affiliated streamer page, but also helped if there was a scandal or drama involving him, for example, the last hacker incident. They will also help me find editors and a secretary. Their connections are really useful at times like that. Max hummed in consideration. Looking at his state, Mr. Taka huffed and spoke. You can think about it. If you're in no hurry, I can give you time until the BioZone monthly segment at the end of the month. I hope you can give me a good answer before that. Is that fine, Mr. Taka? Max asked, a bit surprised by his consideration. He thought he needed to decide tonight. Ha, it's fine. I already talked to the director about this, and he seemed to be pleased to support new streamers lately. He laughed merrily. Then, suddenly, he looked serious and leaned closer. To tell you the truth, we will release many games in the summer. Some games will focus on movements. That's all I can tell. After the director saw your world record clip, he wanted to sign you as an affiliate streamer. Naturally, we will discuss the details if you choose that reward. It seemed to contradict the choice here. Max couldn't understand why that would be a reward instead of giving him both the contract offer and the monetary reward. It's to shut the other executive's mouth. Mr. Taka continued after noticing Max's confused expression. We have this policy of only signing famous streamers with more than 20K average viewers. I am sorry, but this is the only way if you want to sign a contract in your current situation. Though I recommend you take the second reward. He smiled slyly. In short, it was an insider problem. He would be given both if only Max was in Flexi or Ronin Knight's position. They proved themselves and had a stable average viewers already. Not only that, but they were also experienced enough and didn't seem to stop streaming for a while. I don't have that credibility yet, being a week-old streamer. I am just a baby compared to them. And offering a contract to a baby is risky. Even I wouldn't sign myself if I were in their position. Max smiled back at Mr. Taka, understanding the situation. I will think about it. Very well. Ha. I hope we can work together again in the future. Me too. Both of them shook hands and finished the discussion. They returned to the party venue, and Flexi grabbed Max. Hey, what are you doing? Ha. In this situation, you should drink. Here, release me, Humph. This fucker. The orange-haired streamer forced a bottle into his mouth, and his consciousness ended at that moment. The next morning, Max realized that he was in his hotel room with his upper clothes torn off. There was no recollection of what happened last night. Furthermore, his head was throbbing hard for some reason, making him feel lethargic and weak in the morning. Ugh, fuck. What did Flexi make me drink last night? I remember nothing after talking with Mr. Taka. And why am I half naked? I didn't do anything strange, right? For now, he got off the bed and drank some water from the dispenser. It made him feel a bit better. Still, the headache remained, so he took a cold shower, hoping it would cure him. Phew, that was better. He sighed in relief as he got dressed in a simple, oversized white shirt and slim black pants. His current room had a good balcony with a nice view of New Eden City, so he chose to relax there while waiting for his Sky Rail, which would arrive in 2 hours at 10 a.m. The sunlight feels nice. He leaned back on the resting chair and put his legs above. It was relaxing. Now, let's see emails and messages. I doubt there is something important, but I need to do this frequently from now on. Who knows if there will be spam or hacker messages again? Thinking so, he brought up his screen and checked his email first. There was an email from BioZone Entertainment notifying him that $5,000 had been sent into his bank account. It was his appearance fee from this program. Oh, this is nice. I got the maximum amount written in the contract. He laughed merrily. His bank grew again, having more than $20,000 in savings. With this, He didn't need to worry about buying nutritional supplements or groceries for his everyday life. Maybe I also need to find a better apartment. Preferably, the one that costs under $3,000 to $5,000 a month. Not that he complained about his current apartment, but it lacked the security that he wanted. And the place was in a dangerous alley with little to no light at night. Well, let's think about that later. I will need to worry about hiring an editor first. Continuing where he left off, he opened the private message this time. Surprisingly, there was one message from Lily. He was curious, so he opened it immediately. Lily, take responsibility for what you did last night. When he read it, his jaw dropped and his body froze in surprise. Chapter 95. What did I do? Bam, bam, bam. Flexi, open the damn door. Tap, tap, tap. Max frantically knocked on Flexi's room door and pressed the bell repeatedly after reading Lily's message. Of course, it came after messaging Flexi. It wasn't even read. He panicked and didn't know what to do. That was why he went to find his friend, the main culprit behind everything and probably the only sober person last night. Before he could reply to the message, he wanted to know the truth first. Flexi, open the dash. Click. Just before Max could finish his sentence and punch the door once again, it opened from inside, and a sleepy-looking Flexi with unkempt hair appeared. He was half naked and rubbed his stomach. Ugh, what's going on? It's still morning, buddy. Don't make a commotion. Yawn? Dash, he asked with a lazy tone and yawned. What did I do last night? Max raised his voice in panic. His eyes trembled nervously while waiting for an answer. Last night. Flexi raised his eyebrows and scratched his head. We drank. Yeah, that's what I mean. He added, what did I do while being drunk last night? Did I? Fuck. Just tell me what I did. I couldn't remember anything. Ah. Flexi grinned in realization. He was finally awake enough to process what Max had said. You did act crazy last night, ha ha ha. After I gave you that drink, you suddenly pushed me away and did something I never expected you to do. What the? Something he never expected me to do? Max's thoughts. Various possibilities flashed in his mind as cold sweat poured from his back. What exactly was something that he would never do in a sober condition? The worst possibility appeared when he remembered Lily's chat. Lily, take responsibility for what you did last night. This made him even more nervous as he grabbed Flexi's shoulder. Tell me in detail. What the fuck did I do? He asked with fear mixed in his voice. Watching Max's condition, Flexi laughed playfully. It seems that something is bothering him. I wonder what was it. To think he would be this panicked, he thought. Well, this seems fun, so let's tease him a little more. I wonder what. He responded, rolling his eyes to look away from Max. I mean, I can't exactly tell you the details in this place. If this is heard by someone else, then it will be bad. It will be bad, Max muttered, repeating Flexi's words. His imagination began to run wild once again. And no, I would never do something like that. Just tell me what I did to Lily. Putting the piece together, Flexi grinned. He finally understood why Max was panicking. It's time to put my acting class to good use. I know what happened, but I don't need to tell him the details, no? That won't be interesting. His expression suddenly saddened as he looked straight at Max's face. I don't know the details, but, in the middle of the party, you suddenly went with Lily Pixel. Stonesword was already drunk and slept at that time, so he didn't know about this either. He explained, I meant, what the heck happened that made you panic like that? Max slowly retracted his hands, feeling weak after hearing that explanation. And no, nothing happened. He lied. He knew that it was a bad one, and there was no way that Flexi believed him. Thanks, though. I need to go right now. See you again. With that, he walked away and returned to his room, stumbling slightly because his mind was still preoccupied with Lily's message and Flexi's explanation. Flexi watched his friend's figure disappear into his room before closing the door. Once he did that, he held his stomach and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, that was too funny. Damn, I never saw him panic like that. Not even when many barbarians surrounded him. Ha ha ha. His laugh was so loud that it reverberated in the room. He felt bad for lying to his friend, but that was too funny. And the sense of guilt from watching Max look down from yesterday was gone after seeing his condition this morning. After a while, Flexi regained his composure and went inside. Did he think that he pushed that girl down? What made him think like that, I wonder? His face was so pale, haha. Ugh. So loud. A new voice that appeared stopped Flexi's laughing. From the bed. The head of a beautiful woman with long dark hair appeared from under the blanket. Can you lower your voice, Marco? It's still morning, and I was still tired from everything. Marco, usually known as Flexi, smiled wryly when he was reprimanded. He approached the bed and sat next to her. Sorry, Lisa, but teasing Breeze was just too much fun. That guy actually thought he did the deed with Lily last night. Did he? She asked as she took her glasses from the cabinet on the side. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if he did. He has a handsome face and the skill that can charm young girls. Besides, they are the same age, right? Maybe, Flexi shrugged his shoulders, but yeah, they actually didn't. Lily was just asking for advice at the party, and Breeze confidently said to leave it to him. She also said that he needed to keep his promise today and stream the new game with her. And where's the problem? Lisa asked in a soft voice, unlike her usual stern and strict one. Did you tell him something you shouldn't? Well. Flexi scratched his cheek and told Lisa what happened earlier. His beautiful secretary's face turned more sour and had guilt written on it after Flexi finished his story. You're really evil. Hey, I am not. I just helped my new friend get a girl. He retorted with an expression that said, What are you talking about? Then, he leaned closer to Lisa and whispered, Besides, you love me this way, no? Lisa stayed still for a second before her hand moved at a fast speed, grabbing a certain bulge between Flexi's legs. A pain groan escaped his lips as he begged for help. Don't be overconfident, Flexi, she said with an evil smile that could freeze even hell. It's time to work and fix the misunderstanding between them before it becomes a scandal. Ugh, hi. Your answer? She asked and pushed her glasses up. They shone from the sunlight that passed the curtain. Why, yes, ma'am. Hearing the obedient answer, Lisa smiled in satisfaction. Good boy. Chapter 96. Returning to the usual daily life. Flexi, sorry, bud. I lied. Last night, Lily wanted you to teach and play V-Shelter Survival together once you return to your home. In short, she asked for a collaboration stream tonight. Max sighed in relief when he got Flexi's message. It was a lifesaver. Thankfully, he was still confused and couldn't decide what to do. That fucker. Not only did he make me drink, but he also lied to me. He gritted his teeth in frustration at his friend's prank. But he also couldn't get mad at him because he understood Flexi's personality pretty well after practicing a few times with him. That orange-haired bastard only loved to have fun. Nothing would stop him when he found something interesting. However, that didn't mean that he could do as he pleased. I will remember this. Sighing, Max opened the message once again to reply to Lily. He finally got the gist of the situation and could give the perfect reply. I know that she's not good with words, but she should type. I am looking forward to the collab, instead of asking me to take responsibility. That was the start of the misunderstanding that almost stopped his heart. He thought that he had passed the limit and did something he would certainly regret while drunk. And how confident was his drunk self? To think he agreed to teach Lily about V-Shelter Survival while he was also a newbie. I must be dumb. No, the alcohol makes me dumb. Yes, I won't drink any again, ever. But he couldn't back off. He could imagine her happy expression when he agreed to help her, just like when he allowed her to watch him at that park. Breeze, I am looking forward to our stream together tonight. Let's learn V-Shelter Survival together. Also, I am sorry for the late reply. My head still hurts from last night's drinking party. His reply came an hour later than when he had read the message. He hoped she wasn't angry because he ignored her. Thankfully, she didn't seem angry. Lily, no problem. Me too. Let's meet at 7 p.m. tonight. Breeze, roger that. Max was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. It was indeed just a misunderstanding that was piled up with Lily's strange message and Flexi's prank. Thank God. An hour later, his Sky Rail arrived, and he returned home. He first stopped by the gym to exercise before going to Nina's restaurant for an early dinner. In that place, Nina asked him various questions regarding yesterday. She looked so excited that he won and wanted to celebrate it. His table would probably be filled with various foods if he didn't stop her. Thankfully, that didn't happen, and he only conversed with her. Still, that didn't mean Nina gave up on congratulating Max. Before he left, she gave him a special coupon. There was something written on that simple paper. This is the only thing I can give you. If you need anything, just call me, she exclaimed with a red face before running back into the kitchen. Reading the words on the coupon, Max smiled softly and put it into his pocket. Nina's special cooking ticket. I will cook one dish for you in exchange for this coupon. He repeated what was written on it and smirked. That's just like her. It's not Nina if she doesn't try to feed me or give me free food. I feel spoiled. Entering his apartment, he immediately took a shower and prepared to stream. Tonight would be his first stream after the program, and he was excited to see the effect of it. Lily would join later, as she was still busy, so he would be alone for a while. In his stream title, he wrote something like this. Let's continue shelter building. World record holder Breeze. Hashtag looting, hashtag #V_shelter_survival, hashtag chat, hashtag night journey program, hashtag world record. Yeah, he was going to make use of his world record to bring more viewers. There was nothing wrong with it, as it was not a clickbait. Let's do this. V-Shelter Survivor start. Livestream start. Max appeared in the ruined world once again, standing in front of a simple shelter made from wood. It was the level 1 shelter he had built before he logged out. The morning had arrived in the game, and the sky had brightened considerably. Standing in the clearing where he built his shelter, Max opened the chat window and punched to watch his streaming screen. It played the loading screen he got from the system, but changed the clips from Night's Journey to his first V-Shelter survival clips. I see, this is really useful. I don't need to edit or ask people to edit it for me if the system updates it automatically. The reward from the system wasn't that simple, after all. It made Max wonder whether he needed an editor or not. Who knew if the system would reward him with auto-clippers or auto-editors in the future? Sadly, it wouldn't give him a quest for another month. I only have the system for a week, and it asked for a month's rest. What a shitty system. Ignoring that, Max couldn't hold back his grin when he saw his follower counts. The previous 3 digits had now turned into K, and only 3 numbers were left. Followers, 127K. Holy, is this real? He screamed in his mind and rubbed his eyes. Nothing changed even when he looked at it again. Not only was it crazy, but it was truly a surprise for even him. The effect of yesterday's program was amazing. He had expected growth, but getting more than 100K viewers in a day was a pleasant surprise. Furthermore, viewers, 12.7K. The viewer count also increased, just as he had thought, along with the chat. I wonder how he livestreamed. I saw the VODs. I must say he's insane. First timer here. What should I expect? A shameless streamer who loves to scam Bloodsucker, and the viewers who love to scam him too. Hey, I am not scammed easily. Yeah, true. Bloodsucker is the smartest person here. The power of promotion is pretty nice. His smile widened as he put his hands on his hips. Well, it's time to start the stream. I believe that's not the peak yet. Thinking so, he operated the stream option and changed the loading screen to the third POV camera floating in the air. He made sure that he could be seen with the level 1 shelter behind him. As soon as the screen changed, he waved his hand to the camera and greeted the viewers. Hello guys. Ha. This is your beloved Breeze. Welcome to the new viewers. Don't worry about the chat saying that I am shameless. I am truly the one and only humble streamer. Well, I am humble, but I have 2 world records more than you. He laughed merrily. What a humble start. Damn, I hope zombies eat him. This guy's shamelessness increased right after he returned. For a maidenless, he's quite a show-off. Hey, I am not maidenless. Let's just forget about that. Max retorted to the chat while feeling nostalgic. Chapter 97. I am not a coward. This was it. The chat that he liked to argue with. He somehow felt at ease that they didn't even change at all with the new viewers coming in. Anyway, we will have a guest later. But before that, let's find some loot and add a fence to boost the shelter defense. Max began to walk away from his shelter after announcing his goal. Meanwhile, the chat began to mock him. A guest? This guy is a guest. Meh, it's probably Flexi. Yeah, he only knows Flexi, that other shameless guy. Breezy pairs last forever. Breezy. Nah, it's not Flexi. Also, don't pair me with that guy. It's disgusting. Max sighed as he looked at the camera. Why would they pair him with another guy? He was a normal man who liked girls. But they were viewers who typed in the stream chat. It was common knowledge that they were either crazy or weird or both. Deciding to ignore the chat, he continued. It's a girl, and she asked me to teach her about this game. Is there something wrong with my headset? I heard it's a girl. Doubt. And teaching her? Ha, newbie like you. Mama. Breeze is inviting a girl to his room. Let him be, my boy. He's an adult. I doubt it's a real girl, though. Is it that waitress? If so, then I dig in. Are you sure she's a girl? You're not scammed, right? It's a real girl. And no, it's not that waitress girl. He sighed again as the chat didn't believe him. Look, I am not bloodsucker, all right? I won't get scammed easily. True. Makes senses. Why did you bring me up? Is it a bully? Are you bullying me? It's just your imagination. In contrast to the game's eerie and dark air, the stream's atmosphere was fun as usual. After walking in the other direction from where his spawn point was, Max entered the city area again and looked around. There were many buildings he could loot. According to the guide he read in the forum, there were two types of buildings: low-tier loot area and high-tier loot area. Some high-tier loot areas had a chance to be heavy loot areas with more items than usual. The former usually was a residence building, such as a house or apartment. They were not worth exploring. The latter was something like the police station that Max visited in his first gameplay, or other important buildings that seemingly had a storage or warehouse. Unfortunately, this area was filled with normal houses, seemingly residence areas, so he walked toward the edge of the city. It took him around 5 minutes before he found a hospital. The hospital wasn't necessarily big in his definition. It only had 3 floors and a large yard filled with scraps and debris. Vines covered the cracked wall, and none of the windows was intact. I hope I can find some guns or ammo inside. Well, considering it's a hospital, maybe some herbs and antidotes. Abandoned hospital is full of herbs and antidotes. If you get scraps from this building then, well, you're lucky. Your luck must be immense. You are loved by scraps. What is this about scraps? Happy face, let me fill in the new viewers. In his first stream, Breeze managed to get more than 15 scraps in a heavy loot area. I was amazed by his luck. LOL, let's see what you get. World record holder for getting as many scraps as possible. LOL. Keckle. Max was also worried about it. If he got scraps in this abandoned hospital, then his luck must be heavenly. He would need to confront that shady merchant once again, who scammed him once already. Well, let's check inside first. Saying that, he took out his handgun from the backpack and held it in his left hand and a knife in his right hand. Because there was enough light to see, he didn't take out the flashlight as it would just hinder him. Unlike his first rodeo in the police station, he explored the lobby first with caution. He inspected any nook and cranny to find any loot, but was unable to. It seems like this building isn't a heavy loot area. What a shame. He was slightly disappointed with it, but the chat thought otherwise. What do you think the heavy loot area is? A market? It's called rare because it can't be found easily. Should I say it's as expected from Breeze? Indeed, heavy loot area was rare. But was it wrong to expect every big building to be one? Let's inspect the hallway and all the rooms. There are a lot of glasses on the ground, so I need to be careful. The beginner clothes offered close to no defense. Even the shoes were just a pair of sneakers and not actually combat boots that protected his feet. Foolishly, a certain someone sold his gloves to a shady merchant and got scammed. Even now, he still regretted that decision. Entering the main hallway, the area became slightly darker, but it was still bright enough to see without a flashlight. Max walked carefully, avoiding the mushrooms, pieces of glass, and the bulging flesh that seemed to grow from the ground. It was glowing slightly, pulsating every second. There are blobbies everywhere. Based on what he read in the guide, the place with that kind of glowing flesh called blobby on the ground had zombies in the past. Those blobbies were formed from the dead zombies' flesh. It's strange calling it dead zombies, as it's an undead, but it is what it is. He thought as he continued inside. A few meters ahead, there was an open door. That would be Max's first destination to find some loot. Alright guys, do you think there is a zombie inside? He asked the chat as he stopped a bit away from the door. I just want you to know that I am not afraid of something like rocket, blobbies, or zombies. So don't expect me to scream when I open the door. Fear is irrelevant. Jump scare knows no fear. Even the bravest man got jump scared in this game. Don't act tough, Breeze. I hope you get a heart attack from inside that door. No way. With a confident step, Max opened the door with his shoulder, ready for a jump scare. The door was pushed open with a creak, revealing a dark room. The sunlight from the main entrance and the hallway chased away the darkness, allowing Max to see what was inside. Peeking inside, he first saw a creature with a large head and 8 legs right in front of him, which almost stopped his heart. Phew! Bam! He immediately slammed the door shut without hesitation and breathed heavily. What the heck was that? Keckle. I won't be surprised. Jump scare won't work on me. I am not afraid of anything. Blah 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 blah. LOL. He screamed like a little child. No, don't cry. Daddy is here with you. Child Breeze. Clipped. Hee hee. Infected crawler is spotted. Lol, that bastard is scary. Everyone, without any exception, would be surprised by that. That was nasty. Chapter 98, The Guest Arrived. That was one of the infected? Due to how much the guide was, Max hadn't finished them yet. He only read the important parts, such as shelter and defense building, as well as what kind of loot was important. In short, he focused on survival tutorials. Enemies information was something he skipped when he read the guide, as he wanted some excitement about discovering something new. A freaking huge head with 8 legs? Does he plan to imitate a spider? Who the heck designed that infected? The design team, obviously. A psycho. A genius. I like the design though. It's innovative. Innovative your $4. That's creepy. But that fit this game's design pretty well. Max wondered what he should do. From what he saw earlier, there was nothing inside. Mainly, it was because the crawler grabbed his attention. Not only that, there were webs filling the room. Entering without proper tools and equipment might be bad. The infected seemed to stay inside. Is Crawler the type to stay in his territory? From the fact it didn't chase after him, the creepy spider might be that type. In that case, it was easy. Let's ignore it and continue our exploration. He exclaimed with a big smile as he walked away from the door, proceeding deeper into the hospital. Chicken Breeze. He's running away, what a coward. And you were about to teach a girl how to play this game. LOL. Dude, I am not running away. Since the start, my goal has been to look at this hospital and find herbs or antidotes. It's called a tactical retreat, okay? Yeah, whatever. LOL, just be honest that you're afraid of that spider. The chat mocked him for not dealing with the crawler, but Max ignored them. He thought there would be no benefit in killing that infected besides wasting his bullets and stamina. The hospital exploration was going smoothly. He only met a few zombies that he could kill with a knife. But because this area wasn't a heavy loot area, there were only 5 loots that he could find. 2 of them were herbs, and the rest was an antidote. The devs are so stingy. He grumbled as he exited the hospital. I hope they increase the loot chance. While passing by the first door, he made sure to be quiet so as not to rouse the crawler. That infected's creepy appearance was still fresh in his mind. I am surprised that your luck has become normal again. 2 herbs and 3 antidotes. That's a good loot. No scraps. What a shame. JDI12UI has donated 250 diamonds. First Dono, I want to ask, but where is the guest that you talked about earlier? Alright, the guest. Who the heck is the guest? With the donation chat popping up, the others remembered what Max said at the start of his stream. It's almost 7 p.m. Let's try to message her when I arrive at the shelter. He thought, and looked at the camera. Be patient, guys. Let me ask her once I arrive at the shelter. Then you will know who the guest is even without me telling you. While walking, he took out bread and water, eating them to fill his hunger and thirst bars that were almost depleted. 1 loaf of bread filled 40% of the hunger, while each sip of water filled 20%. 1 water bottle had 5 sips inside, which meant it could fully refill the thirst bar. After finishing them, the bars were filled again, and Max felt slightly lighter. Nighttime was about to arrive as he had spent roughly 10 minutes finding a building to loot and 40 minutes exploring the hospital. Let's hurry back home. Who knows what kind of infected will roam around the road at night? Creepy kinds. My favorite. There are sexy infected at night. Sexy but deadly, yeah? No matter what, don't do nighttime unless you have a rifle already. Yeah? Find a warehouse next. There is a high chance of it having a rifle inside. Thanks for the tips, guys. Once my guest is here, I will bring her to find a warehouse. 2 heads are better than 1, huh? Reaching his shelter took only 5 minutes, as he already knew the path. He immediately entered and went to the simple bed made from wood. Once he reached the bed, a notification appeared in front of him. Sleep? Yes/no. It was a mechanism in this survival game to skip the nighttime and go straight into the morning. That was why building a shelter was an important task to do on the first night. Anyone who had played a survival game before surely knew this importance. However, before Max slept, he asked Lily when she would come. The reply arrived just a few seconds after that. Lily, I can log in anytime. Just invite me. It's sleep time, baby. Let's greet our guest tomorrow morning. With that, he pressed the yes button, and his vision dimmed. ZZZ. Hush, little baby. Sleep tight. Wahi, I will crawl under his bed. It's time to find his time to sleep. Sleep, my soldier. Let us meet a girl tomorrow. Floating images of a moon moving away and replaced by a sun appeared, and he could see again after that. He got off the hard bed and stretched his arms. The bed is so hard that I don't want to sleep on it again. Let's aim for level 2 shelter today. With your luck? I guess that's impossible. Kakik, hard bed is good for back. Level 2 shelter sounds good, right? Max raised his eyebrows. But before that, let's greet our guest. Give her a warm welcome, all right? I will share my chat window with her. Finally, who could it be? I am excited. Thump, thump. A girl. Huh, this is rare. Operating the screen, Max found the invitation menu. He had added Lily's VR account as friends back when they were in the program together. Not only her, but also everyone else, including even Mad Lad. So inviting her was easy. And sent. He grinned as a figure covered in blue light appeared beside him. That's fast, he thought as he looked at her. The blue light slowly dissipated, revealing the girl's figure covered in black combat clothes, holding a long sniper rifle and a machete hung over her back inside her pink backpack. Her long black hair was tied in a ponytail, and she wore a mask on her lower face. A pair of obsidian black eyes looked around her surroundings before stopping at her target, Max. She nodded softly at him. Hell, before she even finished his sentence, Max had already bowed deeply at her. I am in your care, master. The girl, Lily, blinked repeatedly in confusion as the chat broke into laughter. Teacher, he said, isn't it the other way around? Holy hell, she is fully equipped. Lily Pixel is here. Damn, his guest is the Lily Pixel guys. They actually have a collaboration a day after the program? Way to go, my son. KKW, imagine the embarrassment. It's a girl. And she asked me to teach her about this game. Ha! Oh God, too funny. I am in your care, master. He said. Lolo. Breeze, you have met your match. Shut up. Max shouted in his mind, trying to calm himself from embarrassment. Chapter 99. I thought she was a newbie, but she's a master. Usually, someone would only ask to be taught something by someone with more knowledge or more experience than them. Max expected Lily to be a real newbie who had never played V-Shelter Survival before. But he was so wrong about that. What are you doing? Lily asked in a confused tone as she looked at Max, still bowing his head. I pay respect to the expert. Max answered with a straight tone as he raised his head. Compared to a newbie like me, Master Lily has achieved great things in this game. Thus, it is natural that I bow in your presence. Stop that. You are acting strange right now, she said, frowning. Like my brother. She added with a disgusted tone. Yeah. He could only smile wryly as he knew about her relationship with Stone Sword. Rather, he knew her older brother's excessive love, which made the situation awkward. Well, I did admit that I acted strangely, he thought. But the viewers love it. In a normal situation, he wouldn't act like that. He was just giving a little bit of a comedic act to his viewers. My bad, he smiled apologetically at Lily. But I never thought that you were fully geared like this. You know, I expected you to be a newbie in this game like me. My older brother gave them to me. She answered with a stoic expression. He said this is a gear recommended by a beginner. This is my first time playing this game. Max immediately understood what had happened just with that explanation. Stone Sword is her older brother, right? How protective. Beginner equipment? More like in-game equipment. What a loving brother. Die, Stone Sword. I am totally not jealous. Totally not. An overgeared newbie and the luckiest newbie. What a combination. Well, in that case, you know nothing about this game? Max asked Lily with a calm voice. His embarrassment was gone almost immediately after knowing the truth behind Lily's equipment. Lily nodded in confirmation. I see. Max fully understood now. She wasn't lying. Then let me tell you the fundamental rules of this game and what you should be careful of. After getting another confirmation, Max explained how this game was with a short explanation. They needed to find loot, and zombies were their enemies. Also, he guessed that what Lily was equipped with right now was not all Stone Sword gave, so he asked what was in her backpack inventory. When she listed what her brother gave her, Max wanted to teach that certain veteran streamer the meaning of the word holding back. A superior sniper rifle with 120x 50 calories bullets. That's 60 full mags for her sniper. Then there is also a machete, a superior kind of knife. Not only that, he also gave her a .44 Remington with 180x 0.44 bullets. Furthermore, she also had 1,000 scraps. He shrugged his shoulders and sighed. Talk about being excessive. Those were only the ones in her inventory, not including her defensive gear and all herbs and antidotes she had yet. Not even a player who played for more than 6 months had a gear better than her. It was all thanks to Stone Sword's server, which had a large warehouse. Finishing his explanation, Max asked Lily, "Do you understand all of that? We will go out and find an abandoned warehouse to level up the shelter to level 2. From what I know, we will need 20 woods and 60 planks." Level 2 shelter was not only big, but it also had a fence to protect the main building from outside attacks. That was why it needed 4 times the materials of the level 1 shelter. I understand. Should I leave my sniper here and only go out with my Remington? I can't put the sniper inside my inventory. It's too big. Unlike scraps, which were counted as money and didn't actually take space in the inventory, any weapons and rifles needed space. For example, her machete was visible because it was only half fit inside her backpack. The inventory system seemed strange, but that was what pushed players to be creative and build a warehouse in their shelter. Maybe that's a good idea. We need speed and a lot of space if we want to bring the materials. They also won't fit our inventory. All right, I will leave it on the bed. Saying so, Lily put her sniper on the bed and covered it with a dirty blanket that came with it. She nodded, satisfied, and turned back to Max like a little puppy asking for a walk. Let's go. For some reason, Max could see a tail wagging behind her back. He blinked twice, and it was gone. Is it just my imagination? He thought as he exited the shelter together with Lily. Somehow, she's so cute. So precious. Breeze. Protect her at all costs. Yeah, don't let her get hurt. Shut up, guys. It's not like she's a little kid, too. Max answered the viewers with a shrug of shoulders. Besides, she's also strong. Stone Sword has donated 2,500 diamonds. I believe she can't see this. But make sure she's not hurt and actually is fun, too. Your wish is my command, brother. He immediately changed as usual. Damn, the brother is here. It's not strange, as they must be acquainted through the program. Lol, the power of money. The only thing Breeze is afraid of and can't beat. Capitalism wins. I trust you. And don't call me brother. Lily peeked from the side and asked curiously, "Are you talking to the viewers?" "Yes," Max answered. "Come to think of it, I haven't linked the chat window to your account yet. Give me a moment. I will make you a moderator." Following that, Max tweaked his stream a little and connected Lily's account, making her a moderator. Her eyes widened a little bit as she pressed an invisible button. After that, a smile bloomed under her black mask. "I can see it," she said. "There are many viewers." "Well, there are more than 10,000 now," he replied as he scratched the back of his head. "And they are unique," she added as she looked at the chat window. "Hello, Lily Pixel. Hello. I love you. Marry me. Please take care of our boy. He has been maidenless for a long time. My boy has grown up." Sob, this is pretty embarrassing. Forgive me for crying. They are. Those were the only things Max could say. The walk was silent as Lily also never started any conversation first. Thankfully, they arrived at their destination soon. There it is. Max stopped in his tracks and looked at a large warehouse surrounded by a tall fence. "We will loot this place." Lily hummed as she looked at the abandoned building. It had a creepy atmosphere oozing out from inside. It's creepy. Chapter 100, A Creepy Warehouse Exploration. A pair of a boy dressed in shabby brown clothes and tactical pants and a girl in complete combat equipment entered the dark, empty warehouse. Caution was clear in their eyes as they observed the surroundings. Unlike other buildings, this warehouse had a large room and 2 floors connected by metal stairs on both sides. The second floor was visible from the ground, as the floor was made from flimsy webs. Debris and boxes were put here and there, creating blind spots that made detecting enemies hard. Be careful. The zombies are able to smell your scent and hear our voices. Believe me, getting chased by them is the last thing you want to experience. Max warned Lily as he walked in the front, holding a flashlight in his left hand. He shone the light around the area in front of him. Lily stayed close to Max as she prepared her long-barreled Remington. She held them with both hands, as it was impossible to shoot with just one hand due to the recoil. Observing the area, Max noticed something strange. There were many shining stars here and there on the first floor, but their location was mostly above the stack of boxes. That meant one thing. He was lucky enough to find another heavy loot area. Lily, he called out to his partner and readied his knife. This is a heavy loot area. There will definitely be a superior enemy. Be careful. Okay. Both of them walked inside the warehouse and began to grab the loot one by one. Max was the one who did most of the work while Lily looked around in guard, ready to defeat any enemy that showed up. 1x scrap obtained. 12x 9mm bullets obtained. 1x plank obtained. Strangely, though, no enemy showed up even after getting 3 loots and walking deeper into the warehouse. Max felt like they were walking right into the trap, while Lily was still oblivious as she didn't understand the game yet. Not only him, but the viewers were also a little bit confused. Somehow, nothing happened. It's a looting simulator. Indeed, it was like a looting simulator. In the end, Max got a total of 8 loots from the first floor. 3x planks, 2x woods, 2x scraps, and a full 99mm max. It's good loot. He put the planks and wood on the ground near the stairs to the second floor. Then he looked at Lily. Let's leave them here first and go to the second floor. Because there is no enemy on the first floor, I became slightly anxious. There was no way a heavy loot area had no enemies guarding it. Most likely, they were waiting on the second floor, hiding inside some boxes, or it had an unbelievably strong enemy waiting for them. Not leaving any chance of getting surprise attacked, Max decided to go even slower while exploring the second floor. The floor was made from an old flimsy web, making walking on it slightly bouncy and scary. It creaked each time he took a step. Furthermore, the stack of boxes on the second floor reached the ceiling, which was only 2 meters away. It created many blind spots. Max wouldn't even be surprised if it broke down any time. There is less loot than before, Lily commented as she looked around. Where is the enemy? She added, looking at Max. He shook his head as he kept proceeding slowly. I don't know. Let's quickly find the loot and get the hell out of here. Then, how about we split? She suggested. That will allow us to find loot faster. Splitting ways, huh? Max hummed at her suggestion. That was a good idea if they wanted to finish this fast and return to the shelter before night. Both of them were skillful enough to defend against themselves. She has good defensive equipment and many herbs, too. Even if she gets jump scared, she won't die easily. He thought. That's a good idea. He nodded at her. I will take the right area while you take the left. Let's meet up in this place after getting all the loot. All right. See you. With that, they split up. Lily's clothes were already equipped with a flashlight on her shoulder, and she activated it. The light coming from it was way brighter than the tiny flashlight in Max's hand. Looking at it, he was speechless. Small. Puffed. Small energy. And small PP. Shut up. Her gear is from the endgame. By no means do I have a small energy. I am big, okay? He complained to the chat and began to move. I don't believe it. It's not convincing, coming from you. Kakik, don't worry. I am small too. Even though the creepy atmosphere was still there, he found almost no enemies. What he found was instead a corpse. A decayed body of a zombie that was on the verge of death leaning against a stack of boxes. He immediately put an end to that pitiful zombie by crushing his head with his feet. A splashing sound like a watermelon getting destroyed rang. Ugh, this makes me feel bad. Where are all the enemies? Max looked around but found nothing but loot. It was another scrap. Having had enough, he decided to call them out instead. Zombies. Infected. I am here. Come out, you cowards. Fight me like a man. Or just show up if you're a woman. This bastard is crazy. Has darkness gotten to him already? His hand must be aching. He needs a bandage fast. Blood. I can imagine him screaming for blood. Still, what he did isn't strange. Where are all the zombies? Look, he got his second scraps from the second floor and his first wood. Ah, he's done. He has gone crazy. The zombies never showed up, no matter how much he screamed and made noises. He ended up absorbed in taking loot and returned to the meeting place after finding another 3 planks and 2 woods. Lily was already there, standing still while looking at him with a strange gaze. She nodded and gave him a thumbs up when he got close. What? He asked, confused by her sudden gesture. I found 5 planks and 4 woods, she said, pointing at the pile on the side. But I found no enemies. I see. Good job, Lily. He unconsciously smiled at her, and she also looked happy. Well, there is nothing more here. Let's return. A shame we meet no enemies. Tidying the woods and the planks, they brought them down and gathered them in one place with the other piles. Max volunteered to bring them all, as they were pretty heavy. Not only that, but he was the one ill-equipped compared to her. In case of emergency, Lily would be able to protect him. After everything was ready, they headed for the exit. They remembered the path, but Max immediately felt something was missing. He hummed as he took a left turn. He looked at where the exit was supposed to be, but there was no light coming from that direction. The large door was somehow closed. According to his game knowledge, both in his past life and this one, he concluded it to be a forced event where they couldn't leave before defeating an enemy. So, he immediately discarded the woods and planks in his hand and assumed a combat-ready position. Lily, there is an enemy. He shouted at his partner and raised his handgun. His movement was quick. Hearing Max's shout, Lily also raised her Remington. 2 flashlights illuminated the area, which had turned dark from the lack of light from the outside. It was silent. There was no sound at all, not even the groaning of zombies that usually filled the area around the city. Bam! Clang! Max shot 1 bullet toward the ceiling, and it created a loud sound. Come out, you coward! He shouted loudly. I know you're there. As if taking that as a cue for its appearance, footsteps echoed inside the warehouse. Chapter 101. It's unfair. The footsteps were light and fast, circling around them. Both Max and Lily raised their guards immediately. That sound. Could it be? This is bad, isn't it? Not for Breeze, but for Lily Pixel. It echoed louder and louder as if it was approaching them. The way it moved was as if it wasn't even scared and considered them as mere prey. Crash. Bam. Thud. Various sounds of boxes and metal knocked over followed suit. A cloud of dust was kicked high in the air, allowing them to know where the enemy was coming from. It was from the direction of the exit, and both of them pointed their guns toward it. A few seconds later, it made its appearance. Having a long, decayed body, its head was that of a human. From what Max could see, this enemy easily reached more than 10 meters long. Many tiny legs grew from him, like a centipede. Its eyes were bloodshot, shining in the darkness of the warehouse. His mouth opened from 4 sides, revealing rows of sharp teeth. Its hands weren't that of a human, but a sharp sickle that seemed to be able to cut anything. They shone their flashlights against the new, emerging enemies. Xa! Bang! Just as the enemy hissed intimidatingly, Lily released a shot from her Remington and created a deafening sound. The recoil pushed her back and made her stumble, but the bullet flew straight toward its head at an unbelievable speed. It destroyed the centipede-like, infected head and created a large hole in it. Its body slowly crumbled and fell into the ground in a large chunk. Thud, thud, thud. Max, who was prepared for a large and prolonged battle, stood there motionlessly. He slowly looked at Lily, who killed the infected. A dark smoke rose from Remington's muzzle. She blinked a few times and looked back at Max. The enemy is so weak, she said expressionlessly. No, your weapon is just too strong. As expected from an overgeared newbie, her ignorant expression is still cute. Come out, you coward. I know you're there. Asterisk bam. Asterisk proceed to stand still and look at his partner. Breeze has no time to shine again. How sad. Breeze. Lily called out and tilted her head. We can leave now, right? The night will arrive soon. Ah, yeah. Max nodded and decided not to think about it too much. Let's bring the loot to the base and find more places to rob. I mean to loot. All right. Rob? He thinks he's robbing? This is no thief simulator. Well, we were given some wholesome moments this time. Kikik, how cute. Breeze's strange expressions are all clipped. I will make a compilation of it. Don't do that. He shouted at the chat. Veins popped up in his temple. Strange expressions compilation? That was a disaster. Max hurriedly left the area and brought the loot with him. The sky had darkened considerably as he reached the shelter. He entered with Lily and put the woods and planks on the corner. Phew, that's one building done. Good job, Lily said, pulling her mask down. Her lips curled up into a smile. That was pretty fun. It's a shame that only one enemy showed up. And you killed that enemy. In one shot. Max chuckled when he remembered the horror of that centipede-like infected, only to be one shot by Remington. Your weapon is too strong. She nodded and looked at the Remington in her hand. I will keep it away if we play together again. It's not fun. She added. I understand how you feel. It's boring having a strong cheat item at the start of a game. If the enemy was too strong, it would make players easily give up and make the game not fun. But if the enemy was also too weak, it would make the game boring. In a survival game like this, the fun lay in looting and building a base as well as surviving the enemy's attack. As much as they were grotesque, creepy, and even bordering disgusting, those enemies were what made this game fun. Of course, there were some surprising and scary moments, but those were also fun. We also want to see Breeze struggle. I thought they would be killed by turret, but that was anticlimactic. Strong Lily Pixel. You can just use that weapon, you know? It's fun. Well, yeah, the enemies gradually get stronger as days pass. Having a Remington in day 2 is cheating. The loot will become better too. Remington usually only appears after 180 days. It's a cheat item in the early game. Even the chat agreed with Lily. No one said anything earlier because they didn't expect it to turn out this way. No jump scare and no struggling. The viewers were a bit disappointed in the lack of action. Still, watching them are fun. True. It's so wholesome. Is Breezy going down? Will it be a Breeze x Lily Pixel pair? Brexel? I think Zexel sounds better. Naturally, there were also viewers who liked to pair their favorite streamers with the others. It was no longer surprising. Are you going to play this game again tomorrow? Lily asked curiously, looking up at Max's face. That's the plan, he responded. I want to build my shelter to level 10. Well, I might stream different games in the near future, but I will keep playing this game. It's fun. I need to answer Mr. Taka and test that new game he talks about if I take the contract. I haven't decided yet what to do and need to consult with someone first. Being a variety streamer, he could stream anything he wanted. The fact his viewers from the Knight's Journey still followed him to this new game was enough to boost his confidence. Expecting a decrease in viewers when he hopped into a new game would also be natural. He had long known that only a few % of viewers would watch him without caring what kind of content he livestreamed. I see. Lily sounded a little happy at his answer. Her smile widened slightly. Can we play together again tomorrow? Teach me about beginner equipment. I want to learn more, but I can't go online for a long time. I am not used to this yet, so I will play around in the lobby to practice. Max understood what she was talking about. He had the same problem, though he brute forced it by making his body compatible with his mind and could handle more strenuous activity. Having higher SR didn't necessarily mean good either. It also took them practice to be good at the game. All right, see you tomorrow. I had fun playing with you too. See you tomorrow. After saying goodbye, Lily logged out from the game. Her character disappeared in a blue light. Sighing, he put his hands on his hips. Well, that was a short play together. He said to the chat, should I play more, chat? I feel like I can continue a little bit longer. Sure. Make sure you get a level 2 shelter before she returns. That way you can have 2 beds. Don't ever let her log out while you sleep tomorrow. That's just rude. Oh, Breeze is streaming for more than 2 hours. How rare. Bloodsucker has donated 500 diamonds. So, you are finally able to stream more. Fine, let's do it like this. I bet you can't finish this, Breeze. Bloodsucker has started a mission. Stream mission. Build a level 2 shelter before the stream ends. Reward, 5,000 diamonds. Chapter 102. Playing house is fun, but there is a limit. Here it is, Breeze Sucker's sudden mission. He's here to waste money again. Don't be at Sundara and just donate to him. And another mission from Max's long-lasting and loyal fans, Bloodsucker. The reward was tantalizing, and refusing the mission was unnecessary. Oh ho, you're challenging me again, Bloodsucker? Thank you in advance for the diamonds. Max grinned happily. Whether he was able to finish it or not depended on how long he could play without getting exhausted. First, let's sleep. Night has arrived, and I don't want to explore it without any equipment. Saying so, he turned around and looked at his bed. Before he went and pressed the menu to sleep, he saw something bulging underneath. The blanket. At that moment, he remembered what was on the bed. He pulled the blanket away and revealed a large sniper rifle that Lily left behind. She had forgotten to take it with her when she logged out. Would she mind if he borrowed it to finish Bloodsucker's mission? Ding. Lily, I forgot the sniper. Feel free to use it until tomorrow. There are 5 ammos inside. It seemed like he didn't need to ask. An idea flashed in his mind, and his grin widened as he looked at the camera. Sorry, Bloodsucker. I might finish this mission easier than expected. No, that's cheating. Don't freaking use that. You didn't tell me what to use and what I can't use. Max responded and shrugged his shoulders. Everything is fair in a war, especially when there is money involved. R.I.P. Bloodsucker. R.I.P. money. Capitalism at its best, indeed. Bam. A loud sound resounded from the long barrel of a sniper rifle in Max's hand. The large bullet flew in the air and killed Turret, the centipede-like infected, in one shot. The recoil pushed him back even though he crouched, and the shockwave created by the shot was enough to blow everything around him away. Hell yeah. Cling. The empty shell dropped to the ground as he pulled back the charging handle. Damn, that's really satisfying. 5 times running the warehouse with only a single enemy that only needs a shot by a 50 calories bullet feels so damn good. Thankfully, he read the guide. It said that the loot inside a building area would be reset every day. Unfortunately, though, it was no longer a heavy loot area, but the loot was still worth the danger. Max was on day 8 of his server and had finished his 7th run of the warehouse, including the one with Lily. In total, he managed to get 26 planks and 8 woods. Not only that, but he also found another 2 full mags of 9mm bullets and 10 scraps. Overall, it was a good run for a loot zone with only Turret, a centipede-like infected. Don't blame me for using this. Though there are only 6 bullets, including the one in the chamber, I fired them all already. It's cheating. You're cheating. That's underwhelming. But I guess that's when you bring a Barrett into a world under day 10. I hope you return to this place and fight it again without OP weapon. That's a matter of course, Max answered. He brought all his loot outside the warehouse and dragged them home. They were heavy, mainly because of the sniper rifle he also brought. I will fight Turret with only a knife tomorrow. After this, I will focus on looting the area around my shelter to find more woods and planks. I need 4 more woods and 22 more planks. Well, if I have no time but have enough scraps, I will probably visit the shady merchant. And get scammed again? Welcome. What kind of scam do you want today? Customer. I have many scams that you can choose from. This is the choice. Only in this game did the merchant always scam the players. Yeah, I hate that merchant. He had to agree with his chat for the first time in his streaming career in this world. The merchant in V-Shelter Survival was too devious. Arriving at his shelter, Max put the loot in the pile on the corner. He now felt a little bit exhausted. His body felt a little heavier than before. I hit my limit. I can't continue any longer without burdening my body. He immediately understood it. It was the same feeling when he tested his limit before in Knight's Journey. I've been playing for 4 hours now. It's already 2 hours more than what I usually could handle, probably because the system limits my SR to 95%. That's nice to know. So it's not just a penalty, but also a blessing. I can stream longer now. He smiled. But I should stop here for today. His vision went to the mission provided by Bloodsucker. It was 5,000 diamonds, equivalent to $100. That was a lot of money, at least for him in the past. Right now, that was still a good amount of money, but nothing worth risking his health for. Once again, his first priority was his health, and then streaming. The others came after that. Well, let's give him a laugh for now. He will probably give me another mission in the future. Sighing tiredly, Max massaged his shoulder with his hand. His movement was sluggish. I said that I would check the area around here, but it seems impossible, guys. I am already exhausted. He said with a weak tone. Huh? Does that mean I won the bet? The chat couldn't believe what they had heard. Breeze backed off from Bloodsucker's mission. Yeah, I will give you the win for now. As you know, my SR is 98.5%. That's why I only streamed for less than 2 hours in the past. Today, I pushed myself to stream for 4 hours, so I hope you understand that I can't continue any longer. Max operated his screen and pressed the give up button in the stream mission list. As soon as he did that, the announcement rang in his ear. Ding. Mission failed. That's true. We kind of forgot that you are rank 2 in SR and the world record holder in the test. Well, that was a good game, Breeze. I won. He gave up on my mission. Is this real? Is this a dream? F***ck yeah. Breeze is kinda chill today. Nah, he's chill because he was accompanied with a cute girl. If Lily Pixel didn't meet him, he would be crazy. Guys, you said blasting a sniper rifle was chill? Are you alright? Yes, we are. He's the blood god. If he wanted to, he will kill that freaking centipede with bare hands. True, he's my god. Talking about blood, my right arm is aching again. I need to go. To shake something? Keek, don't do it too much. Well, I am glad you understand. Max laughed dryly after he read the chat. Well then, see you in tomorrow's stream. As usual, I will live stream at 6 p.m. See you tomorrow? That was fun. I will make a forum post real quick. There are many clips that I can show to those in V-Shelter. Lobby. See you again. Zombies God has donated 600 diamonds. Love Apocalypse has donated 1,000 diamonds. See you again tomorrow. I enjoyed the stream. Epi Shelter has donated 100 diamonds. Lovely Otter has donated 300 diamonds. Another Breeze's content. Blessing. Alongside the goodbye, many donations poured in. He was blessed by having many good viewers. And then, Max ended the live stream. Live stream ended. Chapter 103, Fans and Haters. Synchronization Test WR Holder, Breeze's gameplay. He's cheating. A title that surprised V-Shelter Survival's players, known as Survivalists, appeared in the forum. Many clips were posted in the thread, with each either having a funny moment or a cool moment of Max playing the survival game. The focus of the other players, however, was on how he defeated Turret with a Barrett, a superior sniper rifle. What is this? A famous person is playing our game? It's the one rising lately. I watched Biozone's livestream yesterday, and he's pretty skilled. Why does the title say he's cheating, then? He just clickbait. I am just his fan, TS. Damn, having a Barrett to loot a warehouse. The loot isn't that much either. It's a waste of ammo. It's indeed a waste. I agree. Does he think he's a big shot wasting ammo like that? Each of those ammos is worth 25 scraps in the Shady Merchant. Breeze has just played the game. It's his second day. Besides, that sniper was lent by Lily Pixel, so it's not his to begin with. Makes senses. He's playing like a newbie. Not worth watching. At least that said newbie's got 2 world records. LOL. Clip.mp4. Look at this clip. He got 2 more than you could keek. Kek. Haters be haters. No need to share your opinion. He's a newbie, idiot. He only played games for 7 or 8 days. If you want to comment something, do research first. All of you are disgusting fans. Better than you. His friend must be rich. To have something like that lying around. That girl is so cute. Tell me her handle name. She's a streamer, right? That's Lily Pixel, Stone Sword's sister. Agreed. That girl is so cute. Smash. Be careful. That man is scary. A second heavy loot area in his second play, and he already camped. Huh? This guy is a real one. Real what? It's just a normal strategy. He's lucky with the RNG and the fact he has a superior sniper rifle early on. Dude, he said he would solo Turret with a knife only tomorrow. Let's see if he's a real one or a fake one. What are you guys talking about? I doubt he can't play well without that rifle. Even the clip against Rocket was just lucky. The thread was filled with comments. Some praised Max, while others didn't even believe his gameplay. People on the forum often had different opinions, and it was normal. Rather, the Knight's Journey forum was a really strange place. The haters could be counted easily. The forum's age also had an influence on the players.